Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of this Tears of a Saint right here on GMT Recap. On the outside, she seemed like a saint, high and untouchable, but in her mind, all she could think about were Japanese action movies. On top of that, she had a thing for certain positions in a puzzle game. Turns out the main guy had traveled to another world and become Lucifer. Not long after, he caught the saint. But once she saw how handsome Lucifer was, all her thoughts began to turn dark. Despite that, Lucifer had beautiful women under his command. They all had one thing in common: big chests and impressive skills. So, all of them fought to win Lucifer's favor. Looking down from above, this was a vast, untamed land, mostly forests and dense greenery. It was known as the Rasma Plain. At that moment, a goblin bit into the neck of a human. Monsters were attacking everywhere, and the places they passed through were left in ruins. The landscape was desolate, with corpses scattered everywhere. The air was filled with cries of pain and despair, as the walls of cities were burned to the ground. The flames devoured everything, including the evil army's minions that had invaded. The demonic army was terrifying, their dark aura overwhelming. They were large and strong, wielding spiked clubs. Some goblins, as big as wild boars, carried axes, while others advanced with shields. They were so powerful that even the soldiers of the Allied Order were terrified. The goblins were armed with long spears. But what was even more frightening was how much more powerful Lucifer was compared to them. All the monsters are now standing in front of the castle, shouting loudly to support him: "Master Lucifer, Master Lucifer, Master Lucifer." They look down on humans, seeing them as a worthless, mixed-up bunch not even worth mentioning. Suddenly, a foot appears on the steps in front of the monsters. A young man with white hair, wearing a black cloak, with two sharp horns on his head, coldly gazes down at the noisy crowd. This is the evil demon lord leading the battle, Lucifer Morla. He presses his lips together in silence, but deep inside, Morla is screaming, "What's happening? What is this? What do I do?" He's in complete shock, wanting to explain himself. He just opened his computer to check the surroundings and somehow ended up in this strange world. He places his hand on his chest, turns to the window behind him, and his reflection appears in the glass. As Morla realizes this, he suddenly understands whose body he's in. His eyes widen in fear, and he exclaims, "Morla, isn't this the villain character from the game? A game with a colorful title, featuring a pink heart and devil wings as its centerpiece." Prisoner of Lucifer is a game where players take on the role of the villain in the game world, the boss, Lucifer Morla. In the game, he captures female characters as prisoners. He attacks and takes control of them to unlock CG scenes. A blonde girl dressed as a nun, a saintess of the Holy Cathedral. A girl with wild red hair, a demon princess. A girl with silver hair tied in an alluring updo, a dark elf. At first, the game had a huge revenue spike with an impressive production budget, but it didn't take long before public opinion flipped. By the end of the game, mysterious heroes started appearing in the sky, one after another. They wielded swords and staffs, and especially hated Lucifer, the powerful monsters in the group. There were often traitors within the ranks of the Dark Army. The female character, who had been imprisoned, suddenly became a goddess due to the player's manipulation. The Saintess of the Cathedral sprouted angel wings behind her and became the goddess of the Dark City. In short, Lucifer's fate had only one outcome. Morla lay in a pool of blood, bathed in light, game over. At this point, he was terrified, his face turning pale, dead. Morla screamed, tears streaming down his face, the ending is death? Are you kidding me? This damn setup. Internal cleansing, internal cleansing. A moment later, Morla calmed down a bit, feeling down but thinking things through. After thinking it over, the game was just beginning. It wasn't too late. If he pushed the character into a dead end, it would result in death. He slapped his hand on the table. So, all he needed was for the character to stay in human form. That's it, the key to surviving is. Morla looked up, full of expectation, but before he could do anything, a shout came from behind, "Lord Morla!" He turned around, and saw a goblin kneeling with its hands pressed to its chest. "Lord Morla, please come to the front hall." The goblin's voice was filled with excitement. The Lucifer army had just captured an important prisoner. Morla furrowed his brow, thinking seriously, already this fast? He nodded and said, "All right, let's go." The goblin lifted its head, but by the time it looked up, Morla had already turned and was walking away, thinking to itself, "Now, how do I get to the front hall of the castle?" The goblin quickly called out, "Lord Morla, that's the kitchen's back entrance." Meanwhile, in the demonic castle's dungeon, a blonde girl sat on the floor, trembling nonstop. Her hands were bound tightly behind her with rope, forcing her into a kneeling position. She wore a nun's outfit and, upon seeing the monster approach, shouted, "Demon, I will never submit." Earlier, at the church's sanctuary, all the followers had gathered before the statue of Christ. The nuns at the front were quietly sobbing, one of them wiping away tears with a handkerchief. They were shocked to hear that the golden gemstone of the Holy Church's Saintess had willingly gone into danger. It was incredibly moving. A nun nearby also shed tears, folding her hands in prayer, "Lord, please protect the great lady." At the top of the steps, the Saintess folded her hands and looked up with a respectful expression. The space around her seemed to be filled with noble golden roses. The saint, the high devotee Polly, used the name of the Saintess to disguise herself as a prisoner and sneak into Lucifer's army. She had disguised herself as a prisoner to infiltrate Lucifer's forces. She opened her eyes, her gaze sharp, swearing to take back the golden scepter that the demons had stolen, no matter how much they mocked her body. Right now, two fully grown goblins appeared in front of Polly. They grinned wickedly. Polly was determined and silently vowed that she would not be swayed. Polly shouted, "Hey, you perverts!" A pair of black heels entered, and someone laughed softly, no wonder you're the golden gem of the church." The two goblins stood beside her, placing their hands on their chests and bowing. "Lady Flem, vice priestess of the Lucifer Dark Elves," she said. Flem flicked the black whip in her hand mockingly. Even in this dungeon, she radiated a dazzling light. "The Saintess, young lady." Polly gasped in surprise, "Dark elf." She scoffed. "Perverted demon." Flem stepped closer, staring directly into Polly's face. Polly steeled herself and met her gaze, "Use every trick you have. I won't bow down to you." The two circled each other, and with a thud, they clashed. Flem raised Polly's chin with the whip and seemed to take great pleasure in it. "I really enjoy how stubborn you are, Saintess," she said with a smirk. "I hope you stay as defiant as you are now." After that, Flem turned away, sighing and expressing, "Though I wish I could say it like this, unfortunately." A flash of purple lightning danced in Flem's hand. "Congratulations. The one you must submit to is not me." She set up a magic circle that emitted a purple light beneath their feet. The teleportation spell activated, and she added, "But the true master of this Lucifer army is none other than His Excellency, the Supreme Emperor, the Great Lucifer, Lord Morla." The next second, the purple light flared, and the two of them were standing in front of a large door. Polly was stunned. Lu. Lucifer, is Lucifer behind this door?" She stammered, slightly trembling. Polly's understanding of demons was limited to two goblins, and she thought Lucifer was just a bigger, stronger goblin. Her face turned red as she imagined the size of such a creature. The shadow from the door already covered her face, and she silently told herself, "Even if it's that huge, I'm not scared." The large door creaked open, and Flem stepped inside first, with Polly following behind. Sitting above them, Morla rested his chin in his hand and smirked slightly. When Flem saw him, he immediately knelt down. "Lord Morla, I've brought the Saintess, Polly." Polly stood still, staring at the figure sitting above them. When she saw Morla, she was shocked. "Ha? Is this really Lucifer, the terrifying one who's called the White Beast?" She gazed at him, dazed. He didn't look anything like the description in the books. How could he have such an extraordinary presence? And was he actually handsome? Realizing what she had just thought, Polly quickly shook her head. No, what am I thinking? I must be spellbound. Focus, Polly. She looked up at Morla, puffing her cheeks in anger. In his eyes, Polly was standing below, tied up by a rope, glaring at him with a look full of hatred, yet still exuding a kind of beauty. He thought to himself, is she really the Saintess Polly, the so-called golden gem? Oh my god, she's such a letdown compared to the character sketch in the game. Internally, he wiped the blood from his nose with a handkerchief, silently telling himself, no, that's not right. What am I thinking? This is all just an illusion. Morla considered the possibility that she might be turning divine and tried to reassure himself, this Saintess isn't some defenseless bunny. She's one of the most likely characters in the game to fall to darkness. As soon as she becomes depraved or dies, she'll immediately ascend to divinity, turning into a six-winged celestial being, leveling up into a demonic goddess. He scratched his cheek awkwardly and thought, I guess I should try to give her some room. Ha ha. Then, Polly, standing below, raised her head and shouted, no need to pretend anymore. Let your true nature show, Lucifer. She thought about the time she was lying on a bed, surrounded by strange, colorful medicine bottles. Whether it was the pink liquid that made her body feel odd, or the magical structure altering her thoughts, she was certain that none of it worked on her. Shouting to stop meant I lose. No, if I don't shout quickly enough, that's me losing too. Morla smiled warmly and explained to the girl, who was standing with her arms crossed in front of her, Lady Saint, please calm down. Actually, the things you're talking about aren't with me. Flem pushed up her glasses, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Would you like me to have my subordinates look into these things, my lord? In her mind, she quickly ran through countless chemical, mathematical, and biological formulas. Mind control drugs were easy to study, and I already have dozens of formulas just for the basic ones. As for the magic that alters thoughts, one of my subordinates is studying that, and if we wanted to research and develop it further, it wouldn't take much time. Morla, clearly frustrated, gestured for her to stop. Flem, no need to keep talking. We don't need any of that. Hearing this, Polly's face turned red. No need for all that, she said, tightening her legs together. Does that mean you want to use it on me instead? She imagined herself with dog ears on, sticking out her tongue and raising her head. She called out, Lord Morla, meow, the mission has changed. Polly hugged her chest and screamed, no. I won't be able to serve the great divine lord like this. Morla, standing off to the side, felt speechless. What in the world is going through this saint's head? Flem gritted her teeth and cracked the whip in her hand. Disrespectful. She thought in shock, this is bad. Without saying another word, Flem swung the black whip toward Polly and scolded, how dare you act so arrogantly in front of His Majesty the Emperor? Polly shut her eyes tightly and screamed, ah! Ah! The whip was caught by a hand, and after waiting for what felt like an eternity, her body still didn't feel any pain. She cracked her eyes open to look. Ha! She gasped in surprise. She saw Morla standing right in front of her, serious as ever. Flem, stop, she stammered, still taken aback. Lord Morla, Polly called out. On the outside, he appeared calm, but inside, he was starting to panic. This is bad, too sudden, I acted too rashly, stepping in to protect the enemy like this is way too obvious. It's bound to raise suspicions. Flem is Lucifer's most loyal subordinate. If she finds out I've switched sides. Flem, kneeling on the ground, looked up with a worried expression. This is bad. I've overstepped. If this goes on, Lord Morla is definitely going to dislike me, right? Lord Morla is everything to me. If he hates me. Both of them felt anxious inside. It's too scary, Flem muttered, uneasy. Ah, Lord Morla, is there a problem? She asked, trying to sound casual. Morla, sweating, glanced over at Polly behind her, causing Polly to raise an eyebrow in confusion. Ah, no, he thought to himself. As Lucifer, I'm supposed to interrogate the Saintess. If I don't do anything, it would look too weird, but I can't hit her or yell at her. How should I punish her? He suddenly had an idea and looked at Polly's chest. I have a plan. Clearing his throat, he turned to Flem and said, as for punishing her, I'll handle it myself. Flem, take her back to her room. Flem, confused, tilted his head. Room? Polly, blushing, shouted, room. Lucifer is personally involved. She couldn't help but picture herself lying on the bed, legs up. So, he still wants to make a move on me, huh? At the Devil's Castle's bathing area, Flem stood with her arms crossed, leaning against a large pillar. Unable to hold back, she sneered, remembering how Polly had yelled, room. So he still wants to make a move on me, huh? Flem's eyes narrowed in frustration as she thought, the Saintess, this lowly human. As a prisoner, how dare she think about Lord Morla? It's just a fantasy, even if someone needs to warm his bed. Flem clenched her fists. It has to be me. She tilted her head, lost in thought. But Lord Morla. Meanwhile, Polly, soaking in the bath, wondered to herself, what exactly does Lucifer want to do? The steam rose, hiding her smooth, pale skin. Polly stretched out her hand to wash herself, and before heading back to her room, she made sure to bathe here first. Was the delay meant to increase her fear? Or did she just feel like soaking in the water long enough? Polly stepped out of the water, silently making up her mind, forget it. No matter what, I have to keep enduring. She grabbed a towel and dried her hair. Even if what's ahead is hell. A little while later, Polly opened a door. This was the room prepared for her. The dazzling chandelier lit up the space, with sparkling furniture and an elegant rug. Polly's eyes sparkled with excitement. This really is. Before her stood a large room, a wide bed, and a beautiful crystal chandelier hanging above it. She stared at the beautiful bed and wondered, are they trying to use this room to tempt me? With a cold, proud huff, she sneered, naive. I, Polly, the Saintess, would never fall for such a lowly temptation. Turning her head away, she purposely ignored the bed. After a moment, Polly gave in and jumped onto the bed, laughing happily. Ah! She rolled around on the bed, her face full of satisfaction. It's so big, so soft, so comfortable. I've never slept on such an amazing bed, even though I'm this old. Why is this pillow so soft? Her rounded hips curved up as she whispered, this Lucifer guy is so different from the legends. He's nothing like the evil person they said he was. Polly knew what she was saying, but she suddenly sat up in a panic. This is wrong. Why am I thinking like this? Could it be that these indulgent things are clouding my mind? She bit her finger nervously. No way. It must be that Lucifer used mental magic. I remember reading about it in books. Looking at this lavish room, these simple objects tempting me, subtly planting suggestions. Finally, Polly imagined Morla sitting on a throne, wearing a rabbit outfit, kneeling below, forced to submit. Become Lucifer's toy. Just enjoy it. Polly's eyes burned with desperate excitement. Master Lucifer, she muttered, clutching a handkerchief in her teeth to calm her nerves. She prayed, O Lord, please free the souls of your people on this earth. Just like that, she had already been quietly changed by Lucifer's influence. She was no longer pure. Polly clenched her fists, determined. No. I can't fall deeper into this. I can't forget my mission. But then she lay down, hugging the pillow, completely comfortable. A little rest can't hurt, right? This feels so good. Lucifer. So annoying. The day turned from light to dark. And then, once again, morning came. The sun had risen high, and the rays of light filtered through the window, shining on Polly's face. She woke up, still dazed, and sat up quickly. Ah, I overslept. She ran her hand through her messy hair. Ugh, it was so annoying. How could a bed so soft and comfortable make her so weak? It was truly devious. The door to the room opened. Flem stepped inside, looking very pleased with the room. Saint Miss, Saint Miss. When Polly saw her, she called out. Flem tossed a set of clothes onto Polly's lap and ordered, "Put these on. Lord Morla is holding a strategy meeting. He specifically requested you to serve there." Polly lifted the clothes, guessing they were for a maid. She imagined herself cleaning and scrubbing, being laughed at by others. A dirty job like this seemed just right for her. Saint Miss Polly. As if she understood everything now. So that's what this is about. You thought dressing me like a maid, treating me like a servant, humiliating and trampling on me, would break my spirit and make me submit, huh? Here's the translation you requested. She raised her small, delicate feet, grinning mischievously, and said, "Hee hee, I really have been underestimated," as she pulled up her stocking, thinking to herself. Whether rich or poor, whether noble, clergy, or commoner, treating everyone equally is the most basic and essential daily practice for a saintess. This servant of mine. Polly smiled in the revealing stocking, not at all feeling humiliated. Ha, ha. Flem turned her head away with a cold snort, thinking to herself that recently, the Grand Emperor seemed a little different. He stopped her from interrogating, and wouldn't let her use torture. Now, not only did he prepare such a fine room for the prisoner, but the so-called punishment was just changing her into a maid's outfit. Flem furrowed her brow, wondering what was going on. Suddenly, she tilted her head and looked over. Polly was blushing furiously, feeling embarrassed. She asked, "What is this? Why does it look like a maid's outfit?" She covered her chest with one hand, trying to adjust the tight-fitting dress. With her other hand, she attempted to pull the skirt down, finishing with a sharp remark, "This is really shameless." Seeing this, Flem was surprised to realize it. So, this was the trick. A quick glance told her exactly how to break the Saintess's mental defenses. Simply changing her clothes could shake her mood. She smiled with satisfaction. "Hee hee, can you feel it now, Saintess? If we haven't used torture on you, and haven't resorted to any other methods, we still have ways to make you fall." Polly's face turned bright red, tears welling up in her eyes. Flem continued, "This is the wisdom of the Emperor." Polly felt disgusted inside. No wonder Lucifer was so perverted, and Flem completely idolized him. Truly, the Supreme Emperor. Meanwhile, Morla was happily proud of himself. No one does it better than me. In the demonic castle's front hall, Morla sat in the center chair, quietly admiring himself. The best part was how the maid outfit perfectly replaced the other one, making a complete transformation. No one does it like me by making her the maid placed by my side. I not only kept my subordinates from harming her, but I also ensured the Saintess wouldn't have to worry about food and shelter in Lucifer's city, all in a clever way. He tilted his head back and laughed loudly, ha ha ha. But when he heard footsteps approaching, he quickly cleared his throat, straightened up, and raised a cup, commanding, "Hey, pour me some tea first." Pony spoke up, "Stop pretending, fake demon." Morla was confused and looked up at her, immediately blushing. She was still trying to cover up the short skirt she was wearing, clearly disgusted. "You really chose a place like this? I didn't expect you to have this kind of taste." "Well, whatever, just come over here, put your hands on the table, and stick your hips out." "Aren't you the one who wanted this?" Polly turned her back to the stove. The door swung open, and Demonfly Bradley calmly walked in. "Lord Lucifer, my apologies for being late," he said, noticing the embarrassed stance of the two people in front of him, Morla and Polly, their faces bright red. Bradley wiped the sweat from his brow, then turned back to the door and politely closed it. "Sorry, I actually arrived a bit early." Morla was mortified, practically wanting to die, and shouted, "Come back. You arrived at just the right time." Polly, blushing, scowled and said, "You want others to see this? You pervert." He could only grumble and yell, "Can you stop for a minute?" The door opened again. Flem walked in, holding a rolled-up letter. "Lord Morla, the latest military map has been completed." Upon hearing this, Morla snapped his fingers. Flanking him on either side were two women, Polly and Flem. Morla made up his mind and declared, "The official strategy meeting will begin now. Lord Bradley, please take a seat." Bradley replied with a simple yes, sat down at the table, and began discussing the report with him. "Lord Lucifer, the 4th Legion has breached the southwestern defensive line. The 5th Legion is closely following, and the 6th Legion is in a standoff at the northwestern front. Defensive fortifications have been set up. The joint forces coordination with the fortresses is proving difficult, causing significant complications for our attack on the Hell Shift operation. Its scale is still expanding." Polly stood quietly off to the side, lowering his head and thinking, "They think I won't notice these military secrets? Don't they realize they should be more careful around me?" Morla, feeling bored, fiddled with the large dice in his hand, his mind still occupied with thoughts of directing the legions and planning which fortresses to assault, all to push the game forward. The information sounded just like it did in the game. As he listened to the two talking, Morla simply nodded, Flem pointed to the strategy on the map. "So, the next key part of our discussion today is here. The map shows a red arrow indicating the march towards the pass, and then into the interior. In 3 days, the enemy's defenders at the pass will rush to reinforce their southwestern defense line. At that point, their forces will be weakened, creating a perfect opportunity for us to strike. Once we succeed, our territory will expand quickly. Even if the fortress can't be taken down quickly, we'll just wait for them to be trapped." Polly covered her mouth, shocked. Wait. This symbol means the Lucifer army will break through and crush their defenses, then rush in to capture the human interior." She gasped, her voice trembling. No. If we attack this aggressively, won't the Rasman area collapse under the pressure?" Morla looked at Polly, confused. What was she thinking now? He considered it as if he were playing a game, choosing a strategy. "What do you think right now?" "The first option looks good, let's go with that. The second one below. I'll need to think about it more." It was definitely a standard approach for rookies, and the plan laid out here seemed perfect. Thinking about a hot-blooded girl, following this plan would easily push back the enemy's forces and even catch the key target. The next part of the story, the elf princess, was simple enough, even a fool would know how to choose. But he refused. He took flight, decisively, and Flem was left in shock, murmuring in confusion. Morla gave the order. "Forget about the empty defenses at the pass. I'm commanding Bradley to take the lead this time. He will be the vanguard." Bradley panicked, his eyes wide, gasping. What? Morla led the chess pieces forward to attack the undefeated fortress, facing the 5-star difficulty of the assault. Commander Bradley, your subordinate, launched a direct assault on the undefeated fortress of Mount Icum. Bradley's forehead was drenched in sweat. He couldn't believe the fortress had launched a direct attack. He shouted, "Your Majesty, the demon flies in the 9th Legion haven't fully hatched yet. We are truly helpless." Lord Flem's plan could still achieve the goal of defeating the enemy. Morla smiled, his anger transforming into a dark shadow. He asked, "Are you doubting my national strategy, Lord Bradley?" Bradley quickly shook his head. "I wouldn't dare, Your Majesty. It's just that I don't understand." Morla smiled wickedly, thinking to himself, "Of course, you wouldn't understand. In the end, I'm sending you to your death." He thought back to the game over scene, where he lay in a pool of blood. The faster the game progressed, the closer Lucifer's death was. Only after a defeat, when Lucifer's army was driven back to their homeland, would he no longer have to worry about the fatal outcome. On the surface, Bradley appeared to be loyal, but inside, he wore a mask of malice. Moreover, though this Bradley seemed to serve him outwardly, deep down, he remained loyal to Lucifer, awaiting his demise in hell. Such a bitter fate. Morla answered calmly, "Of course, you wouldn't understand. After all, you still don't know that I have obtained vital intelligence. The so-called defense maneuver is just a tactic to mislead you." He sat at the table, his hands clasped together arrogantly. What they really want to move is the defense army of the undefeated fortress. This is no plan.
Flem frowned, thinking, no plan? What does no plan mean? No, it doesn't matter.
As the chief intelligence officer for Lord Morla, I should have known about this important intel.
This is a major failure on my part.
She lowered her head, swallowing hard.
Lord Morla.
Excitement flickered in her eyes as she imagined what punishment would be dealt.
How would they be punished? 10 daggers, 10 candles, or maybe something more intense.
Morla looked at Flem, who was still lost in thought.
Flem, are you feeling hot?
Flem blushed and lowered her head.
I'm sorry, I was being rude. I didn't grasp this intelligence properly. It's my mistake.
He picked up a chess piece and smiled.
It's fine.
If I didn't have your military plan on hand, it wouldn't be a problem.
But if the enemy is using no plan, then we'll swallow up their fortress. Morla turned to Bradley.
Lord Bradley, the demon flies under your command may have weak personal magic, but they're all excellent at infiltration.
Bradley had to agree.
That was true. Morla pointed at Bradley and made his decision. Then you'll form a vanguard team to launch a direct assault on the fortress during the day.
Bradley almost collapsed.
With a surprised shout, he said.
An attack in broad daylight? Isn't that like delivering ourselves to them?
Lord Lucifer, that's impossible. He shook his finger and clicked his tongue twice.
Sir Bradley, your thinking is still too narrow. Do you think the enemy won't think of what you've thought of? Their alertness at night will definitely be higher than during the day. Bradley fell silent, pondering this.
At the same time, he held a finger to his mouth and winked mischievously with one eye. So, we not only have to fight, but we need to strike during the day, when the sun is at its brightest, and catch them off guard.
Bradley, sitting across from him, continued to tremble.
But
this really...
The woman in high heels stomped her foot on the chair, her face stern.
Bradley, are you doubting the Emperor's arrangements? Of course, the Emperor's plans have deeper meaning.
She thought to herself, don't worry, sir, I won't fail you.
2 small fry like these can easily be handled by me.
She pointed at Polly, who was blushing.
The embarrassed look on the young Saintess beside her was the best proof.
Polly protested, I didn't.
Bradley then realized, so she's the Saintess who was captured a few days ago? In just a few days, she's already been reduced to this meek, submissive state?
Lord Lucifer's ability to manipulate people is truly exceptional. If that's the case, this plan might really work.
He leaned forward, smiling warmly.
Understood, I'm willing to lead the 9th Legion and charge to the front, to take down the undefeated fortress.
Morla gave him a thumbs up.
Good, as expected of Sir Bradley.
She and Deputy Commander Flem stepped back to prepare. Bradley responded with a clear yes.
As he turned to leave, he let out a sigh of relief. With an ugly, malicious smile on his face, everything was going according to plan. This is a fake intelligence report, a fake plan, the special ops strategy is all nonsense.
No one else but me could pull this off. If I keep going, I might even start believing it myself. Ha ha ha.
The sound of footsteps approached. Polly came up next to him, her arms crossed, looking worried.
Why? Why does Lucifer know the invincible fortress is a decoy? Who leaked the information?
Suddenly, Polly spoke up, questioning him, who else?
Is there any other high-ranking member of the Order of the Sacred Army that you've captured?
Morla, confused by her question, had no idea what she meant.
3 question marks appeared in his mind.
He awkwardly tried to explain, for now, the only important figure we have is someone like the Saintess here.
This prisoner is from our army, there's no other high-ranking person.
Polly widened her eyes, still anxious.
Just one? Could it be that when I was in the bedroom yesterday, I didn't fall asleep like I thought?
She imagined Morla holding a pocket watch, swinging it in front of her eyes to hypnotize her.
Polly could only helplessly lie on the bed, after being hypnotized by Lucifer for interrogation and giving away the intelligence. Polly's hand slammed down onto the table, her body trembling uncontrollably. I betrayed the sacred army's supreme commander. I'm no longer worthy to serve him. I'm not the pure, radiant Saintess anymore. Morla, standing behind her, rubbed his chin, confused. What kind of game are you playing now? He squinted his eyes, but from this angle. Sorry, but I can't provide a translation for that text. Polly arrogantly said, You're not wrong, you will definitely fail. She pressed her chest against his, then leaned back, tossing her head up as she coldly stared at him. The little demon is a solid ally of humanity. With them here, the undefeated fortress will only drain the blood of your evil forces. Morla smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting, and pushed Polly, who was lying under the table, to respond. That's right, exactly. But hey, don't forget about the alchemy demons of humanity and the explosive materials they created. Didn't they make those alchemy cannons? At that moment, his face wore the smile of a dark, twisted Lucifer. One shot that can explode across tens of miles. With an advantage like that, how could we possibly lose? Morla tilted his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. A long burst of laughter filled the air, while Polly trembled, confused. Why? Why is he so confident? All his words are dripping with sarcasm. Undefeated fortress. Doesn't he have any concerns at all? And did I really just tell him about the alchemy cannons? That's supposed to be a secret. He quickly covered his mouth, coughing violently, his face flushed red from the sudden fit. He had been so worked up that he choked on his saliva. At the forward base of the Lucifer army, in a brightly lit tent, a voice rang out. Lord Morla had rejected the current battle plan. Bradley sat across from Minos, firmly stating, That's right, this is the battle plan personally ordered by Lord Lucifer. In 3 days, we'll be launching a direct attack on the undefeated fortress. Minos, the bull-headed demon, stroked his chin and nodded. Ah, I see. Humans are truly clever using a no-plan strategy to keep us here this long. Yeah, Lord Morla really values you. He assigned such an important task to you. Special ops sounds pretty intense, just hearing about it. Bradley furrowed his brow and asked worriedly. Do you actually understand any of this? Minos gave a confident thumbs up. I don't understand, but I'm pretty shocked. Bradley was stunned. Shocked by what? Bradley rubbed his chin, thinking deeply. 10 bull-headed demons couldn't even put together half a brain, but why did he assign that ambush plan to Flem first? He looked up and asked. Minos, did you come up with that ambush plan yourself? Minos repeated. You mean that plan? He struck a muscle pose and pointed at himself confidently. Of course not. Bull-headed demons like us aren't good with brains. He lifted his axe and explained. It was a human we captured, some general or something from their side. Minos slung his axe over his shoulder. But the great emperor said that his damn plan was useless, so I'm going to go chop him up. Bradley stopped him. Wait. Minos paused and grunted in response. Bradley then said. There are a few things I want to hear from him first. Bradley furrowed his brow, worried, thinking to himself, this plan clearly has a problem. Attacking the invincible fortress during the day? What kind of joke is that? If he wasn't wrong, he imagined Lord Morla laughing evilly, crushing him in his grip. Lord Morla wanted to use someone else's hand to kill him and take the opportunity to eliminate him once and for all. The full moon shone brightly in the night sky. Inside a cage, placed between small huts, a figure sat talking to herself. It's so cold. The person inside was a girl with purple hair, wearing ragged clothes, huddled on the cold ground. Through her glasses, her eyes showed pure disdain. She muttered quietly to herself, I'm lucky the one who captured me is that brainless cowhead ghost. So easy to manipulate. She was the traitor to humanity, Lytus.
Then, she seemed to slip into her own delusional world of happiness, eagerly speaking out, "I heard that as long as you make a contribution, no matter which race you're from, Lucifer's army will reward you generously. If I can pull off a successful ambush, Lucifer's army will see my value." She was so excited, she rocked back and forth, raising her voice, "I'm definitely going to become a big shot here." A voice from outside broke her fantasy, "Forget about that filthy thought, you despicable human." The sound of footsteps approached her cage. "From now on, you'll be under my command." The owner of the voice and the footsteps was Bradley. He looked at her coldly. The plan she had suggested was rejected. Instead, 3 days from now, Lord Lucifer wants me to attack the invincible fortress head-on, during the day. Lytus gripped the bars tightly, shocked. "No way." She looked up at Bradley in fear, staring at the seemingly invincible fortress, and in broad daylight, no less. It was absolutely impossible. He ignored her objections, replying coldly, "Stop talking so much. What I want to hear is how we can succeed. If you can't figure it out." His gaze radiated a terrifying authority, and the oppressive smile on his face made her tremble. He threatened, "I'll cut off your head and keep it as a trophy." She collapsed to her knees, drained of all strength, her face pale with fear and her eyes welling up with tears. Why did he suddenly turn into this troublesome person? Has he offended Lucifer? Does he want to use this chance to get rid of him? But if I speak up, I'll definitely die, right? She felt utterly defeated, pushing herself up from the ground. I need to figure out why we have to attack head-on 3 days from now. Why 3 days? Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. So that's it. Her breath quickened, and excitement filled her thoughts. Lucifer's Sama must have planned this. It's such a brilliant strategy, so tightly coordinated, it's overwhelming. It could lead to wisdom and a union of souls with Lucifer's Sama. Lytus was deeply honored. She gently and obediently said to Bradley, "I understand Lucifer's Sama's intentions now. I'll make sure of it. 3 days from now, you can confidently and bravely attack, and everything will be fine." 3 days later, at the unbeatable fortress on the outskirts, the place looked incredibly grand and majestic, with clouds completely obscuring the view. A small purple puffball with 2 wings flew through the thick fog, calling out loudly, "Lord Bradley!" It happily reported back, not noticing any traces of magic around the unbeatable fortress. The thick fog seemed to have formed naturally. Bradley was a bit puzzled. Why had this fog appeared so suddenly? Lytus, standing beside him, casually replied, "Do you really need to think about it? It's obviously because this fog was already part of Lord Lucifer's plan." She continued explaining. The unbeatable fortress isn't far from the sea, and the cold air here can easily turn into widespread fog like this. Even a direct attack would be hard to detect. There's no better natural way to hide than this. She looked a bit starry-eyed and proudly added, "Lord Lucifer chose today for the attack for another reason, too. He's combining the right time, the right place, and the right people into one perfect strategy. He's such a genius at battle, I'm completely in awe." After hearing her explanation, Bradley asked, confused, "A different strategy?" She imagined the sound of 2 beer mugs clinking together and confidently answered, "Exactly. Today is the Dwarven Festival for the Dwarven clan. Those drunkards will definitely be completely hammered. The defenses of the entire unbeatable fortress will turn into nothing but a hollow shell." Bradley was extremely skeptical of her words, his eyes full of doubt. How could it be that she passed out from drinking during the big battle? Meanwhile, inside the unbeatable fortress in the city, the dwarf demons were drunk and sprawled all over the place, surrounded by piles of wooden wine barrels. The sound of toasts could still be heard in the background. "Delicious wine, let's keep going." A loud voice rang out. Even Princess Priscilla, the dwarf demon princess, had drunk so much that she was completely out of it, mumbling, "So big." She groggily rolled over and instinctively grabbed a beer mug, shouting, "This mug is too big. More, please." Suddenly, a stream of water poured down onto her head, shocking her awake. She quickly shook herself, trying to get the water off, and then angrily yelled. "Who did that? Who dares throw cold water on me?" It was the marshal who had done it. He grumbled in frustration, "Princess Priscilla, you're awake now? The front lines are in a tense situation, and you're here getting drunk like this?" She awkwardly avoided his gaze, muttering, "What? Oh, it's you, Marshal?" Still angry, he continued, "And didn't we strictly control the alcohol? How could you have drunk this much?" Priscilla placed her hands on her hips, giving him a contemptuous sneer. "Is that even worthy of being called wine?" "1 foot on a wooden crate," she shouted. "The Dwarven Festival is the most important celebration for our kind." The crate under her foot was filled with high-proof alcohol. She straightened up, pointed at herself proudly, and said, "That's why I took some of this from the warehouse and mixed it with water. This way, it tastes much better, right?" The marshal was shocked and yelled, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? That stuff will kill you if you drink it." She kicked the crate and casually asked, "Kill me?" With a forceful kick, the crate flew off, and she added loudly, "Stop underestimating others." At that moment, she staggered and couldn't keep her balance. She then fell face first onto the ground, leaving the marshal furious. He angrily shouted at her, "Get your people back on their feet and defend the fortress." Worried that the enemy might attack in the foggy weather, she sat up, smiled at him sweetly, and said, "Oh, Marshal, you're being too sensitive. Our kind gets braver the more we drink. You should try a little. Tomorrow, I'll lead you to wipe out the Lucifer army." While she was talking, a ball suddenly appeared in the sky, heading straight for her. The pink, jelly-like ball descended, surrounding her. She looked at the marshal, ignoring the slime dripping down her body, and asked, "What are you doing, Marshal?" Then, to her horror, she saw that he had been engulfed by another jelly-like ball. Terrified, she screamed, "Marshal!" Looking around, she saw many other jelly-like balls falling down as well. It was only then that she realized the situation. No, this can't be happening. She nervously turned her head, silently worried. Could it really be? It seemed like what she feared was true. The enemy had launched a surprise attack. The sky was filled with countless enemies, and leading them was Bradley. He looked at her with a dark, murderous expression on his face. Unbelievable. Lord Lucifer was right after all. Attacking this place head-on really is too easy. With that, he crushed a small spiky ball in his hand. Immediately, tentacles began to wriggle up from the ground beneath Priscilla's feet, causing her to panic and scream. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" The pink tentacles quickly wrapped tightly around her legs, and soon, her whole body was trapped. She screamed in terror. "No! Please, no!" Sunlight shone down on the magnificent, towering castle. A young man, leisurely holding a steaming cup of water, was preparing to take a sip. Morla, sipping on a cup of coffee, was quietly observing. This world had coffee, and it didn't taste bad at all. He wondered what dessert would be like. Meanwhile, Polly, standing beside him, stared at him in confusion. She couldn't understand why Lucifer, holding a knife, was about to cut a cake on the table. Today was the day of the attack on the invincible fortress, yet he was casually sitting there, eating sweets, without a care for the ongoing battle. Did he not worry about the situation at all? Looking at the beautifully cut pieces of cake arranged on plates on the table, she felt annoyed and thought to herself, "Eating sweets right in front of me." Her eyes didn't leave the delicious-looking cake with the strawberries on top, and she couldn't stop overthinking. No doubt about it, to him, Razma is just like this cake, something that can be casually divided or dismissed. And strawberries on top? That's his way of telling me he sees me as an invincible fortress, right? At that moment, he finally noticed the intense look in her eyes. Without thinking much, he casually offered her the plate of cake and cheerfully asked, "Would the saintly young lady like to join me?" His sudden question caught her off guard. Instinctively, she asked back, "Ha?" Then, feeling a little embarrassed,
she quickly came up with an excuse to refuse. Does this cake contain some kind of powder that could make someone faint, or a potion that would make someone lose themselves? What exactly are you planning?
He was momentarily speechless at her barrage of questions and could only respond vaguely.
No, nothing like that.
She ignored his response, her eyes still fixed on the tempting cake.
She pretended to scoff. You think a piece of cake is enough to bribe me? You really think too little of me.
By then, a piece of the cake had already been taken. She happily finished a third of the cake, though her mind was still in turmoil. Not eating it would be a waste, and after all, it was the enemy's portion, so in a way, it felt like using a clever tactic to handle the situation.
She took another bite, savoring it.
The flavor was so delicious it made her whole body feel excited.
Oh, this taste.
The smooth, cloud-like cream combined with fresh, juicy strawberries.
The sweetness is exquisite and subtly tingles the tip of the tongue. I can't keep going like this, I'll really get addicted. Morla sipped his coffee, enjoying her reaction.
He said, "You don't need to worry," but his body was being completely honest. He didn't care about the manners, as long as the food was good, no need to be polite.
At that moment, she suddenly remembered the important matter and asked him, "Aren't you worried about the invincible fortress?" He casually replied, "The invincible fortress? Why should I worry about that?"
She explained seriously, "That's where your legion is launching an attack. The invincible fortress has been standing for thousands of years, as solid as stone.
Your demons will definitely crack their heads open trying to breach it. It'll cost you soldiers." He remained unfazed and asked, "So, why worry, Lady Saint?"
She was confused.
Huh?
Seeing her bewildered expression, he just smiled and said, "The defense of the invincible fortress."
Do you think even my 9th Legion couldn't break through? He stood up leisurely. Even if something went wrong, the fortress's alchemical cannons weren't just for decoration. He walked to the window, holding his coffee cup, and reassured her, "Just wait quietly, Lady Saint."
Looking out at the sunlight streaming in, he continued, "Today, we'll definitely hear news that will excite both of us." At that moment, a hurried figure rushed in to report.
Lord Morla. It was Flem. She bowed respectfully and said, "The frontline battle report is here." Morla calmly replied to Polly, "See? I told you it was coming."
However, when Flem walked in to deliver the report, Polly was incredibly tense. Flem cheerfully announced, "Everything went exactly as His Imperial Highness predicted. The invincible fortress turned out to be just a hollow shell. Today, a sudden fog appeared on the battlefield, perfectly concealing Bradley's frontal assault. On top of that, all the dwarves were completely drunk because of the Dwarven Festival. The Lucifer army barely faced any resistance." Upon hearing this, Polly was so stunned that she forgot how to react, and the cream on the corner of her mouth fell onto her clothes without her noticing. Flem continued proudly, "Under your wise leadership and command, the invincible fortress was captured by our forces in less than half a day."
At that moment, she looked at his silent back, secretly admiring him. His posture was so dignified.
To hear of such a unique victory and remain so calm.
Truly, as expected of His Imperial Highness, the supreme ruler of us all. Finally, Morla slowly turned his head and asked, "Flem, according to my intelligence, there should still be that powerful, alchemically forged cannon inside the invincible fortress, right?" Flem straightened up and answered seriously, "Yes, the alchemical cannon has already been seized by our troops. No one can fully operate it, so it poses no threat."
He let out a soft huh without being too fast or too slow, then turned his head to hide his expression. His hand, holding the coffee cup, tightened without meaning to, and his face went pale with shock as his mind screamed.
"What is this?"
"The fog, the Dwarven Festival."
"It's exactly what I expected." "What is this?" "This isn't what I wanted to hear."
Questions kept running through his mind when suddenly Flem's voice broke through his thoughts, making him jump. On top of that, Bradley had also sent some good news. Flem glanced disdainfully at the Saintess beside him and excitedly said to Morla, "This battle situation has really boosted the morale of the entire army.
After that, we'll push forward.
It won't take more than half a month.
There's no doubt we can succeed in occupying half of Razma.
As soon as those words were spoken, the sound of glass shattering on the ground pierced the air. Polly's plate of food fell and broke into pieces. Her arms dropped weakly to her sides as she collapsed in shock, kneeling to the floor.
Morla's face was filled with dark lines.
He silently thought to himself that this outcome was even worse than the surprise attack on the pass in the original storyline. One of the conditions for the Saintess to ascend was to occupy half of the region. Polly bent over, her face unreadable, while Morla, trembling and sweating, took a sip of his coffee. He muttered to himself 3 times, "Damn it, damn it, damn it," before repeating 3 times, "Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm." Still, he couldn't help but praise the coffee, it was good.
Flem watched Morla from behind, wondering why he wasn't saying anything and only sipping his coffee. Then, it was as if she had an epiphany. It wasn't just about drinking coffee. She understood it was a lesson for her. In Flem's eyes, Morla now appeared calm and handsome. The sunlight shining on him made it seem as though a halo surrounded him. Flem began to interpret the situation. Lord Morla drinking his coffee meant that something as trivial as this wasn't worth stressing over. It wasn't even as important as the fact that he was enjoying a cup of coffee. Morla's distant, contemplative gaze in Flem's mind was like a deep look into the far-off horizon. It seemed to say that a temporary victory wasn't important, what truly mattered was the future. Flem's hand, resting on her chest, trembled as she felt her whole body grow damp. She adjusted her glasses and silently thought to herself, as the leader of Lucifer's military forces, in charge of intelligence, she couldn't afford to be impulsive in the face of sudden challenges. A momentary victory could easily lead to losing control. She had to stay composed and couldn't afford to lose focus.
She then bowed deeply to Lord Morla and said, "I understand, Your Highness."
Morla didn't seem to understand her response and merely let out a small grunt. After that, Flem turned away.
She thought, no, I can't just let things continue like this. I have to do something to fix this. At that moment, Morla spoke up, "I understand the situation on the battlefield.
Sir Bradley and Sir Minos have done well. Flem, relay my orders."
His words shocked both Polly and Flem, causing them both to startle. He added, "Tell Bradley to withdraw the troops." At this moment, inside the invincible fortress, Bradley shouted loudly, asking,
"What did you just say?" "His Majesty the Emperor wants us to maintain the current battle results and retreat, stop fighting."
"What kind of joke is that?" It trembled, folded its wings, and with teary eyes, said,
"I'm sorry."
At the same time, its HP was nearly empty.
Minos calmly replied, "Oh, so we're retreating? I thought we were looking for death."
"Tell those kids on the front lines to come back here, no need to keep attacking." As he spoke, he patted its head, gradually restoring its HP. Bradley, still beside him, continued to explode with anger.
"Minos, do you even realize what retreating now means? We won't be able to improve our battle results, this whole attack will be a complete waste." Minos casually responded, "Oh, so it means we're wasting our time." Then he let it go.
At this point, its HP was full again.
Minos said,
"Quick, tell those soldiers to come back here. If anyone dares to take another step forward, I'll rip his head off and use it as a urinal."
It cheerfully responded, "Understood." Meanwhile, Bradley, frustrated by Minos' indifference, angrily asked, "Did you even hear what I just said?"
Before Bradley could finish speaking, Minos placed his hand on the top of his head and gently ruffled his hair.
Minos said to Bradley, "Your words are too complicated.
As subordinates, we just need to follow the orders of His Highness the Emperor. He must have his reasons for everything he does."
Bradley hesitated, still unsure.
But suddenly, a thought struck him.
"Wait a minute."
He turned to Lytus and said, "Human toy, immediately use that crafty mind of yours to figure out His Highness the Emperor's clever intentions."
Lytus, startled by being called out, gasped, "Huh?"
She thought to herself, of course, you've pissed off Lucifer. There's no good way out of this now. She almost considered charging ahead. But then she stopped. Wait a second, could it be? She pulled a piece of paper from her side. After reading it, she seemed to have an epiphany. So that's it, I get it now. It was like a light bulb went off in her mind. Her eyes narrowed, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She breathed out softly, thinking to herself, oh, Lord Lucifer. The wisdom of Lord Lucifer is like a small drop of water nourishing my exhausted and limited thoughts. To receive such a blessing, Lytis feels incredibly honored. According to Lytis, she imagined herself joyfully satisfied, mouth wide open, eagerly catching the drops she called the wisdom of Lord Lucifer. She trembled as she said to Bradley, truly, it's a far-sighted strategy. This move of retreating to advance is a brilliant grand game of chess. Bradley didn't understand and asked, retreating to advance? Meanwhile, Minus, standing behind them, looked around in confusion and asked, Who is playing chess on the battlefield? Lytis held up a map and said, please, both of you, take a look at the map. The answer is right here. Lytis pointed to a spot on the map and explained, right now, our forces have taken the undefeated stronghold, creating a situation where the enemy must both defend and attack. This poses a serious threat to the safety of the Allied forces. From here, if we continue, it leads directly to this endless plain. This plain is vast, with no fortifications. As soon as our troops prepare to attack, the Allied forces will have no way to stop us. Bradley and Minus both leaned in, listening closely as she explained. Lytis continued, but the endless plain is too important. It's the main food supply for the entire Razma region. It's the lifeblood of the Allied forces and a critical point they must protect. Even if they can't hold it, they must try to defend it and deploy a large number of troops. All we need to do is station a certain number of troops in the undefeated stronghold, and the enemy won't be able to occupy it. We can also send reinforcements to other fronts. This way, we lose something but gain something in return, and our advantage on other fronts will immediately become clear. Lytis' face was full of excitement, her eyes sparkling with hearts, and her cheeks blushing as if she were in pure delight. She said, although we could move forward directly and take over more than half of the area quickly, what His Majesty the Emperor truly wants is to swallow all of Razma. Bradley smiled and said, I see, no wonder you're the great lord of the Empire. My perspective was too limited. I'll order my fly demons to pull back immediately. Lytis then asked, hold on a moment, Lord Bradley, what about the gift I suggested for the great lord of the Empire? Has it been delivered? Bradley cheerfully gave a thumbs up and replied, oh, that? It's already taken care of. It should have arrived at Lucifer's castle by now. At Lucifer's castle, Flem was kneeling on the ground, reporting the situation. My lord, the great lord of the Empire, Bradley has started pulling back his forces. Morla simply responded, I know, and sighed deeply, his expression full of confusion as he noticed Polly standing beside him. He thought to himself, good thing I stopped the damage in time. If the Holy Maiden had lost control, it would have been disastrous. Hopefully, there are no more surprises. Suddenly, Flem spoke up, actually, there's one more surprise. The statement caused Morla to nearly choke on his drink. He thought to himself, great, here we go. Is there really another surprise? Then Flem added, her slender legs, in black stockings. The person was wrapped up and tied with a bow like a gift. Her mouth was still tightly bound, yet drool was dripping down. Lying on the bed right now was the dwarf demon princess, Priscilla. Flem replied. Along with the battle report, Bradley had given another gift. Morla saw the image of the demon princess appear in the mirror and forced a smile, sweating profusely. His face darkened, and he muttered, you call this nuclear bomb a gift? Behind him, Flem remained unaware, still bowing innocently. Princess Priscilla, the dwarf demon, was one of the characters that could be conquered in the game. Like the Saintess, she had been tricked. Level 20, 2500 health out of 5000, weapon level 6. If Priscilla died, completely fell from grace, or if half of the Rasma region was taken by the player, she would immediately transform into a deity and tear apart into Lucifer. The image of Priscilla in her divine form flashed through Morla's mind. From a young girl with pink hair and a white dress, she became a powerful being radiating with a divine aura. Morla's face showed horror, sweat pouring down his face. He wondered, isn't she just a character who's captured in the game? The progress was moving even faster than expected. Just then, Flem straightened up and reported, "Your Excellency, I will interrogate Priscilla at the fastest speed possible. I will definitely extract useful information from her." She licked her lips with an excited look on her face. Flem said, "The little demon's personality is both terrible and stubborn. I've been wanting to experience it for a while." Polly clenched her fists in anger when she heard this. She frowned, thinking to herself, has Princess Priscilla really been captured too? When Lucifer said they were pulling back, she still had doubts, thinking it was fake news meant to deceive her. But if Priscilla was brought here, then it couldn't possibly be a lie. Polly turned away, not wanting to look at Lord Morla, and tears began to fall. She covered her mouth to muffle her sobs, silently thinking, this is just too sad. To think that someone could fall into the hands of this wicked spirit woman, what could possibly happen next? In her mind, she saw an image of Priscilla, tied up in mid-air, about to endure torture at Flem's hands. The surrounding space was filled with strange, twisted torture devices. Polly's heart sank again as she thought, Princess Priscilla is so strong and unyielding, and this evil woman is going to interrogate her using such cruel methods. The story of their struggle. Suddenly, Lord Morla's voice cut through Polly's endless thoughts. He said, "No need." Morla turned around and spoke to Flem, "That little demon princess is still under my personal interrogation." This surprised Flem, and she quickly bent forward, saying, "Yes, Your Excellency." Flem was sweating, thinking to herself, I'm a top intelligence officer. If I don't get any important information from this invincible fortress, it'll be a huge failure on my part. The more Flem thought about it, the more he shook uncontrollably. But now, Lord Morla wanted to take over my interrogation. In Flem's mind, he pictured a scenario where Morla, with an annoyed and disappointed look on his face, said to her, even pulling a sow out of its pen and sitting it on a chair would be a better job than yours. This thought broke Flem. The sow that had been called out turned around and looked back, clearly confused. Lord Morla, unaware of what was going on in Flem's mind, didn't notice how violently the dark spirit in front of him was trembling. He simply waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Flem to leave. "Ah, Flem, if there's nothing else, you can go." When Flem still didn't move, Morla called out again, "Flem, Sir Flem, Flem." It wasn't until the third time that Flem finally snapped to attention and replied, "Ah, yes." Flem staggered off, muttering to himself, "Sow, I got it." Minus, confused, asked, "Sow?" Meanwhile, Priscilla was kneeling on the bed, her bottom raised high. Her body was tightly bound like a bundle, and her mouth was making muffled groans. Inside her mind, she was thinking, ugh, they're using magic that can't be broken, and these ropes are so tight. The more I struggle, the tighter they get. Before her thoughts had even finished, Priscilla's eyes widened, her neck tilted back, and the restraints on her body tightened. Sweat soaked her entire body, and tears streamed down her face as she thought, damn it, the alchemical cannon hasn't been moved yet. That damned demon, attacking right during the Dwarven festival. I should have known. Tears of regret rolled down Priscilla's cheeks. She thought to herself, if I'd known, I wouldn't have drunk that high-proof liquor mixed with water. Well, maybe not, I still would have drunk it. Suddenly, voices from outside caught Priscilla's attention. Hey, have you heard? One voice said. This time, taking down the invincible fortress was all part of His Imperial Majesty's plan. From over 1,000 miles away, His Imperial Majesty had full knowledge of the enemy's movements, which is why he was able to come up with a strategy like this. The other voice continued, I also heard that the secret of the invincible fortress being a decoy came from a high-ranking traitor within the Allied forces. It was the maid who served His Imperial Majesty. Wasn't she once the Saintess of humanity? Priscilla thought to herself, the Saintess of humanity, Polly. According to the news, she was indeed captured. But Polly was the Saintess of the Holy Church. Why would she betray the Allied forces? Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and a voice shouted, "We welcome Lord Lucifer." Morla entered, holding his head high, with Polly following behind him. Priscilla silently wondered if this man was really Lucifer. Seeing the blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman frowning behind him, she gasped inwardly, "Polly." Morla untied the gag from Priscilla's mouth, and she let out a couple of weak gasps. As soon as the seal was broken, Priscilla stood up, furiously glaring at Polly. "What's going on with your outfit? Have you really joined the rebellion?" Polly nervously covered her face, stammering, I. Morla seemed just as uncomfortable and stepped in to mediate. Priscilla was still fuming with anger. "Princess Priscilla, I have a few things I'd like to ask you. I heard that the dwarf god tribe is a master in this field. Could your wisdom help me understand?" Still bound and glaring, Priscilla snapped, Keep dreaming. I know exactly what that bastard Lucifer is thinking." The princess of the dwarf demon tribe, kneeling with her back straight, finally spoke, "Whether it's the secret of our dwarf demon tribe's gunpowder weapons, or how to break the alchemic cannons, none of that can be solved." Before Priscilla could finish her sentence, the ropes tightened around her. They forced her to collapse, and she let out a soft groan, Morla watched Priscilla trembling on the bed, speechless. She could only think to herself, who replaced her with this toy? Priscilla, with tears welling up in her eyes, still tried to speak strongly, I will never be like those shameless women. The ones who have no shame, giving their thoughts to your evil race. I have nothing in common with them." Priscilla gazed in awe at the long stretch of wine barrels before her and whispered, "It's so big, the winery is huge." "Are you serious?" "The wisdom you're talking about isn't about fighting, it's about brewing beer," Priscilla asked, her eyes wide. Morla answered slowly, "That's right." The demon lord, holding a massive beer mug, proudly introduced, "The craft of brewing alcohol is no simpler than forging weapons. For example, this black beer mug, you probably haven't heard of it before, little demons." Then, Priscilla asked, curious, "Black beer?" "As expected of demons." Morla explained, "This has nothing to do with demons. All you need to do is replace some of the barley malt with black barley." "Want a taste?" Morla frowned, thinking to herself, forging weapons for the Lucifer army? What a joke. Giving her an easy job, just like the female soldiers, so she can eat and drink well in Lucifer's city is definitely the best plan. Priscilla stared at her beer, drooling a little. Suddenly, she was startled and quickly backed away about 8 meters. You don't know that us short demons have always been the embodiment of pride, right? "Nothing can make our kind bow down," she said with confidence. Then, out of nowhere, Priscilla changed her tone. She snatched the beer glass from the Demon King's hand. "But what's more important than pride is that, as a proud short demon, I must expose the ridiculous, incomprehensible ways you demons brew beer." She stared at the dark beer in her hand, puzzled. Why did this beer smell so rich and fragrant? Priscilla took a sip and quickly drank it, spilling some outside the glass. Inside, she couldn't help but feel impressed. The wheat aroma, coffee scent, smoky wood, and earthy fragrance all mixed together in her stomach. The slightly sour taste, like coffee beans, was balanced by a light sweetness. Was this the taste of rye? Everything about this dark beer made Priscilla feel incredibly refreshed. Meanwhile, Morla stood silently beside her. Then, with a wicked smile, Priscilla hesitated. She finished her beer, starting to sway slightly, tipsy and mumbling, "It's just the beer that's different. You think doing this will earn the praise of the dwarf demons?" Suddenly, the Demon King clapped his hands in approval. "That's the spirit. This is the true princess of the dwarf clan. I've heard of the brewing techniques of the dwarf demons. If combined with the skills of demons, who knows? We might unlock even more mysteries of alcohol." The door opened, and hundreds of demons stood outside, awaiting orders. He commanded, "Come in." As long as she agrees, all the brewers in Lucifer's army at this distillery will follow Princess Priscilla's commands. She gaped in astonishment at the massive army before her. Priscilla, confused, pointed at herself and asked, "I get to make the decisions for the entire distillery?" Then, she thought to herself, even in her own family, there was no estate as large as this, nor would she ever have such power. Not only could she develop new alcoholic drinks, but she would have endless supplies of wine. At this moment, in the Lucifer Castle's back garden, Priscilla was trying to explain, "This is how things happened. You have the same spirit as him, and though you might want to reject him fiercely in the future, what he's offering is truly too much. The highest-ranking wine made in the royal palace." Priscilla, with her bright, eager eyes, and Polly, hesitantly, her hand shaking, pointing at her. "So this is why you became Lucifer's maid, to serve him." At that moment, Priscilla was full of pride, simply researching and developing new alcoholic drinks. With nothing else, she could easily resist the temptation of alcohol. Moreover, she winked mischievously. "I'm the highest-ranking wine made in the palace." The Saintess, furious, shouted from the side. "You're just a maid, nothing more." Priscilla angrily pointed at the Saintess and questioned her. "Didn't you wear this maid outfit earlier than I did? I've heard those demons say you revealed the secret that the so-called invincible fortress is just an empty castle." Polly's gaze dropped, embarrassed. So that was it. She had suspected this from the start, but deep down, she had still held on to a slim hope maybe she was just overthinking. It seemed she was right all along. Priscilla, frustrated, scoffed. "With that expression, how can I believe you? The invincible fortress was captured. You're the biggest traitor to the Holy Order." Suddenly, Priscilla's eyes widened as if she remembered something. "Right, this has nothing to do with me being drunk." The Saintess, standing beside her, asked suspiciously. "Drunk?" Priscilla awkwardly replied. "It's not important, don't worry about it." Suddenly, Polly's face fell as she nervously tried to explain. "Princess Priscilla, whether you believe it or not, the secret wasn't something I consciously revealed. Lucifer may seem warm on the outside, but that's just a disguise. In reality, in Polly's imagination, she's slowly taking off her stockings. He has a strong hypnotic power and a deep, unpredictable intellect." She kneels on the bed with a look of pleasure. "I must have been subconsciously manipulated by his mental magic, that's why I revealed the information without even realizing it." The image of Morla sticking out his tongue and extending his hand with a sinister look comes to mind. He's a twisted, scum-like person, the main character who always seems to have things go his way. Polly suddenly grabs her hand. "You really need to be careful," she says, then turns away with a flushed face. Today he asked her to research alcoholic drinks, and who knows, maybe tomorrow he'll have her figure out how to reach Razma unconsciously. Priscilla, a bit confused, mutters, "By then, who knows what it might turn into?" She thinks to herself, her face turning red. Those things, this thing, even that thing. She imagines some rather suggestive scenes. That thing, this thing, that thing. Polly keeps turning back and forth, muttering, that one, this one. Priscilla stands off to the side, quietly thinking, what's going on in her head? But looking at her expression, it doesn't seem like she's lying. Even though she's in the Holy Church and her willpower is probably strong, Lucifer is still a demigod-level powerhouse. Priscilla, with a serious expression, thought for a moment, but then confidently placed her hands on her hips and said, of course I'm different from you. Do you really think it's just about brewing wine? Actually, I'm making Lucifer let his guard down." Polly, confused, asked, "Making Lucifer let his guard down? So, what is it you really want to do?" Priscilla replied awkwardly. "What's the point of this?" Polly asked, grinning, alchemy cannon. Exactly, it's the alchemy cannon. When I was captured, I couldn't move it yet. The weapon I agreed to give Lucifer was meant to make him lower his guard, making it easier to find an opportunity to destroy the alchemy cannon. While she was talking, Priscilla suddenly froze at the confused look on Polly's face, silently thinking, why does she look like that? She doesn't believe me, does she? Then, Polly suddenly wrapped her arms around Priscilla and nuzzled her chest, happily saying, "This is great.
Doesn't that mean you're just like me? Actually, I've always been lying in wait next to Lucifer.
My goal was the Holy Scepter."
Priscilla gasped for air, struggling. Oh. Priscilla was completely trapped in Polly's embrace and let out a soft mmm.
Polly continued, "That Holy Scepter, isn't it the divine artifact of your church's saints? Such an important item has already fallen into Lucifer's hands." Polly's eyes filled with tears, and she sounded hurt.
"Yes, that's right.
Actually, I purposely allowed myself to be captured by Lucifer's forces so I could get close to the Holy Scepter. I was being so careful, but I still got caught by Lucifer's hypnosis magic." Priscilla gave a frustrated glance, wondering if she had misheard or if something was off with the person she was dealing with. Suddenly, Polly pulled Priscilla aside and reminded her, "So now, we have the same goal. You go destroy the alchemy cannon, I'll go get the holy staff, and then we'll escape the Lucifer castle together." Then, she hugged Priscilla tightly, pressing her against her chest, making it hard for Priscilla to breathe.
All she could manage was, "Huh? Oh, right,
Polly, still cheerful, held on tight and added, "Starting tomorrow, I'll try to stay close to Lucifer, work with him, get him to play along, and then create an opportunity."
Priscilla screamed, "Don't try to do anything weird."
She shakily raised a finger, stammering, "And let go of me.
I'm gonna suffocate."
Polly suddenly realized what she was doing and quickly let go with a surprised gasp. From the bushes, a monster was watching them closely, and in a sly whisper, it said, "Cheer up, Your Highness." Inside a grand palace, the monster bowed and reported the events to the Dark Emperor.
"Here's the thing.
I heard it clearly."
Lord Morla turned his back to the window and said, "You're telling me Priscilla wants to destroy the alchemy cannon? That human Saintess wants to secretly take back the holy staff?" The monster quickly responded, "That's right.
Those filthy prisoners not only didn't appreciate being spared, but they're also secretly plotting these things.
They're unforgivable."
Suddenly, the monster's face shifted to one of worry, and he thought, all these years of hard work sweeping the courtyard haven't been for nothing. Every day, I get these shocking reports. As long as I report honestly, I'll be able to rise to the top in the demon world one day. Morla sat in the chair, facing away, silent. His subordinates had never encountered anyone so ungrateful and treacherous. This was the most deceitful race in all of hell, and even they seemed more honorable compared to this. If they really managed to escape, it would damage the reputation of our forces. Morla rested his chin on his hand, his eyes mysterious. "Emperor, Your Majesty," he said with a sly grin. Of course, he turned back. How could I forget this? They'll be thinking about escaping too. The demon with a smug look on his face thought to himself. The Emperor has smiled, our future is secure. Outwardly, he responded. Bring them both to me. If something happens tonight, it's better to involve the Allied forces and keep things orderly. It's impressive that they came up with something I hadn't even considered. Suddenly, Morla slammed his hand down on the table, startling the demon, who gasped. Morla's presence radiated a chilling bloodlust. That metal cannon in the rear is a nuisance. If it could be destroyed, that would be perfect. One cannon isn't enough. We need them to burn the entire armory. No, the best thing would be to burn down the whole city of Lucifer. After hearing this, a pile of question marks appeared above the demon's head. He asked in confusion, I understand every sentence, but I don't understand why Lord Emperor Lucifer would say something like that. Can you let me hear this? This thing? Morla, with a gentle yet threatening look, replied, the intelligence you've provided is extremely valuable. This matter involves a lot, so you must keep it a secret. Understand? The shadow of Emperor Lucifer loomed over the ground, making the demon flinch back in fear, whispering, yes. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the demon, tearing his body into pieces. Morla's eyes glowed red as he pointed, you must keep this secret forever. If they're thinking of causing trouble, I'll give them the chance.
Lucifer told me to prune the branches in the back garden. Lord Morla, cunning as ever, waved his smoke-filled finger dismissively. Polly, confused, asked the goblin in front of her, "Huh? Lucifer told me to prune branches in the back garden?" The goblin responded, "That's right. The back garden hasn't been cleaned up in a long time. It's your duty, as a maid, to take care of it." Polly, holding the shears, grumbled to herself, "Lucifer is so annoying. To throw me off, I had already mentally prepared myself, and now he just tells me to prune branches in the back garden." In frustration, she cut a branch sharply, making the goblin jump in surprise. He quickly turned away, his gaze turning dangerous, and emphasized, "Also, Lord Emperor asked me to remind you near the back garden is the loot storage. You must never go near that place." He shouted at her. Suddenly, Polly's eyes lit up, thinking to herself, "Loot storage? I remember the holy staff is kept there." She was so excited that the goblin noticed her reaction. Grinning as she held the shears, Polly replied, "I'll go right now." She cheerfully thought, Lucifer really can be careless sometimes. Who knows when I'll get another chance to get close to the storage like this. She calmly walked up to the gate, surrounded by beautiful flowers. She glanced around, thinking to herself. She planned to pretend to trim the branches in the front yard, then look for a chance to sneak into the shed. Polly looked around, surprised to find a place in Lucifer's city that seemed so ordinary. However, these plants seemed unfamiliar to her. Had she ever seen them before? Could they all be from the demon realm? Curious, Polly peered through the thorny fence and reached for the small flower beneath her, feeling cheerful. After all, trimming the branches meant she would just cut off the ones in front of her, which didn't seem dangerous. She would finish up quickly and then sneak into the shed. When she cut the leaf, it made a cracking sound. Suddenly, vines appeared from the bushes. She gasped, and then a tree monster emerged, howling in anger. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Polly stood there, shocked. "Ha! This tree is a living plant." The tree glared at her in disgust before sending its vines to wrap tightly around Polly, restraining her. She gasped in fear and shouted, "Wait!" The vines tightened around her, then suddenly threw her up into the air. "Put me down!" As soon as Polly finished speaking, the tree loosened its grip, letting her fall freely through the air. She landed hard on the ground. Struggling, Polly opened her eyes. Next to her were red fruits shaking, and she couldn't help but feel anxious and confused. What is this again? Suddenly, one of the red fruits shook violently and then exploded, splattering goo all over Polly's body. She thought to herself, another explosion? As expected of a product from the demon world's plant kingdom, and it's as disgusting as ever. This outfit is so hard to clean. The goo started to slowly corrode Polly's clothes, making her blush and feel uneasy. "Ha! Wait, why is it corroding my clothes too?" Polly struggled, trying to find a way to escape. She needed to get out of there. While fumbling around, her hand brushed against something red. Polly blinked in confusion. Is this a carnivorous plant? A flower with large eyes and a long, hanging tongue appeared in front of her, making Polly gasp in fear. It's using its long tongue to lift her up by the waist. Polly screamed. Not again. The sky was clear. A hand reached up from the thicket of trees. Polly, her eyes half closed, crawled out of the bushes. Her body was scratched all over by thorns, her clothes torn to shreds, blood and sweat dripping down her. She groaned in pain. Who's the sick freak planting these plants? Then, suddenly, her eyes lit up with determination. I can't stop here. A faint, sweet smell lingered in the air, and Polly caught a whiff of it. She thought to herself, it smells so good. Right in front of her, a beam of light shone down on the beautiful, shimmering flower. As she admired its glow and fragrance, Polly thought to herself, I never expected to find such a pure flower in the city of Lucifer. From above, the flower seemed almost magical. In such a dark environment, surrounded by strange plants, it thrived fiercely. You must be so lonely, Polly quietly mused.
Standing there with her hands clasped, she closed her eyes and prayed. She felt a deep sympathy for the flower.
It's just like me, trapped in the enemy camp.
Suddenly, a voice behind her startled her, "Little one."
Polly turned around, stunned, and stammered, "Your Holiness, how are you here? Could it be that you've been captured too?"
The Pope smiled gently and said, "Calm down, little one." A faint glow surrounded him, and he spoke with a serene expression, "It's all over now." As he finished speaking, both he and Polly were enveloped by a golden light.
They were floating in mid-air. Polly gasped in amazement, we're flying."
Her eyes widened as she looked down below. From up high, she saw the ruins of makeshift tents, old and tattered.
She couldn't help but exclaim, "Why is Lucifer's camp empty? And why is it in such ruins?" The Pope responded calmly, "It's the Holy Army."
He pointed ahead, and the holy warriors with wings descended from a beam of light. Looking at them, he smiled with satisfaction, his face showing a slight oddness, and said, "Our holy warriors have defeated Lucifer's army. Now, even Lucifer's castle has been conquered by our forces."
Polly, confused, asked, "Our people? Since when?"
The Pope continued, "My dear, you've worked so hard, being in Lucifer's army for so long.
We all knew your determination and that you would never rebel."
The Pope smiled with a pleased, squinted expression.
"Now we've caught Lucifer." Polly was stunned. "What?" she gasped, still processing the news. The Pope continued, still in the midst of judging the final round of Lucifer's fate.
Polly looked up, her eyes widening in surprise. The demon emperor, Lucifer, was tied to a post, wearing only a pink pair of heart-patterned shorts that looked incredibly cute.
He was shouting non-stop, "Don't! Please! Who would enjoy watching something like this?"
Polly covered her mouth in shock and said, "The Beast King, the White Demon Emperor."
"Your Holiness, did we really capture Lucifer?"
The Pope kindly replied, "Of course, we did, you silly child. Because of your clever ambush in Lucifer's army, we're handing Lucifer over to you to deal with." With that, the Pope handed her a whip. Polly was shocked.
"To me?"
The Pope smiled. "Yes, to you.
Do what you enjoy most to him."
A thought flashed in Polly's mind as she smirked quietly. "Do what I enjoy most to him?" She stammered, "Your Holiness." Following the Pope's orders, Polly tied Lucifer up again. His hands were bound behind him, and a rope was tied around his neck. The position was so awkward that anyone watching would blush. He screamed in pain, "Ah! Help! Ah! It hurts!" Lucifer's face turned red with shame, tears streaming from his eyes as he begged, "Please, let me go." No one would enjoy watching this scene. Ignoring his screams, Polly grabbed the whip and struck him.
"Humph, scream all you want, scream all you want."
The demon lord Lucifer could only helplessly endure the beating, suffering in silence. But it turned out that was just a dream. At this moment, Polly was hugging her pillow, drooling on it, still talking in her sleep. "You can scream until your voice is hoarse, but no one's going to save you. Ha ha ha." She continued slapping the pillow with her hands. Morla, who was standing by her bed, was sweating profusely, his hands on his head, sighing. How can she not appreciate the chance she has? Flem, standing next to him, spoke up. "Your Highness, she accidentally brushed against the illusion flower while trimming the branches in the garden. The flower's scent caused her deepest desires to trap her in a hallucination. Luckily, we noticed it early, so there's nothing to worry about." Meanwhile, on the bed, Polly was still lost in her dream, shouting out loud.
"Is this not good enough? Why aren't you screaming anymore? Didn't you think you were so tough when you were the demon lord?"
Hearing that, Flem's anger flared up, and Morla, standing next to him, could feel the heat. He blurted out, "Ah, it's so hot." Flem angrily swung his whip and yelled, "This damn woman dares to do something so disrespectful to the Emperor in the illusion." Lord Morla quickly grabbed his hand to stop him. "Calm down, Flem, calm down." Flem thought to himself, clearly, even I wouldn't dare to think about this. Polly, still lying on the bed, had her chest pressed against the pillow in a seductive pose, not sure what kind of position she was trying to make. She spoke, her voice low, "Not bad, not bad, it's exactly this expression. Begging for mercy is pointless. It's useless, too." The pillow was buried in Polly's face, pressed between her alluring breasts. "Have you started to feel what it's like to be a man now?" Polly sobbed, tears flowing down her face. She cried out, holding Priscilla and burying her face in her chest. "I can't live anymore, I don't want to live anymore." Priscilla struggled helplessly. "Take it easy, let's talk this through. If you keep this up, I'm the one who won't survive." After Polly explained what happened, Priscilla broke into a cold sweat. Could these illusions have appeared because she had some twisted feelings for that evil demon? Polly sat on the floor, confused. "But I never had any illusions about him," Priscilla thought to herself helplessly. "So, there's something else going on. What on earth is going on in her head?" She stood with her hands on her hips, scolding Polly, "You've wasted such a great opportunity. But luckily, I have a new idea now. When it comes to escaping, nothing can stop our dwarf demon tribe." With that, she pulled something out from behind her, making Polly jump up in surprise. "When I went to the distillery today, I conveniently took something really useful." Priscilla lifted the object high, proudly showing off her find, "Tada, a mini shovel." Polly ignored Priscilla's words, still shaken inside as she clicked her tongue. "TSK, what did you come up with now?" In the yard, Polly, on the verge of tears, was ready to give up. "I can't take it anymore," she said, but Priscilla grabbed her by the collar and shouted to stop her. "Speak up if you're upset," Priscilla said, crossing her arms and lecturing Polly. "Humph, you foolish humans don't even realize how amazing this is. I've calculated everything. The distance from our bedroom to the storage room is 2 kilometers, and to the weapons cache where the alchemical cannons are kept is 1 kilometer. We could dig a tunnel straight to the storage room, then dig another tunnel to the weapons cache." Priscilla had come up with a perfectly solid plan. She triumphantly raised the shovel high, and at that point, whether it was taking the holy staff or destroying the alchemical cannon, it didn't matter. Even entering and leaving Lucifer's city at will would be as easy as flipping a switch. When Priscilla finished speaking, Polly could only listen with wide eyes, though something didn't seem quite right. Priscilla's laughter echoed through the air and reached the Emperor of Lucifer's room. They didn't realize that every word and action of theirs was being watched. The Emperor of Lucifer burst out laughing. "Ha, I understand this logic. You managed to dig a 3-kilometer tunnel, but weren't you two the ones who were brainwashed while being escorted here? What's going on with all these weird brain patterns? One after another, they're all off." He silently wondered, feeling helpless. If you can dig a tunnel to the warehouse, then the Lucifer army would have already conquered half the continent. But now they still need some help. He called out. "Where are they?" His subordinates quickly ran off to deliver the message to Priscilla. When she heard, she was taken aback. "What? You want me to forge something? Didn't I already say this? I'm Priscilla, the princess of the dwarven race. A proud dwarf. I will never serve demons like you." She glanced back with a wink. Aside from the wine brewing, Polly on this side was teasing her, hoping she could keep her courage until the very end. "Your Highness, Princess, Lucifer has given orders. This is the command from His Imperial Highness. For today, you can set aside the brewing, and instead, head to the storage room to pick the materials you think are most suitable. Create a weapon that will satisfy His Imperial Highness." The two girls looked at each other after hearing that, both thinking the same thing. The storage room, Priscilla thought to herself, judging by what Polly had gone through before, this is definitely not as simple as it seems. Meanwhile, Polly was lost in thoughts about those embarrassing images and began to tear up. Priscilla wondered, "What are you thinking about now?" Priscilla let out a sigh, "Oh, my." In her head, she was thinking, an opportunity like this can't be missed. "Whatever it is, I'm going for it." She walked towards the storage room, surprised. Huh? She opened the door. Without checking, she kept questioning things. No attendance, no supervision? Can I just go in like this? As she stepped inside, she muttered, that annoying Lucifer. He's not trying to trick me into a storage room full of junk, is he? Suddenly, something touched Priscilla, making her jump in surprise. Huh? She reached out to pick something up. Why does this feel so familiar? As soon as she spoke, it sprang to life, shooting out something black and white, causing her to stumble back in shock. Huh? The thing wrapped around her. Priscilla frowned, uncertain. Could this be a Lamia bone whip? Even if it's not properly crafted, it's still one of the best materials for a long whip. In that moment, the bone whip had coiled around her and hurled Priscilla into the air, tightening around her body until she could only let out a soft grunt. It slammed her back to the ground, and she screamed, "Why do I keep running into these kinds of restraints?" She looked ahead, wide-eyed. Her eyes grew even bigger. A heartstone core. Digging up an entire mineral vein wouldn't guarantee finding such a precious gem. A magical natural material. Still bound by the bone whip, Priscilla lay motionless on the floor. At that moment, she finally looked around in awe. From the stone in her hand to the shimmering beauty of her surroundings, Priscilla was now fully stunned. Has the Lucifer army already taken over half the continent? This is. She couldn't help but drool at the thought of all the priceless items, whispering to herself, I really want to join them. The admiration and longing were clearly visible on her face. Lying below, she thought about something and then laughed at herself in a silly way. He, I wonder if the holy staff is up there, behind the distant cabinet. The gem on the holy staff reflected her silly smiling face. On top of a treasure chest, the holy staff was glowing intensely, making it so bright that Priscilla couldn't keep her eyes open and exclaimed. What is that? My eyes. The holy staff spoke, responding. If you can notice my existence, young lady of the dwarf demon tribe, it seems that this is the will of the gods, allowing us to meet. Priscilla, her hands bound, was crouching under the treasure chest. After hearing the voice from above, she furrowed her brows and said, It would be strange if I didn't notice. Turn it off already. The holy staff replied. All right. Immediately after, the ropes binding Priscilla seemed to vanish as if by magic. She stood up, stunned, and sighed, phew. Then, she suddenly realized something was off and said. Could it be that you are the very holy staff that countless saints, and even semi-divine powerhouses, have used in legends? Priscilla then reached out, took hold of the holy staff, and solemnly said. By the will of Saintess Polly, I must now take you back. The holy staff responded. Indeed, that must be it. No wonder the gods arranged for us to meet. But I'm sure you're aware of the current situation, right? You wouldn't want the demon race to find out about me, would you? Then he continued, It's very unfortunate, but staying close to the person is the best way. Priscilla, confused, asked again, unfortunate? The staff replied, Don't pay attention to those little details. In Lucifer's workshop, the goblins were hurriedly forging swords, the sound of hammering ringing out continuously. Outside the door, Priscilla watched quietly and thought to herself, the Lucifer guard's supervision is so loose. But not being checked is actually for the best. The longer it takes to get caught, the higher the chance of success for the plan. Then, she opened the door, walked inside with a bright smile, and said, Lord Staff, according to Lucifer's arrangements, I still need to stay here. Priscilla began to take off her dress and put on the uniform of the sword team, saying, Now, I need to act like a serious blacksmith. After it gets dark, I'll rest and secretly sneak you out. With that, she had already changed into the blacksmith's outfit and was ready to get to work. The staff could only see the outline of her figure. Priscilla gave a soft hum and then added, It really is quite unfortunate. Hearing this, Priscilla, still confused, looked at the staff, her face darkening as she asked, What exactly are you talking about? After that, she examined the scepter for a moment, but where was she supposed to hide such a long scepter? After thinking for a while, she suddenly seemed to come up with an idea and said, "Got it." She walked into Lucifer's workshop, looking around. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking echoed. The person who entered was Flem. She was holding a piece of paper, stopped, and loudly announced, "Based on the shape and structure of this spear, forge 100 of them." The blacksmiths all cheered in unison. Priscilla, standing among the blacksmiths, was startled for a moment. That was the dark elf. She had heard Polly mention her before, but this was the first time she was seeing her in person. She had heard that Flem not only held two positions at once but was also Lucifer's most trusted subordinate. Priscilla thought, "I hope she doesn't notice me." Before she could finish her thoughts, Flem called over a foreman and asked, "Why is there a goblin here?" The foreman respectfully reported, "Lady Flem, this is the princess of the Goblin clan, captured as a prisoner by our forces. His Majesty, the Emperor, heard she is skilled at forging, so he sent her here to give it a try. Sorry, but I can't assist with that request." Priscilla felt a wave of confusion in her mind as she silently thought, "Is this how all of your sanctuaries are?" At that moment, Priscilla sensed the danger and shouted out, "I can't hand it over. If they find out I've stolen the holy scepter, I could be killed. And if things get worse, the entire winery could be taken by Lucifer." With that thought, she quickly took action, stepping forward to seize the scepter for herself. "You're right. I do plan to turn this staff, which reeks of divine power, into part of a weapon to give to the Emperor," she said. The holy scepter, in panic, spoke up, "What? Miss, little demon, what are you talking about? You want to forge me?" Without hesitation, Priscilla threw the scepter into the fire, ignoring its desperate cries and pleas for mercy. "Stop," Priscilla said helplessly, looking at the scepter. "I'm sorry, great scepter. This is just a trial that the Lord has set for you." The scepter refused to accept it and retorted, "This isn't a trial from the Lord. You're definitely a demon in disguise trying to torture me." At that point, Priscilla couldn't care about that anymore. She grabbed a hammer nearby and lifted it high. Seeing this, the scepter couldn't take it any longer and begged, "That hammer is huge. I'll die. I'll confess. I'll confess to everything." Shaking with fear, it continued, "I once used the pretense of extermination to get a nun to lead me into the bath. I once secretly watched Pope the 56th and the Cardinal in an affair. And when I was in a life and death situation, the scepter said so many things." Hello everyone. Today, I will continue with part 2 of the story about the Saintess who was captured by the demon lord and made his maid. Before you watch, make sure to follow the channel to see the entire series. Thank you. At the Holy See, Polly was pacing around, looking worried. Why hasn't Princess Priscilla returned yet? Hasn't she? She hesitated, and the image of Princess Priscilla appeared in Polly's mind, tears streaming down her face, begging, "Just let me drink that, I'll do whatever you ask." At this thought, Polly couldn't help but wipe her eyes with a handkerchief, her face full of sympathy. She thought, "She's never coming back." Before she could finish her thoughts, a familiar voice called out, "Your Holiness, are you still here?" Polly jumped in surprise. She turned around, her eyes glistening with tears, and shouted, "Princess!" Then she ran to hug Priscilla, overwhelmed with emotion. "You're not tied up in the demon lord's bed anymore. Thank goodness." Princess Priscilla, gasping for air from the tight hug, still managed to ask, "Why would I be tied up in a place like that?" "I have good news," Polly said excitedly. "Today, I got the holy staff back." Priscilla quickly glanced away and spoke, "That's true, but good news usually comes with bad news." Polly's eyes widened as she stared at what was in front of her. Priscilla hesitated before speaking again, her expression showing that something had changed. Polly, confused, asked, "Huh? What is this?" Priscilla turned her head, looking elsewhere, and muttered, "It's a bit strange." Polly couldn't stay calm anymore. She gasped and exclaimed, "Oh my God, the holy staff!" The staff angrily accused, "It's all your fault. You turned me into this.
how am I supposed to be a staff now? Priscilla calmly replied with a wink, well, what else could I do? The dark elf's gaze was so sharp, there was no way to get you out of there without this. Polly, frustrated, pointed at the staff in protest, but she couldn't make the great staff look this unattractive. The golden staff quickly spoke up, that's not what it looks like. It's not ugly. Priscilla, unfazed by the criticism, waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry. Actually, this is just a disguise for the staff. It's like a visual illusion that paralyzes the demon's senses. I can easily remove it. Priscilla held the staff, tossing it in the air happily. The golden staff, looking bulky and cumbersome like a hated pillar, questioned, this is something you can really take off? Priscilla gripped the staff like she was holding a baseball bat. Not only have I perfectly concealed the powerful divine aura of the staff, but I've also added many useful enhancements to it. She reached for the control button on the staff's shaft, pressed it, and demonstrated, like this. The golden staff let out a pained cry, ah. Priscilla continued, after a long day of work, you can use it for a relaxing massage. Plus, it can spray water like this. It can even put out fires outside, no need to worry about flames anymore. With a cheerful clang, she added, it's a multifunctional tool that helps you relax during battles. She raised the staff high, and one by one, everyday household items appeared from within. Priscilla grinned mischievously, quickly transforming her staff. After a few swift movements, the staff turned into a shovel. She raised the shovel high, beaming with pride. It then shifted into a concealed military entrenching tool. Polly, pale-faced, gasped, the holy shovel, your grace. The staff, hearing this, wasn't pleased, don't just make up names for me. Meanwhile, after finishing the video they were watching, the Dark Demon Emperor sighed in frustration. These two girls are completely unreliable, he muttered. He ran a hand through his platinum hair, looking slightly defeated. I guess there's no other choice. I'll just deliver the items to them directly. A few hours later, the Dark Demon Emperor sat on his throne, with his trusted aide, Flem, standing by his side. He took the sword that Priscilla had offered, inspecting it with interest. Not bad. This sword is well made. The craftsmanship of the dwarf demon clan really is as exquisite as the legends say. In just a few days, they've managed to forge a weapon like this. Priscilla, looking unimpressed, thought to herself, what a bargain for the Demon King. The materials he provided were really top-notch. Even if they were made carelessly, they'd still end up with a quality weapon. She turned to leave and said, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Flem, standing on the high platform, shouted angrily, how dare this brat be so disrespectful? The Dark Demon Emperor, seeing Flem so worked up, grabbed her by the arm and turned his gaze toward Priscilla. Wait a moment, he said. I've acknowledged your abilities. He returned to his assigned position and handed the task over to Priscilla, so I have one more important thing I need to assign to you. Priscilla, upon hearing this, stopped and looked confused. The Dark Lord continued, you will oversee the development of the heavy artillery weapons being sent to the front lines, large cannons made by humans and your Nobel clan together. I'm very interested in these kinds of war machines. Priscilla turned around, clearly angry, and asked, what? I told you from the start that this is impossible. The Dark Lord smiled, a smirk on his face. The heavy artillery project is entirely in your hands. I just need the final results. Priscilla, taken aback, thought to herself, the heavy artillery project is completely in my hands now. Does this mean destroying the cannons is no longer a problem? As long as I agree, the project is a success, right? Isn't this even more serious than someone like Polly, who betrayed us and leaked secrets that led to the downfall of the invincible fortress? Flem, hearing the Dark Lord's words, was stunned. He glanced at the awkwardly silent nobleman and the blunt, straightforward little demon. Flem furrowed his brow and said frankly, I was already surprised when the dwarf princess agreed to forge weapons, but there's no way she'll accept the request for large-scale weaponry. The more I think about it, the more intrigued I get. As her subordinate, I have to uphold the Dark Lord's dignity. If she dares to refuse,
there will be plenty of reasons to discipline her properly. Her expression darkened, filled with anticipation. Flem had just finished her train of thought when she heard Princess Priscilla speak up.
All right, I agree.
Flem froze, unable to believe what she had just heard.
She raised her voice and asked again, huh? Did you really agree, or are you sure you want to think it over again? Priscilla remained calm and responded with a question of her own, why don't I understand your position?
Flem, embarrassed, covered her mouth with her hand. I'm sorry, but lately, Lord Demon King has been taking every chance to interrogate us. He hasn't used his whip on anyone in a while, and he hasn't stepped on anyone either. If I knew what she was thinking. She trailed off, glancing around, clearly a little frustrated and uncomfortable. Flem shifted her body, her face turning red as she sighed lightly. The Demon King, seeing this, thought to himself, this involves the entire Demon Lord city, and no one here is normal.
I guess I've gotten used to it.
Priscilla, looking excited, said, Demon Lord, I can agree to your terms, but like you said, I get to decide how to use the artillery.
Don't regret this.
She pointed at him and shouted. The Demon King, sitting back in his chair, answered leisurely, I agree with you, and I'm even giving you the special task of managing the research and development of the highest level weapons. Priscilla's sharp gaze lit up, and she smiled mischievously. She had taken the bait.
In the Demon King's palace, Flem's voice echoed.
Lord Demon King, forgive me for being blunt, but that little dwarf princess can't be trusted at all. Flem said this to him honestly. She pushed up her glasses and spoke calmly, even though she keeps saying yes, we don't really know what she's planning.
She could end up being a hindrance to our forces.
The Demon King, holding a cup of tea, closed his eyes and listened to her.
Morla remained unfazed and, in a calm tone, asked Flem, do you think my choice was reckless and thoughtless?
Flem quickly corrected himself, oh no, I would never say that. Morla took another sip of his tea and continued with his doubts, if we're using her, then there's no room for suspicion. Just wait and see how it plays out.
I trust Priscilla won't let me down.
Outwardly indifferent, he secretly thought, the more obstacles she can cause, the better. His expression grew serious as he considered the situation. Although he said that, leaving Priscilla and the alchemical cannon on their own in that place would inevitably raise suspicion. In fact, it would likely make others keep a close watch on her. It would be better to assign her an assistant from the Demon King's army. At that moment, Flem handed over a stack of documents to Lucifer Morla, bowing respectfully. This is a list of talented individuals I found for research and development within our army. Lucifer Morla reached out, took the papers, and nodded, flipping through them one by one.
Flem continued to elaborate, this person is Akko Kalashnikov, our best weapons expert. If he's here, we can certainly get the alchemical cannon dismantled in no time.
Agistantian doesn't have much credibility in our army, but my subordinates know that he's always been preparing to develop a superweapon capable of destroying entire fortresses with a single blow. Maxim, he used to be a doctor in our army, but later shifted to weapon design.
Morla started sweating as he listened. What kind of people are these? And why do all these names sound so familiar?
He rubbed his forehead and casually tossed the papers in his hand aside.
Seeing this, Flem quickly responded, oh, Your Highness, aren't these people trustworthy enough? Morla didn't look up, he just replied, no. Morla's face turned pale.
These people were way too reliable. In the game, there was no precedent for confiscating alchemical cannons. Without their help, it would be possible to produce a massive amount in less than 3 days, enough to level the entire area. Then, he looked up at the pile of papers on the desk. A sheet with a red cross caught his attention.
Ha! Who is this person?
Flem immediately answered, she's Ashina Ban Luna, a military design major from the top military academy in Hell.
Morla took Ashina's resume in his hand and repeated, a student?
Flem sighed and explained, yes, but she was expelled before finishing her first semester. She had a crooked mindset, and after joining the army, she was lazy every day.
She never produced any useful designs. We were planning to expel her anyway. Morla's eyes widened in shock, expelled? lazy every day? So, she's someone who just gets by? Looking at Ashina's innocent, trouble-filled face, Morla beamed with excitement. Isn't this exactly the kind of talent I've been looking for? I've found the right person. He stood up suddenly, a wide smile spreading across his face, and ordered, "Take me to meet her." Flem was left confused, not understanding what had just happened. At the castle, Ashina stood facing Lucifer, Morla and Flem, unsure of how to address them. His Majesty the Emperor, Your Excellency, Your Highness. Lucifer Morla looked at her with a suspicious expression. Your Highness, she. Ashina's voice trembled with respect. Your Majesty, I meet with you. Ashina stammered, flustered, her words coming out in a jumbled mess. Ah! I said it wrong. Ashina quickly covered her mouth. Lucifer Morla stepped closer, sizing her up, secretly pleased. No doubt about it, this dreamy look is exactly the kind of talent I need. Flem stood nearby, completely confused and unsure of what was going on. Suddenly, Ashina bowed her head quickly, accidentally bumping into Lucifer Morla. Ashina meets His Majesty the Emperor. She called out loudly. Flem jumped in surprise at the sight of this. The impact made Lucifer Morla's face go pale, shaking in pain. Ashina, embarrassed, could only let out a quick, "Ah." A few seconds later, Ashina raised her head, waved her hand, and closed her eyes to apologize. But in doing so, she accidentally struck Morla's chin, causing him to spit blood. Flem, witnessing this, grabbed a whip and snarled, "You dare to be disrespectful before His Majesty the Emperor? Come with me to the interrogation room for your punishment." At that moment, Ashina clasped her hands together, trembling, and repeated, Please, please." Lucifer, in pain and shaking, collapsed to the side. Ashina's eyes darted around in panic. As Flem lashed the whip, he announced, "First, 500 lashes, and then you'll be hung by the neck for 3 days in front of the entire army." Thinking about that moment, Ashina felt like she could hardly breathe. She was speechless, only able to whisper to herself, "Ah, oh." Lucifer Morla, his nose still bleeding, saw the situation and spoke up to reassure her, "You don't need to punish her, I'm very satisfied with her." Flem, hearing this, was stunned. Satisfied? The Emperor was really that kind? Lucifer Morla looked down at Ashina from above and continued, "Ashina, you haven't contributed anything to the army in the past 2 years, right?" Ashina hesitated, unable to answer clearly. "I see," he said. Now, with tears in her eyes, she spoke up, "I'll go to my room and pack my things, then return to my homeland, hell." Saying that, Ashina turned to leave, glancing back at Lucifer Morla. He saw this and thought quickly, why does she still want to run away? Lucifer Morla quickly put on a smile, placed a hand on Ashina's shoulder, and said, "I want to give you a chance to redeem yourself. I just set up a weapons research and development team, and we're in need of a deputy chief engineer. What do you think?" Ashina, hearing this, was shocked. "Huh? Aren't you trying to get rid of me?" Flem, standing nearby, looked displeased and snorted, "Don't you dare take this opportunity lightly. If it weren't for His Majesty the Emperor, based on your behavior so far, you'd already be kicked out by now." Ashina couldn't find the words to respond. Lucifer Morla was also surprised and said, "Huh?" Ashina responded seriously, "Your Majesty, I don't believe I'm suited for this position, because the goal of war should never be to research or develop things that can be used to kill people." Flem tightened her grip on her whip and shouted angrily, "Enough!" She charged toward Ashina, furious that someone like her, a demon, would speak such blasphemous words. Lucifer Morla, standing nearby, raised a hand to stop Flem. "Wait, Flem, let her finish." Ashina quickly responded, "I don't like taking other people's lives. Shouldn't all races be united? Why can't we sit down and talk things through? Why not find peaceful solutions to our problems?" Tears streamed down Ashina's face as she shared her thoughts. When Morla heard this, he thought to himself, could it be that even the famous pure-blooded elves can't stay neutral when someone speaks like that? But the more she talks, the more I like it. A sly smile spread across his face. His expression turned cold as he thought, a demon princess just trying to stir things up, an incompetent evil spirit, and 2 dragons from noble blood. Why would I be afraid of ruining them and making them into demon kings? With that, Lucifer Morla walked up to Ashina, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said kindly, "Your thinking may be a bit misguided, but it's this kind of limitless imagination that I need. I fully support your ideas. You're perfect for this research and development role." Ashina, looking confused, asked, "Your Excellency, do you understand my beliefs?" He replied, "Yes, because I, too, am a person who follows the path of peace." At this, Flem truly lost her composure. She gasped, horrified, "What is His Excellency talking about? Clearly, you are the most war-hungry individual in the Demon King's army. You are the rising star of the Demon King, the one most likely to become a demon god in the underworld in years." Morla turned away, his hands clasped behind his back, and spoke calmly, "As someone who believes in peace, it may seem strange that I want to use war to end everything. But after years of war, I've come to one conclusion: killing is done to protect life, and His glory will shine through." Ashina's eyes were so dazzled by his words that she could barely keep them open. In disbelief, she muttered, "Killing to protect life?" She lowered her head, unsure, and added, "But I'm just a student from the military academy. I haven't even completed my normal courses. My knowledge might not be enough." Lucifer Morla, seeing that she had taken the bait, comforted her with a smile, "It's fine. I don't like those who come from academic backgrounds. Their thinking is already too rigid, too outdated for today's world. But deep down, it amuses me. The more you don't understand, the more at ease I feel." Then, he extended his hand, signaling that he believed in the idea that killing is a way to protect life. Ashina must be able to create impressive weapons. Ashina, she hesitated, placing her hand on his. "I think I've thought this through," she said, her eyes filled with determination. "I understand the will of His Majesty, the Emperor." Ashina returned to her room and lay down. She placed her hand on her forehead, constantly thinking about the phrase killing to protect life. But what is killing, really? She wondered. Ashina closed her eyes and thought about the war between races that had been going on for millions of years. Soldiers on the battlefield had endured the torment of life and death, while civilians suffering from the ravages of war also endured this despair. Countless lives were lost in every battle. She wandered the streets. Everywhere she looked, families were shattered, rivers of blood flowed, and Ashina's hands trembled as they reached out. In this crazy world, full of death everywhere, Ashina said to herself, her eyes dull. A wise person would choose to die. She sat beside someone who had already lost their breath. The wiser ones wouldn't choose to be born at all. But the root cause of war couldn't be changed. Who was right or wrong at the start was lost in the depths of history. Ashina looked up, feeling helpless. "I can't bear to watch the killing," her eyes welled with tears, and a single tear traced down her cheek. But does running away even help? Killing to protect life, ending the cycle of killing. It's not about using war to end war. As if she had come to understand, Ashina spoke softly, "So that's it. If it's just about plunder, then it is truly killing. If there's no attachment in the heart, then," she will continue, her whole body covered in sweat. "She can't bear to let the people suffer, so she grabs the knife and cuts off the evil. What's wrong with that? I understand the gentleness of His Majesty the Emperor now." Her body twisted constantly. Ashina suddenly widened her eyes and looked at her own body, speechless. Then she quickly sat up, realizing it was not the time to sleep. "I will not disappoint His Majesty the Emperor." As Ashina walked toward the bed, she whispered to herself, determined to carry a compassionate heart and create a powerful weapon that could end the war. Her face flushed with joy as she spoke. Flem walked down the hallway. His Majesty the Emperor had been so puzzling today. She touched her lips, lost in thought as she looked at the notebook. Forget about the other decisions made during today's meeting. Just the change in the tax policy, from collecting 3 for 1 to 20 for 1, was already hard for anyone to understand. Flem closed her eyes, tired, and muttered, "No matter how I think about it, in the long run, aside from cutting off aid at the front lines, there's no real benefit. No,
I must not have understood His Majesty's intentions.
Suddenly, someone approached, staggering.
She wasn't paying attention and bumped into Flem with the ledger. The action startled her, causing her to drop the notebook. Ashina couldn't keep the stack of notebooks in her hands steady and, panicking, she shouted,
"Lord Flem!" Hearing that, she was surprised and asked, "Huh?"
Then she stepped forward to catch the stack of books.
Ashina, relieved, said, "Thank you, Lord Flem."
She suddenly called out, "Ashina."
Seeing that, she asked in shock, "Where are your glasses? And what are all these books?"
Ashina replied, "I switched to contact lenses." She picked up one of the books and explained, "These books and documents are all the work I've poured my heart into at the military academy. In the past, my thoughts about peace were too childish. I want to recover this knowledge so that I can live up to His Imperial Majesty's expectations. I'm creating weapons that can change the course of war." Flem frowned slightly upon hearing that.
"In the end, what have you understood from His Imperial Majesty's words?" she asked.
Ashina took a step forward. To kill in order to protect life, to kill the crime, not the person, to use war to end war, to welcome true peace. She was so moved that tears started to fall.
"This is the warmth of His Imperial Majesty."
Flem, standing behind her, froze in place. After hearing this, she was stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief.
"Ha! Even Ashina, whom I used to look down on, has changed like this?" She was feeling down, not wanting to stay like this forever. No, she couldn't fall behind.
Every decision made by the Imperial Prince was right. Clenching her fist and making up her mind, Flem said confidently, "I definitely can't let down the Imperial Prince's expectations." Over on this side, in the workshop, everyone was focused on their work. Staring at the huge cannon in front of her, Priscilla rested her chin on her hand, thinking to herself, such a generous move. Not only is he using a cannon made of metal, but he also brought a pile of precious metals and materials. What's more, he didn't even ask me what I was planning to do, and he's already prepared dozens of assistants. She furrowed her brows, rolling her eyes and biting her lip in frustration.
Damn it, there's just so much of it.
If we weren't in the middle of the demon army camp, I'd want to use these materials to make some real war weapons. Priscilla frowned, her eyes turning calculating. After thinking for a moment, she shouted her orders. Step 1, take apart the cannon first. The mystery was hidden in its internal structure.
Only by understanding its inner parts could they replicate it perfectly. The goblin's face turned pale with worry as he spoke. This doesn't seem good, does it? What if we can't put it back together? Plus, the deputy chief engineer still hasn't shown up. If we only listen to you.
Hearing this, Priscilla crossed her arms and replied, clearly not pleased, you don't trust me?
When we created the alchemical cannon, I was involved. I'm the one who knows this cannon best out of everyone here. The goblin hesitated, but
suddenly, a voice interrupted, take it apart.
I agree with the chief engineer's opinion.
Both of them turned toward the voice.
It was Ashina,
who smiled brightly, her eyes narrowing as she said, You're Priscilla, the engineer, right?
Priscilla, puzzled, asked, Who are you?
Ashina extended her hand and introduced herself, I'm Ashina, the deputy chief engineer of the research and development team.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Her gaze was deep, but inside, she thought, I thought the Demon King would send someone really skilled, but this person doesn't look like she knows anything about weapon crafting.
Did the Demon King send someone useless? Does he have a problem with his brain?
Well, with your approval, Priscilla pointed to the cannon and looked at the goblin.
Did you hear that?
Now that the deputy chief engineer agrees, take the alchemical cannon apart. The green goblins immediately got to work, constantly talking among themselves, this thing is hard to take apart, don't just drop the parts on the ground, be gentle, don't damage anything. Without warning, she charged forward with great strength, delivering a blow to the object that sent screws flying in all directions.
Ugh, this is ridiculous. Isn't this supposed to be the end of it?
Then Priscilla casually slung the hammer over her shoulder, speaking proudly as she explained, confidently creating a miracle. You know, the stuff made by the dwarf demon clan isn't as valuable as you think. The stronger the force, the better. All you need to do is give it your all, and the rest is up to the miracle. Looking at Ashina, who remained calm, she thought to herself, so no reaction at all? As expected, a talentless person. The plan is going smoothly. They continued dismantling the machine, causing a gear to fly up into the air, roll down, and land right in front of her feet. 79 teeth, outer diameter 162, inner diameter 123. In Ashina's mind, she quickly analyzed the gear, breaking down the length, width, and height of the metallurgic cannon into three-dimensional coordinates, x32 v25s 20. She listened to the words spoken, then glanced over to see Priscilla jumping around excitedly as she worked, saying, "Use force, this part is probably like this." Ashina couldn't help but admire her. No wonder the prince saw her potential. She can give commands to dismantle things with such boldness, yet still get high results. Seems like this engineer is a lot like me, in the end. Ashina looked down and smiled, thinking to herself, just one look, and I remember it all. Her face showed excitement as she held up the cannon model, gently touching it. It doesn't matter how you take it apart. She ran her fingers along the inside of the barrel, then licked her lips, feeling pleased. The barrel was rough and thick, and there seemed to be some special markings, key features that could help compress the magical power. Finishing her words, she stuck out her pink tongue and carefully lifted the model to inspect it. The super alloy spring at the bottom of the barrel was the only thing preventing damage from its own recoil. Ashina grasped the muzzle and stroked it gently. And there's more, so much more. She placed it under her chest, her eyes glowing with admiration. A masterpiece like this. It can see through everything. Meanwhile, Priscilla, exhausted, wiped the sweat from her brow and sighed in relief. Finally, it's all taken apart. Ashina took a deep breath, her eyes glowing red. A strange expression crossed her face as she said, "I understand it now." The cannon, stripped of its components, lay scattered on the ground. The goblin spoke up, "Chief Engineer, what's next? Should we start restoring these parts, or should we wait for you to explain some key points in the creation of the metalworking cannon?" Upon hearing this, Priscilla felt a surge of frustration and thought, what is this guy thinking? After all that effort to take it apart, now he wants me to restore it? She placed the hammer on the ground, sat down cross-legged, and casually offered a polite remark. Everyone had already worked hard to dismantle the metallurgic cannon. So, to celebrate the completion of the metallurgic cannon, let's take 2 days off, she said. The goblin, acting as the head, looked uncomfortable. It was the chief engineer's decision, after all. Priscilla braced herself on her hands, visibly unhappy, and asked, "Is there a problem?" She took on a serious expression and explained, "Our next mission cannot afford any mistakes, not even the slightest. How can we work if you don't rest properly?" Though inwardly, she thought, at this rate, I'm starting to believe it myself. But Priscilla smirked and muttered to herself, just to be safe, even if this pile of junk is all we have, we can't let them keep working on it. With a confident look, she said, "In these 2 days, I'll need to come up with the next plan, as well as discuss further weapon research with the deputy chief engineer." Ashina, standing nearby, seemed confused and asked, "Further weapon research?" Priscilla answered, "That's right. The metallurgic cannon is only half finished." She folded her arms, clearly pleased with herself, and added, "Now, with the wide open field like that of the Demon King's army, we need to come up with something even more powerful. This is also the mission that His Majesty the Emperor has entrusted to our team." At this, Ashina's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I agree with the chief engineer's plan," she said, grabbing Priscilla's hand eagerly. "The decision to dismantle the cannon earlier, as well as the way you've been working so hard, has truly impressed me. We must innovate so we don't disappoint His Majesty the Emperor." Priscilla, feeling the pressure of her presence, awkwardly looked up. "Yes." Then she quietly thought to herself, so, she believes it now. She's really that Navi. I didn't expect her to be this easy to deceive. This will make things much easier. After calculating, she analyzed the situation. Actually, besides the massive alchemical cannon, at that time, we also had a smaller version, which was more convenient for the troops to use. Priscilla smiled, her eyes narrowing with pleasure as she pointed out the issue. If this type of weapon is developed, it will completely change the way wars are fought. Ashina, surprised, blushed, and excitedly exclaimed. A weapon that changes the way wars are fought? Priscilla confidently replied. That's right. We call this weapon a gun, then handed over the design and explained how it works. The metal trigger inside the weapon is activated, which in turn propels the projectile, creating a powerful destructive force. Any soldier can use a weapon that can deliver such firepower, capable of taking on hundreds of opponents. Ashina immediately grabbed it, thrilled, and began examining it. So, won't this significantly reduce the number of soldiers dying on the battlefield? After successfully deceiving the person, Priscilla turned around and gave a sly smile, thinking to herself. Sure enough, it's useless. It sounds good in theory, but it's really just a well-crafted, expensive toy. After reading through it, she bit her finger, hesitating, and imagining herself holding the modified gun. She thought, if the firing pin drives the bullet forward, the weapon's body will still experience a lot of force. The energy will be wasted. Even if it fires a powerful shot, it will only scratch the armor. However, Ashina's face darkened, her eyes filled with doubt. But the theory was actually sound. It could work, maybe with some improvement. She thought about the cannon before it was disassembled, considering the idea. The cannon worked by releasing large amounts of stored energy from the barrel. Maybe this method could work. For instance, if you think about the cannon's projectile, it was a fuel-loaded round. Instead of the firing pin driving the bullet, it could trigger the fuel chamber, rapidly releasing energy to propel the projectile. But the power still wouldn't be enough. The projectile still had room for improvement if the materials were arranged correctly to trigger magical reactions upon impact. Ashina's eyes widened as she thought about the shell entering the hollow part inside. She closed her eyes and reinforced her theory, simulating the test in her mind. In her imagination, she was wearing a swimsuit, her expression obsessed as she lovingly caressed the gun pressed against her chest, getting closer to the chief engineer's design blueprints. This was, after all, the most convenient operating shape. Next came the power test. She closed one eye, aimed, and fired. The bullet shot out, heading straight for the mountain. It embedded itself in the rock, and a cloud of smoke erupted. Suddenly, it exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Ashina was ecstatic, mesmerized by the gun. The power was still good, but each time she fired, she had to reload. The performance wasn't quite right yet. Could it be improved to allow for continuous firing? Breaking from her thoughts, she happily licked her finger, knowing this was still just a plan waiting for the real thing to be created. She would present it to His Imperial Majesty. His Imperial Majesty will definitely be pleased. Seeing her like this, Priscilla sneered inwardly, mocking her. Such a ridiculous plan, and she's so pleased with it. Go ahead, waste your time on that. Meanwhile, in another location, Lucifer Morla watched everything through a screen. He chuckled and said with amusement. One dares to dismantle it, the other dares to watch. With two fools like you here, I feel at ease. He then glanced at the screen beside him, his expression shifting to one of concern. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Polly, holding the golden holy staff and dressed as a maid, looked worried. She took off running but carelessly stepped on a stone, stumbling and falling backward into a tree before quickly getting back up. She sat up with one hand on her head, rubbing it gently. Lucifer Morla looked at her with concern and asked, Saint, are you all right? Polly got up and replied, I'm fine, but no matter what, I have to find a way to escape from the Demon King's castle. A tear fell from the corner of her eye, and she knew now wasn't the time to stop. She was determined and took the holy staff in her hand, fully resolved to move forward. She had to see the path ahead. Hearing this, she felt confused. Once again, Polly bumped into a tree. She collapsed and lay flat on her back. Ouch, that hurts.
This is harder than I thought.
From then on, the saint could no longer help with the path of cultivation. Lucifer Morla thought quietly, rubbing his chin, and to himself he mused.
It's not a good idea to keep the saint around all the time. I need to find something for her to do today.
Later, in the kitchen, Polly stood in front of the counter, looking displeased, hands on her hips as she muttered. That darn demon king made me bake sweets again. She glanced at the stack of plates and the ingredients on the counter, furrowing her brow as she tried to come up with an excuse to hide her true intentions. I'm just doing this because he asked, not because I want to eat them. She took off her clothes, picked up an apron, and tied it into a bow behind her. Anyway, no one was around to see, but under the thin tights, her underwear showed.
This should be fine, right?
Polly held the apron to her chest and adjusted it to cover herself properly. Her maid outfit was hard to clean, so she had to be careful. Then she picked up an egg.
Alright, let's start by preparing the eggs first.
She made the cream, finished her sentence, and cracked the egg, dropping it into the large bowl. Suddenly, she realized something. She saw 2 eggs with twisted, silly grins on their faces. She was confused.
But why are they laughing? She wondered. Unexpectedly, the 2 eggs jumped up and shouted, "Wobby bap!"
Polly stared in shock. One egg landed directly on her face, while the other fell onto her smooth, round chest.
She could feel it and panicked, shouting, "Wait, this isn't supposed to be an egg. How is it moving?"
The dazed egg kept crawling down, and she squirmed uncomfortably, shouting, "Stop, don't, it's trying to roll down further, don't go any lower." Its eyes burned with a wild, determined energy as it screamed, but, unfortunately, something struck it directly.
Polly grabbed a whisk and kept stirring it back and forth in the bowl, frustrated. Anyway, add sugar and butter.
Stir it with some force until the mixture splashes all over her. She tasted a little bit, getting excited, and the mixture grew larger. Looking down at the mess on her, she mumbled, "It's getting thicker." Suddenly, the batter in the bowl blushed and gave a mischievous grin.
It yelled "Wab!" and threw a tantrum.
The sound of its scream echoed through the castle, making the birds scatter in a panic.
But why does it still have an expression?
A pair of feet stepped forward, and Lucifer Morla's voice asked, "Miss Saint, how are the pastries coming along?" She was writhing on the floor, her body covered in a messy mixture of eggs, sugar, and butter, with an expression of utter satisfaction. She breathed heavily, reaching out to scold, "Demon Lord, you're so hateful.
Was this part of your plan too?"
Seeing this, his nosebleed started uncontrollably, and he wiped it away with his hand, looking confused. Then, his eyes landed on a tray piled with eggs. 2 of them were missing.
He was stunned and thought to himself, is there such a thing as a toy like this? In the western square of the city, the Demon Lord's army gathered to listen to Flem's announcement.
This time, our attempt to assault the broadcast tower failed. Our forces were completely wiped out. A total of 16,332 enemy soldiers were captured. Flem casually added that the Minus Legion and Commander Bradley's forces led the charge. Fierce and unmatched in bravery, Bradley bowed respectfully in response. It was thanks to the intelligence of the Imperial Lord that they were able to take down the seemingly unbeatable fortress. While speaking, Flem gave more credit to the 6th Legion under Commander Minus, as they were the ones who had been fighting on the front lines for 2 years, which gave them the chance to strike this time. After hearing this, Minus gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bradley, you're good. If the Imperial Lord really wants to reward someone, just reward Bradley." He was teasing Commander Minus, which made him even angrier.
Lucifer Morla was frustrated and thought to himself, what are these 2 doing?
I want to see them bleed and fall in the unbeatable fortress, not actually fight each other.
I really feel like kicking both of them.
He smirked mischievously and spoke up, "Anyway, both of these great generals have made significant contributions, and of course, I won't be stingy with my rewards.
Anyone who has earned it will be rewarded generously."
Lucifer Morla pointed his finger toward the sky and made a decision. "First, Bradley, from now on, you will no longer hold the position of commander of the 9th Legion.
The 9th Legion will be disbanded as well." Bradley responded with understanding, but quickly realized something was off. "Did you just shout?" Lucifer Morla kept his smile, telling him not to rush. "I have decided to grant you a piece of land from the kingdom's territory as a fief. The Marian kingdom, this land is now given to you." Flem was stunned, thinking, until now, the emperor has only granted small pieces of noble land, but this time, he's giving away an entire kingdom's territory, and it's the most fertile part of the Marian kingdom. Bradley lowered his head, trembling as he spoke. "Your Imperial Majesty, this reward is truly too much. I respectfully decline." Before he could finish, Lucifer Morla interrupted him. "There's no need to refuse. This is what you deserve." On the surface, he kept a calm demeanor, but deep down, he was secretly pleased, thinking to himself, "This is exactly what someone like you, a lowly trader, deserves. You'll accept it with gratitude." Inside, Lucifer Morla knew that the Marian kingdom, though small in size, was still considered a fertile land within the Vasma plains. What mattered more, however, was the unique strategic resource the kingdom had created: the Heartstone. It seemed that all magical formations and destructive weapons relied on this Heartstone. But only someone like him, who had played through the final part of the game, knew the truth: everything was a trap. The Heartstone that the land produced was actually tied to the remains of a lost goddess buried deep within the mine. She was incredibly beautiful, still peacefully sleeping beneath the earth. When the game reached its end, the lost goddess under the mine in the Marian kingdom would awaken. Her amber eyes would glow, and a powerful beam of light would shoot down, turning the entire kingdom into a barren wasteland, burning everything to the ground. At that point, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Bradley and his entire army would be buried under the ashes. Morla secretly chuckled to himself, knowing there was no room for error this time. After dealing with Bradley, he turned to Minos and said, "As for the position of the chief of staff for the Demon King's army, I'm assigning it to you." Minos was taken aback and exclaimed, "Huh?" He quickly put on a pitiful expression, waving his hand in refusal. No, Your Majesty, people like us heads full of mud can't handle such things. I'm already overwhelmed with the army matters. You should find someone else, someone more capable." Lucifer Morla smirked and spoke for a long while. "Don't be too quick to refuse. You're probably thinking that your mind is moving too slowly, that you're not flexible enough, and that you can't handle this position, right? But that kind of thinking is completely wrong. How can you know if you haven't even tried? What I want from you isn't just minus strength, it's to see your progress. You say there's a lot of work in the military, but even if the work increases, does that mean it's more than what I have to do? Besides, I'm not trying to make you an expert on internal affairs, someone who knows everything about astronomy and geography. I just want you to grow by dealing with internal affairs, and see how much you still have to mature." Minos stood there, stunned, unable to say anything more. Flem felt moved and thought to himself, the Emperor is arranging this for Minos' growth. I didn't realize he cared so much for his subordinates. Minos was also convinced. With tears in his eyes, he called out, "Your Majesty," but then scratched his head and wondered, "You really know how to talk, but why does it feel like I'm hearing this?" Lucifer Morla was momentarily surprised but quickly regained his composure and continued to manipulate Minos' emotions. "The king has spoken, so just follow his orders. Handling internal affairs is a small matter, but your growth is the big one." He patted Minos on the shoulder and said, "I believe in you." Minos, still dazed, agreed, "Yes, sir." Lucifer Morla let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Finally, it's over. I only wanted to come up with a quick excuse, but now it looks like putting a little more thought into the plan wasn't so bad after all." Minos scratched his head and then walked away. Lucifer Morla felt a sense of pride and thought, the Saintess must have escaped without any trouble. At that same moment, the sky was clear, and the forest was lush and green. Inside the forest, Polly happily ran and chatted with the two high priests. "We've managed to escape the city without a hitch." The high priest reminded her, "Be extra careful. Once you're spotted, it'll be nearly impossible to escape." "Have you decided where you're going yet?" the high priest asked. Polly confidently replied, "Don't worry, I've been paying close attention to the terrain around Westwood City. She'll jump up, then follow this small path,
take the third right, walk another 23,000 steps, turn right, and then left onto a mountain road next to the rock with the red mark. That will lead to another city. The high priest Ijin, who had been sitting by the lake, sighed in frustration and said, I think the two vicious tree demons blocking our path probably have nothing to do with any city, do they? Polly panicked and exclaimed, no way. I followed the marked route in my mind, how could I have gotten lost? The holy staff Ijin anxiously called out, now's not the time to be talking about this. The cursed vines are already here. The vines from the cursed plants wrapped tightly around Polly's body, causing her to scream in panic. They pressed against her chest, and she gasped, that's right, it must be the Demon King's army. Her face flushed, and she was breathing heavily. The Demon King set a trap in this forest. I can't be wrong. The vines are still tightening around me. Ijin, worried, urged, you need to find a way to break free. The vines from the cursed plant tightened around her chest in a way that brought her a strange, involuntary pleasure, but she couldn't make a sound. Seeing her like this, Ijin asked in frustration, what are you doing? Polly, the holy maiden, was suspended upside down by the cursed plants, hanging in mid-air. Ijin was also tied to a tree, desperately shouting, holy maiden, you've got to move. These are just mid-level monsters, they shouldn't be able to stop you. But the vines were rubbing against her sensitive areas, leaving her helpless. Inside, she screamed for action, but her body had no strength to respond. Water pooled, soaking the vines. After an unknown amount of time, Polly finally fell to the ground, breaking free from the cursed plants. Ijin asked, did we lose our way? She looked around, then answered, no, there's no way. Even the best hunting dogs can't track as well as I can. There's no way we're lost here. She frowned, thinking, why compare me to a dog? Polly moved forward, deciding to keep going in that direction. It had to be the Siwa lake. She could see the shadow in the small puddle of water. The holy staff, you call this a lake? Looking at the small puddle, she wasn't sure, but in a way, it could be considered one. Suddenly, the puddle rose into the air. Wait, the holy staff Ijin and Polly said at the same time. This isn't water. Upon a closer look, she confirmed that they were smiles had appeared. Everyone knew that while smiles were weak, they were still very dangerous creatures. Usually, they hid themselves in various forms. They were getting ready to attack. Polly dodged, even though she was fully equipped as a knight. If she wasn't careful, she could easily be caught off guard. The holy staff Ijin lazily remarked, but this is useless against a Saintess. Every Saintess of the church is a level 9 powerhouse, especially with the light power hidden in the Saintess's divine magic. It's naturally a perfect counter to these weak creatures. Suddenly, Polly fell right onto the holy staff Ijin. It gasped in surprise and shouted, Saintess, what are you doing? Meanwhile, Polly was being swarmed by the smile creatures. Weakly, she said that she was about to be fully devoured. The holy staff, confused, asked, devoured? What do you mean? The smiles had swarmed to all the sensitive areas of her body. Polly struggled to explain. The female adventurer or the black-legged spirit, who was attacked by the super-powerful smile or the tentacled monster that swallowed her, as described in the book, now has tentacles growing inside the monster's body. After that, the tentacles do this and that to her. Upon hearing this, the holy staff priest couldn't help but nosebleed. Polly added, not long after being swallowed, the person loses themselves in the pleasure and fear brought on by the enclosed environment, becoming a helpless, trembling mess. A smile monster inserted its tentacle into her mouth. Polly was on the verge of getting lost in the sensation of pleasure. Seeing this, the holy staff priest, Ijin, panicked and shouted, Holy maiden, please calm down. These smiles can't harm you at all. The smile retreated from her mouth, and Polly sighed with relief. Ijin, however, seemed disappointed. I can't believe we ran into two monsters on such a short path. She struggled to sit up and responded, no, that wasn't an ordinary monster. The foul, demonic aura was unmistakable. Both the love tree and the smile we encountered earlier were minions of the Demon King, Holy Staff Master. We may have fallen right into the Demon King's trap,
He seemed doubtful. A trap from the Demon King? Does he really know how we would try to escape? Polly tightened her grip. She believed that the Holy Staff Master didn't fully understand how terrifying the Demon King's intelligence was. The way he toyed with people's hearts was incredibly frightening. The Holy Staff seemed surprised by her words. Polly screamed in fear, no wonder it was so easy for us to leave Westwood City. He must have planned everything already. All we had to do was leave, and now we're caught in his trap, over and over again. It's like a cruel cat playing with a mouse. However, Polly said to the Holy Staff Agent, but he underestimated me. I'm strong, and no matter what, I will bring her back to the Allied forces. Right after that, the Holy Maiden, who was scouting ahead, and Polly, who was following along the forest edge, were suddenly ambushed. A wild bear cat appeared and grabbed both her arms. While she was fighting, the huge bear tried to hug her. Then, a giant snake joined the battle and coiled around her. Soon after, she fell into the trap of a giant spider, which used its webs to hang her upside down. How much hardship had Polly endured? The Holy Staff Agent asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Exhausted, Polly replied, "I'm fine. Even though I've been treated this way, I'm not injured." The Holy Staff quietly thought to himself, "This is exactly what I wanted to know." Over and over again, without getting hurt, it seems all the demons have a purpose. There's definitely something mysterious about this Holy Maiden. From morning until evening, as they finally reached the city walls, the Holy Staff Agent said, "Hang in there, Holy Maiden, we've made it to the city." Polly stretched out with excitement. "Finally, we've made it through the forest. We've escaped the Demon King's claws and fangs." The Holy Staff quickly stopped the Holy Maiden. "Wait, she can't believe it. No way, this can't be true. We've come back around," she said. Inside the walls, the Demon King's soldiers were waiting. Polly's head spun as she collapsed in the courtyard of the headquarters, with servants standing around everywhere. Morla thought to himself, by now, the Holy Maiden must have escaped the Demon King's forces. The alchemical cannon had been destroyed, and inside, some fool was handling the internal matters of Minas. Outside, a bunch of random soldiers had been cut down by Morla himself at the Demon King's front lines. With things like this, how could they possibly win? Morla took a relaxing sip of tea. Wouldn't it be better to just go back to hell and stir things up? Still, it felt odd not having the Holy Maiden around. He could almost hear her voice. Polly muttered, "That damn Demon King, yeah, that's the voice, right?" The voice. Morla suddenly turned around, startled. Polly was bound and thrown to the ground, still shouting curses. "That damn Demon King! You purposely set up every trap for me, gave me hope, then made me fall into despair." In the end, she was caught in this humiliating state. Her clothes were torn to shreds. She angrily continued, "Instead of torturing my body, you prefer torturing my mind, don't you? This is all part of your plan, isn't it? You want to see me completely fall apart." Lucifer Morla was furious inside. How is it possible that she's still been caught like this? The one who loves to torment the mind is you, not me. Bradley stepped forward, respectfully placing a hand on his chest as he spoke. "Your Majesty, I followed your exact instructions and set up the security measures as you ordered. Just as predicted, we captured the fugitive trying to escape. The criminal doesn't even thank your kindness, it's all thanks to your foresight, Your Majesty." Lucifer Morla was completely confused, his mind flooded with questions. Traps, mental torment, tightening the noose. When did I set things up like this? He thought back to Flem's face earlier, and his anger flared. Wait, it was Flem. What exactly did you set up? Flem forced a smile, then spoke. Well done, Bradley. You've really proven yourself as my trusted subordinate. Bradley beamed, replying, Your Majesty is too kind. Flem reported, Your Majesty, we found the Aegean holy staff and the sacred relic of the church on Pali. Should we execute her here? Lucifer Morla was still confused and repeated, Execute her here? Flem, clearly pleased with himself, responded, this is the front line of the war. We can execute the Holy Maiden in front of everyone, or even humiliate her first, then execute her. It will not only strike at the enemy but also weaken the church's influence. Morla quickly intervened, horrified at the thought. He was panicking, thinking, whether it's an execution on the spot or humiliating her first, doesn't that mean they're after my life? Flem lowered her eyes and asked with confusion, "My lord, did I say something wrong?" Lucifer Morla quickly replied, "No. However, if we do it like this, not only will we fail to crush the morale of the Order's spirit soldiers, but we might even inspire them to seek revenge. It's always easier to deal with a divided enemy than a united one." His gaze was firm, and so this Saintess could not be executed here. Upon hearing this, Flem lowered her head. "Then, Your Majesty, if the enemy learns that the Saintess is being held at the front, they may send higher-ranking officers to rescue her. Should we take her to the Demon King's fortress for better security?" Lucifer Morla agreed, "Yes, that's true. We should do that. A rescue mission is likely." He then seemed to come up with an idea and smiled cunningly. "A rescue, huh?" He issued an order, "Take her back. Also, bring the Holy Scepter and any other holy relics and store them in warehouse number 3. I haven't studied these sacred items thoroughly yet." Flem responded with a sharp yes. Lucifer stood up, resting his hand on the table. "There's one more thing. Lately, I've had some insights, and I need to meditate for a while to deepen my understanding." He continued, giving further instructions, "While I'm away, everything is in your hands." In the dimly lit dungeon, Polly was shackled, her body twisted into an uncomfortable position. Outside the bars, the Demon King's soldiers stood guard day and night. Polly, her clothes torn and worn, sighed. "Back in this prison again. And even the Holy Scepter has been taken. Looking at the chain on my wrist, the bracelet glows with bright yellow letters. This chain also seals my divine power, which means right now, even the most basic goblin leader could humiliate me." Clearly exhausted, she let out a heavy sigh, sweat dripping down her face. "I have to go from being the church's Saintess to being the Saintess for everyone." She imagined a scene in her mind, blushing as she pictured herself with those long-tongued demon lord soldiers. Embarrassed, she rubbed both of her cheeks to snap out of it. "No, this isn't the time to think about that. I can't give up yet." Outside, a demon lord soldier, still clinging to the bars, spoke up. "Saintess, stop talking nonsense. Do you really think you have a chance to escape? This time, your escape is a serious offense." As he spoke, he made an intimidating gesture. "Not only will you be punished, but we might even get some rewards from this." "Ha ha ha." The demon lord soldier's eyes shifted, and suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "Forget about that idea." A shadow moved quickly, appearing behind him. No one could break into the demon lord's prison. Before he could react, a punch landed on his face, sending the demon lord soldier stumbling forward. The person stepped forward, and the Demon King's soldiers lay in pain, scattered in the crumbling corner. Polly hesitated. "Who is that?" Ahead, a shadow slowly approached. As it got closer, only one red eye and a few strands of hair became visible. The red eye appeared, and the figure quickly moved closer, calling out, "Holy Maiden, I'm here to save you." 15 years ago, at the church dormitory, Polly lay under the covers with only her cute head poking out as she asked the nun sitting beside the bed, "Sister, who was the White Knight Prince?" The nun gently explained to her that it wasn't referring to any particular person, but rather a title that didn't exist. She looked at the girl lying there and continued, "Every young girl will come across this." Polly looked at her and asked, "So, could I meet him too?" The nun reached out, touched her lips, and then answered softly, "Yes." The nun smiled, gently patted Polly's head, and said, "Though both our bodies and spirits should be dedicated to the divine, there will come a day when little Polly will meet him too." Scene change. The monster was thrown into the wall. A step appeared, calling, "Holy Maiden." When faced with despair, Polly looked up in surprise. A man wearing a hood and a mask, with only one red eye visible, stepped forward.
He approached, saying, Polly, I've come to save you. I risked my life to come for you. Polly kneeled on the ground, chained up, her voice trembling as she said, Help me. He stood in front of her, extending his hand. Polly hesitated. Who are you? He didn't answer, making Polly even more panicked. Don't you know how dangerous the Demon Lord's fortress is? She shouted, Why? Only then did he respond, I'm just a traveler passing by, as for why? The other half of his face twisted in anger, revealing the snarling, glaring expression of Lucifer Morla, the Demon Lord. He thought, if I don't personally free her, she'll be executed and turned into a mortal vessel for the gods. And I'll be done for. He grabbed the chains and said, of course, compared to the danger of the Demon Lord's fortress, the Saintess is much more important. Polly froze, blushing deeply, stammering, I'm more important? Her eyes spun as her face turned even redder than a tomato. She thought, he can't possibly mean. The chains on her wrists snapped open. He gave her a cold glance and walked away. Polly shyly looked at her now free hands. Ha! Her heart was pounding in her chest like a drum. Flustered, she blushed and tried to calm herself down. Calm down, calm down. Polly, he just unlocked the chains. Polly said, I understand your heart, but you don't need to save me. You should still run away. He grabbed Polly's hand, confused. Ha? Why? Polly explained, if you take me with you, you won't escape. Stop. Outside, it's all soldiers of the Demon King's army. It's not worth dragging you into danger for someone as shameful as me. He was furious, feeling frustrated inside. I'm rushing to get you out, and now you want to stay? Though he thought that, on the outside, he still held onto her hand. He moved closer, his face nearly touching hers, and gently said, Don't worry, Lady Saint. No matter how dangerous it is outside, I'll get you out of here. Polly was deeply touched, her heart blooming with warmth. She imagined the two of them holding hands, running through the streets together. Rose petals would fill the air, and they would get married, having children who were the very symbol of their love. Thinking about this made Polly's face turn red with embarrassment. She quickly pulled away, stammering, What are you saying? Polly stumbled on a stone, losing her balance and falling backward. Ah! She screamed. He was quick to react, rushing over and wrapping his arms around her waist to steady her. Lady Saint, he said, as Polly's heart overflowed with feelings of love. She was being held. The entire space seemed to glow with dreamy, rosy hues in her eyes. He furrowed his brow and asked, Are you okay? The distance between their faces was so close that Polly, still in a daze, responded, I am fine. Her hand rested on his chest, her body pressing against his, and the sensation felt amazing. Polly silently thought, wow, he's so solid. Even though it's just a human body, it feels as hard as armor. The two bodies pressed closely together, and Polly let out a soft exclamation, it's so hot. Her face turned red as she lowered her eyes. It was just contact with the cold clothes, but she could feel his warm breath. What? What am I thinking? Polly thought, panic rising. She couldn't let him think she was losing it. She pushed him away and slapped her own cheeks, trying to snap herself out of it. He saw this and turned pale, opening his mouth in surprise, thinking, is something wrong with her head? He lifted Polly up effortlessly and said, this isn't the time to waste, it's rude. Holy maiden. Polly looked at him, stunned, I'm being held again? He was so rough, but she actually liked that roughness about him. Polly wore a mischievous grin, her breath starting to heat up. At the same time, outside the fortress, a loud explosion shook the gates. The guard monsters screamed, someone's breaking out of the prison. The scene became chaotic. Quick, ring the alarm. Stop them. Over here. Polly, still in his arms, felt uneasy. Should I go again? He replied with a serious face, no need to worry. Holy maiden, are you afraid of heights? Polly blinked, asking in surprise, huh? Afraid of heights? Before she could finish, he tightly hugged her and jumped. His hands swung, and he launched Polly into the air. Polly was taken by surprise and shouted, "Huh?" A long, loud scream echoed, "Aha!" Polly was thrown high, soaring above the chaos below the fortress. She was thrown out of the fortress. The monsters below saw her flying through the air, their mouths gaping as they looked up. Could this be what they called throwing someone away? The Dark Knight stomped on the face of one monster, using its body to leap across the others. The monsters screamed, "Ah, kill him!" The Dark Knight gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, gathering his strength. A fiery power surged around him. His eyes lit up, and with a swift motion, his sword cut through the monsters. Polly was falling, and just as she was about to hit the ground, he jumped and caught her in time. Polly's face turned red, but she was fine. He asked, "Are you okay, holy maiden?" Polly's eyes turned into little hearts as she gazed at him, cupping her cheeks. So handsome, she thought. And in the blink of an eye, he broke through the Demon Lord's army's formation. His strength is incredible. The Dark Knight paused. Polly pointed in a direction. The exit is to the south. She looked back at him. The Demon Lord's army probably hasn't set up their defenses yet. This is our best chance to escape. The Dark Knight questioned her. "No, holy maiden, wasn't the main purpose of this trip to get the holy staff and the holy relics?" He glanced at the mushroom-shaped buildings. The holy staff was right in the warehouse ahead, not far away. Then, he picked Polly up in his arms and started running. "Since we're already here, how can we leave without taking them?" They found it through the window gap. "Ugh, having a staff placed here is getting pretty boring." Flem appeared, holding the staff in a very suggestive pose. "Why didn't that brainy elf come to interrogate me before?" Just as the holy staff was sinking into dark thoughts, there was a loud crash, and the wall exploded. Polly emerged from the dust. "Master Holy Staff, I'm here to pick you up." The staff replied with a sigh, "Priestess, weren't you captured as a prisoner?" The staff glanced behind Polly. "That man?" Polly blushed and said he was a prince on a white horse, but when she saw him, she immediately changed her mind. "He's the hero come to save me. The entire area is surrounded by the Demon King's fortress guards. They're hunting us down." The Dark Knight stood emotionlessly behind the white horse hero. The holy staff thought seriously to itself, "No way, did he really break into the Demon King Rasma's fortress by himself? How could someone be this reckless?" Polly grabbed the staff and said, "I'm not sure myself, but there's no time to explain. Whatever it is, we'll talk outside." The staff reluctantly agreed. "All right." Suddenly, the Dark Knight tilted his head, his eyes widening in surprise. Flem snapped his fingers, and boom, an explosion went off. The Dark Knight quickly raised his shield, protecting himself and Polly. Fortunately, he had noticed it in time. It was the corrupted dark elf from hell. Polly stood behind the Dark Knight, watching her, and said, "The hunting dog standing beside the Demon King." Flem repeated Polly's words, "The hunting dog standing next to His Majesty the Demon King?" "That's right," Flem said, looking quite pleased. "I really like this title." Polly was shocked. What just happened? Flem yelled, "I am the hunting dog of His Majesty the Demon King." The Dark Knight stood there, silently screaming in her head, sweating bullets. "Stop, stop, stop." Although her disguise made it impossible for Polly to see through, it was still embarrassing to hear that said right in front of her. Flem raised a finger to her lips. "A foolish mortal like you could never understand." She spoke as she twisted her body, pressing her hands against her full chest, sweat dripping from her. "A stray dog like you could never understand the beauty of being loyal to His Majesty the Demon King." The monsters behind her all shouted in unison, "Yes, yes." Flem's face immediately lit up with pleasure. The monsters cheered. Being the hunting dog of His Majesty the Demon King is the greatest honor. So many people want this position but can't get it. Woof 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 woof. The Dark Knight's face grew dark. "Oh.
Polly screamed, "How shameless! How can you say such things? I can't listen to your nonsense anymore."
The Dark Knight looked at her. Oh, the most untrustworthy person is being serious now. Bai raised her hand to her chest with confidence and said, "Who said that you're nothing but a stray dog with no home, while I am the holy maiden of the church? I am the great light god, so sit down, hunting dog. Right now is not the time to argue over such things." She spoke loudly, her voice filled with conviction, despite the shocked, almost disbelieving reactions from the holy staff and the Dark Knight.
Flem chuckled lightly. "Ha, typical of mortals. They always talk so much." She took off her glasses and adjusted them. "I'll admit, it's impressive that you made it this far on your own."
At this point, Flem's expression grew serious.
"But I don't care who you are.
Since you're here, don't even think about escaping." The Dark Knight's gaze was sharp.
Flem tossed her hair back.
"Anyone who dares to offend the Imperial Prince should be wiped out, body and soul." Right then, Bai shouted loudly at the Dark Knight, "Oh, I'm a swordswoman, and I'm fast, watch out."
Flem's hair grew longer, transforming into a weapon.
She swung it forward, aiming it at the Dark Knight.
Die! The Dark Knight dodged. The speed wasn't that impressive, was it, because Flem was holding back her full power?
As he thought this, he suddenly turned and widened his eyes, realizing, damn it!
I forgot about the Holy Maiden.
The Holy Maiden was now caught by Flem's hair, which had lifted her into the air.
The Dark Knight's eyes bulged. What the hell? Every time there's something like tentacles involved, you always strike that pose? Flem's hair transformed into a rope that bound Polly in a Japanese-inspired style.
The rope connected her physical form with the emotional energy of her spirit.
The Dark Knight's nosebleed is even worse now. Why does it have such a strange, detailed description?
Polly complained, frustrated.
This is a controlling magic.
I can't believe she's a sorceress. The holy staff beside her was also tangled in the rope. Not just controlling magic, this power.
She's a saint-level sorceress.
The Dark Knight observed the situation, thinking, Flem is the deputy official who's always by the protagonist's side. I naturally know her well from the records. Spirit Ear, also known as the Dark Elf, is a formidable enemy to nearly all other elves. They carry the natural arrogance of their race, but unlike the elves who strictly adhere to rules or those who follow an ascetic lifestyle, Spirit Ear embraces a hedonistic philosophy in a society that's always filled with fear and cruelty. But the biggest difference is their faith. Every Spirit Ear worships the Spider Queen as their goddess, and the matriarch is the one closest to the boss, most favored and trusted. Polly, with her hands raised high, felt the rope tighten, wrapping around her chest. If she weren't a demigoddess, it would be nearly impossible to defeat the Spider Queen, a saint-level sorceress.
I'm sorry. I've put you in danger.
The Dark Knight stood facing Flem. No, with Flem's personality, she wouldn't give her all here.
Escaping wouldn't be hard at all.
What mainly distracted him, though, was the image that flashed in his mind, the Saintess's thighs and backside, bound and exposed in a way that was both dazzling and provocatively Japanese. The rope wrapped tightly around her chest, curling down beneath, slipping between her buttocks. It passed over that sensitive spot, looping around, folding her legs, and pulling them apart.
It was enough to make anyone lose focus.
Suddenly, a strand of hair shifted beside her, catching Polly's attention. It shot straight toward the Dark Knight.
Polly shouted, "Watch out!" Unfortunately, the hair wrapped tightly around him.
Flem pushed up her glasses, grinning smugly.
The monsters around them laughed loudly. "Ha ha, fool! Flem's spider silk can't even bind the hellish dragons anymore. Flem-sama is unstoppable."
Then, her eyes narrowed.
Something was glowing in the sky.
A sword was coming at lightning speed. The Dark Knight broke free from the webbing, grabbed the sword, and swung it with great force. The blade sliced through the rope, freeing Polly and the holy staff. This can't possibly be cutting through my mistress's webbing, Polly thought, quickly stepping forward. Taking advantage of the moment, he hurled the holy staff over his shoulder and bent his knees, preparing to leave.
Flem, holding her sword out, pointed it at him and asked, "Who are you really? I will never let you pass." The two charged at the enemy. Flem was startled by the overwhelming sense of pressure that suddenly hit her, a massive force coming from the Dark Knight. He passed right through her, leaving her stunned and speechless. A few strands of her hair were severed as she stood frozen, unsure of what had just happened. Her legs trembled, and she glanced down at the cut hair, wondering if she was still alive. Flem knelt down, and the monsters around her grew anxious. "Lady Flem, are you okay?" one of them asked. "I'm fine," she replied. "Immediately send someone to track them down. Issue an arrest warrant." "Yes, milady." She held the severed lock of hair in her hand. For the first time in her life, she felt such intense oppression. Being alive wasn't a matter of luck, it was because he didn't want to kill her. Her fist clenched tightly as she ground her teeth in humiliation. Who exactly was he? The Sword Saint of the Empire, the legendary human leader of the Adventurers Guild, known for his outdated methods. The Saintess was important, but she was just a symbol of the church to inspire the faithful. Sending out a legendary figure from the Adventurers Guild was a high-risk, high-reward move. One of the monsters spoke up. "Lady Flem, should we inform His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince? Maybe he can take action and deal with those two." Before it could finish, Flem kicked it to the ground. She pressed her foot down forcefully on its face, glaring in fury as she shouted, "Are you implying we didn't embarrass ourselves enough already? Do you want His Highness to see just how pathetic we are by disturbing him with this?" She paused, deep in thought. How had he found the exact room where the Saintess was held captive? How did he know to go straight to the storeroom where the holy staff was kept? The location of the staff had only been decided by the Crown Prince the day before, which meant she suspected there was an informant. Flem puffed out his chest. "The orders issued just yesterday can be acted on immediately." Beneath Flem, the water flowed heavily, infiltrating with terrifying force. This was definitely the most serious mistake he had made. They had managed to escape the Demon Lord's fortress. Deep in the forest, the Dark Knight said, "There are no more pursuers." He helped Polly sit against a tree. "We're safe for now." Polly let out a relieved sigh. That's such a relief. Then, she sat up straight, looked at the Dark Knight, and asked, "Thank you for saving me. How should I address you?" He replied, "Your Highness, you can call me whatever you like. A name or a title doesn't really matter." Polly was surprised and put both hands over her mouth. Her eyes sparkled. She could call him whatever she wanted? That thought made her mind drift into a rosy fantasy. A prince on a white horse. She imagined the Dark Knight in white armor, holding a rose branch, with petals floating in the air around him. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but shake her head with excitement. No, no, no. I mean. The Dark Knight behind her looked at her in confusion. Oof. Polly raised her voice. Dark Knight, how about just calling you that? You're all dressed in black, even your cloak is black, so I think Dark Knight suits you perfectly. The Dark Knight frowned. Dark Knight, huh? I have no problem with that. But deep down, he thought, does she see me as Batman? Polly covered her mouth, laughing. Well, that works then. Ha ha. She turned back to hug the tree, her heart bursting with excitement. Why did she feel so flustered every time she saw him? What if he thought she was weird? She kept banging her hands against the tree. The Dark Knight saw this and frowned. Her condition was definitely serious. Polly's voice rang out, asking, Sir Dark Knight, what should we do next? He replied, first, we need to find a place to rest. The pursuit team behind us probably won't catch up for a while. Inside, 2 lines of frustrated tears ran down his face. If it weren't for the fact that this area didn't have any spatial magic, and using teleportation would expose his demonic identity, he would have simply thrown her into the human world by now. Golden sunlight started to appear.
Polly said, the nearest place is probably the Tun-Ao village, which is fairly close to the Demon Lord city. For humans like us, it might seem a bit out of place though. The Dark Knight raised his hand, thinking, that's true, we'll have to think about it. Suddenly, Polly's eyes lit up. Wait a minute. She stood up so suddenly that she startled the Dark Knight. What? He asked. She made a suggestion, let me pretend to be your slave, Sir Dark Knight. The Dark Knight was stunned. What? She held out a pair of handcuffs and said, there are demons who dress like you. Plus, you could use these chains on me, and no one would suspect anything. The Dark Knight was surprised and started sweating. Isn't this from the prison? Why are you still carrying these? He waved his hand, signaling to decline. No need to go through all that trouble. My lady, that's a bit too disrespectful. Polly gripped the handcuffs tightly inside, no. She imagined herself wearing tattered clothes, her mouth gagged, her hands chained behind her, with wounds all over her body. Still not enough. This is something I have to do. If I want to infiltrate the demon army, I should have chosen an even more humiliating outfit. She bit her lip, thinking that, if necessary, she could let them humiliate her, like a tied-up, seductive victim being tormented by those vile, green monsters. The Dark Knight raised his hand and shouted, cutting off her thoughts, stop, stop, stop. If you say any more, I won't be able to think straight. He tossed the handcuffs aside, making it clear there was no need to think any further. Let's just get going, Your Highness. Polly was taken aback. Huh? You're really not going to think about it a little more? She grew worried. This small town has been lost ever since the Demon King's army started its invasion. Inside the town, there must have been mass slaughter and debauchery. I'm afraid that after many years, this place will become a paradise for all the hellish demon races. The street was lit by the soft glow of yellow lights as the two of them entered a tavern. Huh? The tavern is crowded. They picked a table and sat down. Polly was surprised. How is this possible? The Dark Knight looked around, finding it hard to believe. Luckily, news from the Demon King's city hasn't reached here yet, so no one recognizes you. The table was filled with delicious food. This is honey-glazed roast meat, fried chicken, seafood soup, and bread for the two of you, the waiter said. Polly asked in shock, how can there be such a rich variety of food? Shouldn't resources be scarce because of the war? The waitress replied, scarce resources? I see your outfit. You two must have come from the front lines, right? Since the Imperial Army conquered this place, our lives have been getting better and better. Polly responded, better and better? How is that possible? Wasn't this land once the domain of a noble duke? The waitress sighed, that was before the Demon King's army arrived and took control under their rule. Whether in agriculture or trade, we were forced to give up 4/5 of our income. Hearing this, Polly slammed the table and stood up, outraged. How could the taxes be that high? That's not allowed. An old man from the table next to them chimed in, humph, it seems like you were once a noble lady. You probably don't know much about the outside world. For those miserable folks, 4/5 is already quite merciful. He continued, in years of famine, they would take 6/5. Plus, every year we had to do forced labor without pay. My daughter was killed by a marble slab while working on their palace construction. The first thing the Demon King's army did when they took over was strip the Duke of all power and status. Then they introduced 20 types of taxes. Finally, our lives were freed. Polly asked, and what happened to the Duke's family? The old man replied, what? Of course, they were killed. Polly collapsed back into her chair, her eyes full of rage. She gritted her teeth, gripping her skirt tightly, her body trembling. She angrily said, those wicked demons, slaughtering innocent people like that. No, no? The old man asked. No, no, she replied. He set his mug down. The people around them smiled at her. They say that we hung them from the streetlights one early morning.
The still lake, surrounded by countless large trees, reflected the calm scene.
Polly, standing behind, looked at the Dark Knight and anxiously asked,
"The Demon King's army is really terrifying.
if this keeps up, they'll gradually break the Alliance's order."
Isn't that exactly what the people want?" Polly then asked the Dark Knight for his opinion. "Sir Dark Knight, what do you think?"
The Dark Knight glanced at Polly and said,
The situation is definitely more serious than I imagined."
But in contrast to the calm, cold exterior behind his mask, Lucifer Morla's face twisted in distress as he grabbed his hair, silently screaming inside.
"This isn't right.
I abolished the nobility to provoke the Allied forces, imposed 21 types of taxes to stop the Demon King's army.
How did it turn into what the people want?"
At the same time, Minus, happily munching on a pile of paper, cheerfully said,
"Delicious."
Thinking about this, the Dark Knight smiled faintly. Fortunately, all the internal affairs had been handed over to Minus to handle. In the future, he would definitely come up with countless ways to mess things up. Returning to the matter at hand, the Dark Knight glanced at Polly, thinking that the most urgent task now was to quickly get the Saintess back. Before he could take action, a voice suddenly rang out from behind.
"Lady Saintess, we've finally found you."
Seeing a stranger, the Dark Knight quickly drew his sword. In an instant, he was behind the unfamiliar blonde man, his hand gripping the man's head while the sword pressed against his neck. The stranger, panicked, tried to explain.
"Wait, I'm with the resistance against the Demon King's army. I'm a good person."
Hearing that this person wasn't a bad guy, the Dark Knight lowered his sword, allowing the blonde man to escape death. He quickly began to explain the situation of the rebel army.
"That's right.
We've heard that the Holy Maiden was saved from the Demon Lord's castle by a mysterious person, and we guessed she might pass through this area, so we've been waiting here." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Many people who had turned their backs on righteousness didn't hesitate to serve the Demon Lord's army, but the flame of justice would never die.
"Our rebel army will definitely overthrow them."
After hearing this, Polly clasped her hands together in admiration and said, "So, there are still rebels standing strong in this land." Returning to the main topic, he turned to ask Polly and the Dark Knight, while the knight gave him a look of disdain from the side.
"You two probably don't have a place to stay yet, right? Under the moonlight is my castle. We have a secret base where we can arrange a place for you to rest."
Through the window, light from the lamps shone clearly. Holding a glass of wine, he raised it and shouted loudly, "Cheers!" At the long table, sitting on one side were the Holy Maiden and the Dark Knight, and on the other side were his guests.
Raising his glass, he looked at Polly and smiled, asking, "Miss Holy Maiden, aren't you going to drink?"
Polly raised her hand to indicate, "I'll pass. We avoid all addictive substances like alcohol.
This is the doctrine we followers must adhere to." After hearing Polly's response, someone spoke up, "That's a real shame."
At that moment, he pointed to his own chest before introducing himself. "Right, I forgot to introduce myself.
My name is Ejin Gunther.
Because of my accomplishments, my ancestors were granted the title of the Gunbrad Baron." He looked at the four people across from him and continued, "These people here are all freedom fighters of the Resistance Army."
As Ejin Gunther introduced them, the Dark Knight showed clear signs of disappointment.
He thought to himself, "At first, I was hoping this resistance group might cause me some trouble, but it turns out they're just old nobility.
I've already issued orders to wipe them all out. Why don't I have any memory of them?" Behind Ejin Gunther, a figure with silver hair could be seen in the background.
Ejin Gunther didn't notice and casually raised his glass, continuing to speak, "Perhaps the two of you have heard of our achievements. The Demon Lord's army has been blocking information about us, but we've let our territory to grow more and more." The person with silver hair, having 2 ears, was walking and listening to Ejin Gunther's conversation. But ever since the Demon Lord arrived, everything had changed.
"That Demon Lord's army."
Ejin Gunther spoke intently, his gestures growing more animated as he spoke. In the process, he didn't notice the servant standing behind him with a tray of wine. As his hand swung up, he knocked over the tray with the fine wine bottles. Meanwhile, Ejin Gunther continued, completely unaware, truly, they are incredibly cruel. As Ejin Gunther moved, the wine bottle fell and shattered. The spilled wine on the ground reflected the frightened face of the female servant. Realizing she had just caused trouble, she quickly bowed her head and apologized, saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. On the other side, Ejin Gunther had set his glass down on the table. He looked at her calmly and replied, Huh? Of course, what happened next was something no one could have predicted. Just moments earlier, he had been calm, but in an instant, he turned and slapped her across the face, causing her to cough up blood. After slapping her, Ejin Gunther yelled, What's your problem, you filthy dog? The maid collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear, and stood there staring at Ejin Gunther before asking, Do you even know what you're doing? Without hesitation, Ejin Gunther viciously kicked the girl lying on the floor, then shouted, Even if I sold your entire animal family, I still wouldn't be able to buy a bottle of wine like that. Grabbing one of her ears tightly, Ejin Gunther cursed, Worthless trash. He yanked her ear hard, lifting her up despite her pain. As he continued to insult her, he added, If I hadn't bought you all, do you really think you'd be alive right now? You're just as useless as your whore of a mother. You filthy dog. At this point, Ejin Gunther looked up, raised his hand, and got ready to strike again. The maid, eyes brimming with tears, had a once pale face now marked by a deep red bruise on one cheek, and blood dripped from her mouth. At first, she kept her eyes closed, but then she opened one of them. Polly couldn't watch any longer and quickly stepped forward to stop her, grabbing tightly onto Ejin Gunther's raised arm and commanding, Stop. Ejin Gunther looked up in surprise. Holy maiden. Not wanting to offend Polly, Ejin Gunther pointed at the person lying there and laughed, saying, I was just teaching this disobedient servant a lesson. Besides, she's a heretic, a savage cast aside by the gods. This is exactly what the church always tells us. Polly immediately disagreed. On the contrary. But right now, with the Demon King's army invading, no matter the race, we should set aside our prejudices and unite as one. Do you understand what I mean? Ejin Gunther didn't say anything else but simply replied, I understand. I understand now. Polly bent down gently and asked, Are you okay? Faced with such unprecedented kindness, and with Polly so close, the maid's face turned slightly red. She stammered, I'm fine. Polly, hearing that, reassured her, I'm the holy maiden Polly of the church. Polly used healing magic on the maid, asking while treating her, Does it still hurt? The maid hesitated before answering, It doesn't hurt anymore. Polly looked at her with soft, sparkling eyes. After receiving the healing, the maid couldn't help but quietly marvel, So amazing. Polly smiled and pulled the maid's head into her arms. The maid, caught off guard by the sudden gesture, blushed. Polly, with both hands holding the maid's head, closed her eyes and savored the soft feeling. So soft, so cute. This is part of the healing too, right? It doesn't hurt, does it? What's your name? The maid, still in Polly's embrace, answered when she heard the question, I don't have a last name. My name is Papa. As soon as Lucifer Morla heard the name Papa, his face changed dramatically. Papa behind the Black Knight's mask, nothing was visible, but inside, Lucifer glanced at Papa in disbelief. The girl with the animal ears, Papa, a member of the brave team tasked with hunting down the Demon King, was the one now smiling as she embraced Polly, laughing joyfully, That tickles, huh? He guessed that Papa's future identity would be that of a future demigod. For now, she was just one of the heroes of this world. In the game Prisoner of the Demon King, as it progressed toward the later stages, a team of brave heroes would emerge to fight the Demon King. Among them, there was a girl with animal ears, carrying a large sword. Each member of this team was a demigod, and the character specializing in physical damage was the girl with the animal ears. Papa. When her sword swung down, it would cause a tremendous shock. It had a high critical hit rate, high damage output, high mobility, high armor penetration, high magic resistance, and, on top of that, she had a boss form during her transformation, making her a huge obstacle that caused many players to hit a wall. At that moment, the Dark Knight was stunned. Could it be the same person? Looking at Papa, happily holding Polly, the Dark Knight began to think differently. The Papa in the game had white hair and 2 different colored pupils. Her appearance here had no connection to the crazy warrior from the game. Could it just be a coincidence that they shared the same name? Eugene Gunther saw the 2 of them happily chatting and couldn't hide his discomfort. After a moment, he bowed slightly and said, "Lady Saint, I'll use my connections to directly take the 2 of you to the border, but I'd appreciate it if you could stay for a few more days. The room and hot water are ready." Polly looked at Eugene Gunther and thanked him. "Thank you, sir." After saying that, Eugene Gunther turned and walked toward the back. The 3 Dark Knights, Polly, and Papa didn't notice the scheming look in Eugene Gunther's eyes. "I'll take my leave now." At the hot springs, one of the Dark Knights, hands covering his face, lifted his leg up and let out a soft sigh. His head was wrapped in a cloth, and his face was still hidden by a black mask. While picking his nose, the Dark Knight muttered, "This is really disappointing. I still can't remember much. The information I can recall is so little." He tried to remember the first time he played the game, thinking he'd probably skimmed through Papa's introduction. But who would pay close attention to the story in a game like this? As he soaked in the hot water, the Dark Knight kept thinking. Hot springs, huh? That seems like a scene that has a high chance of appearing. Normally, wouldn't it be because of the other person? Meanwhile, in another part of the hot springs, Polly was enjoying her bath when she suddenly heard a voice. "Lady Saint, don't you think you're being a little too extreme in how you're handling things?" Polly responded to the holy staff, "Do you also think I handled this incorrectly?" She turned her back, and the holy staff spoke again, "You're misunderstanding me. I didn't mean that, but have you ever thought about the fact that we can't stay here forever?" Polly closed her eyes and listened as it continued, "While you're here, maybe the Duke won't do anything to her, but what will happen if we leave?" Polly opened her eyes when she heard the next words. "In the end, will we be helping her, or will we be hurting her?" At this point, its eyes narrowed. Forget it. To be honest, I have something more important to ask." In a corner of the room, it was tightly bound, still shouting, leaving me alone and isolated outside. "Why bind me up like this?" Polly responded, "It's not convenient to carry it with me right now." Isn't that a perfectly normal thing? The holy staff was in the room. Papa entered, holding a towel, and it kept talking, "Of course it's not. Even though I'm a staff representing the highest holiness of the church, someone still needs to help me bathe, don't they?" After hearing that, Polly repeated the words to herself, "Someone needs to help bathe?" She bit her lip. At this moment, she thought of the Dark Knight. His strength was extraordinary, and surely, his background must be noble. As she thought about this, Polly glanced out the window. Would she need help after all? The Saintess, a thought suddenly flashed in her mind. That's right, the Dark Knight is right on the other side of that wall. Could it be that now is the time? Polly crouched down, both hands gripping the edge of the tub. It was a good opportunity to sneak a peek at the true face of the Dark Knight, wasn't it? The thought flashed in her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. No, that's not a good idea. With the Dark Knight's strength, he'd probably notice right away. Polly cupped her face in her hands, her cheeks turning bright red. Or maybe the Dark Knight is just out there by himself. Her eyes widened, thinking it could be just like the stories in the books. In her imagination, the Dark Knight was lifting her chin, his eyes full of allure. Your Highness, the Saintess, I've gone through countless hardships to rescue you. Surely, you should repay me accordingly, don't you think? At the thought of that intense scene, Polly wrapped her arms around herself. What am I even thinking? The Dark Knight can't possibly act like some villain in those stories, can he? As she got lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard a voice call out, Your Highness. Papa, wrapped in a towel, stepped 1 foot into the tub. Polly looked up in surprise and said, Papa. Papa looked at Polly and replied, The Marquis, my master, sent me to help you with your bath. Seeing Papa,
Polly quickly declined. No, that's okay. I'm not used to having someone else wait on me. I can handle something like a bath on my own. Papa lowered his head, his hands tightly clenched together. But if I don't help him, my master will think I'm not doing my job. Once that happens, I'll be seen as failing in my duty. Polly sighed, stood up, and turned around. She said, then I'll have to trouble you. Polly sat there, her back to Papa. Papa, holding a towel, walked over. Sorry, Papa. Let me help you with your back. Polly closed her eyes, comfortably enjoying the moment, letting out a soft sound. That sound from Polly made Papa nervous. He quickly asked, did I do something wrong? Polly turned around to reassure him. No, it's fine. Polly raised her hand to make it easier for Papa to help her, and he continued rubbing her back. As he did, she couldn't help but think she wasn't quite used to it yet. Papa worked hard, wiping Polly's body and carefully wiping her thighs. He didn't say anything. Polly looked at him and finally spoke up. Papa, how did you end up as the maid for the Marquis? Did you lose your tribe? Papa continued working and answered, No, my homeland was destroyed. It was destroyed by the Demon King's army. At that point, Papa's eyes became briefly sad. He remembered the chaos from when he was young, when his mother held him and ran for their lives. Papa shared how, before the Demon King's army invaded, the Human Kingdom's army had taken them both. They were captured and put in a cage. He and his mother were sold to the Marquis's household. His mother always wanted to escape and take him with her. But 4 years ago, my dad and mom managed to escape, splitting up and going in different directions. When we were fleeing, we were discovered. My mom told me to split up and go east. While we were running, my dad got tangled in some tree roots, but I was too foolish to help. Right in front of me, my poor dad, kneeling there, was still captured by Count Egan Gunther. Hearing this, Polly asked worriedly, What about your mom? My dad's eyes lit up when he looked at Polly. It seemed like my mom had escaped, but his face quickly fell. After all, it seemed that was just something my dad hoped for. My mom probably made it out for sure. He continued, I'm not sure, but she'll definitely come back for me. She will. Polly smiled, relieved that there was still hope. After hearing my dad's story, and considering how badly he'd been treated by Count Egan Gunther, Polly started to think. The church might oppose slavery, but they only seem to care about slavery between humans. As for beastmen who don't follow the main god, they see them as heretics who deserve to be hanged. But is that really right? The voice of the holy staff of a jinn whispered in Polly's ear, Saintess, I must remind you, you are doubting the church. Polly felt a little sad, but before she could say anything, it continued, This is incredibly disrespectful. Don't speak any more of it, Saintess. This isn't something you can change. Just enjoy yourself. Polly stretched and sighed, that feels so good. Thank you, Papa. I feel so much better. Papa, holding a towel, smiled and said, It's the least I could do. When Polly casually walked out without anything on, Papa quickly called out, But are you really going outside like this? Aren't you going to cover up? Polly replied, It's just the two of us here, what's the big deal? Besides, the dark night is on the other side. Polly pushed the curtain aside, and Papa froze in place behind her. But before he could say anything, the words, There's only one hot spring, were already leaving his mouth as Polly had already stepped into the next room. Polly, completely naked, was startled when she saw the Dark Knight lounging in the hot spring, a white towel covering his face. Polly hugged her chest, turned her face away, and awkwardly said, Sorry, I must have come into the wrong room. There was no response. Polly looked at the Dark Knight, his face covered by the towel, relaxed in the water. Oh, he must have fallen asleep. It's no surprise, he must have gotten so comfortable that he dozed off. Taking advantage of the fact that the Dark Knight hadn't woken up yet, Polly quickly made her move. It was a perfect opportunity, he hadn't noticed her yet. She tiptoed, moving quietly, step by step.
As she got closer, with her body fully submerged in the water, Polly's eyes sparkled, her hands covering her face, as she stared at the Dark Knight. It was the perfect chance to sneak a peek at his true appearance. She gently lifted the towel off his face. Polly silently reminded herself, "Be gentle, be quiet." Polly's cheeks flushed as she focused intently on the Dark Knight. This was an important moment. She wanted to see what the face behind the mask looked like. Slowly, Polly began to pull off the cloth, carefully lifting it up, but she only managed to get as far as his nose. That's when she caught his gaze. The Dark Knight had woken up. "Aha," he said, catching her in the act. Polly froze, unsure how to react. In a panic, she pushed the cloth back into his face, all while trying to explain, "It's a misunderstanding." She used all her strength to push his head down, her face scrunching up as she said, "It's not like that." The Dark Knight still wore his black face mask, quickly sitting up. As he rose, something he didn't want to reveal became visible, making Polly awkwardly cover her face. "What's going on?" Polly asked, flustered. "The enemy ambushed us." "A monster invasion," the Dark Knight replied. Polly's cheeks were still red as she quickly turned to him, her eyes tightly shut. I'll go right away." At this point, the Dark Knight was still confused, not able to make out who was standing in front of him. "Who's there?" Polly's legs brushed against his, and she awkwardly tried to stand up, only to end up pressing her chest right into his face. Staring at Polly's chest, the Dark Knight froze, caught in the awkwardness of the moment. It felt like something straight out of an adult novel. Panicking, Polly shouted loudly. Meanwhile, in Eugene Gunther's castle, he was wrapping his hands while cursing, "Damn, for such a lowly beast slave, daring to treat me like this. If the Saintess really likes the little wolf so much, then I might as well just give her to him." Looking at the letter on the table, Eugene Gunther muttered to himself, "So, the news has finally arrived." This letter was crucial to his plan. As he thought about it, a cold glint flickered across his face. To achieve his goal, the price to be paid was inevitable. Polly opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and looked around in a daze. "Did I pass out from soaking too long? Where is this?" She tried to sit up, but suddenly felt an unfamiliar hand behind her. Polly, dressed in a soft black nightgown, looked both alluring and vulnerable. Standing behind her was Lucifer Morla. He gently touched Polly, his gaze filled with possessiveness. "So, you've finally woken up." Polly gasped and instinctively moved backward. "Demon King! What are you doing here? Where is Lord Black Knight?" Morla chuckled, a smug expression on his face. "He has already become my feast." Polly's eyes widened in horror as she looked down at the ground, where only an empty suit of armor remained. She screamed, "Lord Black Knight!" Lucifer Morla slowly stepped closer to Polly, his hand tightening around her, his gaze burning with desire. "Now, it's your turn." Polly trembled, trying to back away, her voice faltering. Wait. What? What do you want?" Morla smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. "What else but to enjoy a feast?" He lifted Polly's chin with his fingers, his gaze dark and dangerous. In the silent space, only the sound of their heavy breathing remained. Polly woke up abruptly. It turns out it was just a dream. Why did I dream about that? The nightgown she was wearing was a sheer one. Polly sat there, and behind her, someone was adjusting her dress. "The young lady has woken up. It seems you had a nightmare, you're all sweaty," someone said. "I'll help you change," the voice continued. Polly was surprised and asked, "Help me change? But Papa, why are you here?" she asked. Papa held some papers in his hand and explained to Polly, "The Lord of the Manor asked me to deliver these to you, along with the deed documents to hand everything over to you." Polly forced a smile. "No slaves, please. I don't like slaves. The teachings also don't allow clergy to follow a system of slavery, and I don't need help with daily life." Papa quickly replied, "But if I don't serve you as a slave, the Lord of the Manor will think I'm unemployed." Feeling helpless, Polly gave in to her father's wishes.
"Ah, fine, I get it," she sighed.
"I suppose you'll be staying here for the next few days, but there's no need to keep up with the whole slave and master routine like we did back at my place." Papa held the contract and happily said to Polly, "Yes, being a slave to the saintly young lady is the greatest honor for Papa." Seeing Papa so happy made Polly feel a little sad. She seriously responded to him, "Papa, no one is born to be a slave."
Taking the contract from Papa's hands, Polly asked, "The contract paper, has the Marquis already given it to me?"
Papa answered, "Yes."
Polly nodded and said, "Good."
Holding the paper in her hand, Polly spoke seriously to Papa. "Slavery is terrifying, but what's even worse is finding joy in the life of a slave.
To actually enjoy it."
With that, Polly tossed the contract into the air. Under her magic, the paper caught fire, and Polly said, "You are not a slave, and you don't need to call me your mistress." When Papa heard that he wasn't a slave, he worriedly asked, "But if I'm not a slave, what role can I have to stay by the Saintess?" Tears welled up in Papa's eyes. Polly gently patted his head and, looking at him, replied, "A friend.
Besides, don't you want to find your mother? Being a slave next to me wouldn't make that very easy."
Hearing Polly, Papa realized that he could look for his mother and also be a friend. His eyes lit up, and he repeated the words he had just heard, "Friend, mother." He hugged Polly and happily said, "Meeting the saintly young lady is Papa's greatest honor." Polly blinked at his sweet gesture and said, "All right, but we need to leave soon, so we should prepare some dried food." Polly stood up and said, "Papa, you should go tidy up a bit too." Papa excitedly raised his hand, volunteering to go buy something. "If it's for shopping, let me go," he said. After speaking, Papa quickly ran outside, and all that could be seen was the brief flash of his figure.
"Miss Saint, hurry up and have breakfast."
"The Great Black Knight must have arrived by now," Polly said. Hearing this, Polly smiled and pulled herself together. She quietly thought, "I just said to forget it, but the Black Knight must have been waiting for a while." At that moment, Polly opened her eyes, and without realizing it, she remembered what had just happened. She hugged her head with both hands, lying back on the bed, her legs kicking up in the air.
"Ah, I'm thinking about it again. How could I have done that last night? How am I supposed to face the Black Knight now?"
Meanwhile, Papa was walking toward the forest ahead, happily talking to himself as he went.
"Great, I can finally go outside and look for Mom."
Holding a bamboo basket, the more Papa thought about it, the more excited he became.
"I won't let Miss Saint down."
Suddenly, Papa stopped, feeling a strange presence in the air. Surrounded by this eerie aura, he knew exactly who it was.
The bamboo basket dropped to the ground.
The presence of the Demon King's army was felt, and it was completely different from the one stationed at the town. Looking toward the castle, the aura of the Demon King's army was intense, coming from high-ranking demons. Why were they here?
And why was the scent growing stronger?
Had the Saintess's side been discovered?
Run back quickly.
Papa pushed himself to sprint toward the castle, needing to get back and warn them as soon as possible. The door creaked open slightly, and Papa threw it wide, shouting loudly, "Lady Saintess, the Demon King's army has found us, we must." Before Papa could finish, the sight before him froze him in place. Eugene Gunther was sitting in a chair, his face twisted in a vicious snarl. As soon as he heard a sound, he turned toward them. And it wasn't just Eugene Gunther at the table, there was also a Dark Knight. Polly was lying there, struggling to push herself up. With what little strength she had left, Polly whispered to Papa, "Papa, run." Papa stared wide-eyed at the scene in front of him. An hour ago, light from outside the door poured into the room. Polly was sitting at the table, having a meal with Eugene Gunther and the Dark Knight. She glanced at him and thought to herself, "I absolutely can't talk to the Dark Knight.
He must have seen me yesterday."
She stared at him and thought further, and he hasn't said a word since. He's probably really upset. He, however, paid her no attention at all and was deep in his own thoughts. What exactly was Papa trying to write about life experiences? Eugene Gunther noticed that the Dark Knight hadn't touched his food and spoke up.
"Sir, is the food not to your taste?" The road ahead is still long, it's better if you eat a little.
The Dark Knight looked at Ejin Gunther and replied, "No, it smells delicious. It's just that this soup seems to have a strange scent."
"Did you put something special in it?" Ejin Gunther smiled and explained, "It's just some secret spices. Every noble house has its own recipe." The Dark Knight looked down at the bowl of soup in front of him and said, "Is that so? Well, I'll have to try it, then."
Polly held her fork in her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement inside.
That's right, the Dark Knight hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. She thought happily, if he eats now.
At that moment, the Dark Knight raised his hand and placed it on his mask.
Polly eagerly watched, thinking, he's definitely going to take the mask off now.
Suddenly, he pulled his mask down just a little and poured the entire bowl of soup into his mouth without even taking the mask off.
Ejin Gunther exclaimed in surprise, "Oh." Polly wasn't any less shocked, her mouth hanging open. "That works too?" She felt utterly frustrated, unable to believe it. "No way."
Then, she suddenly froze, feeling a bit off.
She gasped in surprise, "Hey."
Polly quickly reached out to steady her, her head spinning a little.
"What's going on here?" Ejin Gunther's tone suddenly shifted.
"Oh, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier." He glanced at her, a sly grin spreading across his face.
"Just a little secret seasoning."
Papa hurriedly burst through the door, stopping right at the threshold and shouting, "The Holy Maiden has been spotted by the Demon King's soldiers."
"Quickly!"
He stopped mid-sentence, sensing that something was wrong in the air, and fell silent. Ejin Gunther Brad tilted his head, glancing at her with a wicked smile.
"Oof."
Papa looked around at the three of them, noticing that Polly and the Black Knight were both slumped on the table, while only Ejin Gunther was still alert. Suddenly, the Holy Maiden's weak voice rang out, calling to her, "Papa, run." Then, her head fell onto the table.
Papa rushed over in panic, yelling, "Holy Maiden, what have you done to her?"
She turned to him, her voice rising in anger as she exposed him.
"So it was you. You betrayed the Holy Maiden.
Those Demon King soldiers, you're the one who brought them here." He sat comfortably at the table, laughing, and then calmly confessed, "It was me, it was me."
"But what do you mean by betrayal?"
"I simply made the right choice according to the bigger picture.
Besides, who gave a vile creature like you the right to question me?"
As soon as he finished speaking, in a fit of anger, he grabbed a nearby plate and slammed it into Papa's head, knocking her to the ground. Polly heard the noise and struggled to open her eyes. She called out in pain, "Papa." Using the last of her strength, she sat up and called out to the person next to her, "Sir Black Knight."
Ejin Gunther stood up and walked over to her. With malice, he said, "My lady saint, don't tell me you're still hoping this knight can save you?"
He then stepped behind her and placed his hands on the shoulders of the Dark Knight, explaining, "You shouldn't underestimate the secrets of noble houses.
The potion you drank earlier is an ancient, top-tier elixir, a secret remedy known as the Windless Secret Medicine, revered as a semi-divine brew."
He pushed the Dark Knight's head down onto the table to prove his point, saying, "If you don't believe me, just look, he can't move a muscle." He stood there, watching her lie helpless and powerless on the table, savoring his victory with smug satisfaction. "Lady Saint, your fate has already been sealed." He bent down close to her and started to ramble, "The way you're so dedicated to your followers, taking care of our lost sheep and guiding them to believe in our God."
He then straightened up and made a formal suggestion, "Why don't you offer yourself as a sacrifice?
I'll hand you over to the Demon King's army and secure you a future full of wealth and power."
Papa, holding a knife, lunged at him when he wasn't paying attention.
She swung the knife straight at him, but Ejin Gunther quickly dodged. He glared at her and shouted, "You're trying to ambush me."
Papa stood in front of Polly, holding the knife to protect her.
She warned him, "Stay back." Despite the blood streaming down her face, she gritted her teeth and warned him again, "Don't come near the Saintess." Before she could finish, he stepped forward, kicked her hard in the head, and yelled, "You're nothing but a heartless wolf. I wasted so many years raising you." Holding the key in his hand, he leaned toward Papa and said, "I understand.
This kind-hearted Saintess promised you a lot, didn't she?"
She said she'd help you find your mother. He walked over to a wooden cabinet, continuing, let me share some good news with you, it's about your mother. Papa heard him mention his mother and felt a surge of anxiety. Hastily, he said, Mother, hasn't she already escaped? Eugene Gunther curled his lips into a mocking smile as he pulled open a drawer and said to Papa, you believe that? He yanked a suitcase out of the drawer and tossed it onto the ground. Eugene Gunther's wicked smile deepened as he coldly pointed at it. Open it. See what's inside. Papa quickly unlatched the suitcase, and inside lay a fur. She stared at it in shock, unable to hold back her tears as memories of her mother flooded her mind. Papa's voice, warm and gentle, echoed in her ears once more. That's your mother. Papa clutched the fur in agony and let out a piercing scream. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. Her pupils turned a fiery red, long and narrow, flashing with a dangerous light. Out of nowhere, crimson lightning streaked across, striking her head and engulfing her entirely. Papa recalled the moment when she and her mother had been fleeing. All of a sudden, her mother stopped, placed a firm hand on her shoulder, and said solemnly, Papa, if we keep running like this, they'll catch up to us sooner or later. We have to split up and run now. Papa looked at the dark, heavy suitcase he had thrown to her, and she sank back into her memories. She remembered when her mother told them they had to scatter and run like that. Papa, terrified, could only cry out, but can we really not escape? Her mother gently comforted him, saying, we will escape, I promise. Once it's safe, make sure you come find me. She kissed Papa's forehead, then promised, we'll return to the steppe where we used to live. Maybe we'll stay by the river where you liked to fish. I'll be waiting for you there. The Papa of today stood frozen, lost in thought. Back then, he really had listened to his mother and ran off in a different direction. As she ran ahead, her mother had turned to watch her, a soft smile on her face. In a quiet voice, as if giving him one last piece of advice, she whispered, don't stop. Don't look back. The pain was unbearable, but that bastard Eugene Gunther kept digging into Papa's heart, saying, that's right, to protect you, the daughter, that white-eyed wolf really did turn into a big, terrifying wolf. The mother you always remembered is dead. The Saintess who gave you hope. She's dead too. Pretty angry, aren't you? At the moment when he was still loudly mocking Papa, she was still holding the suitcase with her mother's fur, surrounded by an intense aura of red energy. Suddenly, 3 men kicked open the door. Eugene Gunther spoke up, saying, except for those beastmen with special talents who can freely unleash their transformation instincts, there are also those who rely on powerful emotions within themselves. Rage, despair, awaken. As soon as he finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed, becoming somewhat fierce. The chubby man with brown hair, seeing Papa in the process of awakening, sneered at Eugene Gunther and said, Boss, I didn't expect you'd still have one like this. Eugene Gunther interrupted him, saying, stop talking nonsense. Have all the slaves been evacuated from the manor yet? I don't want to lose any more assets. Eugene Gunther looked at Papa with amusement and said, wait a little longer. She's not fully awakened yet. Once she completely transforms into the white wolf, then. Before he could finish his sentence, the scene before him left him stunned, and he could only stare in shock. The chubby man with brown hair was suddenly attacked by Papa. In just a few seconds, he was killed on the spot, causing the others to gasp in fear. What's happening? This is nothing like before. Papa opened her mouth and howled, revealing sharp fangs. The 2 men who had been standing still with the chubby man were also swiftly killed by her. Eugene Gunther, trembling all over, could only watch in horror as everything unfolded before him. He was terrified, unable to believe his eyes. It can't be, with a slave contract, how could you kill someone? Could it be? Eugene Gunther looked over at Polly, who was still struggling against the effects of the drug. That crazy woman already broke the contract. Papa slowly approached him from the door. She lowered her head and said, I want to. Then, she lifted her head to face Eugene Gunther. Her eyes were filled with rage as she screamed, kill you. Eugene Gunther instantly shrank back, trying to defend himself.
No, you. You have to listen to my explanation. Suddenly, Papa stopped in her tracks as footsteps approached, followed by a voice. White wolf people. Flem calmly entered, arms crossed. I remember that in the legends of the beast people, the white wolf tribe can transform and possess the bloodline of ancient gods. I didn't expect it to be true. Papa, furious, turned to face her and shouted. The Demon King's army won't allow you to come near the Saintess. Flem stared at Papa for a moment before speaking. To still struggle under the pressure of a saint-level aura. You've only awakened part of your bloodline's power, and you're already this strong? Truly rare. She watched as Papa charged toward her, clicking her tongue in regret. Too bad. Flem stood calmly, unafraid. Then, she simply activated a barrier to stop Papa. After colliding with the barrier, Papa was injured, spitting blood, and sent flying back, crashing into the wall, with blood splattering everywhere. Flem spoke up, warning, you'd better know who you're gritting your teeth at. She then turned to Ejin Gunther, lightly adjusting her glasses, and asked, Did you notify the Demon Lord's army? What's your name? He seemed like a drowning man clinging to a rope, quickly replying, I'm originally a noble from this place. I've always wanted to serve the Demon Lord's army, so I borrowed their name to keep those two wanted criminals here in the mansion. He bowed respectfully, as if pledging his loyalty to Flem. I was just waiting for you, my lord. Flem looked down at him from her high position, nodding in approval. Well done. The Demon Lord's army never forgets its loyal servants. Once this is over, it's not impossible for us to grant you a noble title. Feeling like he'd hit the jackpot, he joyfully thanked her. The Saintess and that dark knight are both here. They drank the secret potion, and now they can't move anymore. Upon hearing this, she furrowed her brow and glared angrily. The Dark Knight. This is completely contrary to the Imperial Army's code. How bold. Ejin Gunther was trying to win favor, so he quickly ran over and touched the Black Knight, who had just joined in, saying, That's right, it's really bold. I'll help you tie them up. Before Ejin Gunther could do anything, the Black Knight grabbed his face with a tight grip, causing him to gasp in surprise. Ha! A familiar voice echoed. All right. The Black Knight stood up, shot him a quick glance, and continued. The show's over. Annoyed, Ejin Gunther asked the Black Knight. You clearly drank it all earlier, so why aren't you affected? The Black Knight turned the question back on him. Why wouldn't I be? Didn't you see she didn't come close? Flem took off his glasses, answering arrogantly. You think you can run from me? If you were so easily affected by that drug, that would be the biggest insult to me. He placed his hand on Ejin Gunther's head, glanced at her, and suggested. How about we make a deal? You let us go, and I'll let him go. Ejin Gunther cowardly shouted. Please, master, save me. Flem found it amusing and replied. Oh, you want me to let go of a major criminal who's disrespected the Imperial Prince for a useless human? How does that sound to you? With that, her eyes grew sharp, and she began attacking him. Ejin Gunther cried out loudly, quickly pulling Ejin Gunther down to dodge a blow from her. The Black Knight glanced at her and said in a deep voice, You're right, that was a stupid question. Now, wait for me to take my revenge. With that, he slammed Ejin Gunther's head onto the table, causing blood to splash everywhere. As he looked at the person on the table, he thought to himself, earlier, this guy slammed my head into the table. Suddenly, I remembered. The Black Knight sat at the table and moved the computer mouse, revealing a news article. A disaster had just struck the port town of Bastia. A huge white wolf had suddenly appeared, leveled half of the town, and then vanished without a trace. The noble in charge of the port was also missing. The cost of goods in surrounding areas had risen by 10%, and income from combat had dropped by 10%. He quietly speculated. This event is a sign of the White Wolf Papa's arrival, in the midst of flames and destruction spreading everywhere. A scroll fell from inside, showing Papa roaring, his eyes shining brightly. This was where Papa first awakened as the White Wolf. His sudden appearance, along with the Saintess, had pushed the event forward. If they hadn't come here, Papa would have lived a life of complete ignorance. Thinking this, he quickly dashed across the table. He absorbed the familiar things from his daily life, only to face the risk of losing them. He landed, disappearing and reappearing, moving toward Flem. He looked at Papa, who lay helplessly on the ground. Though unconscious, he still clung tightly to his mother's fur. He started to speculate, realizing the tragic fate of his mother had fully awakened him, and his bloodline had turned into that of the White Wolf. He flattened half of the harbor, then by chance joined a strong team that had lost its continent, which would later become his enemy. Meanwhile, Flem began to cast a spell. She used an advanced technique, the Chu Web of Speed. A huge, enchanting pink thread appeared, growing larger and larger, stopping right above the Black Knight's head. The threads shot down toward him, turning into enormous needles. As he dodged, he thought about everything, but now, everything had changed. Perhaps Papa hadn't fully awakened because of his worry for the Saintess, still holding on to some part of his reason. Maybe there was a way to change her fate. Fate was on my side. After evading the tangled threads, he quickly charged toward Flem, suddenly feeling something was off, causing him to cry out. After realizing that the threads had somehow wrapped around him, he gasped in surprise and muttered, "This is..." Flem smiled, clearly enjoying seeing him caught up. She explained, "True silk threads aren't something you can easily see like this." Then, she began focusing to activate her divine realm. The Black Knight quickly flew up, avoiding her attack. He was stunned and thought, "I never expected she knew how to use this combo." Flem was able to control her lower body to create a mischievous combo. Against most enemies in the game, she could kill them easily. He stared at her coldly. Behind Flem, a terrifying, monstrous spider appeared. She raised both hands, calling upon her power, then loudly declared to him everything she had been holding inside. "I apologize for my past disregard for you. You are extremely dangerous and must be completely eradicated. You are an opponent worthy of me using all my strength to defeat." Her eyes were bright with intensity, her posture ready for an attack as she threatened the Black Knight. With those words, the gigantic spider lunged toward him, intent on striking. Its enormous, sharp legs seemed poised to pierce him through. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and dirt and rocks flew everywhere, filling the air with dust. Flem couldn't believe it. She gasped in shock and exclaimed, "No way." From the midst of the smoke, the deep voice of the Black Knight echoed, "I remember this move requires quite a bit of accumulated anger to unleash." It seems like she was really angry. He only needed one hand to grab hold of the giant spider's leg, then coldly said, "Sorry, Flem. If I get the chance to return, I'll find a way to make it up to you." With those words, the Black Knight snapped its leg, then cast an attack spell on it. He flew up and used his beams of light to latch onto every part of the spider's body. In just one move, the massive spider was instantly torn apart, blood pouring out everywhere. Flem stared in shock, silently processing, how could this be? Just one punch? How could there be an adventurer with such skill? I can't even move a step. Am I scared? Suddenly, her expression changed as she looked at him and internally rejected the thought, "No, that's not it. I'm in my own domain, but it's being suppressed." Inside her mind, everything was slowly falling apart. Polly collapsed onto the table, trembling as she hit the floor. She tried to calm herself down. This wasn't a real fight. It was just a joke. It was like a mischievous child on a stage using a wooden sword to attack a grandmaster, only to be easily defeated, even more embarrassingly so. The Black Knight slowly walked toward Polly and Eugene Gunther. Eugene Gunther woke up, his face swollen, covered in blood, and in a daze, he asked, "What happened?" Before he could finish his sentence, a foot stomped onto his head, making his already miserable state even worse. The Dark Knight stepped forward, standing over Eugene Gunther's broken form. His face was contorted in pain. He carried the Saintess over his shoulder and spoke calmly. "Miss Saintess, we should leave now."
She, weak from being carried, softly urged him. Papa, what about Papa? Take her too. The Dark Knight interrupted her, his tone cold as he replied. I know. Then, with his other hand, he lifted Papa up. The window, which had been intact, suddenly shattered. He plunged through it, carrying both of them as shards of glass scattered everywhere behind him. As soon as they landed on the grass, Papa regained consciousness. She clenched her teeth in rage and declared, I want to kill him, kill him. The Dark Knight stayed silent, merely glancing at her while he quietly pondered. Egon Gunther was still alive, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and decay. This place had become Papa's obsession, something he couldn't let go of, even in death. If it weren't for this place being destroyed, Papa would have returned for revenge, no matter how far he ran. She would have come back to wipe out the harbor town and, step by step, become a terrifying semi-divine white wolf. He walked away, lost in thought, so the end of this scene was really just the beginning. This was a huge gamble, let me help her get her revenge. As he finished speaking, his eyes turned cold, almost terrifying. The chains, like vines, began to slither into the castle. A blood-red hue engulfed the place, as if thirsting for blood, wanting to stain the entire castle in crimson. Egon Gunther, bruised and with a few teeth missing, still managed to lift his head and ask, What happened now? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he looked up. The answer came in the form of a red lightning bolt, striking him directly. He could only scream in agony. The lightning hit the ground with such force that it cracked the earth open. He died with his face contorted, lying face down in a pool of blood. It seemed like there couldn't possibly be a more tragic death for him. Flem, inside the castle, frowned and squinted at the scene unfolding. But just then, a huge explosion sounded, tearing everything apart, including Egon Gunther's body. The Holy Scepter glanced around in panic. This is a terrifying type of magic. Don't tell me it's from a Gasma powerhouse? Even legendary experts from ancient times never had this kind of reckless power. The Holy Scepter broke out in a cold sweat and turned to the Black Knight, silently asking, Who is he? Why does his magic carry an aura I absolutely despise? The castle had fallen into ruins. Looking at the scene, Flem wondered, why spare me? The moon rose high, casting its light on the Dark Knight's figure. Behind him, the Saintess and Papa were sleeping, curled up together. He sat quietly by the fire, lost in his own thoughts. Things are like this now, so maybe it's fine, right? Papa won't cause the White Wolf disaster. He won't run into the strongest squad on the continent, won't become a demigod, and won't become my sworn enemy. No, maybe I'm overthinking it. It's safer to get rid of her now, before anything else happens. Thinking it through, he drew his sword and turned to look at Papa, still lying there, holding tightly onto the fur of her mother. A faint smile was on her lips as she murmured, "Thank you." He stared at her, his hand raised, ready to strike and end Papa's life in an instant. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed, quietly telling himself, or maybe I'm just overcomplicating things. With that thought, he shifted his gaze to the person lying next to Papa, silently calculating, the Saintess will definitely be praised for bringing back the victory, and the situation will become much safer. The person returning with her is Papa. With the Saintess's nature, she won't let Papa come to harm. Compared to killing her, if she brings more uncertainty, keeping her close to the Saintess might actually be the best choice. The Holy Maiden, who seemed to be drifting in and out of consciousness, appeared to be waking up. She sat up and called out to the Black Knight. At that moment, he had turned his face toward the fire. Upon hearing her, he responded, "Lady Holy Maiden, you're awake. We're safe now. They won't be able to send any pursuers after us for a while. By the day after tomorrow, we should be back in the land of the Spirit King." He replied while holding a branch over the fire. He glanced at Papa, then continued, "Also, that child is severely injured. I could only treat her wounds in a basic way to ease her pain. Without your healing magic, I'm afraid she may not wake up." Polly gently touched the hair of the person lying there, heart aching, and whispered, "Polly." She was worried. What should she do?
The magic she could use now was so limited she couldn't heal such a serious injury.
It seemed like she had no choice but to try something else. With that thought, she turned to the Black Knight and said, Sir Black Knight, could you, go somewhere else for a bit?
Take a walk or something?
He sensed something was wrong and replied, even though we're safe for now, there are still many uncertain factors around us.
Plus, Papa's condition is unstable. If we separate carelessly, it could be dangerous. Is something wrong?
She blushed and whispered, No, there's nothing wrong.
Well, if it's you, Lady Holy Maiden, then it's fine. With that, Polly began to undress. Slowly, she removed her clothes, until there was hardly anything left.
The Black Knight noticed the silence and glanced behind him. He couldn't understand what was going on, so he widened his eyes and let out a grunt. When he finally understood the situation, he shouted, Why are you starting to take off your clothes? He then turned back toward the campfire. Polly was startled by the sudden shout and nervously explained, It's because my magic power isn't enough right now, so I have to use physical contact to transfer it and heal Papa.
Don't worry, this is just an emergency solution. Also, since Papa is a girl, that's why I'm doing this.
Polly gave a reasonable explanation and turned to continue, but the Black Knight felt himself burning with embarrassment, his nose even starting to bleed. He quickly covered his nose with his hand, still protesting loudly, Who needs you to reassure them?
I didn't ask you about this.
Polly, noticing something was wrong, worriedly asked, Sir Black Knight, you're bleeding.
Are you hurt?
He waved his hand and interrupted her loudly, All right, I'm fine. Just turn your face away, and you can get back to healing Papa. She quickly covered the important part of her body with her hands, feeling embarrassed and thinking to herself. Even though she had turned away, it was still so embarrassing. But she bent down, took off everything still on Papa, then helped him sit up, holding him tightly so their bodies were in contact, quietly reminding herself to hide her embarrassment. Saving Papa was more important.
Polly held Papa as he slept, comforting him.
In her dream, she cried out, Mom.
Polly softly asked Morla, who was standing by the fire, Sir Black Knight, do you know how people in the church treat beastmen?
He replied, I've heard of it. She said sadly, in the doctrine, beastmen are those abandoned by the gods. They follow a heretical and evil faith, so they are driven out of every kingdom.
But do those beastmen deserve to be treated that way? And what about the children, who are slaves from birth just because their parents were slaves? Should it really be like this?
The holy staff of gold reminded her, Saint, this is something already laid out in the doctrine, you shouldn't touch it. The air seemed to freeze at his words. Lucifer Morla listened to the holy staff of gold, then continued, not to mention that you are now rejecting it. He paused and said, I don't fully understand these matters, but I've always believed that every person is born equal.
Polly asked in surprise, every person is born equal? Equal in what way?
Lucifer Morla explained, if we accept that everything in this world is created by the will of the gods, then in the eyes of the Creator, aren't kings, nobles, even the Pope, and commoners, servants, and even slaves all the same?
Polly couldn't believe it and said, are the king and the Pope really equal to slaves? That doesn't make any sense.
He replied, Lady Saint, if there's no equality, do you really think the gods are fair and just? He looked up at the starry sky and continued, the sky nourishes both the towering trees and the weeds. To them, the sky might be like a god, but does the sky distinguish between a tree and a weed? A drop of rain hangs on a leaf. If rain is a gift from the gods to the world, is it truly fair and just? The golden scepter shouted, this is a terrible, blasphemous thought. This must be the kind of words that demons from hell speak. No, not even the demons would say something like this. Lady Saint, don't let yourself be deceived.
Polly seemed to snap back to reality.
She patted his shoulder and called out, Sir Black Knight. She leaned against his arm, hesitated, and asked, so what does this all mean? Sir Black Knight, even though I sense there's something profound here, I'm still confused. Lucifer Morla pushed her arm away, blushing slightly, and saying, I think, instead of being confused, you should probably put your clothes back on first. She blushed in surprise, her heart racing. Suddenly, Polly grabbed his head and slammed it down into the ground, tossing him away. She shouted, "I'm so sorry." She stood there, dumbfounded. What did I just do? She rushed over and asked, "Sir Black Knight, are you okay?" Lucifer Morla waved her off. "I'm fine, just let me rest for a moment." He held up a black envelope and said, "If we move fast, we could return to the Allied forces' territory by tomorrow afternoon. This is highly classified military intel from the Demon King's army. I'm giving it to you now." Polly asked, "Military intel?" Lucifer Morla confirmed, "Yes, the Demon King's army has sent all their main forces to the Demon Corridor and the Stalker Path. If we manage to slip through those two places and attack, we could turn the tide of the battle." She opened the map and exclaimed, "If I remember correctly, isn't the Demon Corridor and the Stalker Path completely useless? Why would the Demon King's army send such a huge force to protect these rundown areas?" He smiled slyly and thought to himself, "Of course, this was all my plan." Polly, still suspicious, asked, "And another thing, why did you give me such important intelligence? Are you, the Black Knight, not going to the Holy Land with us?" Lucifer Morla hesitated. In his mind, he cursed, "Damn, am I supposed to go to the Holy Land with you and confess?" He slowly sat up and tried to manipulate the situation. "Lady Saint, I'll only go where I'm supposed to. You shouldn't try to search for me because I'm right here among the crowd. Maybe one day we'll meet again, but maybe we won't." She couldn't say anything more. The next morning, everyone continued on their journey. Lucifer Morla held Polly's hand, leading her across the bridge. Papa was bouncing around, which made him sigh and pick the little one up. As they walked, Lucifer Morla stopped and called, "Lady Saint." Looking at the city in front of them, he said, "We've reached the end." Papa and Polly moved toward the city gate. The guards signaled for them to stop. "Who are you?" Polly spoke softly, "Don't worry, I'm Polly, the Saintess of the church, and this is my companion." "Papa, this is the Black Knight, but he's vanished." She was surprised and let out a soft gasp. Looking toward the forest, Polly quietly wondered, "Has he left already? The Black Knight?" The guards exchanged looks. The Saintess? Could it be? One of the soldiers said, "Don't say another word. I'll stay here. You go notify the others." The other soldier agreed, "Got it." Polly reassured Papa, "Don't be afraid. This is the coalition's headquarters. We're safe here." The guard hesitated, buying some time. "Sorry, I can't trust you so easily. After all, this is the front line, and behind us is our homeland." She waved her hand, "It's okay, I understand your situation." He noticed the staff behind Polly and asked, "What's that?" She replied, "This might prove my identity. It's a holy relic of the church that I reclaimed from the Demon Lord City. The golden staff." The soldier's face darkened. "Do you expect me to believe that this is a holy staff?" She blushed slightly and said, "I guess it really is a bit hard to believe." The golden staff of the church trembled in anger and spoke, "Could you two be a little more polite?" He stared in shock and, clutching the light magic staff, asked, "Then you must recognize this light magic spell, right?" Covered by the light of magic, the guard exclaimed, "This is definitely the magic of the church. It seems like you really are him." His face changed dramatically, and he shouted, "It's that Saintess." Behind him, the city gates opened with a loud cry, "Where's Polly?" She cheerfully called out, "Teacher Roster, I can't believe you're stationed here. It's been so long since we last met, after parting ways at the Holy City. You're still my history teacher, right?" He didn't pay attention to what she said and waved his hand, shouting, "Grand magic can and steal the spell." Polly blinked in confusion, asking, "Teacher Roster, what's this for?" The golden scepter answered, "It can strip away all divine power from the sealing spell. It's trapped inside the magic." Polly gasped, "Wait, could it be?" Roster held up a wanted poster and shouted, "A traitor who betrayed the Allied forces to serve the Demon King's army. They've committed all kinds of unforgivable heretical acts and were directly responsible for the fall of the undefeated fortress. Caught in the light of the magic, Polly helplessly said, "This must be a mistake.
How could I ever serve the Demon King's army?
Even Lord Scepter can prove that." The golden scepter beside her seemed just as confused. He didn't care and continued to give orders. "Now, arrest them under the decree of the heretical court, which is under the direct authority of the Holy See."
Papa, enraged, lunged forward, shouting, "Let go of the Saintess."
Polly stepped in to stop him. "Papa, stop."
Roster grabbed Papa by the neck, holding him still so he couldn't struggle.
She screamed, "Don't hurt Papa."
He slammed Papa to the ground and angrily ordered, "You're still traveling with a beastman. Take these two prisoners away."
The sun was beginning to set.
In the prison cell, Polly groaned in pain, her hands tightly bound. Facing the cell where Papa was kept, she sighed, it wasn't easy escaping the Demon Lord's city. How did things end up like this?
The judgmental guard still had the nerve to speak arrogantly. "The church has declared you a traitor to the Holy Land."
"You didn't reclaim the holy artifact, it was the Saintess who did. Someone like you is still alive?"
He furiously slammed the door, full of hatred, shouting, "It's all because you betrayed us.
Because of you, my family fell into the hands of the Demon Lord's army.
My sister is only 11 years old."
Polly, feeling flustered, responded, "I didn't betray the alliance. How could Dorothy be a Saintess? She's clearly just a Saintess in training." Behind them, Dorothy spoke up, surprised, "Aren't you?" "Hello, Polly, it's so nice to see you again."
She arrogantly said, "This meeting
truly makes one feel emotional." A guard eagerly ran over, flattering her, "Lady Saintess Dorothy, what brings you here in person?"
She put on a saintly expression and replied, "I have a few things I'd like to discuss with this female prisoner."
"Could you please hand me the cell key and step out for a while?"
The guard respectfully handed her the key and said, "Of course, but please be careful.
The female beast woman inside is very fierce." Dorothy smiled warmly and said, "Thank you."
The guard added, "I'll stay on watch outside, so I'll be right here if you need me." As soon as the soldier was out of sight, Dorothy immediately dropped her smile, pointed with her finger, and used magic to silently open the cell door.
With a satisfied grin, she said, "Magic is truly convenient. No one outside can hear a thing. This is the perfect moment to reveal my secrets." She lowered her gaze and spoke, "You must have a lot of questions, don't you?"
Polly furrowed her brow and responded, "It seems like you have a lot to say to me." She stepped closer, teasing, "But looking at you now, are you still the same Polly I used to follow?" Dorothy touched her, then continued, "With these chains restricting your magic, how are you any different from a mere mortal?
And this dull outfit?" With that, she tore the clothes apart, looking satisfied.
"Not bad, now this looks more like a prisoner." Seeing Polly completely naked, Dorothy said, "All right, Polly." She then cupped Polly's breasts and added, "Next, I'll answer all your questions." Dorothy recalled her childhood, remembering the time she would pray with her hands clasped at the holy ceremony. She thought to herself, "Back then, I believed the world was simple.
If I obeyed, I'd receive praise. If I worked hard, I'd be rewarded."
But as the third princess of the Pampunya Empire, such illusions didn't seem to exist. She frowned in frustration. "From a young age, I never saw my mother. She was probably a palace maid. I was born because of a mistake the emperor made when he drunkenly slept with her."
Dorothy recalled the contemptuous looks that were always directed at her back then.
From the moment she was born, she was labeled as an illegitimate child, shameless, and cursed. This stripped away all the possibilities for her own path and forced her into a single direction, being pushed into the church to become a nun, worshipping some meaningless god. At that time, she was determined and thought to herself, "But I won't give up. I have to take it step by step, climb higher and higher. From being a nun in a small parish, I'll make my way to the holy city, and eventually, I'll be chosen as a reserve saint.
Who knows? Maybe I'll become the next saint."
But even though she tried so hard, she could only stay stuck in place. In the end, the church found out her true identity. They allowed people from the royal family to rise to high ranks within the church.
Didn't that mean the church would become just a tool for the secular royals?
Once again, fate mocked her, and because of her lowly origins, she could only watch as other nuns took her place and became saints. However, just when it seemed like there was no hope, an opportunity for change appeared. A huge attack came, with the demon army invading. It stirred up the stagnant waters, and the old system of rules fell apart and collapsed. In order to survive, the human church and other races had no choice but to sit down and weave alliances together. At this moment, a child who had once been looked down upon and discarded, like me, seemed to suddenly hold a significant role, as if she could shake the very foundations of the world. Standing between two powerful forces, the Pope and the Empire, she became an important link. The Empire's princess became the Saintess of the Church. In a critical time, the Pope gained support from secular forces that had no ties to religion. The Empire, too, was able to insert a crucial ally into the Church, something they hadn't been able to do for thousands of years. She wondered, is there anyone else who could strengthen the bond between the Pampanga Empire and the Church more than I can? Dorothy raised her chin proudly. She said, the world only needs a brave and charitable Saintess. This Saintess has completed her mission of infiltrating perfectly, bringing the divine artifact back, and at the same time, she is the princess of the human empire, able to link the Church and the Empire together. She then glanced at Polly, who was tied up and wearing tattered clothes, her eyes showing a hint of sarcasm. Dorothy continued, for a Saintess of such noble status to go to the Demon Lord's village and retrieve the Holy Staff, no matter how you look at it, this isn't an ordinary plan. No wonder Sister Polly is so kind-hearted. Without any suspicion, she jumped straight into this trap that was already set. Actually, from the very beginning, you've been tricked by everyone. Papa gripped the iron bars tightly and shouted, I won't let any of you touch the Saintess. She was in the cell across from him, so furious she could barely stand it. The wooden shackles locked her hands, and her head kept banging against the bars. Dorothy turned around and shifted her attention to her. She looked down at the beast woman with disdain and sneered, filthy beast. Who's the Saintess now? It's laughable. With that, she stepped toward the door, feeling quite pleased with herself. That's enough for today. Sister Polly, when you're burned alive on the pyre, I'll be standing nearby, enjoying the show. However, Polly called out, wait a minute. Dorothy was taken aback and turned with a mocking smile. What's this? Are you begging for mercy? But it's not me who wants you dead. It's the high-ranking officials of the Holy Church of the Divine. At that moment, Polly slowly opened her hand, which she'd been clenching tightly. Inside, there was a letter. I just have one request. I have one last piece of important intelligence about the Demon King's army. If we use it well, the war against them will turn around immediately. Dorothy couldn't understand. She was about to die, yet now she wanted to share information that could help them. Hesitantly, she asked, aren't you scared? They want to kill you, so why would you still give them intel to help them? Polly, hearing this, shouted, whether they kill me or not is my problem, but whether we can drive the Demon King's army away affects everyone in this land. At the Grand Castle, Morla gazed out at the scenery, feeling relieved as he said, I'm finally home. He held a glass of red wine in his hand, a smirk on his lips as he thought. Now, the Saintess wouldn't be in danger anymore, right? And with the information he gave her, she would be celebrated as a saint for her great deeds, while he himself was sent back home. It really was a win-win situation. He took a sip of wine, unable to hide his excitement. Afterward, he set the glass down and muttered, but I still can't get too happy too soon. My false identity got me defeated in that battle. The Demon King's village is probably in ruins right now. They'll need me to go comfort them a bit. As soon as she stepped into the room, her foot brushed against a rope, and she noticed that the entire room was surrounded by coils of rope. Seeing him, she was taken by surprise. Ah, Your Highness, you're finally out. Congratulations. Morla was stunned. She stared at her, then instinctively shouted, Flem, what in the world are you playing at here? She held the rope in one hand and adjusted her glasses with the other as she tried to explain. I deserve to die for this, she stammered. I wasn't strict enough in my duties, and let prisoner Polly get rescued from the cell. She glanced awkwardly at the rope in her hand and said, clearly embarrassed, so, originally, I wanted to tie myself up here and wait for you to arrive so you could punish me. But tying myself up seems to be a bit harder than I thought. He placed his hand on her waist, making her shiver, then gently reassured her, Flem, you can't blame yourself. If even you couldn't hold off the enemy, then they're not ordinary people anymore. I was the one who underestimated the humans. I didn't expect anyone to have such impressive strength. With that, he personally untied the rope around her, and she was deeply moved by his generous forgiveness. Your Highness, she whispered. Just as the two of them were untangling the ropes, they heard footsteps approaching. The person who appeared spotted him and exclaimed, Ah, Lord, you finally emerged. This is wonderful. Asina rushed forward, her face lighting up with joy as she cheered upon seeing him. Morla looked at her with a hint of confusion and asked, Asina, is there something you need from me? If the materials are running low, just go ahead and pick what you need from the warehouse. She shook her head and said, No, I'm here to deliver good news to His Majesty the Emperor. Asina smiled brightly and announced, the new weapon that can change the course of the war is ready. It's been completed. I'd like to invite you to personally review it. At the Research and Development Lab for the Demon King's military, he and Flem arrived. Morla glanced around anxiously, feeling a little uneasy as he thought, no way, have they really finished it? He turned to Flem and asked, where's Priscilla? She's the chief engineer. Why isn't she here? Flem looked slightly embarrassed, then pointed to the wooden crate next to him. Ah, she's right next to you. Morla was puzzled and turned to look at the crate. Next to me? Isn't that just a barrel of wine? As he was still scanning the area, the wine barrel suddenly popped open, and a voice, slightly slurred, floated out. Well, isn't this the Demon King? Care for a drink? He jumped in surprise, instinctively raising his hand to shield himself, thinking, there's another barrel of wine inside? Priscilla was lying among the wine bottles, her face flushed from drinking too much. Her voice was a little unsteady as she spoke. Are you worried about that weapon? Don't worry, you'll definitely be worried about. Ah. Morla broke into a cold sweat, feeling helpless as he thought, what is going on here? After thinking for a moment, he raised his finger to his chin, pondering. But looking at you like this, I feel completely at ease. With that thought, he couldn't help but smile, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. A little while later, Asina stepped forward, holding the weapon she had just crafted. Asina's here, he said. He turned to look at her. She was wearing a wind shield and proudly holding up a large gun, clearly ready to go. She grinned and said, we can start now. He squinted, watching carefully. What she was holding was a gun, but then Morla took a deep breath and calmed his mind, quietly chuckling to himself. I see. For this world, guns are still pretty new, but they're just a novelty. After all, this is a world where magic exists. Even low-level stone bullet magic can have effects similar to modern guns. Experienced adventurers can easily swing a sword to cut a bullet in midair, and some are even faster than the bullets themselves. And that's not even mentioning the military here. Everyone's wearing armor made from stainless steel. Asina aimed the gun, preparing to fire, and both he and Priscilla watched closely. He looked back at the weapon, thinking to himself that this was the result of her tirelessly working herself to exhaustion, perfectly replicating the design to craft it. The two of them looked forward, sharing the same thought. But even if she ended up making a piece of junk, he'd still have to praise it as an unparalleled divine weapon. Asina let out a deep sigh, then immediately pulled the trigger. The wall across from them exploded, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. He and Priscilla, standing off to the side, froze in place. Their faces twisted in shock, looking almost like potatoes, completely stunned by the blast, and they could only manage to let out a startled noise. Asina, holding the gun she had just fired, turned around and looked at him with eager eyes. Your Highness, this is the super weapon developed to end the war, designed under the guidance of the chief engineer.
I've made a few minor adjustments. The gun.
Both of them stared at her, sweat pouring down their faces as they stood frozen in place.
Priscilla, horrified, screamed inwardly, "You call this a minor adjustment?" He stood beside her, sharing the same expression, and asked, "You call this toy a gun?" At that moment, Morla stepped forward, hesitating before asking her, "All right, this is amazing. But, this is it, right? Just this?" When he asked, Asina looked up. "Huh?"
Asina grinned widely, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
"Of course not.
As someone who believes in peace, my hope is to use weapons like this to quickly end the war. But, with just this gun, which can only fire 7 shots in a row, it's still far from enough."
Hearing that, Morla's previously calm mood instantly exploded. He coughed violently. 7 shots in a row, huh? Asina continued, "That's why I've designed something else."
As she spoke, they heard a sound drawing closer to them. He turned and looked over, his eyes immediately widening at the sight in front of him.
A massive tank was approaching, with 2 muscular goblins driving it.
The pace at which technology is advancing is just too fast.
However, he didn't notice the awkward, slightly anxious atmosphere surrounding Priscilla.
Asina bent down respectfully and said, "Without the ideas from the chief engineer, and all the technical guidance and suggestions they gave me, there's absolutely no way I could have created this weapon.
So, it's all thanks to the chief engineer, Lady Priscilla."
She was so terrified by this praise that her face turned pale. She quickly denied it. No, it wasn't me, don't say that." Flem also bowed deeply, his large chest shaking slightly. "Your Highness, at first, I didn't understand why you assigned this important task to Priscilla and Asina, but the results have proven that your foresight is unmatched. Actually, I had personally checked the weapons before, but I never reported it because I wanted to surprise you, Your Highness."
Morla grabbed his messy hair in frustration and sighed, "A surprise. Truly a surprise. But something this intricate, surely it can't be produced in large quantities, right?"
Her answer hit him like a bombshell. "At the moment, we've produced 100 units, and they've already been deployed on the battlefield."
He covered his face and shouted, "What?" Flem continued his report, "Furthermore, following your earlier instructions about defense, they've all been deployed along the Linma corridor and the Stalker Trail." Morla snapped to attention, completely caught off guard.
"Huh?" Then, he sighed with a sense of relief. Phew, so it was these 2 useless spots. Fortunately, he had already given all the intelligence to the Saintess earlier. He crossed his arms and walked calmly, his heart filled with determination.
This time, nothing could possibly go wrong, right?
He remembered when he handed the intelligence to Polly. The sealed envelope was placed in front of her.
If things went quickly, he could be back in the Alliance's territory by tomorrow afternoon. "This is a top-secret military intelligence report from the Demon King's army.
I'm giving it to you first," he had said.
Polly tilted her head and asked, "Military intelligence?"
He confirmed without hesitation. The Demon King's army had concentrated 9/10 of its forces. By securing the Linma corridor and the Stalker path, they could close off those 2 spots and change the course of the situation. Back in the dungeon, Polly spread her hands out.
"I only have one request.
I also have one final piece of critical intelligence about the Demon King's army. If we use it properly, our war with them will immediately turn in our favor."
The confusion and fear inside Morla only grew.
Now he remembered the intelligence he had given to the Saintess. At this moment, in the Linma corridor, the surroundings were eerily quiet, stained with blood everywhere.
In the distance, hundreds of thousands of soldiers lay dead, their bodies mutilated.
The forest was burning down to the ground. This horrific scene was caused by the terrifying weapons of the Demon King's army.
In the room, Dorothy questioned Polly, "How did you know that at the end of the Linma corridor there was an army of demon lords?" She asked, surprised, "What happened?" She bit her hand, clearly anxious, and said, "It's completely ruined.
A coalition of over 100,000 humans, dwarfs, and elves, organized by General Scott, fell into an ambush by the Demon Lord's army. the entire force was wiped out. Only a few dwarfs managed to escape by cutting through the dense forest. Polly was horrified when she heard the number over 100,000. She gripped the door tightly and shouted, "Didn't I send you the intel already? Why did they still choose that route? That's over 100,000 soldiers." Dorothy responded thoughtfully, "Of course, I passed on the message clearly, but the original army was encouraged by the elves and dwarfs. That route was the best option for an attack. They didn't trust your intel and stubbornly decided to launch the assault." Dorothy clenched her lips and added that General Scott had also perished on the battlefield. The princess of the elves had gone missing as well. "This isn't my fault." "Right, it's not your fault, but no matter what, someone has to take responsibility for all of this." Dorothy's face darkened, and she raised her hand to block out the noise. She gestured for silence, then intentionally shouted loudly enough for the soldiers around to hear. "Polly, I really can't imagine how you could do something so cruel. What kind of transformation have you undergone in that demon army to become like this?" Dorothy, with an air of unwavering authority, continued, "Why would you want to feed us false intelligence? Whether it's me, Master Roster, or even General Scott, we all believe that deep down, you still had some decency left. We trusted the information you gave us." Polly gasped, "You?" Before she could say anything more, Dorothy kept accusing her, "We believed your claim that the Manhwa corridor had no Demon King's army coming from that direction. But in reality, there were hundreds of thousands of Demon King's soldiers laying in wait. Every one of them fought valiantly. General Scott even led his troops into battle himself. But after a full day and night of fierce fighting, with no more ammo or supplies, they all perished. They died because of you. The soldiers around us are furious and want to tear you apart." Using her magic, Dorothy sealed Papa's mouth. Papa was silenced, unable to speak or defend himself. Still, Dorothy went on without pause, "Sister Polly, no, criminal Polly, considering the unforgivable crimes you've committed, including but not limited to espionage, crimes against humanity, and the brutal slaughter of countless lives." Dorothy delivered the verdict with cold precision. "The Supreme Order Coalition has convened and sentenced you to death by fire." She looked down at Polly, who was bound by magical restraints on the ground, and declared, "You will be executed in 3 days." In another place, Priscilla was sitting on a wine barrel, shouting, "Where's the wine? Give me the wine." Behind her, Lucifer Morla spoke up to comfort her, "Priscilla, I understand your hard work, and I know you've thought about this a lot, but you still need to take care of yourself." She cried, whining to the demon lord, "Stop with the cruel, twisted pleasure of rubbing salt in my wounds. You've won this game, haven't you? Aren't you trying to make me serve your army? Fine, I give up. Just let me drink, and I'll leave everything in my head to your demon army." Priscilla screamed, "Destroy it all. I don't care about this world anymore." Behind her, Morla felt a jolt of fear. He broke into a cold sweat and said, "Your inner turmoil. Don't you dare rebel. Quickly, start using that twisted brain of yours to come up with some useless tricks. I'm suffering so much already." Lucifer Morla pulled out a piece of paper and tried to persuade her, "I know you're struggling. Starting today, step away from all the research and development. As for the chief engineer position, just let Asina handle it." She looked up, stunned, and exclaimed, "Huh?" He pointed to the map and continued, "Right now, I will grant you the Granville Kingdom. You can head straight to the fief and rest there." Priscilla couldn't believe it and asked again, "Really? You want to give me a territory near the border?" She secretly calculated that the area was so close to the border that she could cross it in just a few steps. Did he really think she wouldn't try to escape? Lucifer Morla replied, absolutely sincere. Inside, he thought, hurry up and run already. I'm worried if you stay with Asina for a few more days, she might end up turning even a tank into something she can use. Just then, Flem came running in, shouting, Your Majesty. She happily announced, we've received good news from the front. The Allied forces have indeed sent over 100,000 troops through the Linma corridor to launch a surprise attack, but they immediately ran into our fully equipped army. Flem, excited, continued, the machine guns that Lady Priscilla and Lady Asina researched and built played a crucial role. In an instant, they burned through more than half of the enemy forces. She was clearly thrilled and added, Lady Priscilla's reputation has spread across the entire dimension. After hearing that, Priscilla was so terrified she collapsed, clutching her head in shock. Flem was startled and rushed over, calling out, "It's him." Lucifer Morla, unwilling to accept it, said, "She's just too happy, that's all." Flem, confused, gasped, "Huh? His Majesty, the Demon King?" He was on the verge of tears, saying, "Don't worry, these are also my tears of joy." Inside, he screamed, "Why did we win? Why did we really attack that place? Didn't I give the Saintess the intelligence report? Where did I go wrong?" Flem, deeply moved, immediately said, "Actually, His Majesty has even more good news." Lucifer Morla, feeling like he was on the brink of death, asked weakly, "More?" Flem, with excitement, replied, "The Allied forces think the Saintess is a traitor to humanity, so they plan to burn her alive in front of the public." Upon hearing this, both Priscilla and Lucifer lost all will to live. Flem was shocked and cried, "Ah! His Majesty!" Lucifer Morla quickly ran off. He shouted a few instructions, "I've had a new realization. I'm going into seclusion for a few more days. You and Minus will be responsible for all the major and minor matters in the Demon King's army from now on." Flem was stunned by the command, "Huh?" In his heart, he thought, "Saintess, I will definitely save you." On the road leading to the execution ground, Polly's hands were tightly shackled with iron chains. Her torn clothes hung loosely, and she was escorted by a knight, with Dorothy following closely behind. The curious townspeople stood behind the rows of knights, watching with eager eyes. They whispered among themselves, "That's the traitor Polly. Why did she betray humanity?" A stone suddenly flew out of the crowd, hitting Polly in the head. Reflexively, she raised her hands to shield herself. A furious voice immediately screamed at her, "You wicked woman, you!" A man from the crowd, filled with rage and hatred, shouted at her, "Because of you, my brother died on the battlefield." As he yelled, Polly raised both hands to cover her face. The knight escorting her and Dorothy walked by. Seeing this, Dorothy secretly smirked with satisfaction. "Did you see that? Sister Polly, no one cares about your story. The people are all fools. From now on, they'll only remember Saint Dorothy. As for you, you'll be tossed into the trash bin of history forever." She thought cruelly to herself, walking behind while quietly observing Polly, who was slowly walking ahead of her. Polly's face was filled with sadness, and she had a wound from the stone that had hit her. Her clothes were torn, and her hands were still shackled in cuffs. Lucifer Morla, dressed in the dark armor of a knight, stood behind the crowd of townspeople, silently listening to their comments. "That's Saint Dorothy," one of them whispered. "She's the saint who snuck into the demon lord's village, played with the demon army, and spun them around like toys. I also heard that Saint Dorothy took a divine artifact right in front of the demon lord." He listened to the ongoing discussion for a while, his arms crossed, staring at the group of people who wouldn't stop talking. He couldn't help but feel incredibly confused. Isn't everything they're talking about something Polly did? Where did this woman Dorothy come from, and what kind of monster is she? This is getting serious. There's no storyline about a Saintess returning to the battlefield in the game. I didn't expect there to be such a big twist here. He kept thinking to himself, furrowing his brow. But I also feel a bit lucky. At least I managed to get some intel. He quietly thought to himself. Then, his eyes landed on the yellow-bound book from earlier, and he suddenly felt uncertain. But as he recalled the scene, he remembered meeting a strange man dressed in tattered clothes, carrying an old, worn-out bag by his side, and holding that same yellow book in his hands, eagerly trying to sell it to him. I've got exclusive sketches showing why the Saintess served the Demon King and plotted to harm over 100,000 soldiers. No lies here, just 666 copper coins. The Demon King recalled the moment and opened the book in his hands. As he glanced at its contents, his mind was still buzzing with questions. Could this sales pitch actually have some real intel?
Damn that demon king.
One of the lines of text jumped out at him. Inside the pages of the book was an image of Polly, tightly bound in a seductive manner, struggling on the grass, her mouth yelling loudly.
Let me go. Do you think I'll submit to your perverse power?
The next image showed her face flushed red, her eyes filled with hearts, as she hugged her face and shyly said,
It's too big, I'm going to die.
I won't ever come back like this, I'm sorry, Holy Pope, I'm sorry. Then, there was an image of Polly, in sheer pleasure, lost in desire, her hands clutching her chest, crying out, Please, if you put that in, I'll do whatever you want.
The book was suddenly thrown forcefully to the ground.
Lucifer Morla, stunned, shouted in disbelief. How the hell is this world selling such special grace? He frowned, clearly troubled, but his eyes kept glued to the book on the ground. After a moment of hesitation, he followed his conscience, picked the book back up, and opened it again. He also put on a pair of black glasses to further hide his face, then began reading while constantly assessing it.
Actually, this style of painting isn't bad.
Wow, so that's what it is.
Heh, amazing, wait, no.
A voice in his head screamed to regain his rationality. Quickly, he slammed the book shut, carefully tucked it back into his coat, and began to think.
Finally, it became clear.
They believed that Saint Polly had intentionally provided false intelligence, under his encouragement, to harm the Allied forces. He looked again toward the execution ground, where the people of the city were gathering. At that moment, Polly was tied to a burning pyre. Beside her stood Roster, holding a list in his hands.
Lucifer Morla finally began to understand everything, but how could Polly have given false intelligence in this case? Was there a bigger plot behind it all? Roster held the list and began reading.
The prisoner, Polly, was charged based on the testimonies of many witnesses and overwhelming evidence. She was tied to a cross, her arms bound high. With a sad expression on her face, she silently listened as Roster read out her accusations. She was arrested for defeat, betrayal, joining the Demon Lord's army, and committing acts of military rebellion. Polly knelt on the execution platform, gazing at the clergy in front of her and the people of the city gathered at a distance. The accusations against her echoed in her ears. In the Demon Lord's army, she repeatedly leaked our military intelligence. The enemy tortured our captured soldiers many times. She fought for the title of Saintess and committed numerous assassination attempts against the clergy. At the same time, when she still held the title of Saintess, she studied forbidden magic, including necromancy and curse magic. The church representatives seemed to be sitting there, bored out of their minds. One of them, wearing a lace-trimmed robe, had a look of sheer frustration and disinterest on his face.
This is all just for show. Do we really need to drag this out?
A fat man sitting next to him, dressed in the uniform of the church leader, agreed with a grunt.
Why not just burn her already?
Meanwhile, another man, though sitting at the judgment table, spent the entire time staring into a hand mirror, adjusting his appearance. Finally, Roster finished reading the list of accusations against Polly. Prisoner Polly has confessed to all her crimes. Now, we sentence her to death by burning. At this, Polly's expression, which had been blank until then, suddenly shifted. She turned sharply to look at the priest beside her.
Confessed on my own?
She asked, surprised.
Then, as if realizing something, her face twisted in anger.
She shouted at him.
Was it my fingerprint that you all forcibly took from me?
She called out to everyone present, her voice full of defiance, I do not accept any of these accusations, and I will never repent for any unjust charges. You can hang me for your cowardly schemes, but I have never betrayed my faith, and I never will. Hearing this, Roster felt a pang of guilt. He quickly raised his hand and silently cast a forbidden spell to silence her. Golden chains appeared from the air, swiftly wrapping around Polly's mouth to stop her from defending herself any further. He then walked over to the blazing fire pit, grabbed a burning log, and said to her, Polly, for the sake of the world's justice, you must die here. With that, he threw the torch straight at Polly, who was bound to the cross, her eyes wide with terror. At that moment, a loud thunderclap suddenly echoed through the sky, and with it, rain began to pour down. Everyone present was in disbelief, staring up at the sky. The fire, which had just started to ignite, was quickly extinguished by the rain, leaving everyone stunned. Murmurs of confusion began to spread through the crowd. Why is it raining all of a sudden? Could it be that even the gods don't want her to burn to death? Roster immediately raised his hand and began to cast a spell. A circle of fire burst from his palm, spinning continuously. He aimed the flames at Polly, who was tightly bound. The magical fire quickly surged up, surrounding Polly's entire body, causing her to scream in agony. Polly bit her lip, her eyes shut tightly in defiance as the flames began to scorch her body. Lucifer Morla stood among the crowd, watching the scene unfold with a thoughtful expression. He couldn't help but think that this was quite a dramatic spectacle, but if one took a closer look, it was clear there were many holes in the story. Yet, no one seemed to question it. When the truth is unclear and people don't care to uncover it, the truth is easily buried in confusion, with countless hands working behind the scenes to keep it that way. He couldn't help but feel disappointed for the people in the city. The Demon King's army had already come to their doorstep, yet they still wanted to fight among themselves. As he walked forward, he mulled over his own plan. It was time for him to step in, take the Saintess away, and end this chaos once and for all. But as soon as he thought about chaos, chaos immediately erupted around him. Lucifer Morla was also taken aback by the sudden turn of events. What? Chaos! Around him, the people who had gathered on the wide land began frantically running. Lucifer Morla looked up, wary. A brilliant beam of divine light shone down from the sky, directly onto Polly, who was being blinded on the sacrificial pyre. Instantly, the flames that had been blazing around her quickly died down, and this miraculous event even made the Demon King, Lucifer Morla, gasp in shock. It was a sign of divinity. The bright golden light from above illuminated the scene. Roster looked up in astonishment, murmuring in disbelief, how could this be? The divine power. It's so immense? It wasn't just him. Everyone present, struck with awe, looked up at the sky in shock. High Priest Roster, Polly still burning in the cold flames, called his name. But just those simple words made Roster fearfully glance at her. He quickly fell to his knees. In front of Polly, still blindingly illuminated, with her hands nailed to the cross and fire consuming her body, Roster trembled as he knelt on the ground, unable to lift his head, stammering in response, "Why yes, it's me." Polly seemed to be in a trance. With her eyes tightly shut, she calmly stood within the flames and asked Roster, "Do you think this rain is fair? Is it righteous?" Roster knelt before her, his voice trembling as he replied, yes, it's fair and just, because this rain doesn't care about rank or status. It falls for the poor and it falls for the rich." Polly glared down from above. Behind her was the brilliant golden light of celestial authority from the heavens. In a cold, sharp tone, she countered, "That's not how it is." Below the bright golden light, with sparks and ash filling the sky, the city lay in view. On one side, towering, glorious castles of gold and riches, on the other, decaying buildings housing the poor. Yet, the rain kept falling relentlessly. The crowd before her stood stunned, staring up at Polly, as if her words were coming down from the heavens themselves. "The rain is fair," she continued, her voice echoing. "It falls for the poor, and it falls for the rich. But it is not just, because it falls for both the poor and the rich." At that moment, the flames of divine magic spread, engulfing Polly's entire body. Even the chains binding her were burned away by the fire, freeing her hands. Standing amidst the blazing flames, Polly's voice remained steady and deep. "Because the world it falls upon," she said, her eyes narrowing with a hint of frustration, "is not just." The flames of divine magic roared higher, sending waves of brilliant celestial light scattering around. The onlookers were left in awe and fear, their gazes fixed on the high platform. The light grew ever stronger, and finally, it erupted, sending countless beams of light shooting out, piercing the heavens above. Polly had completely transformed. She was wearing a dazzling golden armor that glimmered with light, her hands tightly gripping the hilt of a sword. Her expression was unreadable, and her eyes still shone with a golden hue. She hovered high in the sky, her entire body encased in the golden armor, with 3 pairs of black wings extending behind her, shimmering with hints of gold. The sky around her was filled with a radiant glow. Her voice echoed across the sky, "I will judge." Polly's gaze, filled with determination and coldness, looked down below. Her hands still gripped the hilt of her sword as she delivered her judgment, "This world." Everyone present was struck with terror by the scene before them, their screams incoherent. "It's..." Roster knelt on the ground, his face turning pale, finishing their words, "The fallen angel." High Priest Roster. Polly remained suspended in the air, her form still surrounded by a brilliant glow. She looked down at Roster with cold disdain. He raised his eyes in fear, staring at the angel above him, the golden sword in her hand shining brightly. Black feathers floated gently in the sky. Polly pointed her sword directly at him, her entire being radiating murderous intent as she declared, "You are guilty." The verdict was delivered, and Roster's eyes widened in shock. Tears of fear uncontrollably streamed down his face. Suddenly, the upper half of his body exploded, leaving only a burst of blood spraying high into the air. The sight was so horrifying that it sent a chill through the crowd below, making them tremble in fear. From above, Polly looked down at the 3 representatives of the church who had just callously sentenced her. "You 3, you're so desperate to save yourselves that you don't care about your dignity." You panic and beg Polly, "Wait, Polly, there's been some mistake. Someone must be wrongfully accusing you, right? Don't worry, you're still the Saintess. I'll make sure to restore your honor." Polly didn't even bother to listen to their pleading. Coldly, she declared, "Guilty." She swung her sword in a few swift movements, and the 3 people before her were left in a spray of blood. Hovering high on the platform, with black wings glowing faintly with an ethereal light, she gripped her sword tightly like a god passing judgment, her presence commanding and unyielding. "You too, and you?" She pointed to others, "You're all guilty." She raised her gaze, her eyes burning with determination, like a god declaring to the people of the city. "I, Polly, proclaim here and now that whether it's the Demon King's army or the allied forces under the control of those who act unjustly, they will all be subjects of my judgment." She stood high above, watching the chaos below as the crowd scrambled to flee. From her body, a glowing halo and flames as red as fire seemed ready to burn the very people running for their lives. Her voice, still cold, rang out. "Let them tremble for the wrongs they've done. Let them flee in fear of me. And those who were deceived without cause." As these words echoed, a brilliant light enveloped the head of a young soldier, who was wounded and had lost an arm. He sat on the ground, his face filled with terror at the scene unfolding before him. A single feather gently fell beside him. The soldier, in shock, glanced down at his remaining hand, still believing that justice and righteousness could somehow stay here with him. The words seemed to come from the heavens themselves. The young soldier, in surprise, reached out with his other hand to touch the place where his arm used to be. A golden light passed over him, almost as if it had taken away his pain. Polly raised her sword high, pointing it toward the sky, now filled with divine light. 6 pairs of black wings unfurled behind her. Beneath her, a sea of red flames blazed as if burning away all the evil in the world. With a stance that radiated divine authority, she called out clearly, "Here, I will establish the heavenly kingdom on earth." Dorothy stared from a distance at Polly standing in the glowing light, holding up her sword high. Beneath her, the bodies of those sentenced to death lay scattered in pools of blood. Furious, she shouted, "She's gone mad, completely mad." She clenched her fists, unable to hide the envy in her eyes as she looked at the scene, her anger building. "I'm not running away, I'm not scared of her. I am the chosen one. It should be me becoming an angel, it should definitely be me." Suddenly, a strong blow landed on the back of Dorothy's neck. A knight, without hesitation, grabbed the unconscious Dorothy and rushed out of the castle. Sorry, Lady Dorothy, Lucifer Morla, still in his dark night attire, stood calmly amidst the chaos of people running for their lives. He thought to himself, "This is a mess. Why are they deifying her? Polly's not even close to a fatal wound yet, she hasn't been messed with enough to fall into corruption. So how did she suddenly turn into a 6-winged angel?" He furrowed his brow as he studied Polly's angelic form, trying to recall the details he knew from the game. But in the game, there was no version of this. If she were a normal angel with white wings, he'd have fought her already. And she's saying she not only wants to face the Demon King's army but also the allied forces. This doesn't seem like a bad result, though. Out of nowhere, a third force is emerging, one with semi-divine power to counter the Demon King's army. He glanced over at Polly again, continuing to think to himself, but... Lucifer Morla walked up to Polly, standing with her beneath the brilliant heavenly light still shining in the sky, and cautiously spoke. "Lady Saintess, I'm still wary of you. I'm not sure if I can hide the heavy, dark aura of hell around me from her." Upon recognizing who had approached, Polly immediately brightened up. "Sir Dark Knight, you've come too. Thank you so much." Lucifer Morla smiled lightly, then, through his mask, spoke gently to her. "No need to thank me. After all, I haven't really saved you this time." Polly didn't think his words were entirely true. She blushed slightly and quietly explained. "No, that's not what I meant." Then, she quickly placed her hands together in front of her, her face full of excitement as she eagerly explained to Lucifer Morla. "I've understood everything you said earlier, that all things in this world are created by the will of the gods, and because of that, people should be equal. If everyone is equal, then no matter who they are, they have the right to pursue freedom and happiness in life." With that, she looked at him with deep admiration in her eyes and continued speaking about the truths she had just realized. Everyone living in equality is so true, it really is so true. This is the highest and most profound truth of the human world. Lucifer Morla was stunned by Polly's long speech and could only let out a soft sound of surprise. Polly was still in a state of excitement and reverence as she realized the new truth. Her eyes and mouth formed heart shapes, and her hands were clasped in front of her chest, expressing her admiration for Morla. "Taking your words as guidance, I will build a heavenly realm on earth where everyone is equal. There will be no distinction between nobles, clergy, commoners, or slaves. Here, humans, beastmen, elves, and dwarves can all live together in equality." She then extended her hand toward Morla, as if inviting him. "So, Black Knight, let's build this earthly paradise together. Let's overthrow the coalition order and defeat the Demon King Lucifer. You, Morla, will lead us." Meanwhile, Lucifer Morla listened to Polly's words while glancing at the hand she had extended. A mysterious, radiant aura filled the space around Polly, and her black angel wings, framed by her golden armor, reached out with a sincere invitation toward Morla, dressed as the Black Knight. As the founder of this earthly paradise, Lucifer Morla remained silent, staring at Polly's outstretched hand. Yet, in his mind, questions kept swirling. How did she not notice the hellish aura I've been hiding? Her current form seems like a liberated state in a game. But those black wings... While he was lost in thought, feathers continued to drift through the air around them. It seemed that Polly noticed his silence after a long pause. He stood still, only staring at her, and she hesitantly asked him, "Won't you?" Polly felt both regretful and embarrassed. She glanced away, her face turning slightly red, looking incredibly beautiful as she expressed her deep regret. Slowly lowering her hand, she spoke softly, almost apologetically, "I'm so sorry, I was thoughtless." "Of course, you have your own responsibilities. How could I ask you to fulfill such an impulsive request?" Morla quickly reached out and took Polly's hand before it could pull away. "No," he said. He raised her hand gently, slightly bowing, and in a formal gesture, he spoke to her, "Please allow me to help drive the entire demon army out of this land. I cannot refuse." Then he looked straight into Polly's eyes, his expression serious. "I have a specialized intelligence network within the demon army, which I can provide to you. Trust me, my abilities will be far more effective elsewhere than if I stay here waiting." Hearing this, Polly immediately felt a surge of joy. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her face lighting up with excitement, and quickly agreed with Morla, "Of course, I trust you. After all, you're the one who can say such things, and your intelligence is worth more than an entire army." She lowered her head again, thinking about the soldiers who had fallen in the recent battle. Her words were filled with sorrow and regret. If only the Allied forces had acted on the intelligence you gave us, if the high-ranking officials hadn't been so foolish and caught up in their own internal conflicts, then the battle in the Lingma corridor wouldn't have cost so many lives. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Because of this, the 6 black wings once again spread wide behind Polly. The heavenly light from above shone down brightly, illuminating everything around her. Polly turned toward El Morla and declared with determination, "Things have to change." Meanwhile, in the holy temple at the sacred realm, 2 monks stood in the courtyard outside the door of a room within the temple, talking to each other. "These are the most important rooms we need to inspect." With that, the 2 carefully opened the door. From the outside, the room was illuminated by several burning candles. The older monk, hands clasped behind his back, explained to his companion the significance of the candles in the room. Each candle represents the life of a high-ranking core member within the church's hierarchy. For example, the candle in the center there represents the supreme holy leader of the Tathnh sect. The young monk curiously asked the older monk, "What happens if the flame goes out?" The older monk calmly smiled and said, "The candles here cannot be blown out, unless the soul has departed for the heavens. The flame represents that person's soul, and it is only extinguished when the soul passes." As the old monk finished speaking, a candle beside the young monk suddenly flickered and went out. Right after he spoke, a series of candles on a nearby table all went out at once. At the cathedral, a loud scream echoed as the older priest was blocked by 2 knights. "Stop, you disrespectful person!" he yelled frantically at those inside. "Something terrible has happened. The life flames of Chief Judge Edward, High Priest Roster, and High Priest Fios have all been extinguished. Several other priests have also met with misfortune." At the cathedral, the voice of the old monk continued to resonate, aimed at a figure dressed in monk's robes, a hood pulled over their head, kneeling inside. The figure was a member of the highest order of the Holy Church. With both hands tightly clutching a golden crucifix, their head lowered slightly as they muttered, "Lord, is this the trial you have set before us?" At the Demon King's castle, Flem leaned on the balcony, gazing up at the powerful waves of purple magical energy sweeping across the night sky. In awe, he whispered, "Such a powerful magic." She couldn't take her eyes off the sky, sweating as she thought to herself, "Is the aura of a semi-divine level being from the underworld descending into this world? Why haven't I heard anything about this?" Flem immediately turned on her heel and charged into the castle, quickly making a decision. She needed to send someone to investigate this matter and report back to His Majesty the Emperor. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of the dwarves, 2 dwarfs were loudly arguing in the grand hall of the royal palace. One of them accused the other. The alchemic weapon appearing in Linma is a product of the Nobel clan. Your princess must have helped the demon army create it. The other dwarf quickly retorted, "You're clearly slandering her. Princess Priscilla would never betray us like that. Besides, you're only talking about the Nobel clan's weapon. There are still many unresolved key issues, and there's no solid evidence to back your claims." Before them, 2 guards stood silent, carrying out their duties. But it seemed that one of them could no longer hold his composure. Above the 2 arguing dwarfs, a hammer was tightly gripped in a hand and struck forcefully against the stone floor. King Im, the supreme king of the dwarves, sat on his throne, his long red beard and imposing armor giving him a commanding presence. He held the hammer tightly, furrowing his brow, and spoke to the 2 bickering dwarfs below. "Sending someone to investigate this will make things clear immediately." The 2 people immediately bowed their heads before the king sitting on his high throne. At that moment, Him suddenly felt a violent tremor throughout his body. He looked up at the ceiling, which had cracked from the shock, and anxiously whispered to himself, "This dark aura. It's terrifying. Ancestors, do you want to abandon your own descendants?" Meanwhile, in Haklan City, a beautiful fortress with a grand building designed in the style of Windroad stood proudly in the center, basking in the brilliant golden sunlight. A voice rang out. "Is it true that an evil lord is coming to take control of this place?" A father and son were talking. The son was staring at his father, asking for information. "Father, do you know anything about this?" the son inquired. The father, who was staring intently at the paper in his hand, hesitated before responding. I'm not sure. I've only heard that this person is very powerful. In the battle, he showed his strength with an army of 100,000. The son was immediately horrified. One person, with an army of 100,000? This demon is way too terrifying. He doesn't eat humans every day, does he? Upon hearing his son's words, the father's face immediately darkened. At that moment, a voice called out, "The Lord is here." Right after, a clear and cheerful voice continued, "Hey, my people." The young boy, hearing this, glanced toward the source of the sound. Priscilla, wearing her special armor and a crown shaped like a skull, stood with one hand on her hip and the other raised in a greeting. She boldly introduced herself, "This is our first meeting. I am Priscilla, the new Lord of Grandville." The crowd fell silent, drawn in by her voice. After a brief moment of shock, they quickly grew angry and shouted at her, "Whose kid climbed up there? Get down here right now, or you'll be the first meal for the demons." Priscilla wasn't about to back down. Standing tall on the platform, she angrily shouted back, "You're the kid here, your whole family's kids." An older man, hearing her words, finally spoke up from behind the crowd, "Are you Princess Priscilla of the dwarf clan?" Upon hearing her name, Priscilla quickly responded. Standing on the high platform, she addressed the old man, "Oh my, it's been so long since I heard that name. It's just a title from my past now." Then, pointing directly at the father and son, she added, "Remember this, my title now is." Priscilla stood on the podium, her finger pointing toward the people in the temple, clearly declaring, "The chief engineer of the Dark Army's Research and Development Department, the official wine brewer for the Emperor, the greatest hero in the Linma Corridor battle, Lord Granville." The father and son exchanged a silent glance. In the Lord's mansion, a loud voice broke the silence, "What?" Priscilla was sitting behind the desk, papers stacked in front of her, along with a glass of beer. She stared in disbelief at the paper before her. The previous lords and nobles had already collected taxes up to 90 years ahead. Had they drained everything dry? The father and son stood quietly in front of Priscilla, and it was the father who spoke up. "It's exactly as you see, my lord." As he said this, both father and son showed clear signs of frustration. Upon hearing this, Priscilla immediately ordered, "Then completely waive the taxes for the next 3 years. After all, I'm not here to make money." The father, somewhat incredulous, asked, "What? Are you serious?" Priscilla didn't respond directly. She simply placed the paper she had been holding on top of the pile on the desk and explained her plan to the two of them. "This place is rich in minerals. I'll help you improve your mining and metallurgy techniques." Then, she picked up another piece of paper and examined it closely. With her other hand, she grabbed a giant mug of beer and took a sip, continuing to speak to the two men. "Right now, the conditions are tough. We'll work according to a schedule of 3 days on, 4 days off. The salary will come from the jewels I carry with me, and the bonuses will be given out quarterly." The two men immediately dropped to their knees. Both father and son, without any coordination, bowed their heads repeatedly in front of Priscilla, shouting excitedly, "An angel! She's truly an angel!" The man exclaimed. His son, next to him, echoed in unison, "She's truly divine, isn't she?" Priscilla wiped the sweat from her forehead. Hey! The son then turned to his father, as if trying to take credit, and said, "Father, should we tell Lord about the scattered troops in the Linma Corridor?" The father immediately agreed, Yes. A favor this big can't go unrewarded. This could be a great accomplishment for the Lord." Priscilla looked up at them both, snorting. The Linma Corridor? Scattered troops? That place was a dense forest, and someone with an unclear face appeared to be nervously looking around. From behind a large tree, with thick branches reaching high, a mysterious figure slowly emerged. Leaning back against the base of a tree, she lowered her head. "What's going on? What exactly are we fighting? That firepower? Is the main force of the Demon King's army really that simple?" She prepared to stand up.
I need to leave quickly. I remember there's a human settlement nearby.
They must have noticed my presence by now, so I might get some help. She heard footsteps approaching from behind.
She tensed. Could it be someone from the Demon King's army? How did they find me?
Priscilla gripped her axe tightly and swung it swiftly, narrowly missing Hervére's face. The massive tree she had been leaning on was instantly cleaved in half and fell to the ground. Luckily, since she was holding her staff, she wasn't affected too much. Hervére was clearly confused. Who could possibly be strong enough to chop down such a sturdy tree so easily? Could it be a general of the Demon King's army? Priscilla stood on the fallen tree and looked down at Hervére. Oh, I thought it was someone important, but it's just a sharp-eared beast.
I've met you before.
The two girls faced each other.
The sharp-eared princess, Hervére, right? The short princess, Priscilla, what are you doing here? Aren't you the idiot?
Hervére pointed her axe at Priscilla.
Of course, I'm here because I've been made the Lord of Granville by the Emperor's decree. And you?
You're the one causing trouble and disrupting the peace on my land.
Hervére finally understood.
So, it was you who betrayed the alliance. Hervére grabbed the staff and began using magic.
Even though I don't know why, aren't you being a little too overconfident? Vines and sharp thorns grew, responding to Hervére's command.
Though both you and I are at level 9, the forest is the home ground of my kind, the spirits. Priscilla bared her teeth and laughed loudly.
Level 9, she said, planting her axe into the ground.
Her eyes gleamed, and a glowing aura surrounded her as runes began to appear.
Who said you and I are at level 9? Hervére blinked in surprise.
That's the power of the runes.
Priscilla smiled lightly. You know quite a bit.
Even though we, the creatures of this world, can't use magic, we have our own system of power special runes. The runes spread across Priscilla's body. When carved onto a weapon, they unleash tremendous power.
So, what happens if they're carved onto a person?
The runes were engraved onto her hip. If it were a normal person, their flesh would probably tear apart in an instant. Only someone incredibly strong could withstand the fury of these runes. As the engraving process finished, this powerful individual was often referred to as.
Hervére exclaimed, level of Saint Realm? No way, we haven't been apart for that long, and you've already reached the Saint Realm? Priscilla explained, it's just the Saint Realm.
But in front of His Majesty the Emperor, it's nothing special.
I just understood a little more about the greatness of His Majesty the Emperor.
From that, I gained a small insight. Have you ever felt despair?
No matter what you do, no matter how you try, everything is already part of His Majesty's plan. You move forward, you move back, every step you take is within His design.
In Priscilla's heart, the Demon Lord was like a puppeteer, and she was just a puppet, controlled and unable to escape, forced to compromise. Even though she wanted to fight against fate, deep in the shadows, countless threads bound her, pushing her along a preordained path. I've never even seen His Majesty's semi-divine power, but I live in constant fear of him every second.
I've completely given up. If I can't fight back, then it's better to just go along with it. Priscilla sounded almost relieved, like she had been set free.
After shedding those vague burdens, I realized my power has been continuously growing. Hervére still tried to persuade her, Priscilla, it's not too late to turn back. If you bring your Saint Realm power back to the Alliance, you'll be treated with respect. I hope you can see things clearly. Priscilla turned around and said, you're the one who needs to understand the situation.
But don't worry, I won't do anything to you.
Her gaze was dark. After all, there were plenty of people who admired her kind, the type of spirit she was. She was the Dungeon Queen, the Demon Lord. Flem reported to the Demon Lord, the Imperial Prince has confirmed that internal conflicts within the Alliance led to the Saintess turning into a six-winged archangel. She adjusted her glasses. However, her wings are black, and her power is even purer than most of the fallen demons in hell. Though she's a Saintess, she has taken control of the entire city, yet she hasn't forced the civilians to stay. Those who want to leave are free to do so, and she's been providing travel money and food. We've also confirmed the rise of a third force. They want to fight the Demon Lord's army, while we're focused on opposing the alliance. This might be the only good news. Whenever the Imperial Prince enters seclusion, the situation tends to change drastically. Flem presented the information seriously. Morla raised his hand to signal for silence. I already know about this, Flem.
It's not urgent right now, he said, his finger trembling slightly.
But Priscilla. Is she the only one who's brought us this surprise? Flem confirmed.
Hervere, blindfolded in her cell, shouted, "Damn Demon Lord!" She yelled, "Don't think that the noble spirits will bow to you because of this.
The Spirit Clan and the Spirit Army will definitely defeat you. Here's the translated version.
Damn it," he muttered, as he opened one eye, squinting through the blindfold. The image of the Demon King slowly became clearer. Shit, Hervere thought, his eyes filled with awe, the Demon King is so handsome. As he looked at the figure behind the bars, he couldn't help but think about the person's entire life. Hervere, one of the twin queens of the Sylph race, needed power within the game.
But what was next?
In the original version of the game, Hervere appeared only as a background character in the twin pair. Even the sprite for her only showed up during the introduction of her younger sibling. Looking at Hervere in front of him now, he saw how fragile she was. Morla thought for a moment, but someone like her couldn't be an ordinary character. After all, her role was that of a princess of the Sylphs. The image in his mind right now was of when the Demon King's army descended upon the realm, the Sylphs' homeland. The Sylph race was one of the most invaded by the Demon King's forces. The death or corruption of a Sylph princess would be the final straw to crush the entire Sylph race.
The entire Sylph realm would fall into ruin, and the Sylph gods would lose all control over the Gazma dimension.
At that point, the impulsive, stubborn gods just like the Sylphs themselves would reveal themselves and personally step into the realm.
Why does it always have to be this damn, mechanical divine form? Are you really going to kill me, the player, without even thinking about the game's features? He gave the game the middle finger.
At this moment, Hervere spoke up, interrupting the Demon King's thoughts.
You're the Demon King? He raised a hand to calm her. Yes, that's right.
But don't worry, just treat this place like your own home. My demon army has always held the belief that guests should be treated with great care, so we'll treat you with respect.
Hervere turned her head away. Don't think I'll believe your nonsense. Instead of being a prisoner, I'd rather just end it all right now. Even if I can't do it immediately, I'll find a way to take my own life. Was he going to give up?
The prisoners from the Holy Army were just as stubborn. Hervere untied the ropes binding her and, with her arms crossed, spoke proudly.
If you don't want me to kill myself, it's not impossible. But I have a condition. Flem, holding the rope in his hand, shouted angrily. How dare you? As a prisoner, you actually make demands? If it weren't for His Majesty's mercy, do you think you'd be leaving here unscathed?
The Demon King raised his hand, signaling Flem to stop.
All right, speak your condition. If it's about changing rooms, I can grant that request right now.
As a princess of the Elf Kingdom, being in a place like this was definitely a bit uncomfortable. Flem still looked like he wanted to stop her, but Hervere put on a mysterious air. TCH, still looking at him like that.
Change rooms? How could I make such a simple request?
The Demon King started to become wary.
Oh, so you have a political request? Do you want me to adjust the placement of my army or pull out from a certain territory? He was laughing maniacally inside. Yes, make that request.
As expected from a royal elven princess, your knowledge is impressive.
Let's make it a big one, hug me.
Hervere made her request, and the Demon King thought he had misheard. Her face was redder than a ripe tomato.
All I ask is that you hug me for a moment, but you have to hold me tight.
I promise I won't harm myself.
That's my request. It's a bit unusual.
The Demon King's face twisted with confusion, his mind spinning. He looked like a wild beast. Your Highness, this is absolutely not acceptable. This damned elf. Is the elven race the one that hates my kind the most? I'm sure she has ill intentions. Lucifer Morla wasn't worried about Hervé doing anything to him, since even if he stayed completely still, she couldn't break through his defenses. He only felt helpless, with no hope of any normal person being able to change the situation. He finally relented. So, you just want a hug, right? As soon as the words left his mouth, the two girls beside him reacted, one with satisfaction, the other with shock. The prison door opened, and Flem was still staring wide-eyed. Hervé stepped forward, and the demon lord spread his arms. Then come here. Hervé moved closer, wrapping her arms around him with the nature of a spirit. If she wasn't satisfied, she hinted she might really take her own life. Polly had already been affected by the situation, and now Priscilla was also becoming confused, making things even harder to understand. They definitely couldn't afford to make more enemies. He glanced at the person hugging him. Thankfully, it was just a hug. Hervé is so happy to be embraced. It's wonderful. She was lost in the demon lord's arms, his handsome face, short white hair, elegant aura, and the faint scent of wood that surrounded him. How could he be the demon lord? He was clearly the man she had always thought about. His tall, straight figure, despite the clothes, she could still feel the firmness of his body. Hervé reached around behind the demon lord, and the curve beneath his clothes was undeniably exquisite. Suddenly, she squeezed his butt, making his ears and horns stand straight up. Around Flem, after witnessing this scene, an aura of darkness filled the air. She trembled with anger. You damn thing, an elf, a prostitute, and yet you dare to act on the Emperor's body. Hervé didn't care about anyone else. She was eager to taste the demon lord's flavor. She let her tongue glide across his neck, startling Morla. As a witness to these actions, Flem was completely consumed by darkness. Flem stepped in to separate the two of them. This is as far as it goes, Your Majesty. She held back her anger, showing only caution. She is still a prisoner of the spirit tribe. No matter how you put it, it's better if you keep your distance from her. The Demon King replied indifferently, You don't need to worry. This isn't a big deal for me. Flem interrupted, her voice loud and clear, Your Majesty, there are still many things on the territory that require your personal attention. Please leave immediately to take care of your duties. Flem was angry, and even he could sense the tension. All right. She carefully adjusted her glasses. Good. She stood in front of the spirit princess. Your Majesty, let me handle things here for now. The Demon King was about to say something, but Flem immediately stopped him. Is there something else? Your Majesty, just a small matter. The Demon King shuddered. Was Flem's reaction a bit too much? He explained his reasons to her, saying that he'd like to invite the spirit guest to dinner in the hall. I want her to experience the hospitality of our demon army. Flem bowed to the Demon King. It was just a dinner, nothing to worry about. Your decision certainly does honor the position of Your Majesty. Then it's settled. Ha ha. Once the business was done, he quickly made his exit, leaving the two behind. Flem bowed respectfully as he left. Then, I'll take my leave. Hervé, watching from behind, couldn't help but glance at her. Earlier, his attention had been on the Demon King, barely noticing her full, alluring lips. He shifted his gaze to Flem's chest, which demanded a hot, curvaceous figure. Then his eyes moved to her hips. Her tanned, tempting skin stood out beautifully. A strange feeling stirred within her. The shameless servant of the Demon King has abandoned the gods and fallen into depravity. Why is it that even when she insults me, I feel a strange sense of excitement? Hervé seems to be aroused, her hands involuntarily moving in suggestive ways. Flem sneered, Oh, every insult you throw at me is nothing more than the highest praise for me. Flem turned around. I don't know what you're planning with your spirit-like actions, but using such shameless methods to approach the Emperor's palace is unforgivable. However, Flem pointed at Hervé threateningly. If I catch you even thinking of anything inappropriate toward His Majesty, I will make you regret ever being born into this world. Hervé lowered her head. Did you force this tough approach on me yourself? Flem seriously picked up a rope, of course, for the Demon King's army. No one is better at interrogation than me. Hervé happily grabbed her hand. Well, that's great. Show me what you've got, then. Flem didn't expect her to react like this. I haven't made myself clear, or maybe I'm misreading the situation, but this person. She almost seems eager. Flem shook Hervé off. I'm not in the mood today. There's still work to be done for His Majesty, and I have to go assist him. She walked away, leaving Hervé disappointed. Someone will take you to your new room soon. Be on your best behavior until then. Watching Flem's back, she couldn't help but feel a sense of unwillingness. Was it really enough to just walk away like this? Forget it, there's no rush. But in her heart, she thought, if she did anything to provoke the Demon Lord, would this dark elf really turn violent against her? Just thinking about it made her face flush with embarrassment. Hervé licked her finger, her legs pressed tightly together. As expected of a lecherous, depraved dark elf, she was alone, enjoying her own indulgence. That was really too brazen. In her subconscious, dark elves were all beings who had fallen from grace. They had abandoned their once pure faith in the elven gods, which was why they had become like this now. She held a small leaf in her hand. As a princess of the elves, I have a duty. I need the power to redeem these fallen dark elves, to help them reconnect with the true essence of elven spirit. Every insult like this, I will remember it. Hervé gently lifted the fabric covering her thigh with one arm, while holding the leaf in the other. She knelt down, placing the leaf on her thigh. I will personally lead you back from this wrong path. The dark elf Hervé began to draw strange symbols on her thigh. Flem suddenly tensed, feeling that something was off. She pushed her glasses up, trying to shake off the feeling, but why did it seem like someone was watching her? At the Demon Lord's castle, Queen Hervé was warmly welcomed by Demon Lord Lucifer Morla. Queen Hervé, this meal is to welcome you to the Demon Lord's army. Please, make yourself at home. Flem glanced at her, visibly irritated, as he angrily slammed his fork down onto the plate. Your Highness, the enemy is still the enemy. There's no need for such formal hospitality, especially going so far as to prepare food from the elf tribe. Hervé tucked her hair behind her ear and pretended to be shy, before picking up her fork to take a bite of food. She even made a point to sarcastically mock Flem. Are you saying that people like me, like you, should be locked up? Drinking just rice water every day, only pigs deserve that, right? With that, she brought the food to her mouth but didn't eat it. Instead, she playfully licked it, her movements intentionally teasing. Flem's anger flared at the sight. She huffed and turned her head away, clearly trying to provoke him. Sitting across from her, he shrugged and smiled, trying to hide his irritation. There's no need to panic. The hospitality of our Demon King's army is far from what you're implying. He then gestured to the plate of vegetables on the table, picking up a piece. Preparing these isn't difficult. They're all just vegetables, but they don't taste bad at all. Morla took a bite of her food, savoring it with a bright smile. Before she could finish her smile, Flem's expression darkened, his brows furrowing in dissatisfaction. He couldn't help but wish more than ever that she would settle down and behave. He chewed his food in silence, his body tense as though filled with frustration. Something didn't feel right. Under the table, Hervé's leg was brushing against his, intentionally teasing him. She kept her eyes on the person in front of her, still holding a fork in one hand, licking food off of it while glancing at him. He felt uneasy and irritated. What was she up to now? But knowing her personality, if he called her out on it, she'd probably pull some dirty trick. He decided to just put up with it for now. With that thought, he tried to ignore her misbehaving legs under the table and refocused on the unfinished business at hand. This time, he also had something important to discuss with Queen Hervé.
The war, which had dragged on until today, had caused serious disasters for the Demon King's army in Gazma. Purveyor listened to him, but her foot kept moving, undisturbed.
This is all what you wanted, isn't it? If the Demon King wants to say something, just say it. I will never betray Gazma.
He wasn't angry at her words and continued to try to persuade her. I'm sure you've heard of the Heavenly Kingdom.
The Archangel has 6 wings by nature.
Even though she has fallen and now opposes the Church, it's clear that she's no ally of ours.
A semi-divine level powerhouse couldn't be underestimated.
No matter what was happening above, Purveyor wasn't paying attention and continued teasing him. Meanwhile, Flem, sitting next to him, quickly apologized when she heard him speaking.
Your Highness, the Emperor, this is all my fault.
I failed to manage things properly, which led to such a huge mistake.
Morla didn't blame her.
Instead, he gently reassured her.
This isn't Flem's fault.
The appearance of the fallen angel is tied to a higher level struggle.
Your defeat was inevitable. Flem was taken aback. She hesitated before turning to him and asking again, you mean that the power of another Gazma has started to get involved? Purveyor's slender foot continued to inch its way up his ankle.
Morla forced himself to speak through gritted teeth. Maybe it's not that bad yet, but we need to end this war as quickly as possible. Ending the war with the least cost was seen as the only way to avoid a disaster for both sides. Purveyor's foot slowly moved upward, gaining momentum until it reached his thigh, causing him to speak more awkwardly.
He finally said to her, you should be the diplomatic ambassador for the Demon Lord's army.
Purveyor seemed not to hear him. She became more aggressive, pressing her foot directly into his sensitive spot. He gasped, his eyes widening, and blood began to drip from his nose. He let out a loud, shocked scream. The sudden noise made Flem glance over in surprise.
She looked worried and said, Your Highness?
Morla's face turned dark, his patience wearing thin, and the table cracked under the pressure. Flem leaned forward to inspect, but he raised a hand to signal, I'm fine.
Flem bent down to look under the table, her suspicions turning toward Purveyor.
Purveyor, meanwhile, began to feel a little embarrassed. She clenched the fork tightly, thinking to herself that if the Black Spirit found out, she'd be treated terribly. It might actually be great, but it could also mean losing her chance to get closer to the Demon Lord. It was a tough decision, and she really wanted to stomp on him right then and there. He was currently watching Flem bend down, inspecting under the table, looking so uncomfortable that sweat started to form on his forehead.
Flem, is there something wrong down there?
Hearing his question, she slowly sat up.
Oh, no.
Once she was seated again, she adjusted her glasses and said seriously.
Your Highness, the Demon King's army has never set up foreign diplomatic missions before.
It wasn't long before Purveyor, not taking things seriously, kicked his foot playfully at him. When he heard her, he replied. Just because it hasn't been done before doesn't mean it can't happen now. At the same time, Morla took off his shoes and responded to Purveyor's teasing, while continuing to discuss.
Times have changed.
The world has shifted.
We can't hold on to the old ways if we don't want to fall behind.
Purveyor, once again teased by him, involuntarily shivered. She stopped being the one to tease and, instead, began to shake with his playful advances. Seeing her reaction, he took the opportunity to push further. Flem looked at the king before her, a sense of deep admiration filling her voice as she hesitated before speaking.
Your Highness, you truly think so deeply.
Purveyor was at her limit. She interrupted Flem before she could finish her sentence. Shaking, she let out a seductive sigh. At that moment, even though she tried to silence herself, it was too late. Flem, now furious, slammed her hand on the table and shouted.
Spirit, what the hell are you doing? I've put up with you for long enough.
Morla, visibly panicked, covered his face, sweating with worry.
Calm down, Flem. Let's at least hear what she has to say.
Purveyor also spoke up to distract her, his face still flushed as she continued to talk on and on.
Aren't you still expecting me to risk my life for you all?
He looked at her expression, his heart sinking even more. He wondered if he had stepped into something strange. But then, he decided to set that aside and focus on the matter at hand.
I've arranged a position for you.
As for the 2 other captured elves, I'll release them to assist you.
He raised his glass, speaking in a sincere tone, almost inviting her. What will you do? It's up to you. I respect your decisions.
On the surface, he sounded calm, but inside, it felt as though he were standing at the edge of a cliff, his laughter shaky.
Run quickly. As a diplomat, it's completely normal to visit places. You need to leave right now, fast. In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs office, Purveyor's 2 servants spoke to her. Your Majesty, we must escape.
The red-haired servant took both of her hands and started speaking non-stop. I heard the damn demon lord said you were going to visit as an envoy.
When the time comes, we can just run away. Purveyor, feeling awkward, wasn't sure how to respond. About that.
The platinum-haired girl standing beside her also spoke cheerfully.
That demon lord is as dumb as a rock. If we really go to the Allied forces' territory, won't we be the ones calling the shots?
She clasped her hands together in admiration of her master. Only the great queen could think of enduring hardship to strategize for survival. But to their surprise, Purveyor pulled her hands away from the servant's grasp. She then turned around and firmly grabbed her own hands.
We won't be doing that.
Both of them were taken aback by their master's response and hurriedly asked,
Your Majesty, what are you saying? Why not run?
The female servant, tears in her eyes, questioned her.
Do you really want to become a pawn of the demon army?
The platinum-haired servant beside her quickly tried to calm her down.
Please, calm down.
Purveyor, however, remained calm.
It's not like that. Of course, running away is easy.
She turned her back to the 2 servants inside. But it's a foolish and cowardly move. Running wouldn't change anything about the situation in Gazma, it would just keep us safe. She declared strongly to both of them. On the other hand, staying with this demon army would make us like a nail driven deep into their ranks. Purveyor turned towards the books scattered across the floor and began speaking to her 2 guards. Within the heart of the Demon King's army, we can gather important information without much effort. Even a small piece of news passed on to the Allied forces can influence the direction of the campaign, saving thousands or even millions of lives. Take the mysterious weapon the Demon King's army used in the ambush, for example. If it weren't for that weapon, our army wouldn't have suffered such a quick defeat. Her voice grew emotional, and she began to think about the soldiers who had fallen in battle, her tone trembling with emotion.
A weapon like that. Isn't it worth our effort to gather information about it? Should we really wait until the Allied commanders risk their lives trying to figure out how to fight it?
One of the servants rushed to her side.
Your Majesty, they said, both embracing her, moved to tears. Your Majesty, I never thought you'd think so deeply. I was wrong to doubt you earlier.
We're so foolish compared to you.
They sobbed.
Purveyor comforted her servants.
It's enough that you understand. Now that we know our mission, we must work even harder. We can't let the Demon King's army figure out what we're up to.
After a moment of intense emotion, the spirit servant hesitated before speaking up.
But how exactly should we proceed? Purveyor answered, if we try to take advantage of the situation too openly, the Demon King will quickly catch on to our plans.
Of course, we need to pretend to take our diplomatic duties seriously and do the job the Demon King's army has given us.
At that moment, Purveyor finally noticed the book on the table.
It had the title, Becoming the Master of the Workplace, Unlocking the Soul of the Worker.
She looked at the book with a wicked smile. It's not just about working hard. We have to work harder than the other parts of the demon army. If they work 10 hours, we work 16 hours.
Her smile slowly grew more and more maniacal, her eyes turning a blood-red color, while a dark aura began to spread around her.
I want to defeat them.
Her 2 servant subordinates carefully wrote down every word she said, but they seemed a bit confused.
But if we work that hard, what if we actually succeed?
Purveyor shifted her expression to a reassuring smile and turned to comfort them, holding a map in her hands.
Negotiations aren't something you can succeed at just by trying hard.
Even though our alliance is made up of different races, whether it's a force or a nation, deep down, they all share the firm belief that they will completely wipe out the demon army. She spread the map out on the table and continued. And the ordinary people who have been conquered by the demon army, they will definitely hate that cruel army even more. They're hoping for the army of nobles, priests, and kings to lead them once again. Purveyor clenched her fist confidently. With this belief, even if the demon army tries to sign a peace treaty with the alliance, it will work.
No one will accept it. No one can accept our efforts. We won't achieve anything.
After hearing that, the red-haired spirit immediately put on the effort armband.
I understand, I'll work twice as hard. We absolutely can't let the Demon Lord look down on our coalition's performance.
The platinum-haired girl also put on the striving armband, her excitement matching the spirit's.
Leave the translation work to me.
Both of them picked up the scattered documents off the floor, speaking loudly and with enthusiasm.
Right now, I feel full of energy. I want to work overtime until morning. Maybe I can last until tomorrow morning, and if I do, I'll work until noon tomorrow.
Meanwhile, Purveyor just stood there, watching the two of them, unable to say a word. The truth was, they were having so much fun that they didn't want to leave. How could she possibly say that out loud? Her brows twitched in mild regret.
Elsewhere, Flem paced back and forth across the room, muttering to himself. How ridiculous. A bunch of prisoners wanting to put in effort for our side? There must be some kind of plot.
Asina sat on a pile of books on the floor, adjusting her glasses. Lord Flem, you've been pacing for half an hour now.
Walking back and forth like that is making me dizzy.
It was then that she noticed another presence in the room.
Asina, what are you doing here?
The other person replied, You've been walking back and forth for half an hour, and now you're finally noticing me?
Asina smiled while holding a quantum mechanics book in her hands. Didn't you stop your research? Chief Engineer Priscilla was reassigned due to her promotion.
The prince in the Imperial Palace replied, taking this opportunity to tell me to study hard, make progress whenever I can, and also. The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes became, and her face turned a deep red.
This entire weapon research depended entirely on the chief engineer. Even though she wasn't here, I couldn't back down.
I was determined to give His Majesty a surprise.
Suddenly, she asked Flem, well, if you're worried about the newly established Ministry of Foreign Affairs, why not just send someone there to gather intel on them?
Flem rubbed his chin thoughtfully. We definitely need to gather information, and I've already found someone for the job.
I'm here because I'm waiting for her to show up.
At that moment, a purple light suddenly appeared on the floor, quickly filling the room. A mysterious voice called out, making both of them turn around.
Well, are you discussing me? Looks like I arrived at the perfect time. A leg swiftly extended out from the purple magical circle.
A girl with long, dark blue-black hair and short, curved horns colored dark purple emerged from the bathtub that had been transported into the room. After stretching her legs out comfortably, she turned to them and said, Isn't this the smell of somewhere that's not hell? It's really unpleasant.
This is Ghost Tibet. Asina was so shocked she stumbled over her words. Ghost. What? Ghost.
The ghost slowly stood up, the liquid from the bathtub dripping onto her body. In an instant, the liquid wrapped around her, gathering to form a tight-fitting outfit that clung to her body, making her appear even more mysterious and enchanting.
Right, hee, I've arrived, she said with a grin. Ibet took a deep breath and stretched, clearly annoyed by the world jumping.
Her casual attitude was so annoying that Flem couldn't hold back and raised his voice.
Ibet, this is the Demon Lord's army, not your home. But she didn't seem to care at all. Don't be so serious. The Demon Lord isn't even here right now. This is the perfect time for us to have some fun.
Ibet's ghostly figure floated closer to Flem and whispered.
How long has it been since we last saw each other? The last time was probably back in school.
You were in interrogation studies, and I was studying demonology.
Sighing in nostalgia, she bent down and reached out, gently patting Flem's shoulder as she teasingly added.
It's been such a long time, and you haven't even contacted your dear old friend. As she flirtatiously touched Flem's body, his face darkened, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. He grabbed her hand tightly and shoved her away.
Enough!
He snapped, then shouted angrily, "Control yourself, ghost."
I didn't invite you here for this. Ebet wasn't offended, though.
She just shrugged inside.
Well, what a boring woman you are. Why don't you enjoy yourself like the other dark elves?
Turning her back, she casually continued, "I know you didn't invite me just to be a spy, right?" She spun around, casually sat on a pile of books, and smiled.
Of course, the main reason you called me here is because of my family's skill.
She sat down, still smiling.
Telepathy.
Since I graduated 100 years ago, I've never worked for the Hell Demon Lord. But don't worry, my telepathic abilities are the best in the Ghost Clan.
Asina was still holding the incredible quantum mechanics book.
The Ghost Clan could supposedly read minds, and they were legendary for it, naturally skilled in intelligence work, the top spies in hell. It was said that no matter how evil a demon was, standing in front of a ghost would reveal the most innocent side of their heart.
Ebet responded, "That's right. For example, your name is Asina. Even though you're a pacifist, hold on a second."
Suddenly, she glanced at Asina, who was sitting on the floor, looking shocked. "Wait, but why does the Demon Lord's army have such a strange demon like you, and why are you in charge of weapon research?"
Flem couldn't take it anymore and had to intervene. "Enough, Ebet. That's enough."
"Stop showing off your mind-reading abilities," he added, but she just glanced back at him, unfazed.
"Don't worry, Flem. Right now, I still can't read the minds of Saint-level experts."
"I won't uncover any secrets you're trying to hide," she said with a sly smile.
Ebet's response made Flem blush, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I'm just focused on serving the Demon Prince. There's no secret. It's just that the Demon Prince recently recruited a group of elf prisoners to serve as diplomatic ambassadors for the Demon Lord's army. For the safety of the army, I had to ensure the loyalty of the various factions."
Ebet smiled and lightly parted her thin lips.
Isn't it just espionage?" Two of her fingers suddenly glowed with a red-orange light. "The Ghost Clan is best at this kind of thing, but don't forget we ghosts can even impersonate celestial angels or sneak into heaven."
As she spoke, her fingers moved, weaving magic.
After completing her transformation, she struck a seductive pose and asked, "So? How does it feel? Pretty intense, right?"
Flem seemed completely unaffected by her charm, simply handing her a brown envelope.
"I believe in your talent. If I didn't, I wouldn't have asked the Ghost Clan to send you here. But don't underestimate the sharpness of the Spirit Clan.
Make sure they don't catch on to you, or it will put us at a serious disadvantage."
Ebet, still smiling, took the envelope and slipped her hand into her cleavage. "Don't worry. I have the strongest ghost potion.
"We'll get the information you need from them," she said, pulling out a small vial of yellow liquid.
"Do you want to try a bottle?" she teased. "This is the latest result from my research. It'll make your sensitivity increase 100-fold." In Flem's mind, she imagined the effect.
Her eyes sparkled, and her heart raced with excitement. She even touched her cheek, imagining that even the simplest of touches would bring overwhelming pleasure. But the twisted expression on Ebet's face and her words made Flem recoil in fear. Quickly turning away, she squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, "No."
Ebet, standing next to her, looked confused. "Oh? So even 100 times more sensitivity isn't enough? You want something more intense?" With a sly smile, Ebet pulled out a small vial of blue liquid.
"I also have the most powerful hypnotic drug here. Even the Demon King would become a puppet if he took this, doing whatever you tell him."
"You could make him do anything, no matter how humiliating."
Her mind began to wander into thoughts that were far from decent.
Phlegm's anger finally reached its limit.
Her eyes turned bright red, like blood, and a strong killing intent radiated from her.
She barely managed to yell, "Get out!" Ibet immediately turned and fled, laughing nervously.
Okay, haha. The day after Ibet stepped out of the room, the door closed behind her, leaving Phlegm and Asina in silence.
Asina, visibly worried about the new ghost, asked, "Phlegm, do you really trust this person?"
After all, in the world of communication, as long as you get what makes you happy, a ghost could easily sell out anything. Phlegm remained calm, repeating, "Trustworthy."
Since when did demons start using words like that?
His gaze suddenly sharpened as he glanced at the door where Ibet had just left.
Right now, I just need a dog to help me keep an eye on those thieves with dirty hands. A dog that can bite people would be fine.
Meanwhile, Ibet walked down the hallway, her mind still racing with thoughts about the new demon lord. To have a demon with such a peaceful mindset study weapons, and to make an elf prisoner handle foreign diplomacy. The thinking of this new demon lord really is unpredictable. But, with the wise mind of such a distinguished hellish demon lord, the more unpredictable the plan, the more likely it is to lead to unexpected and powerful results. This new demon lord, Lucifer Morla, really was the biggest wildcard in hell. No wonder he was the closest man to the demon god.
Holding the envelope she had just received, Ibet's face flushed with excitement. "Ha, Prince Lilith, you were right. I won't let you down.
As a double agent, I will definitely infiltrate Lucifer Morla's inner circle, uncover all his secrets and weaknesses.
No one can stop you, Lord Lilith, from becoming the next generation's demon lord."
In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, everyone was discussing the plan. Suddenly, a voice of protest rang out, "This proposal won't work." Purveyor explained, "If we send an envoy for the first time and choose to engage with the Kingdom of Spirits, it'll definitely be seen as us having ulterior motives, unwilling to submit to the greater powers."
One of Purveyor's servants asked, "What about sending an envoy to the Dwarf Kingdom instead?"
Purveyor shook his head. "The dwarves have terrible tempers and are incredibly stubborn.
They won't listen to our requests. The moment we arrive, they'll probably imprison us."
She picked up a piece of paper, glanced at it, and read the comments aloud. "Also, this proposal for persuasion is way too poorly written.
It's obvious from just one look that there's no sincerity behind it. We must show our genuine intent.
We need to make them understand how tolerant and generous our Demon King's army can be." The red-haired elf, while taking notes, offered her opinion, "Your Majesty, perhaps a small human kingdom near the border of our Demon King's army's territory might work." She pointed to a region labeled Barren and said, "Barranquilla." Vera added confidently, "Its population is only about 3 million, and it's located right between the Allied forces and our Demon King's army, in a contested area. If we can win this kingdom over, the odds in the war will definitely shift in our favor." Purveyor took the map, nodding in agreement.
"This human kingdom is indeed important, but don't forget our true purpose. If we take control of the Demon King's army, we'll become traitors to the Allied forces."
Vera, without hesitation, replied with confidence, "Your Majesty, there's no need to worry. If we manage to sway those smaller nations with shaky alliances, maybe we could truly bring them into our Demon King's army."
"But Barranquilla won't fall for it."
Purveyor looked at her, feigning suspicion.
She explained further, "The old king of the Barranquilla kingdom is the most steadfast supporter in Gazma.
In fact, at first, he even personally led his army out of the city to fight against the Demon King's forces. So, anyone could betray us, but this old king will never do that." Then she pointed to the sheet of conditions and continued, "What's more, this recruitment offer includes a clause to renounce royal status, only keeping the wealth." Vera looked up, a smug smile on her face. Anyone would refuse something like being reduced to a commoner in the blink of an eye.
"They'll definitely turn us away if we go as ambassadors."
Purveyor picked up the conditions sheet and pondered for a moment. That does make sense." Vera pointed to the picture in Purveyor's hand and said, "Also, Your Majesty, I've gathered an important piece of intelligence from the Demon King's army. We must send it to the Allied forces as soon as possible."
The weapon that caused us so many losses earlier was created by Priscilla and Asina of the Demon King's army themselves. Hervé looked at the picture, shocked, and said, "Her?" Then she sighed. "I never expected her to betray us so completely." Hervé's servant had another update. "Regarding your intelligence, there's also a military report about the survival of the Allied forces." The servant quickly read from the notes. "There's also a mysterious 7th Legion in the Demon King's army. They've already surrounded the rear of the Allied forces' central region. The entire legion is made up of creatures from hell who are skilled in a unique swimming technique. Because of this, they can travel thousands of miles across the vast ocean, even when the Allied forces are completely unprepared for it. 3 years before the war even began, this legion had already carried out a flanking operation. Based on the reports coming in, it's now time for them to execute a surprise attack. These creatures have a strange appearance, resembling a mutated version of mermaids. They have gills and limbs, and they are capable of swimming underwater." After hearing this, Hervé's face turned pale. She turned to grab the servant's report and said, "The Sea Army has been executing a flanking maneuver over a 1,000-mile journey for 3 years." She looked at the report, her face filled with fear. She realized that this wasn't just a show of overwhelming force, it seemed like a haphazard attack, reckless even. Hervé's face grew even paler as she furrowed her brow, holding the report and thinking more deeply, as expected of the Demon King. He's attacking the invincible fortress, setting up ambushes in forests that can't be attacked, and now adding this 1,000-mile flanking maneuver. At first glance, it looks like random chaos, but in the end, it strikes at the weakest points of the enemy with a fatal blow. Although her outward expression showed fear and worry, in her mind, she couldn't help but admire him and felt a certain attraction. She clenched the paper tightly, pursed her lips, and thought, "Damn it, this man is just so outstanding." Vera, noticing her, was a bit confused and spoke up. "Your Majesty." Hervé snapped out of her thoughts, embarrassed, and cleared her throat, pretending as if nothing had happened. "It's nothing. We must hurry and deliver this important news to the Allied forces." Vera asked with concern. "But what if the Demon King doesn't agree with our request? We've only just been established, and we haven't been around long. Will he really allow us to leave the Demon King's city?" Hervé, hearing this, firmly spoke up, saying, "I will go find the Demon King myself. We must seize this opportunity to send our delegation." Everyone's eyes sparkled with emotion at her words. "Your Majesty, how touching," one of them said. They both imagined the scene of Hervé boldly negotiating with the Demon King. In order for the Allied forces to win, Hervé, not caring about the danger, was willing to persuade the Demon King herself. The two people standing nearby were deeply moved, while Hervé calmly waved her hand and replied, "It's just something I should do." But in her mind, she thought something else. "If the Demon King refuses, I will use every trick I know to make him agree. I'm sure I could even offer my own body to him if that's what it takes." What a cunning plan. A little later, Ibet walked in, cheerfully greeting everyone. "Hello, everyone." Ibet had dark purple hair and a seductive figure as she introduced herself. "My name is Ibet. Lord Flem sent me here to assist you all. From now on, we'll be co-workers." The three of them were silent, their faces showing no emotion at her introduction. Vera shot a glare at Ibet, silently cursing, just as expected, "She's finally here. A damn lapdog of the demon race. What a joke, she's clearly sent by the Demon King's army to spy on us, and yet she talks about being co-workers." Hervé's servant wasn't any better than Vera. They cautiously glanced at the documents they had hidden earlier, making sure to keep them well out of Ibet's sight. There was no way they could let her find out that they were spies hiding within the Demon King's army. Hervé looked at them with a look of disdain, not saying a word. Ibet looked at them, smirking proudly. "Ho ho, so it turns out the entire Ministry of Foreign Affairs is full of spies, huh? Isn't that a bit too much of a coincidence? And I happen to be the undercover double agent." Although Hervé wasn't happy inside, she still responded cheerfully, welcoming Miss Ibet's arrival. "Do you have much knowledge of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs work?" Ibet pretended to respond cheerfully. "You're Princess Hervé, right? It's an honor to be your colleague. It's just unfortunate that I'm not very skilled in diplomacy, so I hope everyone will be patient with me.
Ebet then walked over to a chair, sat down gracefully, and continued. Just let me stay over here and observe and learn. The two servants, hearing this, began communicating through their thoughts.
Is it really necessary to make surveillance sound so pleasant? One of them thought.
Vera carefully reminded, we need to use written communication, or she'll catch on.
The servant growled in frustration, how annoying. If she finds out, we'll be dragged out and turned into a demon bank storage, won't we?
Hearing this, Vera responded in fear, hoo, the demon's ultimate weapon really is unbeatable. Seeing the atmosphere, Ebet smiled faintly, no matter how vigilant you are, it won't help. I've already seen through all your thoughts.
But don't worry. As an opponent of Lucifer Morla, sent by Lord Lilith, I won't get in your way.
However, Ebet turned to look at Hervera as she signed her information, puzzled, why can't I read her mind?
She can't possibly be at the Saint Realm.
So, does she have something special on her that blocks mind reading?
Ebet bent down, smiling with delight, the Spirit Tribe's museum really is impressive. There's nothing wrong with it.
After all, it's just their way of being cautious about me.
Let them keep causing trouble.
The more chaos they stir up, the better it will be for the demon army. Herveyor signed the paper while thinking, even though the demon race is truly despicable, her figure is absolutely perfect. That oval face is so captivating.
Do all the women of the demon race grow up to be so breathtakingly beautiful?
She held the paper, smiling in amusement, thinking, it's really too amazing. It was the picture of Ebet, with her incredibly seductive, alluring figure, and Herveyor's signature at the bottom. 3 days later, in the residence of the Demon Emperor, next to the window, light filtered into a corner of the room, where Morla sat deep in thought. He looked down at the empty coffee cup in his hand, then raised it and spoke to the person standing behind him.
Polly, would you mind pouring me another cup of coffee?
Polly, dressed in a maid outfit, asked, you just want me to pour another cup of coffee, right? She crossed her arms and turned her head away, as if in a little pout.
Ha!
Lucifer Morla froze, maintaining his posture, looking out where no one had been standing just moments before.
A feeling of unease washed over him as he thought, that's right, I sent the Saintess away, didn't I? I'm just not used to this.
He moved closer to the table, pulled out a chair, and reminded himself, it's just an illusion, it must be an illusion. She's clearly someone who would only bring me more trouble.
So why do I feel like it's actually a good thing to have her around?
At that moment, there was a figure outside the door, accompanied by a voice announcing, Your Highness, Prince of the Empire, Ambassador Herveyor urgently needs to report something to you.
He stayed silent, his response cold and distant.
After hearing that, he gave an order.
Let her in.
Herveyor entered,
holding a notebook in her hand, smiling gently.
Your Majesty, the diplomatic ministry has completed the first draft of the plan.
We've also made all the necessary preparations to send it out.
Flem was hiding just outside the door, peeking through the glass to listen in.
Morla took the notebook from Herveyor's hands, quietly complimenting her. Already have the plan ready? Your efficiency is impressive.
Herveyor bowed slightly as she handed it over to him, responding with a smile. If you trust us this much, we certainly won't let you down. Lucifer Morla held the diplomatic plan in his hands, feeling a bit confused.
This isn't. His expression changed slightly as he stared at the notebook, uncertain. Was this really the diplomatic plan? Herveyor noticed his reaction and couldn't help but laugh inside. As expected, that was the look.
She stood tall, hands clasped behind her, smiling sweetly while secretly pleased. After all, this was a plan from prisoners. With a proposed visit to the Barrancilla kingdom, of course, he would be suspicious. Her face flushed slightly, and she glanced at him, still deep in thought, well then. In her mind, Herveyor excitedly imagined herself stepping on Lucifer Morla's body. I need to be bold and confront him directly. Face to face with him, her expression was filled with playful anticipation. She stared at him, skillfully guiding the conversation step by step, hoping to convince him that this was the best possible plan.
The dark thoughts kept swirling in Herveyor's mind, That's quite convincing, isn't it? Hervéer's face was flushed, and he looked incredibly excited about his own thoughts. It's fine, it doesn't matter to me. I'm fine with anything. With a snap of his fingers, Lucifer Morla broke the chain of thoughts. He cheerfully agreed with the plan laid out in the book. Good, approved. Hervéer, a bit surprised, asked again, what? Are you sure, my lord? Holding the plan in his hand and reading it carefully, Lucifer Morla assessed it. The Baron Killa Kingdom, even in the middle stages of the game, is both rotten and tough for players to handle. To fight against the Demon King's army, the old king will stop at nothing and use the full strength of the entire nation. He gave a sly grin. The only reason to come here to recruit would be to escape. What else could it be for? Then, he confirmed once more with Hervéer, of course I'm sure. Flipping through more pages, he continued to praise the plan Hervéer had put together. There's basically no better plan than this. Just follow your instincts and go with it. Hervéer, who hadn't expected Morla to agree so quickly without any hesitation, was left disappointed. He stammered, okay. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned and left. Lucifer Morla watched him go with a puzzled look. She seems really disappointed. Was that just my imagination? Afterward, he tapped his fingers on the table, placed the plan down, and glanced at the person hiding outside the door. Then he smiled faintly and called softly, Flem, what brings you here? Flem stepped inside, standing right in front of him, and bowed her head to apologize. My apologies, sir. It's not that I was eavesdropping, but I was just so worried about that woman. Hervéer's inconsistent behavior was disrespectful to your majesty, so I quietly followed her in here. Lucifer Morla looked at her with a sense of helplessness, forcing a smile as he explained. Actually, I'm not trying to punish you. The Elven Queen has already left. If there's nothing else, you can go back to your work now. Only then did Flem raise her head, hesitating before speaking. Well, actually, there's still something I need to report about Hervéer and her group. Lucifer Morla turned to face her, leaning on the desk with interest. Oh? Go ahead, tell me. He chuckled inwardly, as if he already knew what she was going to say. Truth be told, he had already written the script in his mind. There was no need for her to explain. It was obviously about the lazy, scheming diplomats who were always slacking off, playing tricks, and twisting the truth. They were doing a great job at it. At this point, Flem quickly began her report. She described how Hervéer had been working tirelessly day and night within the diplomatic department, a level of dedication that made even her own subordinates feel ashamed. She recalled how Hervéer would personally oversee everything, ensuring that everyone worked at their full capacity. The diplomatic office was bustling even before sunrise. Until late at night, when people from other departments had already gone home to rest, the diplomatic department was still burning the midnight oil. Some of them even stayed overnight in the office. As day turned to night, while everyone else turned off their lights, the diplomatic office remained brightly lit. Flem spoke with excitement and enthusiasm. The demon she had sent to monitor Hervéer's team hadn't noticed anything unusual either. If every member of the Demon King's army had this kind of attitude, the entire Gazma region would have long been under His Majesty's control. Lucifer Morla listened to Flem's report, stunned. He ripped the paper in his hands to pieces in shock. He clenched his teeth, staring at the torn-up plan with growing concern. No, the thing in the bag, this is too terrifying. Although this plan was extremely unreliable, Lucifer slammed the torn pieces of paper down onto the table. He ground his teeth, realizing his luck had been just as unreliable. The lessons of the present moment were piling up. He quickly stood up, rushing out while giving orders. Flem, I just had a breakthrough on my strategy. You'll have to handle the official matters for a while. I need to go into seclusion. Flem was left confused, not quite understanding what was going on. He watched as Lucifer hurried off. The Lord Emperor wants to go into seclusion? Lucifer gritted his teeth and, with a serious expression, removed his outer coat. I need to be cautious. Just in case I'm forced to go along with things, I'll have to hide within the Demon Lord's army. I can't keep wearing the Black Knight's outfit anymore."
He tossed the coat aside and quickly made his way to the door, heading off to create a new set of armor for the envoy's camp. Outside, the sky was clear and blue. The group of envoys sat gathered around a warm fire, trying to warm their hands. The eldest brother grumbled loudly.
"Going on an envoy mission? This is my first time. Honestly, why bother with diplomacy or surrender tactics? We could just launch a full-on attack and flatten the entire Gazma region right now." The second brother sitting across from him nodded in agreement and clicked his tongue in disappointment. "Exactly, and besides, this one looks too ugly. No thick, muscular build, no beautiful horns, and definitely no seductive, charming tail, just a bunch of useless fat. Ha ha." At that moment, a demon with the face of a cow joined in happily, saying, "After we finish this battle, I'll head back home and get married." The older brother turned around and looked at Remo, saying, "Hey, bro, what do you think? You look pretty unfamiliar to me, and also..." Lucifer Morla, disguised as Remo, spoke up, The older brother eyed him suspiciously. "Why do you dress so differently from us?" Remo turned his face to look at the group. He smiled slightly and said, "Are you talking about me?" The full moon lit up the night sky as a curious voice rang out, "Yeah, that's right. I've never seen you in the Demon King's city before, and you don't seem to have any of the usual demonic presence." The demonic beasts exchanged sharp, scrutinizing glances. The second brother pressed on, "Which faction are you from?" Remo squinted and smiled, confidently pointing as he answered, "I was assigned here from the frontline army. I earned a military merit, so I was rewarded with a position as a night guard in the diplomatic mission." But deep inside, he felt like he was sitting on a pile of hot coals. Were these people really this cautious? The older, bear-like demon beside him continued to eye him with suspicion and asked, "Oh, what kind of military merit did you earn?" Remo chuckled softly and casually said, "It was during the ambush at the Linma corridor. I managed to take down a lot of enemies in that battle." The second brother raised his hand to his chin, glancing up at the eldest brother. They both pictured the scene Remo described, the death and destruction surrounding them, smoke and flames engulfing the forest, and soldiers falling one by one. He asked, "You mean the battle at the Linma corridor?" Remo waved his hand, laughing awkwardly, and replied, "Yes." He frowned, wide-eyed and worried. Oh no, could it be that the plan was exposed before it even started? As he was deep in thought, the two of them suddenly plopped down next to Remo, trapping him in between. The eldest brother, grinning from ear to ear, cheered, "Ha ha ha, so someone actually went through a battle somewhere here." The second brother, the rhino, threw his arm around Remo's shoulders, adding cheerfully, "Come on, tell us more about that battle. We've had to stay on guard here in the Demon King city, and my whole body feels like it's falling apart." Remo could only smile awkwardly, eyes wide in embarrassment. He humbly responded, "Actually, there's not much to say. It was thanks to the surprise attack by the enemy, the coalition of 100,000 troops." He paused, pretending to wipe his forehead, gritting his teeth as if holding back tears, and softly said, "They all charged straight into our ambush. The new weapons we developed caused such devastation that the enemy was completely scattered." The rhino's second brother was tricked and looked confused, asking, "Huh, bro? Why are you crying?" Remo raised his hand and gave a small laugh, replying, "I'm just so moved. This battle is so meaningful, and to be part of it. It's the greatest honor of my life." Suddenly, Remo became emotional, tears filling his eyes as he said, "Please, don't make me remember those painful things again." The older brother crossed his arms and closed his eyes, letting out a sigh. Truly, to have experienced that battle firsthand was an honor. To have such an understanding, and to be so moved by it, was something else. "It seems you're a born warrior," he said with satisfaction, raising his hand. "I've made up my mind. From now on, I'll be your big brother. Come learn from me. I'll show you how to build strong muscles and even how to carve a scar across your face that'll make you look irresistible." Remo stared at him blankly. "Ha?" The second brother gently tapped Remo's shoulder, closing his eyes and sighing. Then I'll be your second brother. From now on, your problems are my problems. Inside the Demon King city, I'll have your back. Ramo looked at his hand in confusion. Ha! Still not understanding what was happening, the two men forced him to kneel on the ground. The moonlight lit up the whole dark sky, and shimmering flower petals fell down. The older and second brothers knelt before the food offerings and swore. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, we swear, from this day on, we three shall become brothers of another kind born on different days, months, and years, and we will not die on the same day, month, or year. Ramo, still kneeling on the ground, clasped his hands and nervously shifted around, looking at the two of them in complete confusion. Ha! Ramo stood there, confused and surprised, and asked softly, wait, who are you all bowing to? Someone not far from them slowly walked over and spoke, hey! Ebet, with a cold expression and arms crossed, calmly asked, what are you all doing over there? The beastmen happily replied in unison, Lord Ebet, we just feel like we've known this little guy for ages, even though we just met, so we're just bonding a bit. She placed a hand on her hip and said sternly, all right, enough of that. I'm not interested in these things. Tonight, you all will be on night watch to guard the camp. Don't let anything slip through the cracks. They all bowed their heads in response, yes, ma'am. The second brother closed his eyes, frowned, and thought to himself, why do we still need to do a night watch in a place like this? The eldest brother chuckled to himself, I'll definitely train the third brother to be as tough and handsome as me. That way, he'll have no problem finding a wife. The bull-headed guy with flushed cheeks thought, just a little longer, and I'll finally see her again. Ramo remained silent, keeping to himself. Ebet noticed Ramo's confusion and thought, here's another person I can't use my mind reading on. He must have some kind of special item, similar to the Elven Queen's, or maybe his power is even stronger than mine. But no matter what, there's only one possibility: a spy. Ebet raised two fingers to her lips and smiled with delight. She was sure that Flem didn't trust her or the entire delegation, which is why she had arranged for such a discreet spy to be part of the team. If it weren't for her ability to read minds, she would have been completely fooled. But why was that woman staring at her and smiling? Why was the smile so creepy? Ebet licked her finger, then said, come with me, I'll give you a mission. Ramo pointed to his cheek and opened his mouth in surprise. Ha, me? Without wasting any time, she grabbed him by the collar and pulled him along. She said casually, yes, you. Follow me. Ramo stood there, eyes wide in shock. The older guy with him raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Why is Lady Ebet taking our third brother aside? Does she want to gather intel from the battlefield too? The second brother spoke up confidently, Big brother, you don't get it, do you? Lady Ebet is from the Ghost Clan. We may not like third brother's face, but the ghosts are different. They actually prefer that gentle, reserved look. And considering the ghost's needs, our brother isn't going to make it through tonight. One of the guys added, I have a friend who also fell into the hands of the ghosts. They all pictured the ghost girl, her hungry, enticing gaze. Finally, where did a grave come from? The big boss and his second in command stood in front of the tombstone. Third brother, be careful on your journey. The demon's pale face trembled, thinking, ghosts are truly terrifying. I really want to return tomorrow to see her. Meanwhile, on Ramo's side, he slowly walked toward the tent. He stepped inside and felt confused. What is she doing, pulling me into this tent? What is this? Does she want to interrogate me? Ebet lay down on the bed, speaking softly, all right, take it off. Ramo stared at the scene in front of him, feeling uneasy. He hurriedly crossed his arms, stammering, wait a minute. Why are you suddenly telling me to take off my clothes? Ebet smirked, calmly taking off her shirt and saying, why? Can you be the one asking why? Ebet stretched out on the bed, resting her hand on her hips, and cheerfully said, I'm a ghost. Isn't it natural to have certain needs? And your appearance happens to be just to my liking.
Plus, if you're going to be a bodyguard for the envoy, your physical strength must be decent. Ramo clenched his fists and turned away, sweating slightly. He spoke up, I'm sorry, I already have a fiancée back home. Behind him, Yvette stood up, her hands radiating power. Her hand brushed lightly against his back as Yvette whispered, just take off your clothes. What's the problem? Can you really keep holding back right now? She smiled smugly. All she needed was for him to remove the charm he was carrying or let her check the flow of his magical energy, and she'd be able to confirm his identity. Yvette suddenly moved her hand between her thighs, kneeling down on the floor with a magical sealing circle. It was hard to believe. She curiously studied Ramo's back, thinking to herself that even her enchantment had been turned back on her. At the Ghost Academy, Yvette walked through a buzz of admiration. People were talking in awe. Look, that's Yvette. She graduated with the highest honors of the class. She's amazing. I heard she only needed her enchantment spell to make anyone lose control. Yvette stood proudly, like a beautiful flower, as people around her whispered, if a ghost like me can be enchanted by her, anyone can. One brave ghost gathered the courage to step forward and ask, Sister Yvette, my grades have always been a little below average. Can you share any tips with me? Yvette gently cupped the girl's face and smiled. Don't worry. Everything the Academy teaches is already instinctively engraved in us ghosts. You just need to study a little. As long as you memorize the lessons, that's all you need. Yvette happily pointed to the magical guide with a pink heart on the cover. She snapped back to reality when Lucifer Morla touched her face. He looked at her with concern and asked, Are you all right? Yvette hugged her face and replied, I'm fine. Confused inside, huh? What kind of feeling is this? Shyly asking myself, isn't enchantment just about controlling someone else's actions? Is this the same feeling caused by those potions that drive people crazy? Is this what the book was talking about? Yvette felt an explosion of emotions and realized, is this pleasure? Lucifer Morla stuttered in fear, wait, you're acting completely different from how you were before, like nothing was wrong. He tried to run, but Yvette grabbed him. Inside, Yvette was conflicted. Although Yvette had often seen others make expressions like this, it was the first time experiencing it themselves. Yvette's face turned bright red, hands crossed over the chest, feeling uncomfortable, thinking, this is such a strange feeling. Internally, Yvette muttered to themselves, my body isn't listening, my mind feels foggy, like there's an overwhelming thirst for knowledge rising up inside me. I really want to understand what this is all about. Suddenly, Yvette snapped out of it. But before marriage, Yvette slapped him hard across the face, and he was sent flying out of the tent. Morla, confused, muttered, what kind of crazy woman is this? Inside the tent, Yvette was still unsure, thinking, what should I do next? The scene shifted to the Baron Killa Kingdom's castle, where the guard announced, Your Majesty, the Demon Lord's army has sent word. Before the guard could finish, the king shouted, Get out! Seeing the king throw a shattered head nearby, the guard grew terrified and screamed, Didn't I already tell you? We only attack when it comes to the Demon Lord's army. Gripping the cloth tightly in his hands, he repeated, Attack, we must attack. The king coughed violently in anger. The guard continued his report, Your Majesty, this is a diplomatic request from the Demon King's army. Moreover, the envoy representing them is none other than the princess of the Elven Kingdom, Hervair. Hervair was defeated and taken prisoner, but she secretly sent someone to meet with us. She claims that her actions were merely a ruse. She has important intelligence related to the Demon King's army that she wants to share with us. The king was skeptical, Hervair? Who can say if she was truly embedded within the Demon King's army, or if she has already betrayed us? The old man ordered, Then let the Demon King's envoy come. But we must show our strength first. Order the border defenses to be reinforced, and then imprison the entire envoy of the Demon King's army in the dungeon. That way, our private meeting with Hervair won't seem too strange. The guard quickly obeyed, shouting, Your Majesty is wise. The king asked, Is there anything else to report?
A long cough followed, signaling that the old man was growing weak. The guard, trembling, reported, "Your Majesty, in the past month, there have been numerous peasant uprisings throughout our kingdom. Many people in the cities have joined the rebellion, especially in the eastern regions, where the situation is not looking good. As a result, some in our ranks believe we should reduce the war taxes." The king angrily shouted, "Idiots, all of you are idiots. You can't see the bigger picture. To drive the demon army out, for the sake of the gods, what's wrong with enduring some hardship for a while?" After speaking, the king slumped down, and the soldiers panicked, shouting, "Your Majesty." He waved them off and said, "I'm fine," before standing up and giving an order. "Anyone who dares to rebel, kill them without hesitation," the king said firmly. "Everyone, just bear with it a little longer. I'll take the blame for the bad reputation." Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the Barranquilla kingdom, the soldiers were determined to break through the city, shouting loudly, "Kill!" The defenders, terrified, cried out, "There are too many of them." The enemy truly was overwhelming. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have hesitated over their possessions. They should have just run away from the start. The general rushed over, grabbed a soldier by the shoulder, and urgently asked, "What's going on? Has the demon army attacked?" The soldier quickly replied, "No, General, it's the rebels. They've come to kill us." The general didn't believe it and shouted, "Are we really going to be defeated by a few hammers and sickles? What happened to the invincible mages? Get them here to push the rebels back. Have they run out of magic power? Didn't we agree to give them unlimited magic potions for free?" The soldier hurriedly responded, "That's not the problem, sir. They've turned. All our mages have rebelled." The city gates opened, and the mage at the front signaled for everyone to move this way. The rebels charged in, shouting loudly as they raised their swords. "Follow me. Break through. Take the supplies." Through the lens of the telescope, the view revealed a massive army, thousands of soldiers and horses, stirring up dust across the vast plain. Seeing this, a panicked voice cried out, "That's the power of the Demon King's army." As soon as the words were spoken, voices erupted from the soldiers on the western walls of Barranquilla, discussing in a frenzy. So the rumors were true? Are we really going to negotiate peace with the Demon King's army? A soldier in shining iron armor couldn't hide his excitement. Is peace really coming? Does that mean we won't have to fight anymore? Another soldier chimed in, "We should have stopped fighting a long time ago. I heard the rebels are as numerous as bamboo shoots. At this rate, they might break through the outer city walls of the royal capital soon." A sharp slap suddenly landed on the soldier who spoke. The blow caught him off guard, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The silver-armored officer, with a gleaming sword at his side, stepped forward, glaring fiercely at the soldier and growled, "Shut your mouth. If it weren't for our lack of manpower, you'd be considered a rebel and lose your head right now." The soldier who was slapped covered his face, trying to hold back his tears, while the other soldier nervously nodded in compliance. "Yes, sir." After the show of authority, the officer leaned over the wall, surveying the battlefield with a serious tone. "Whether or not we fight is a decision made by the higher-ups. Your job is to focus on your duties and stay in line." The sun blazed down on his bald head, shining off it like a reflector. Observing the scene below, he cracked a grim smile and said, "Take all your weapons and hand them over to me. Get ready to welcome the Demon Lord's envoy." Meanwhile, the group was slowly making its way into the city. Leading the pack was Hervé, slender and graceful, with two servants at her side. Behind them was Abet, her demeanor quiet and contemplative. Bringing up the rear were three large, imposing demons, and a somewhat slender figure at the very end of the line. None of them were aware of the pair of eyes watching them closely from atop the towering city wall. The group, led by Hervé, had been walking in silence when suddenly, the soft murmur of conversation from the two servants caught their attention. Vera tilted her head and whispered, "Did you hear anything strange last night?" The other servant covered her mouth and replied, "You mean that sound that kind of resembled a cat's meow?" "Yeah, I heard it.
I have no idea what it was, but it was so loud that I couldn't get a decent night's sleep.
Ebet, walking just behind the two women, briefly lost her focus.
Anyone walking closely beside her would have easily noticed the slight unease in her eyes. Lost in thought, she blushed and privately thought to herself, "This is so embarrassing. I can't control myself. This feeling is way too much to handle." With that, she glanced down at herself, as if giving herself a quick self-check. Her tight white top revealed a hint of an alluring curve, and her black skirt hugged her full hips. Her black tights were flawless, and her high heels matched perfectly. The necklace around her neck accentuated her slender, graceful neck, while her carefully styled purple hair fluttered in the wind. In her hand, she held a sealed envelope. After making sure there were no loose ends, Ebet let out a sigh of relief and reassured herself. Good thing she had brought a backup outfit. But as she thought about it, Ebet couldn't help but focus on the young man at the end of the line. This young man is Remo, the third brother. His body is thin and still seems to be growing. He's wearing a red coat with golden fur trim and a sparkling necklace, while his cat-like ears twitched, listening carefully to the surroundings. His appearance looks harmless, but there's something about him that makes Ebet uneasy. Who exactly is he? Honestly, he seems a little too perfect, almost too flawless. The group continued to move slowly, and the massive city gates ahead swung open. In the distance, some soldiers could be seen waiting. Hervé paused in her steps, turned around, and spoke to the group, her tone firm. "We're about to enter the kingdom of Barranquilla. I still hope everyone will stay alert." As they got closer, a bald officer was already waiting. He greeted them with a broad smile, saying, "Welcome to the Demon King's delegation. I am the officer assigned to guide you all." He gestured for them to enter, raising his voice in a manner that sounded overly enthusiastic. "Welcome to the kingdom of Barranquilla." Tall buildings stood closely together, but there was no sign of prosperity. Instead, the place felt desolate and abandoned. The streets were lined with people lying in disarray. The area was a mess of broken debris, and the group moved ahead with a few members leading the way, while Remo quietly followed behind, taking in the surroundings. His eyes landed on the pitiful sight of a disheveled figure slumped on the side of the ruined street, a truly sorrowful and bleak scene. A thought echoed in Remo's mind. This is the kingdom of Barranquilla. Remo's gaze quietly withdrew after scanning the entire scene and the people around him. It was hard to imagine the level of destruction here. The state of this place made Remo suspicious. This was supposed to be the most impregnable kingdom in the game. How could it look like this? The soldiers leading the way marched ahead. The group followed in silence, and eventually, someone dared to speak up. "This is awful. Did a disaster hit the Barranquilla kingdom?" Hervé lowered his head, deep in thought, his face full of sympathy. It wasn't a natural disaster. This is a man-made catastrophe. The ruined buildings, the starving people, wandering the streets. As he witnessed all the devastation, Hervé paused and quietly assessed the situation. Though he didn't want to admit it, he hadn't seen anything like this on the journey from the Demon King's castle. Even in lands ruled by the demon army, this level of ruin was unfamiliar. Suddenly, a frail, emaciated figure collapsed in front of them, falling right into the boots of the officer leading the group. The man lay sprawled on the dusty ground, gasping for breath but unable to get up. His son, standing behind him, began wailing uncontrollably, crying out, "Father! Father!" The officer, annoyed at being blocked, shouted harshly, "Out of the way, filthy peasant!" The child continued to sob, desperate and seemingly at the end of his rope. The boy threw himself at the officer's legs, clinging desperately and begging, "Please, please save my father." Without any mercy, the officer raised his foot and kicked the boy in the face. Then, with a grunt, he shoved the child away, kicking him again and cursing, "Get off me, you filthy brat!" As if still angry from being tainted by something filthy, he swung his sword up, eyes full of murderous intent. "I think you're all looking for trouble." The deadly blade swung toward the boy, but with a loud clang, the sharp sound of metal on metal rang out, and the cursed sword was stopped by another sword. A massive black bear, with a shield shining like polished bronze on its shoulder, firmly held a large sword, blocking the officer's murderous strike. The bear's deep voice rumbled with authority.
That's enough.
As a warrior, you shouldn't be attacking unarmed civilians.
The officer seemed to have never been insulted like this before.
His words caught in his throat, and he couldn't let the humiliation go. His eyes narrowed as he gritted his teeth and hissed, "Why is a demon like you sticking your neck out for them? What's it to you?" The bear, now furious, raised its paw, claws sharp and ready, and answered back, "This has nothing to do with race.
This is about the honor of a warrior like me."
The bald officer, his face dark with anger, looked up at the bear's broad back as it turned away, a bitter resentment bubbling in his mind.
Damn, is this guy crazy?
I was planning to drag them to the middle of the city and use some excuse to start a fight, but it's because of these damn peasants that it's all ruined.
And that demon bear is huge, way too big.
His gaze then shifted to two towering figures standing nearby. One was a winged man, with large, folded wings hidden behind his back, his body thick with muscle and a fierce, terrifying face. The other was a bull man, aggressive in posture, with horns that looked like they could pierce anyone who dared step too close.
The bald officer ground his teeth and muttered under his breath, "Isn't there anyone normal around here?"
Then, suddenly, the young man, who had looked like a quiet little kitten lost in thought, raised his hand to absent-mindedly scratch his nose, as if deep in some wild, tangled thoughts.
The officer saw an opportunity.
It was his chance to redeem himself, and it was right in front of him. He felt a surge of excitement, as if he'd won a small victory.
The kitten-like kid wasn't even as tall as he was.
Remo, lost in his thoughts and not paying attention, heard a loud shout aimed directly at him. The officer charged toward him, pointing a finger and yelling aggressively, trying to take control.
"I can't keep putting up with your demon scum anymore."
Remo looked around, his hand pointing to himself, as if checking to make sure the officer was talking to him.
The officer, seeing Remo's clueless expression, grew even more angry, his eyes widening, trying to look more intimidating.
"Now, I'll arrest you." Before the officer could finish his sentence, the calm little kitten had transformed into a fierce, fluffy, angry cat demon. A strange shadow enveloped him, like a dark, flickering flame or a protective shield around a demon king. The shadow flared up, its sinister, menacing energy giving off a sense of death and destruction, as if it were about to tear everything around it apart. Remo still looked naive, his hand still pointing to himself, but his voice had turned cold, carrying a threatening edge.
"Arrest me? How?"
The officer stood frozen, mouth agape, completely shocked. He never expected this sudden, terrifying transformation to have such an impact. He collapsed to the ground, kneeling with his head bowed so low it seemed he could no longer see the sun, still muttering stubbornly, "Catch them."
The officer's unusual posture, kneeling and submissive, was likely driven by his survival instincts.
A memory from long ago suddenly resurfaced in his mind. He painfully recalled, back when I still had hair, he was kneeling just like this, too afraid to lift his head and face the power before him.
King Baron Killa turned his back on him.
His voice was calm, but it was filled with fury. Without looking back, he asked in a low voice, "Are you the soldier who was so terrified that you stood frozen in the middle of the battlefield? Too afraid to move forward?" The king shot him a sharp, icy glare, his tone now firm, "Speak.
What happened?"
He fought to stop his hands from trembling as he kept his position kneeling, hesitating before he spoke. This is my first time on the battlefield. The demon army, they were clearly not just strange-looking, like the rumors said. He suddenly fell silent, struggling to suppress the lingering terror, carefully choosing his words before continuing. Behind them, there were shadows, terrifying shadows. I shuddered as those nightmarish images flooded back into my mind. He didn't notice the subtle change in the king's gaze.
After a moment of contemplation, the merciful king spared his life. "All right, then.
I'll forgive you for this act of cowardice." The king extended his hand toward me.
"Get up.
But remember, this is the only time I'll show mercy.
Don't be afraid of what you've seen.
It's a precious gift that the true God has granted us.
Be proud of it, and then think about how to use it.
You have a talent just like mine, like a wild animal born knowing how to avoid danger.
Our eyes can clearly see the threats from our enemies. The king's last words seemed to fade into the distant horizon, yet they also felt like a wake-up call, a warning meant for the officer like him. At that moment, the officer snapped out of his thoughts. He couldn't rise to his feet yet, but he lifted his head, gritted his teeth, and shot a hateful glare at the newcomers. You're right. Your demon army is truly full of deceitful hearts. Where are they? Where are they? He pointed angrily at the group and shouted, "Seize them! Now!" At his command, the soldiers immediately drew their weapons and surrounded the group, ready to fight. Big Brother Bear and Second Brother Fei weren't pushovers either. They quickly drew their weapons, moved into position, and shouted, "Fall back!" They didn't show any fear at being surrounded, instead, they looked on with anger and disdain. You humans are so treacherous. Seeing the situation change rapidly, Hervé quickly reacted, shouting, "Stabilize the situation, no one move." Hearing the command, the bear-like man briefly glanced at Hervé, his eyes filled with anger and suspicion toward those around him. After confirming that his men were still holding their ground, the bear turned to express his frustration to Hervé, his voice low and resentful, "My lord, this is clearly a trap. We shouldn't have left the entire guard outside the city. Humans don't follow the rules." His second-in-command quickly agreed, "You're right, big brother. Let us go out and take care of them." "Third brother, why are you just standing there?" Hervé felt a headache coming on. These soldiers were so straightforward, all they knew was to eat and fight. The third brother, who had just been called out, was still standing there dazed, mumbling unintelligibly. His ears stood straight up in alertness, but his eyes were blank, clearly not understanding what was going on. Well, he really didn't understand. If someone could explain it to him, it would go something like this: the situation had changed so quickly, they didn't know if the plan had failed, or what they should do next. They also didn't understand why the people in front of them suddenly knelt down and started calling themselves Lucifer or whatever. As for the guy standing beside him, despite huffing angrily and holding his sledgehammer with impressive strength, he looked tough and imposing but was really just making noise with no deeper strategy. The bull man only thought one thing: I can't fall here. I must go back and get married. Ibet could tell the situation was getting out of hand. She shouted loudly, forcing everyone's attention to her. "Everyone, stop. Put down your weapons for the greater good. We can't afford any mistakes." Standing in the center, surrounded by her guards, Ibet quickly used her authority to take control of the situation. Her tone was firm as she spoke. "I am the supreme representative of the Demon King's army. I am a high-ranking demon from hell. Are you telling me you won't even listen to me? Leave everything to me, I'll handle it." After hearing her words, the guards finally kneeled, accepting their orders. In unison, they responded, "Yes, Lady Ibet." Once her side was under control, Ibet turned around and, with humility, addressed the officer who was still glaring at her, unable to stand up. Her voice softened. "I hope you can give me an explanation." Hervé also bent forward, stepping closer to Ibet. "I'll say it again, I want an explanation." Before she could get a satisfactory answer, Ibet's attention was drawn to the two servants whispering behind her back. They were huddled together, speaking quietly. Before she could overhear anything, a noise from the other side caught her attention. The bald officer, grumbling, struggled to get up. He wasn't fully standing, but his voice was still defiant. "How dare you? There's nothing to explain to the lapdogs of the Demon King's army." The sky was painted with a deep, fiery red, and a cold, chilling command pierced through the air: throw them all into prison. Inside the prison in the kingdom of Baron Killa, the guards were chatting loudly. "We were once in charge of guarding the Demon King's army prisoners. That's something we'll be bragging about when we get old." A different voice spoke up next, "So what? If we could capture the Demon King's generals, that would be a real achievement." One of the guards immediately interrupted, "Don't get your hopes up. The Demon King's generals are all at the saint level. There aren't even enough people in the entire Gazma region to count them on one hand. The other guard jokingly added, if we could capture a general, why not just capture the Demon King too? They both laughed heartily, enjoying the irreverence of their words. Inside the tightly sealed cell, Remo, feeling bored, crossed his arms and leaned against the iron bars, listening to the guards' gossip. When he heard their reckless comments, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly, even if they did catch the Demon King, I wouldn't want to be involved. Heh, forget it. It doesn't matter anyway. What's important right now is... Remo sighed in frustration, glancing at the figure with purple-tinted hair standing behind him. He muttered, why do I have to be locked up with her? It was as if Abet could read his thoughts. She shot him a sharp, dagger-like glance and pouted, clearly displeased, geez, is it that bad being locked up with me? The Ghost Clan isn't that bad, you know. If you could, would you just turn invisible and vanish, Remo? Was she really focusing on that right now? But if he didn't respond, it wouldn't sit right with him either. Remo stretched out his hand, putting some distance between them, his posture clearly showing he was about 3 meters away, not holding back in his attempt to insult her. I'm afraid you're just like you were back at the camp, all fierce and aggressive, like a wolf or a tiger. Honestly, I can't stand it. How could Abet's pride possibly handle this kind of teasing? But still, she gritted her teeth and yelled back. You still think you're the one at a disadvantage, right? Then Abet, puffing out her cheeks like an angry hedgehog, firmly responded. That was just an accident. I'm absolutely certain it won't happen again. Remo crouched down, sitting casually, acting like a gentleman as he changed the subject. Let's not talk about this anymore. Remo's casual posture, sitting on the ground, seemed laid back and natural, but his tone was still serious. Aren't you even a little worried? Aren't you afraid they'll throw us in prison and execute us? Abet closed her eyes, not looking at him, and answered calmly. Look at you. Don't worry, humans won't do anything to us. If they were planning to, would they really need to lock us up first? Remo was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to her logic, so he just asked again. Are you really that sure? Abet tossed her hair with a graceful motion. It's my instinct. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Remo was left speechless, truly unable to say anything. At that moment, Abet's expression turned serious again. She remembered the sneaky whispers of the two servants and thought to herself, do they want me to tell him I can read minds through those two spirit servants? I already know their entire plan. At this moment, she turned around, leaned her back against the bars, crossed her arms, and gave Remo a quick glance from the corner where he was sitting all alone. She silently observed him, but for some reason, she didn't feel like she had it all figured out. The truth was, that bald officer had really been scared by him. Abet walked toward Remo and, seeing how dejected he looked, said, Stop putting on that face. Remo looked up, confused, and met her gaze. Abet leaned in slightly, her chest subtly pressing against her clothes, and with a gentle, caring tone, said, It's fate that we're locked up together like this. Aren't you going to tell me your name? Though Remo seemed cautious, he couldn't sense anything wrong and just answered casually, My name? Remo. Abet raised an eyebrow and repeated, Remo? Sounds like a fake name. Remo frowned, defending himself, What do you mean fake? Abet chuckled softly, covering her mouth, teasing him, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. But even though she acted calm on the outside, her mind was quietly working. She couldn't read his thoughts directly, but with a few tricks up her sleeve, she could still gather some insight. Perfect. She'd take her time to learn more about him. Abet leaned in a little more, but this time, she leaned just a bit too far, losing her balance and stumbling forward. Her hands instinctively went to the wall that Remo had been leaning against for support. Her chest, firm and full, pressed against him with a surprising force, coming dangerously close to his face in a teasing manner. Remo, stunned by the sequence of events, was left frozen, his expression blank. He let out a quiet, confused sound, his eyes briefly falling on her chest, which was now just inches from his face, and the deep curve of her body that drew his gaze up to her delicate chin and tempting lips. But what could he possibly say in that moment?
With a sigh of frustration, Remo muttered, "Not again." Ebet adjusted her posture, eyeing the bracelet on her wrist that was faintly glowing with a bright pink light. She thought to herself, could it be that this bracelet is limiting my magic? She glanced down at her revealing outfit, a tight-fitting garment that clung to her body. Her body was trembling oddly. She pressed her legs together tightly, trying to suppress the overwhelming emotion she was feeling. Good thing I changed clothes today, she thought. The last outfit required magic to stay in place. If I had worn that, I can't even imagine what would have happened. The two of them were so close now, her chest was pushed out behind her, and her short skirt was riding up, exposing just a hint of what was underneath. The black stockings added to the mysterious look. Ebet was stunned, but without magic, her body couldn't hold back. She felt like she couldn't control herself any longer. Meanwhile, Remo, poor guy, was sitting huddled up, clutching a pillow tightly and not daring to move. His mouth was wide open, gasping for air, his vision completely overwhelmed by the overwhelming situation before him. Ebet wasn't doing much better. Her legs were still tightly pressed together, trembling as she tried to hold herself together. Her willpower was quickly fading. The body's needs were so urgent, there was no way to fight them off anymore. Ebet placed one hand on the wall, the other covering her mouth to keep herself from making any embarrassing sounds. She squeezed her eyes shut, refusing to look around. All of her focus was on keeping the urge in check. All she could think about in that moment was one thing: I really need to use the bathroom. The guard, annoyed, shouted, "Stop calling. Just say what you want already." Ebet trembled and asked, "Is there a bathroom here? Let me out so I can take care of something. Once I'm done, I'll return to the cell and continue being locked up." The guard refused. "Do you really believe that kind of request? Prisoners handle things in their cells." Ebet, furious, kicked the ground and cursed, "Right now, I'm not allowed to use my power, so I can't kill you. But trust me, the cup is full." She squirmed in discomfort, watching as Ebet shook from holding it in. Remo stood up and said, "Honestly, you can just take care of it in the cell. Isn't it true that your ghost tribe doesn't care about privacy at all?" Ebet gritted her teeth, trembling, and with tears threatening to fall, she cried out, "No, absolutely not. I'd rather die than do that." He turned away and reassured her, "Don't worry. I'll turn around and close my eyes. I won't look. Just take care of it quickly." Ebet, embarrassed, shouted, "You think just turning away will solve it? You can still hear, you can still imagine it. Just those two things alone would be enough to make you eat 3 big bowls of rice." Remo, annoyed, replied, "Who could possibly stomach that?" He told himself, so there are still normal people in this world? But why does it have to be a ghost? The Saintess and the Elf Queen really need to take their studies more seriously. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Remo anxiously shouted, "That sound. What's happening outside?" Ebet, feeling doubtful, thought, "An explosion? Could something have happened to the Elf Queen?" She grimaced and muttered, "Ugh, this window is too high. The only way to check the situation outside is to ask him for help." But even though she was a little uncomfortable and needed to go to the bathroom, Ebet reassured herself, "No, this is a great opportunity to help with the plan to expose the Demon King's army's secrets. I can't let anything go wrong for the Elf Queen. I have to hold it in. Stay focused. I can't let the situation get out of hand." Ebet shook with nervousness and said, "Remo, kneel down. I need your help." He was puzzled. "Huh? Are you okay now?" As he knelt down, he asked, "Why do you suddenly want me to kneel?" His face turned pale as he thought in fear, "Wait a minute." Remo panicked. "I underestimated you. What are you planning to do? That kind of graphic work. No, it shouldn't be done, and it can't be done. No way." Ebet lowered her head and ordered, "Turn around. We don't have any magic right now. I need you to carry me up so I can check the situation outside." Remo closed his eyes and turned around, still confused.
But wasn't it just a moment ago that you were in a hurry? Are you sure there's no problem? Ebet sat on his shoulders and replied. I'm fine.
What's urgent now is to confirm the situation.
Get up.
Looking through the small gap in the window, Ebet said.
Let me see what that explosion just was.
A fiery bullet shot through the air like an arrow, hitting with a huge explosion.
Rocks and debris flew everywhere.
Suddenly, Ebet clenched her teeth and cried out.
Oh, she held her head and screamed.
Her legs wrapped around Ramo's head, distorting his face as he grimaced, and the cup of water tipped over, spilling out like a stream, running through the cracks in the rocks.
Ebet blushed deeply, groaning in embarrassment.
She wanted to die of shame.
Ramo shoved Ebet off, and hot water splashed onto his head and neck.
Meanwhile, Ebet had fallen to the ground, and he bit his lip, a tear running down his face as he sobbed.
Just let me die. Light shone through the window into the cell.
Ebet slowly regained consciousness. Ramo sat in a corner, looking disheartened, and spoke up.
You're awake. This made Ebet jump in surprise.
Ebet pushed herself up with her hands, her face twisted in discomfort as she snapped.
Why are you acting like you've been dirty or something? It's disgusting. Ramo, tears still streaming down his face, replied.
Even though I know it was probably just an accident, I don't have some weird fascination with this.
Do you expect me to smile?
Ebet touched her head, looking confused.
What's going on? What are you saying? It feels strange. Like I've forgotten something important. Ramo, hearing this, suddenly realized something. He placed his hands on the ground, his mouth open in surprise. You've lost your memory. She turned to him, confused. Lost my memory? Did something important happen just now? Ramo seemed a bit uneasy.
He waved his hand, stuttering, No, nothing important.
Nothing that would need you to recover your memory.
She looked at him with curiosity.
Ramo's face turned pale as he thought hard.
Thankfully, the magic seal didn't restrict him too much, so he managed to clean both his and her clothes just in time. The one thing only he knew was that it had never happened before. Ebet touched her head again, her gaze thoughtful. It's strange.
What exactly have I forgotten?
Her eyes suddenly widened, as if she had realized something, and she felt like she had lost something important.
She sat quietly, lost in thought. Was it related to the Elf Queen's matter?
In the Baron Killa Palace, a voice came from within the royal hall, near the throne. Queen Hervir, it seems you had to spend some time in the dungeon.
That must have been tough. Hervir responded warmly, for Gazma, it was all worth it. The king closed his eyes and asked, Do you have any important intelligence that needs me to announce to the other nations?
Hervir extended her hand, and a jade green stone hovered above her palm.
She gazed at the stone and spoke.
The intelligence about the secrets of the Demon King's army is overwhelming. For example, the kind of weapon that caused our entire army's defeat, and the fact that the Demon King's army is planning a surprise attack from thousands of miles away.
Hervir continued.
And the one who invented this secret weapon is none other than Princess Priscilla of the Dwarf clan.
The king looked at the letter in his hand and said, Is all of this true? A plan this terrifying.
With all of Gazma's forces focused on the front lines against the Demon King's army, the coastline has no defenses.
We truly can't withstand a surprise attack.
We must immediately alert all the other nations. The king gave a serious order.
Queen Hervir, this intelligence is of immense importance. You must be even more vigilant while undercover in the Demon King's army. You must not be discovered. Hervir responded with resolve.
As long as she could contribute to driving out the Demon King's army, she clenched her fists firmly.
Even if I have to give my life, it will be worth it.
Suddenly, a girl appeared behind her and complimented.
Well said. That voice. It's unmistakable.
Hervir slowly turned around, surprised to see the person who had just appeared.
Sylvia. Sylvia clasped her hands together, speaking with admiration.
You're really her sister. She gave Hervé a tight hug and smiled brightly. Seeing you safe and sound, that's all that matters. Hervé laughed happily and teasingly said in a soft voice. All right. You're not a little kid anymore. The king stood up from his chair and spoke sincerely. I have to admit, even though I received your secret message, I still had some doubts about you joining the Demon King's army. He slowly walked toward them, then added. But Sylvia, you are the only one who fully believes in you without question. When she heard about the upcoming trip, Sylvia quickly made her way over, having been waiting in the capital all along. She hugged Hervé tightly and said, somewhat grumpily, I told you from the start, no matter how powerful the Demon King is, no matter what he does, there's no way she would ever become a servant under his army. Hervé chuckled and gently tapped Sylvia on the head, offering some guidance. You're the princess of the elven race, after all. Be mindful of your image and try not to speak so recklessly. The king looked at the scene before him and covered his mouth with a cloth, coughing a few times to ease the awkwardness. Ahem, I must admit, I'm still a little curious about what conditions the Demon King offered to get you to come here and negotiate with the kingdom of Barranquilla. Hervé responded, saying, Your Majesty, please don't laugh. Let me explain. First, after all the land of the kingdom of Barranquilla falls under the control of the Demon King's army, all the nobles will be stripped of their titles, reduced to commoners, and have all their wealth and status taken away. Even you, Your Majesty, will have to abdicate the throne and become a commoner as well. The king smiled, raising his hand in a somewhat apologetic gesture, and said, An absurd idea like that, did someone actually think it up? Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in shock. Oh, he muttered, glancing over at the two sisters, then snorted. From a distance, Sylvia shouted. Oh, what's that for? Sylvia's face darkened, her gaze sharp and pointed. You old fool, didn't my sister tell you not to laugh? Are you laughing at the Demon King's army, or are you laughing at my sister? Hervé smacked Sylvia on the head and shouted. The king is our ally. Watch your words. Sylvia flinched from the unexpected smack, letting out a soft ow. The old man stood helplessly to one side. The king frowned, clearly irritated. Of course, I was laughing at the Demon King. It seems he has no intention of negotiating with us, he only wants to humiliate me. Your rooms have been prepared. Please, take some time to rest, the king said, raising a finger as he gave the order and turned to leave. After you return, tell that Demon King this, for me to agree to his terms, he'd have to drain the last drop of blood from the people of Barranquilla. The night fell over the majestic castle, and from inside the room, Sylvia's voice echoed. Sis, I was really worried that you might die. Hervé and Sylvia were sitting on the bed. Sylvia gently hugged her sister and whispered after hearing that the surprise attack had completely failed from the kingdom. I went straight to the front lines. Luckily, you're safe and sound now. Hervé hugged Sylvia back and gently comforted her. You don't need to worry. Suddenly, Sylvia's expression grew serious, and she remembered something. Is the Demon King's army okay? Hervé quickly denied it. It's not that. Sylvia stood up, her gaze focused as she observed every gesture and expression from Hervé, who was awkwardly trying to explain. I meant that we were defeated, had to retreat, and had very little food. After joining the Demon King's army, they treated me well, trying to convince me to become a diplomatic envoy. Sylvia leaned in close, her expression unreadable as she spoke. I understand now. Sylvia turned her face away, choking back tears. I understand everything now. They must have used every trick to get you to reveal the Alliance's secrets, right? Hervé sat there, frozen for a moment, not really understanding what was happening. She let out a soft sigh. Sylvia stretched out her hand in front of her, trembling. It's a kind of torment I can't even describe, she said. She pulled her hand back and looked at Hervé, continuing the conversation. The two of them stared at each other, both with helpless expressions, like they were dealing with some kind of unclear, ineffective medicine. Hervé was sitting on the bed, and Sylvia propped one leg up, staring at him. She even put her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Sylvia spoke seriously. Even the Demon King himself came into the fray, pressuring you with questions on one side, trapping you on the other, and then threw you into this twisted situation. The language of the elves was so vague and hard to understand. Hervé frowned, slightly embarrassed by Sylvia's words. He imagined the moment when Morla poured that strange purple liquid into his mouth. When he thought about it, the images Sylvia described combined with Flem's harsh hold after the recent sensations felt like a bizarre dream, too tempting to resist. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted it. Tears filled his eyes, and he sighed. It was just unfortunate that nothing had ever actually happened. Upon hearing this, Sylvia immediately moved closer and repeated softly, "Such a pity." Realizing he had misspoken, Hervé quickly tried to explain, I meant that nothing has ever happened. Sylvia, with a serious expression, leaned in closer to Hervé's face and said, "I know you don't want to worry me." She placed both hands on her hips and bent over slightly. "But you absolutely mustn't keep lying to yourself." Hervé gave a stiff smile, but inside, he really didn't know how to respond. Sylvia placed a hand on his shoulder, and Hervé looked at her, a bit confused. "I need to check," she said. Hervé stammered, "Check. Check. Check." Before he could react, Sylvia quickly pinned him down. Hervé struggled, but the force was overwhelming. Sylvia held Hervé's hand tightly with one hand, while using the other to hold her leg to prevent her from resisting. Sylvia's body was positioned between Hervé's legs. She spoke softly, "As long as there aren't any strange wounds, there's no problem. It'll be over soon, don't worry, sis." After saying that, Sylvia carefully separated from Hervé, focusing on her sister's private area. "I won't make you hurt," she whispered. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from outside, followed by debris flying everywhere. Sylvia quickly looked up. Behind her, the glass door had shattered, and large flames were visible outside. At the same time, the sound of shouting rang out, "The enemy is attacking, the enemy is attacking." Sylvia rushed to the door, peeked outside, and shouted, "The enemy is attacking? What's going on? Could it be that the Baron Killa Kingdom's defense is finally collapsing?" Hervé sat up and followed Sylvia's gaze. Sylvia analyzed the situation seriously. While the front line seems to still be holding against the demon army, the Baron Killa Kingdom itself has fallen into ruins. It's so bad now, it's hard to look at. The old king probably doesn't even realize that his orders can't even reach past the immediate area around the royal capital anymore. Sylvia's thoughts drifted to the people starving, barely alive, skin stretched tight over bones, waiting to die in the middle of the forest. Suddenly, Sylvia spoke again, "Sis, you must have seen the situation along the way here, right?" After a long pause, Sylvia continued, "But I have to be honest. There were bones exposed underfoot." It seemed like the scene they had just witnessed was already tragic enough, but even on the streets inside the city, there were dead bodies lying everywhere. Corpses piled up in every direction, and it was even worse than what she had already seen. Realizing something important, Sylvia turned around urgently and said, "The entire city is full of rebels. It's not safe to stay here. I wouldn't be surprised if the rebel forces attack the capital at any time, but it has to happen before we can leave. We need to leave now, sis. The rebels are only targeting the king and the nobles. Let's hurry, grab my hand, Hervé." Sylvia continued, "They won't be a problem for our elf tribe. With our twin powers, we can easily escape the encirclement." Looking at Sylvia's hand tightly gripping hers, Hervé still wasn't ready to make a decision. She pulled her hand away from Sylvia's and refused, "No, I can't leave. What you want, Sylvia, is to escape from here. But what I want is to stay." She stood up firmly and said, "My friends are still in the prison. I can't just leave them behind. I can't ignore them. And if I run now, how will I ever complete my mission as a scout for the Demon King's army?" Sylvia, hearing Hervé's words, shouted, "Sis!" Then she quickly tried to comfort her, "There will be a solution. Let's go to the prison and release the diplomatic group first."
Hervé listened to Sylvia and fell silent, deep in thought. The sunset descended upon the prison where the prisoners were held. When Vera saw Hervé and Sylvia appear, she was surprised and asked, "Queen Hervé and Queen Sylvia, why are you here?" From behind, Raimo and Abet walked up. Hervé looked at them and replied, "It's a long story, and there's no time to explain right now." Raimo asked, "What exactly happened?" Abet, standing beside him, couldn't hold back her curiosity either. "What happened?" Raimo turned his attention to Sylvia, his teeth clenched as he thought about Sylvia's greatsword. Why is she here? He remembered how Sylvia and Hervé always fought side by side in every battle. Morla had considered one of the twin elven queens as one of the strongest melee fighters in the game, and definitely the most powerful physical force of the elven race. In short, she was just like her sister. As a queen of the elves, if Sylvia were to die or be corrupted, it would turn the elves of Gazma into fallen elves, leading to the Archangel Elf's descent event. Raimo watched Sylvia wielding her greatsword in battle, his gaze still fixed on her. He was visibly uncomfortable. While he had said that she could be captured as a prisoner in the game, not her sister, he couldn't understand why she was here. Damn it, what in the world happened in such a short time? As Raimo was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out, "Hey, you, cat-eared guy." Sylvia pointed at Raimo and said, You look so flustered, what are you thinking?" Raimo, startled by the sudden shout, stammered, "Huh, me?" Looking at Raimo, Sylvia put her hand on her hip and scoffed, revealing her demonic nature. She smirked and loudly guessed, while Hervé, standing behind her, looked on in horror. "I'm sure you're thinking about getting all close and personal with her first, right? Trying to, get cozy with her? Not gonna happen." Raimo was left stunned. What? Hervé just finished hearing it and immediately gave Sylvia a good scolding. He had already told her to be careful with her words. And seriously, with everything going on right now, why bring that up? Raimo helplessly turned away and looked in another direction. From a certain angle, it was clear that these two really were sisters. Raimo's older and second older brothers walked up in front of everyone. The older brother spoke up, "Lord STT, we're ready." What exactly happened? Hervé explained the plan to everyone. The mission to the enemy camp failed. Now we need to break through the siege and leave Barranquilla. If we don't, once the rebels break through the royal city, we'll be in real danger. Abet bit her hand, thinking to herself, the mission failed, and now we can't expose any more of the Demon King's army's secrets. Damn it, why does this have to happen right now? Outside, a huge explosion went off again, with flames spreading everywhere. The prison shook violently as a result. Sylvia grabbed her sword, looked at Hervé, and urgently said, "There's no time left, sister. Let's go." Footsteps raced forward, and at the same time, everyone shouted, "Kill!" Smoke and flames filled the sky. The people, each holding a sword, stood ready to face the soldiers. One soldier, seeing what was happening, spoke up, "These people are all citizens of our country." The two soldiers looked at the crowd, and they really couldn't bring themselves to strike. One said, "Who are we really fighting here?" As soon as the words were out, both soldiers dropped their swords. They raised their hands in surrender. The door behind them opened, and one soldier shouted, "No more fighting, no more fighting. There's no reason to continue this battle." Someone nearby agreed, "Don't fight anymore, we surrender." One of them, holding a sword pointed toward the city wall surrounded by smoke and flames, shouted, "Hold your ground. Don't let them get any closer to the king." All around the kingdom, there was nothing but smoke. The evening had fallen over the place known as the Royal Palace. The king stood there, gazing out, his fist clenched as he watched the scene unfolding below the city walls. He was filled with anger. Traitors! All of them! Not one will be spared. Capture them all and execute them for me. Someone approached behind the king, urging him to reconsider. "Your Majesty," even at this point. As soon as the king heard the voice, he turned around. It was Barranquilla, the royal guard, followed by two soldiers. He looked at the king and asked, "Do you still think those people, just trying to survive, deserve your mercy?" The presence of the guard made the king even angrier. "Why aren't you out there leading the troops to suppress the traitors? What are you doing in my chambers? And what did you mean by that?" The guard, calmly meeting the king's gaze, replied, "I'm asking you, your majesty, who is it that has led this country to the brink of disaster?" At the guard's question, the king slammed his hand down, now truly enraged. His face twisted with fury as he shouted, "How dare you? Are you mad? Arrest him!" The order was given, but no soldier dared move to apprehend the guard. "What's the matter, your majesty?" The guard sighed. "Did you not hear what I said?" He continued, his voice steady, "Your majesty, do you still believe that this throne gives you the power to command as you wish? Open your eyes." The guard added, "When I heard you were preparing to meet with the Demon King's military delegation, I thought maybe there was still a chance to turn things around. But I never imagined." Upon hearing the guard's words, the king's eyes widened, as if he had just realized something. He pointed at the guard and asked, "Could it be that you were working with the rebel army to create this chaos? If not, how could they have attacked the capital so quickly?" At this point, the guard, already gripping his sword, calmly responded, "Not only that, but I was also the one who secretly influenced people inside and outside the capital, leading to its siege. And if it weren't for you turning Barranquilla's territory into a hell on earth, how could we have made all of this happen so easily?" The king was about to speak, but was suddenly interrupted by a fit of coughing. "You!" Cough, 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 cough. The guard paid little attention, drawing his sword with a mocking tone. "How pathetic. It seems the years have worn down your body, but haven't given you any wisdom or clarity." Pointing the sword directly at the king, the guard ordered the soldiers, "Arrest him." Holding a handkerchief, the old man spoke slowly, "I understand now." Facing the soldiers, who were raising their weapons at him, he spoke again, "I understand everything now." The king's face darkened. The Demon King's army had sent an emissary. The timing of the rebels' attack on the city, none of this was a coincidence. You all saw the Demon King's army as your last straw. At this point, the old man's face twisted with rage, and he shouted, "Then let me show you." He was suddenly engulfed in flames, causing the soldiers to retreat a few steps in fear. "I will let you all witness it." One soldier, overcome with fear, collapsed to the ground in front of the king. Everything around him, including the soldier, was consumed by the red flames, and the last hope of salvation was reduced to ashes. On the battlefield, where smoke filled the sky, a general raised his hand and shouted, "Stop the traitors! Catch them all!" Ramo and Ghost quickly ran over, immediately joining up with the group ahead and entering the fight. Suddenly, a firm step echoed as the king appeared, holding his sword tightly with both hands, his face burning with rage. He spoke, "No one here is leaving now." When the soldiers saw him, they cheered, "It's His Majesty the King. Hurry, we must go support him." Sylvia pointed her blade forward, frowning as she questioned, "Old King, are you planning to attack us?" Ramo frowned slightly, assessing the unfavorable situation. He thought quietly, "So, it's the king of Barranquilla himself blocking our path. This is bad." In the original game, players took on the role of the Demon King in the castle, commanding an army of demons to launch an attack. On the map, Barranquilla was the toughest level to get through. Having the king appear, surrounded by his soldiers, this is a death sentence. Even in later stages of the game, you could only overcome it by overwhelming force. The real challenge came from the king's skill. He carried a sword and commanded his army to attack the Demon King's forces. His skill, Legion Command, forced the entire army to increase their morale and strength, with no conditions needed, which also boosted his own stats. On top of that, the king could identify weaknesses in the enemy army and exploit them, tearing apart the Demon King's forces. He turned that place into a desolate wasteland, with smoke and dust filling the air. Ramo looked up and saw the determined expression on Herveur's face. He thought to himself, if this guy goes after the twin spirits, it'll be a huge problem, but given the current situation, I can't take him on directly. Exhausted, he gritted his teeth, trying to think things through. How did the game developers design this bug? But on the other hand, the sky was changing, and now the old king was facing the enemy's army alone. Remo was puzzled. Why has everything suddenly gone quiet? The old man, with a stern look, raised his sword, sensing a strange, eerie aura coming from Remo. He thought, what is that? What are those things? His hand gripping the sword grew heavy and started to tremble. The king couldn't believe it. How could a mere bodyguard from an envoy exude such a terrifying presence? The Demon King's army has grown this strong? No, it can't be. He looked up at Remo with growing fear in his heart. Could it be? Had he really come? Remo saw the king's expression, and his own eyes narrowed, like a question mark forming in his mind. At that moment, the old man was shaking uncontrollably. Before Remo could even react, the king suddenly spat blood. Right in front of the crowd, Remo, and the division guards, the king suddenly collapsed. Ghost, standing with his hand on his hip, looked on in surprise. Ha! The old king now lay motionless on the ground, his breathing shallow and weak. The officer gazed down at him with sorrow, then furrowed his brows and clenched his fists before calling out. Your Majesty, remember when we stood by the cliff? You waved your hand like this. If you do that now, I'll overlook your hesitation this time. For a brief moment, hope flickered in his eyes, but as he looked upon the king's unmoving form, his mind echoed with the ruler's past words, do not fear. What you see is a rare gift, bestowed upon us by the true gods. Embrace it, and learn to wield it wisely. His eyes widened, his pupils contracting. You have the same ability as I do. A wave of tension filled the air. The officer's expression darkened, his emotions boiling over. With a piercing gaze, he turned toward Remo and pointed directly at him, his voice ringing with authority. Seize them all! A murmur spread through the ranks. One of the soldiers hesitated, stepping forward to voice his concern. But they are part of the delegation, and there are members of the Elven clan among them. If we act recklessly, we risk turning the elves against us. Before the soldier could finish his sentence, dark purple energy began swirling around the officer's hand. What is this? No, before he could fully comprehend what was happening, the ominous energy spread like a wave, gripping the surrounding soldiers. Their eyes clouded over as an unnatural force took hold, intensifying their aggression. The possessed soldiers advanced toward the delegation, forcing them to retreat in alarm. Realizing the imminent danger, one of the delegation's guards reacted swiftly. As the soldiers charged, the captain shouted a desperate command. Protect the ambassador! The sword swung down with great force, but the older brother raised his blade to block it, gritting his teeth as he said, the strength. It never weakens, from start to finish. They're all being controlled by something. Remo, observing from behind, thought to himself, controlled? Clearly, these soldiers have been buffed too. Could there be someone else here with a commander skill? No way. That doesn't happen in the game. He stepped forward and muttered, looks like. Remo rubbed his wrist, his sharp eyes grinding as he watched the battle unfold ahead of him. Guess I'll have to rely on myself. Just then, his second brother placed a hand on his shoulder and stepped in front of him. Raising his sword, he said, you're the war hero of Linma, so it's up to you to protect the distinguished guests and help them break through the encirclement. Remo wanted to move forward, but the large man behind him held him back, leaving him helpless as he watched them charge into battle. But you. The older brother blocked a soldier's sword with his own and turned to give a command. Protecting the envoy is the responsibility His Majesty the Emperor entrusted to us. Even if we have to give our lives, it's not a loss. Remo bared his teeth, grabbed the soldier's armor, and with a swift motion, threw him toward the group of enemies ahead. Taking advantage of the moment when their enemies couldn't get back up due to their injuries, he turned and shouted loudly, "Third brother, break through the encirclement. The rest of you, cover our backs. Unless they step over my dead body, they won't be able to move forward." Sylvia slung her sword over her shoulder, her voice filled with frustration. "Ugh, I can't believe the demon tribe came to their rescue," she muttered under her breath before quickly walking off.
sis, let's go, Purveyor said hesitantly, clearly worried.
Wait a second. Abet grabbed Remo and hurried after the twin spirits. This is such a pain. No more hesitation, let's move, Vera urged, holding the wrist of another spirit. We need to hurry.
At that moment, a few soldiers controlled by dark energy, their eyes glowing red, charged toward Vera and the platinum-haired spirit who were standing nearby.
The older brothers quickly arrived to join the fight. The second brother grinned and spoke with excitement, Big brother, this is the first time we've fought together on the battlefield. When we get back to the Demon King City, we'll definitely drink to celebrate. The older brother, equally eager, replied, in that case, this round should be on third brother.
Just then, the spirit soldiers surged forward with incredible momentum, surrounding the black bear group in the middle. The older brother shouted loudly, if we make it out of here alive. They threw themselves into the battle with all their strength, shouting in unison, for the emperor. As soon as the words left their mouths, a figure approached them. A soldier, radiating with a strong magical aura, stepped forward.
The strange appearance of the officer left everyone in shock. It's that guy.
He stood in the midst of the Demon King's soldiers, his eyes fixed on Vera's group as he muttered in a deep voice, "Start." He raised his sword high and charged toward Vera, saying, "Starting with you all."
She was too frightened to dodge in time and cried out loudly, "Ah!"
Luckily, the ox managed to block the attack with its hammer, struggling to hold it off.
Ugh!
It squinted and glanced at the soldier, waiting for him to let his guard down. Seizing the moment, the soldier swung his sword, knocking the hammer out of the ox's hands, sending it flying. With the overwhelming force of his attack, the ox panicked, shut its eyes tightly, and found itself lying flat on the ground, too scared to move. At that moment, a thin trail of black smoke began to rise from its body. The soldier sneered and cursed, a weak shadow. Then he moved closer and added, "Starting with you, the useless one, is fine." He pointed the tip of his sword at the ox's head, still lying on the ground. Just then, a flash of light appeared in the ox's eyes, and the image of someone it remembered began to urge it on, "I still need to go home." It remembered the moment when it held a flower, walking toward the girl standing by the beach. As soon as she turned around, her gentle expression completely captivated its heart, soul-binding. Suddenly, the girl's face transformed into the cruel officer's, startling the ox. It quickly sprang to its feet and punched him away with all its strength. Clenching its fists, it was filled with fierce determination.
No one can stop me from going back to get married. Meanwhile, Remo and the others had run out of the fortress.
They were exhausted but relieved, letting out a deep breath, phew. Purveyor wiped the sweat off his brow and grinned, "We're safe for now." But Sylvia, still holding her sword, disagreed, saying, "No, sis, we're not safe yet." She pointed her sword directly at Remo, and Ghost said, "If you don't deal with these two pursuers from the Demon King's army, how can you go home?" Hearing that, she looked confused. Purveyor turned to her sister and asked, "Sylvia, what are you trying to do?"
Go home? Why would you want to go home?
Sylvia glanced at her before snapping back, "So you still want to return to the Demon King's army?" Purveyor, slightly puzzled, whispered cautiously, "Why wouldn't I be able to go back?" Sylvia's expression wavered as she raised her tear-filled eyes to Purveyor and stammered, Sister.
Do you really believe that she's been influenced by the Demon King? That her thoughts are completely shaped by them, and now she doesn't even know how to live without it?" Upon hearing that, Purveyor's face darkened. She clenched her fists and shouted, "What are you talking about?" With unwavering determination, she declared, "That would never happen. I've stayed in the Demon King's army to gather intelligence and steal important secrets for everyone." As soon as she finished, silence filled the air. Remo and Abed exchanged glances, realization dawning on their faces, and they both exclaimed in unison, "Oh!" The sword in Sylvia's hand gleamed with a strong, determined light. "Looks like we have no choice but to settle this through battle." Abed, trying to lighten the mood, forced a smile. "Isn't this a bit too dramatic? Actually, we're on the same side. I've been undercover in the Demon King's army too." After hearing this, Sylvia immediately felt suspicious. "What did you just say?" The ghost quickly defended herself. I'm also someone sent by the Demon Lord to infiltrate the Demon King's army. Lord Lilith, I'm sure you've heard of her name, right? Ramo, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but break out in a sweat as he watched them reveal their identities. Oh my god, this is an unexpected twist. He thought back to the image of Lilith, sitting arrogantly with her legs crossed on a high throne. The Demon Lord represented seduction and lust in hell. But why would she send her of all people? At that moment, the stone on Herveyor's neck began to glow with a green light, but she still hesitated, probing with suspicion. Could it be that another Demon Lord is also plotting against the Gazma territory? Ebet flicked her hair with a light touch, replying cheerfully, not at all. Lord Lilith only wishes for Lucifer's failure, which aligns perfectly with your goal of driving out the Demon King. Sylvia placed her hands on her hips and turned to ask her older sister, what do you think, sister? She gently touched the stone around her neck and responded calmly, for now, she's not lying. Besides, according to legend, Lilith is indeed the queen of ghosts. It wouldn't be wrong for her to be loyal to Lilith. Ebet waved her hand carefully, pushing Sylvia's dagger aside just a bit. That's right, isn't it? Plus, I already know your plan. You've just been pretending not to. Otherwise, why would someone sent to observe you all be sitting around lazily every day? The ghost moved closer, took Herveyor's hand, and placed it on their chest, speaking with a sincere tone. The Demon Kings are not united, their relationships are even more complicated than those between your countries. All you need to know is that, when facing the demon army, we are on the same side. This gesture left Herveyor feeling a bit awkward. She frowned and carefully considered the words of the demon, realizing they weren't lying. Upon hearing this, Ebet couldn't hide her joy and tightened her grip on their hand. Sylvia, who had been watching the scene, sneered, you should let go of her hand. Ramo, who had been silent until now, suddenly looked displeased. After a moment, he looked up with eyes full of sorrow and sighed, it's not easy for big waves to break against the shore after so long, but it's even harder to understand the human heart. At that moment, Sylvia's sharp gaze shifted toward him. If Miss Ebet shares the same goal as us, then. She pressed the blade of her dagger against Ramo's throat, her face hardening as she spoke seriously, the only one left to deal with is you. Seeing the blade near his neck, Ramo flinched, his eyes widening in fear as he cried out. Wait! Wait a second! He raised both hands, trying to appear sincere as he began to lie. Hey, isn't this a bit of a coincidence? I'm actually a spy planted in the demon army. Sylvia didn't buy it and spoke with disdain. Do you think we're idiots? Now that the situation's turned against you, you're suddenly claiming to be a spy. Without a word, she immediately swung her blade to attack. Do you really think anyone will believe you? Ramo quickly leaned back, dodging the strike. Ebet, standing not far away with her arms crossed, remarked, saving you back then was just a result of the situation, but things have changed now. She then continued, analyzing Ramo's strength and identity, even the spell I deliberately cast to confuse you was easily blocked. You're clearly not an ordinary bodyguard. You must be an undercover soldier sent by Flem, right? Hearing this, he was taken aback. Sylvia raised her sword, her tone serious as she locked eyes on Ramo, still dodging the attack. At this point, she wasted no time and struck down with her blade, loudly demanding, do you have anything else to say? To her surprise, Ramo stopped the sword with just 2 fingers, casually replying, at this point, there really is nothing left to say. If I can't keep hiding anymore, then I'll just reveal everything. Sylvia froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she thought, 2 fingers stopped the sword? He knelt down on one knee, flicked his hand to push the sword away, and said, Ebet, I'm not just some ordinary demon guard. Pointing to himself, he grinned with complete confidence and introduced himself, I'm the mysterious person who helped the Saintess Polly escape from the prison of the Demon King City. The Black Knight. The 3 of them were stunned by his words, Herveyor's eyes wide in shock. The Black Knight used his own strength to defeat Flem? Ebet furrowed her brow, clearly puzzled. Who's this new character? Sylvia, feeling lost, muttered, the mysterious person who saved Polly? Sylvia immediately turned to Herveyor and signaled, the fact that he was able to block my attack earlier means he's no weakling. What do you think, sis? Purveyor touched the stone on her neck and replied in surprise, he really wasn't lying. Ghost, both confused and distrustful, turned to question them. What are you two talking about? He's just rambling on. Do you actually believe him? Sylvia, frustrated, shot back, you need to stop doubting my sister, demon. Do you really think that's why she trusts you? Then, Sylvia explained the stone's background. The pendant on my sister's chest is a treasure from our elven tribe, the Stone of Truth. On Herveyor's chest was a green gem that not only provided strong mental defense but also could distinguish lies from the truth. Ibet looked at it closely, thinking to himself, so this is what's blocking my mind-reading ability. Still skeptical, Herveyor stepped forward and asked Remo, but I still have one more question for you. From now on, I won't control the light from the gem. If it glows blue, that means you're telling the truth. She moved closer to Remo and began the conversation. How are you able to hide within the Demon King's army without being detected? Are you human, or a demon? Remo hesitated. I remember when I first took over the Demon King's body. My soul is still that of a human, and it matches my outer appearance. He placed a hand on his chest, affirming, I am human. Herveyor looked down and saw the stone glowing blue. Ibet, stunned, immediately rejected the idea. How can that be? The demonic energy around him is so pure there's no way he's human. Herveyor chuckled lightly and touched the stone. Then the truth can only be one thing. She pointed directly at him and spoke, making a clear declaration herself. You are the half-blood child of a human and a demon. Sylvia, feeling unsure, spoke up. Half-breed. Ibet, hearing this, slowly started to understand. Oh, that makes sense. At this, Remo gasped in shock. Ha! Herveyor shifted into her own storytelling mode. She imagined a dramatic scene and began to narrate. Your father was a demon from hell, and your mother was a young, innocent human girl. The demon became enchanted by her beauty and kidnapped her. Day after day, night after night, she ended up pregnant with an unfortunate child. In the end, despite the world's scorn, you were born as a half-breed, the offspring of a human and a demon. Remo was left speechless, his face pale, eyes wide with horror. Don't just add extra details like that. You didn't change any of the words except for the ending, did you? Sylvia raised her hand to stop Herveyor and smiled. Sister, maybe there's still another possibility. She started to reshape Remo's backstory. A powerful sorceress used forbidden magic to summon a demon. Maybe it was due to some sort of opposing theory, or maybe just for research purposes. She gave a sly smile and continued, imagining the sorceress entangling herself with the demon, holding a syringe in her hand, and made up, the forbidden sorceress XOXOXOXOO with the summoned demon. The language was cryptic and strange, but the idea was clear, the half-breed child of a human and a demon was born. Remo was even more horrified by this new version of the story, wanting to scream and cover his mouth. Is your version any better? Or are you just going to keep changing the story like this? Sighing with sadness, Sylvia wiped away a tear and commented, living a life like this, with your background, you've surely suffered all kinds of pain, haven't you? Sylvia clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and continued with a sympathetic expression, no wonder you're so obsessed with wiping out the Demon King's army. Remo helplessly turned his head, only to see Ibet seriously covering her mouth as she analyzed. It said that the chances of a half-human, half-demon being born are incredibly low. Even if they do survive birth, they usually die young due to their physical condition. But if they manage to live, these half-breeds will possess extraordinary talent. No wonder. The three of them performed their little improvisation, standing there, staring at Remo. At a loss for words, he could only force a smile. Ha ha ha. As the sky darkened and the full moon rose high, Remo and the others sat around a campfire in the forest. While roasting fish over the glowing flames, Remo sank into thought. So much had happened today. The rebellion in the kingdom of Baron Killa was clearly not part of the plan. His gaze fell on Ghost sitting across from him, and doubt crept into his mind.
In his previous life's game, while there were plenty of spies among the Demon King's subordinates sent by other imperial armies, Lilith's spy had been the first. Ramo furrowed his brow as he recalled the bald officer, a character who only existed in the background introduction of the main stage. Then there was the bald guy who suddenly erupted with power in the city. Luckily, he wasn't wearing a cloak, nor did he use his fists, similar to the situation where a group of gods parachuted into the game's later stages.
Could it be that my actions have changed the course of the game? This isn't good news.
Ramo, while calculating, slowly stood up and said, "That's right, I need to contact Flem to confirm what's going on in the city." The other three watched as he left without saying a word, and they looked at each other in confusion.
Hervé and Abet both called out, "Where are you going?"
Ramo smiled, scratched his head, and awkwardly replied, "You guys eat first, I'm going over there to take care of something." Abet gave him a sideways glance and thought to herself, "Take care of something?
Wait, why am I focusing on this word?"
A person next to them handed food to Ghost, saying, "Hey." Hervé, holding a skewer of mushrooms, smiled and said, "The food's ready.
Eat a little first."
Abet hesitated when she saw it, then took the skewer, looking slightly puzzled.
"Are you sure this is just food?"
she asked, then pointed to the pile of fruit on the ground. "I'll eat something else." Hervé stammered and looked over, "That." Ghost furrowed his brows and shouted as the pile of fruit on the ground suddenly shook, "Why is it vibrating like that?" Sylvia mischievously shook one of the fruits, making it rattle, and said, "This is the fruit that our elven tribe loves the most. It's called the bouncing fruit. The more it shakes, the sweeter and more fragrant the juice inside. But you have to be careful, the fruits with pink juice inside are poisonous and can even eat through your clothes." After saying this, Sylvia stuck out her tongue and licked it. "This is a delicacy that only our tribe can find." Sylvia squeezed one of the bouncing fruits, causing juice to spray out. "Drinking the juice like this is fine.
The skin is really tough to chew."
Seeing this, Abet blushed and hesitated. "This." Hervé happily held up another skewer of mushrooms and explained, "This type of mushroom is called water meat mushroom. It's an extremely rare mushroom. I can't believe we found it here, deep in the forest. Even among the elves, it's a treasure." Ghost, looking bewildered, stared at the precious mushroom in her hand, while Hervé continued talking about it. Although it looked like a mushroom, when you ate it, it had a taste like meat, truly magical and incredibly delicious. Ghost stuck out her tongue and was about to bite into it when Hervé warned her, "But you have to be careful." At that moment, water sprayed out from the mushroom and splashed all over Ghost's face. Seeing that her clothes were soaked, Hervé clasped his hands together in a sincere apology. Sorry, I spoke too slowly. It's called the meat water mushroom because it contains a large amount of water. Even if you try to grill it, it won't dry out, and it's very easy to explode."
"Are you okay?"
Abet lowered her head, trembling all over, with bits of meat water still splattered on her. Then she remembered in her panic how she had used her foot to squeeze Ramo's face, distorting it, and the bowl of water had triggered a massive, cascading waterfall. Abet blushed. As she remembered, her face darkened, and she shuddered, feeling a nervous energy build up. The waterfall's rumbling laugh echoed in the background. Ghost's deep, amused chuckle rang out, "Ha ha."
Seeing this, Hervé handed over a cloth, looking confused at Ghost and saying, "Miss Abet?"
Ignoring him, Abet jumped to her feet in frustration, shouting, "I'm going to kill you." Her eyes turned bloodshot, radiating murderous intent. She raised the mushroom skewer and shouted again, "I'm going to kill you right here."
Ramo activated a teleportation spell, calling out, "Flem, can you hear me?"
"Flem?"
Inside the Demon Lord's castle, Flem responded.
"Ah, Your Majesty." His figure appeared faintly and then spoke. "Sorry to bother you so late. I hope I'm not interrupting your rest." Sitting on the bed, hugging a pillow, Flem quickly replied, "No, not at all, Your Majesty." "Have you emerged from seclusion?" Flem continued. "Not yet, but I have some concerns. I wanted to check on the situation in the Barrenkilla Kingdom."
"Any news?"
Flem's eyes gleamed as she stared at the shifting figure. There was indeed news. Originally, she had planned to wait until His Majesty had fully emerged from seclusion to report. She pressed her face to the pillow with the Demon Lord's face printed on it, smiling happily as she said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The envoy sent to the Barranquilla Kingdom, led by Hervé, has achieved a perfect result. The Barranquilla Kingdom has agreed to join our Demon Lord's army. From now on, the only obstacle standing in our way, the army of the Kingdom of Barranquilla, has been eliminated." Remo sighed in frustration, rubbing his face and asking, "Oh, I see. Any other news? Like, were there any casualties?" Remembering the battle between the two sides, she reported, "No reports of a rebellion from Barranquilla. The Elf Queen escaped under the protection of her guards. But not long after fleeing, the rebel forces rescued the entire envoy's guards." Flem recalled the image of the guards happily shaking hands with Vera, who was clearly upset. It was them who, in the end, signed the peace treaty with the rebels. Remo groaned in frustration, holding his face. "All right, I get it. Let's leave it at that for now." However, he didn't notice a dark figure with glowing red eyes lurking behind a bush. Ibet suddenly lunged forward, leaping high and aiming straight for him. "I have to kill you." Remo turned around in surprise to look. At that moment, on Flem's side, the connection had been cut off. Flem widened his eyes, feeling confused, and thought to himself, "I think I just heard a woman's voice." On the side of Hervé and Sylvia, the fire was still burning brightly. Hervé, looking worried, said, "Do you think something's happened to Abed after how she looked just now?" Sylvia calmly analyzed the situation. "Don't worry too much, sister. Ibet's position with us is complicated, half friend, half foe. We don't need to be overly concerned." Then, she picked up a mushroom, skewered it, and continued curiously, "But there's something about Remo that's been on my mind. Sister, do you remember that ancient prophecy?" She recalled the image of a girl sitting at the entrance of a cave, murmuring the prophecy. "You will definitely hear rumors of earthquakes, crop failures, and wars. This is the beginning of the birth of a saint. When you see all these things, it means the saint is already at your doorstep. It begins in chaos, gazing upward at the heavens, and looking down upon the earth. Hardship, darkness, all of it will reshape everything because of him." Hervé, holding a bouncy fruit, frowned and looked over, saying, "Of course I remember. That's the most important prophecy in our tribe. It said that the moon goddess herself delivered it thousands of years ago. Many people in Gazma still fight against the Demon King's army because they're waiting for the saint to appear." Sylvia blew on the freshly roasted mushroom, calmly continuing, "That's right, sister. This is exactly the world described in the prophecy. Then where is the Savior? Why does the prophecy say we will feel terrified when we see the Savior?" Hervé looked puzzled for a moment, then crushed a jumping fruit in her hand and stuck out her tongue, savoring the flavor of the juice. "Hey," Hervé said between bites, her gaze drifting down to the flickering flames. She sighed. "A lot of people think the Savior's appearance is so strange, even ugly, and deformed, more bizarre than any creature we've ever known. That's why we would be scared when we see the Savior." Suddenly, a mushroom still wet with juice was brought in front of her. Sylvia called out, "Is there anyone more bizarre than a demon?" She jumped to her feet, her eyes lighting up as she shared her thought. Could it be that the true identity of the Savior is actually a demon? "Careful, it's hot," Hervé quickly dismissed the idea. How could a demon become the savior of Gazma? Realizing Sylvia's implication, Hervé widened her eyes in surprise. "Are you talking about Lord Remo?" Sylvia grinned slyly, waving the mushroom around as she confirmed, "Exactly, sister. Think about it, based on his strength and abilities, how could he have stayed so quiet in Gazma all this time before the Demon King's army invaded?" Hervé quickly shoved the mushroom into his mouth, then added, "Even someone with more talent couldn't mature as quickly as he has. Unless, of course, he's the Demon Lord Lucifer Morla, with a monstrous gift like the ones in the Demon Lord's army." Hervé closed his eyes, his cheeks flushed as he sighed, It's so good," and stuck his tongue out to lick the juice from the mushroom.
Also, after we found out that Ramon is a half-breed, part human, part demon, didn't it shock you like it does in the legends?
The most important thing is that he uses the identity of a dark knight, constantly opposing the demon lord's army. The mushroom's juice flowed so much that Sylvia couldn't swallow fast enough.
Ugh, there's too much juice, she said.
Her eyes sparkled with excitement.
Isn't that the kind of thing the savior is supposed to do? Hey, did I roast it well?
Hervé immediately praised her. It's so good, I can't stop eating it.
But, Hervé wiped the juice from the corner of his mouth and looked thoughtful. We can't just call Sir Ramon the savior like that.
Sylvia sat up and looked toward the forest, suggesting, let's go scout around.
We can't just make a simple judgment like that. But there's a good chance he's someone we should be paying attention to.
I'll go see what those two are up to. As long as the conflict doesn't escalate too much, it should be fine, she added.
Seeing this, Hervé quickly stood up. I'll go too.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Ramon was facing trouble with Ghost.
Ibet, furious, shouted, I'm going to kill you.
She charged at Ramon with something in her hand, but unexpectedly tripped and fell face first onto the ground.
Ramon sighed helplessly and crouched down, gently calling out, Miss Ibet.
Seeing him getting closer and even reaching out to help her stand up, Ghost sneered.
Ha ha.
Taking advantage of his distraction, she lunged straight for his chest.
I have to kill you. Ramo didn't have time to react.
He was attacked and fell backward, blood spilling out. She moved closer to him and sat on his chest. With a dazed expression, he tried to calm things down.
Ibet, if you have something to say, take your time. Calm down a little.
She responded immediately, clearly disgusted.
Calm down? I just remembered everything.
Ibet clenched her fists, 2 tears rolling down her cheeks. Frustrated, she shouted.
I remember everything now. Only by killing you will there be no one left to know about it.
She raised her hand high, shouting fiercely.
Killing you is the only way to restore my innocence.
And then she drove the knife down. Ramo, covered in blood, remained calm and said,
I understand the reasoning.
But then he quickly sat up, glaring at the mushroom in her hand, and angrily shouted.
You can't kill anyone with a mushroom. Ibet blinked, confused.
Oh, but you don't care, she muttered, before slapping him repeatedly in the face.
I don't care about me, don't care about you, just die already. Panicking, Ramo yelled. Don't waste food. Hey!
He quickly grabbed her wrist, stopping her.
That's enough. Sitting up, Ramo tried to explain. Listen to me. With your strength, there's no way you can kill me. Let's think of another way to make it right, okay?
Ibet felt a deep sadness and frustration, but she knew that completing Lady Lilith's task was even more important.
It was all for Lady Lilith's will.
She mumbled softly to herself, for Lady Lilith, then forced a smile and tried to speak in a calming way.
Right, so can you get off me now? We should think about how to make it up. But Ibet disagreed.
She shifted down and rubbed against Ramo's pants.
Isn't the way to make up for it simple? Just sit down. Ramo was a little confused. Huh? He blinked, unsure of what was happening. Ibet's hand pressed firmly against his chest, and he couldn't help but feel uncertain.
Under the bright moonlight, she looked down at him with a teasing gaze.
As long as you're like me when I was in the prison, isn't that enough? Ramo's confusion only deepened.
He stared at her, completely bewildered.
Huh?
Ibet settled fully on top of him, pinning his arms to the ground despite his protests.
Hey, calm down.
Looking down at him, the moonlight shining on her made her seem even more alluring. She gave him a seductive smile and, in a soft voice, said, Why are you still staring at me like that? Didn't you say you'd make it up in another way? As she spoke, she reached for his belt with a quick motion, all while keeping her eyes on his shocked expression. As long as you show yourself to me now, we'll call it even.
Ramo quickly shot up, his face pale. He grabbed her hand,
desperately trying to stop her from undoing his belt, his voice panicked. "Hey, stop! You're crazy!" Ibet, with a smirk, completely ignored him and casually laid her head on Raimo's lap, holding him tight. "You're the crazy one. I've never been this clear-headed. Now show me." Raimo was horrified, his mouth opened in a silent scream as he thought, "I've heard that a ghost can check someone's magical energy through these indescribable touches. If that's true, my identity will be exposed for sure." One of Raimo's hands reached out, flailing in mid-air, and he shouted, "No, something like this can't possibly pass the approval process." He grabbed a handful of grass from the ground, trying to crawl away, while his other hand desperately held onto his pants, preventing any more forceful pulling from Ibet. The ghost remained stubborn, unwilling to stop. Keep shouting all you want," it said. Ibet, using both hands, finally managed to undo Raimo's belt. "The more you resist, the more you scream," he said. At this moment, Raimo glanced down in panic. "What about me?" he stammered. The ghost pulled at Raimo's outer pants, exposing a little of his skin, then wore a satisfied, excited expression, tilting its head back to laugh. "The more excited you get, the better." With no way left to resist, Raimo desperately covered his face and screamed in despair, "Ah! Ah! Ha ha ha!" At this point, Raimo could only hold onto the grass, biting his lip in frustration. Suddenly, he noticed something from the corner of his eye. Two spirits were standing nearby, having witnessed everything, leaving Raimo in stunned silence. Sylvia, blushing, leaned close to Hervé and whispered, "So they've been secretly doing this. How shameless." Hervé, also embarrassed, watched the scene, then covered his mouth, grinning with amusement. "Come on, you two, take it to the next level already. Don't stall. This is getting really exciting." Ibet suddenly seemed to wake up from a dream when she saw the two people in front of her. She blinked in confusion, looking down at the person beneath her. "Ha!" As she looked down, she realized she was still holding onto Raimo's pants, pulling them down to reveal his bare backside. She froze and let out a loud scream. "Ah!" Her face quickly turned as red as a boiled lobster, and her mind was spinning from the embarrassment. She quickly jumped off Raimo and frantically tried to explain to the two elves who were standing there, blinking at them. "This is not what it looks like, not at all. This is a misunderstanding." The two of them exchanged a knowing look. Sylvia, with a look as if she had seen it all before, turned to Hervé. "Misunderstanding, I get it. After all, demons are like that by nature." Hervé also covered his mouth with his hand, glancing at Sylvia with a tone full of sympathy. "Ah, ghost, there are always a few days each month when you can't control yourself." "I understand." The two of them nodded in agreement, turning around to leave. "We'll go. We won't disturb their private time anymore." Ibet hurriedly tried to explain again, "It's really not what you think." Angrily, she turned back and glared at Raimo, who was still lying on the grass, looking like he had given up on life. You're lucky this time, but we're not done with this." Raimo buried his head in the ground, his face a picture of exhaustion. He looked as though he wanted to cry but couldn't. Who did I even offend? Eventually, they all returned to the campfire they had started earlier. Sylvia looked at Ibet and Raimo. "Is it really over already?" Hervé, sitting off to the side, looked a little guilty. "Well, it's all our fault for disturbing their private moment." Ibet sat quietly in the middle of their conversation, swallowing her embarrassment without daring to speak. "Please stop talking," she thought to herself. "At that time, everything seemed fine, but now I just feel so embarrassed. And there's more." She glanced across the fire at Raimo, who was lost in his thoughts, completely out of it. His expression was vacant, his eyes distant, and he looked so pathetic, sitting there in his own world. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. "Why do you act like you were forced into this? It's like you're the one who's been wronged." Just then, Sylvia turned to look at Remo and, curious, asked, "By the way, Remo, my sister and I are planning to join the Demon Lord's army as spies, like my sister did. When the time comes, just tell them I'm your prisoner." Remo looked confused at first. Then, it seemed like he snapped back to reality. His face showed a mix of disbelief, and he immediately shot back with a loud protest. "Of course, that's not okay." He didn't say it out loud, but inside, his mind was in turmoil. "I finally got rid of Polly, and now I'm supposed to bring back a ticking time bomb to the Demon Lord's castle? Am I trying to get myself killed?" The three of them looked at his strong reaction, clearly puzzled. Ghost raised an eyebrow, suspicious. Hervé, too, was curious. "Why not?" he asked. Remo stammered, unable to get the words out at first. Well. It's just. Then, Remo clenched his fists and, with a sudden burst of courage, declared in a noble, heroic tone, "We've already sacrificed so much in our fight against the Demon Lord's army. Now, it's enough for me to make the sacrifice alone." Sylvia heard those words and quickly glanced at Hervé. "Look, sister, he's truly a man with a pure heart, just like a saint saving the world." Hervé nodded in agreement, confirming to her, "Yes, that's him." Sylvia jumped up as if in admiration and said to Remo, "Well said. Your spirit is beyond that of a true Gazma, but when it comes to sacrifice, I won't be weaker than you. I'm going to the Demon King's castle." Remo didn't expect this kind of response. His eyes widened in confusion. "Hey!" Hervé, with a proud and gentle expression, wrapped her arms around Sylvia. "Sylvia, that's right. We should have the same sacrificial spirit as Mr. Remo. I support you." Remo, still stunned by the sister's reaction, muttered some nonsensical sounds. Caught in the middle of their strong sisterly bond and selfless spirit, he stood there, looking speechless. Clearly, the chess structure of beings from this world was very different from that of Earthlings. Meanwhile, at the Demon King's castle, the full moon hung high in the sky. Flem was tightly hugging a pillow with the blank face of Demon King Morla printed on it. Had she heard that wrong? She was wearing a light, airy nightgown, lying in bed, holding the pillow with Morla's face, and looking visibly upset. It seemed like there was a woman's voice next to the Demon King. Could it be that the Demon King was? The thought flashed through her mind, and she immediately imagined a scene where the Demon King was lying in the arms of some seductive demon girls who knew how to please him. She quickly shook her head, trying to get rid of the thought, and kept reassuring herself, "No, that can't be it. There's no way there could be a woman next to the Demon King, right? I must have misheard." The next day, she suddenly sat up on the bed, muttering to herself, "But anyway, the Crown Prince is still a strong man." Flem hugged the pillow tightly to her chest, her face flushed with slight embarrassment as she lightly scolded herself, "If that's really the case, he could have come to me." She then lowered her head inside, But soon enough, she pulled herself together, filled with determination, and clenched her fist. "Then, I'll just have to try a little harder to get the Crown Prince's attention." She swung her legs off the bed, set the pillow aside, and started thinking about the Demon King's actions. "I can't believe that even while in seclusion, the Crown Prince is still keeping an eye on the situation in the Barranquilla Kingdom. This must be really important." A door creaked open, and Flem quickly changed into a more fitting outfit, grabbed a stack of documents, and walked over to the desk. As she walked, her mind was on her Crown Prince. This time, they had won without a fight, and the most important thing was that the Crown Prince had always been committed to a policy of benevolent governance. Flem sat down at her desk, carefully considering matters related to the Barranquilla Kingdom. For the newly annexed Barranquilla Kingdom, they would definitely need to approach it with double, even tenfold, more kindness and compassion. She put the pen to her lips, deep in thought. "Oh." Flem's hand paused over the file for Minus before making a decision. Let Minus go to Barranquilla. Elsewhere in Minus's castle, a mule was chewing grass while reading aloud. "What's all this fuss about? Where is Barranquilla?" Minus, with his muscular build and a head covered in question marks, held a piece of paper in his hand, reading it out loud while asking, "What's this policy of mercy?" Redirecting the remaining supplies of the entire army to rescue people instead of crushing them? I can't make sense of it, but I do see a lot of important sounding words, right? The rest of it's up to you. Midas handed the paper to Lightus. She quickly responded, "Got it." She furrowed her brow and glanced at Midas, silently thinking, "I've only read a few words, and my brain is already fried. How does the demon lord even think this way?" Then, she looked down at the letter in her hands, reading it again, still confused. "But the Barrancilla kingdom was overthrown, and they even submitted to our army? I've heard of that place before. Has the situation with the natural disasters really gotten that bad?" Lightus put the paper down on the table and excitedly turned to Midas to explain, "This is the policy of mercy, the unrivaled mercy." She picked up a plate with tea and pastries, using a simple example to explain, "Take these pastries and tea, for instance. These are luxuries that only the nobility can afford, things regular people wouldn't even dare dream of. But under the demon lord's rule, they'd become common, even for ordinary people." Lightus eagerly bit into a pastry, all the while praising the system. "It's because we've worked so hard to build up the local economy and reduce taxes that life under the demon lord's regime has become so much better. Once the demon lord hears about what we've done, he'll definitely reward us." Midas looked at her, partly understanding, then nodded as if he got it. He smiled, showing his teeth, and gave her a thumbs up. "So that's the policy of mercy?" "I got it." Lightus looked at him, unimpressed, and snapped, "No, you totally don't get it." She put her finger in her mouth and sucked on it lightly, then grinned, "But it's just as well." Lightus cheerfully picked up another pastry, smiling, "This is also a chance to test the civil service system I've set up. It's time to amaze everyone." Midas rubbed his chin and held up the stack of papers, trying to read through the confusion. "Is this what you mean by those toys of law, the so-called mathematical laws you mentioned earlier? Are humans really obsessed with things like this?" Lightus glanced at him, clearly speechless. "Seriously? I honestly don't even know how to respond to you." Midas suddenly turned to her, still puzzled, and asked, "I'm really curious. How did you come up with something so complicated?" Before she could react to his question, Lightus was momentarily stunned. "Huh?" Then, she lowered her head and spoke to him in a calm, serious tone. "This idea came from a friend of mine from the past," she said, her mind drifting back to the past. "For thousands of years, everything on this land had been controlled by the same noble families and priests, passed down from generation to generation. In Lightus' memory, when she was just a poor child, knocked down onto the ground, she could see 3 tall men in front of her, each holding a wooden mace. They didn't understand anything, some of them couldn't even write their own names, but they enjoyed the richest luxuries. In that moment, as she lay helplessly on the ground, those men looked at her with malicious smiles. The nobles, large and small, were like parasites, draining every last resource from the Gazma region, exploiting the people without any shame." She continued, her voice firm. "I still remember the cruel smile of a young nobleman aimed at me. It's time to root out the corrupt nobility and clergy, so everyone has a fair chance." At that moment, Lightus could only grit her teeth and glare helplessly. Midas huffed, breathing heavily, and then spoke loudly to her, "So that's how it is." He looked furious, slamming his fist down onto the table. "Is that really what it's like? That makes perfect sense. I totally understand now. Ah ha ha ha." Lightus, feeling helpless, held her head in her hands, thinking to herself, "No, you really don't understand anything." But right after that, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder. Lightus glanced to the side. If there were so many good points about this, Midas placed his hand on her shoulder and said, in a voice that was surprisingly reassuring, "Then go ahead and do it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the responsibility." Hearing those words, Lightus turned her head and smiled slightly, nodding in agreement. "All right." Midas scratched his head and looked up. "Although I don't really get it, after years of marching into battles, there are still a few things I can see clearly." "What was that phrase again?" He turned his back to Lightus, fell silent for a moment, and then grinned at her, giving her a thumbs up. "Human toys, I know, Lightus, you're really talented. His words left Lytis a bit stunned. She stared at him wide-eyed, her mind racing as memories resurfaced. In the past, there had been a boy who once excitedly told her, "Thank you, Lytis. Because of you, we can walk this path." He flashed a joyful thumbs up and smiled at her. "Lytis, you're different from us, you're really talented." The two boys behind him squinted and grinned, nodding proudly in agreement. At that moment, Lytis blushed, awkwardly wiping her nose with her hand and softly said, "What? What are you guys saying?" Now, in the present, Lytis also wiped her nose, but tears kept streaming down her face. Her voice trembled with emotion as she finished the sentence she had once said long ago. "Are you mocking me? I'm an orphan. There are so many orphans on this path." A little girl stood with her back to the narrow alley, and she was Lytis. In front of her was a vast, bright, and lush open space filled with trees. Behind her was the narrow alley, lined with trash. Adding another child wouldn't make anyone notice, and losing one wouldn't matter either. It seemed she heard someone calling her name. To survive, we gathered together. A line of small children, their clothes tattered, stood before a pile of discarded garbage. It was a gathering place of trash, or maybe just an unnoticed alleyway. The children ran toward Lytis. In that narrow alley, a few makeshift shelters were built from discarded items. That was where the children lived, the only place they could survive. The sound of iron heels echoed as they passed through the alley, the flames roaring inside. But two soldiers in iron armor emerged from the alley, bathed in the flickering light of the fire. Lytis immediately became alert and hid behind a trash can outside. When the soldiers had gone, Lytis quickly ran out to look into the alley. She was in a panic, her eyes wide with shock, her face showing both fear and pain, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. The only roof. Lytis froze, staring at the raging fire that had completely burned down the only roof she had, along with the homes of other children. In front of the flames, someone was lying on the ground. "Aaron!" Lytis screamed, rushing toward her friend who was face down on the ground, almost engulfed by the flames. She cried. Tears streamed down her face as she held Aaron and screamed. "Where are the others?" But Aaron weakly whispered to her, "I'm sorry." The fire kept raging, its light casting shadows over the small figure of Lytis holding her friend. Aaron's eyes slowly closed, and with great effort, he muttered again, "I'm sorry." Lytis couldn't believe it. She stared at Aaron, now lifeless, while the fire continued to burn fiercely around the two children. Suddenly, a soldier in iron armor turned back and shouted angrily, "Oh, there's still more? Because of you people, this city's full of beggars." Two soldiers stood behind Lytis. One of them reached for his sword and yelled, "Disgusting." Lytis glared at them, sitting there and listening to their insults while still clutching Aaron tightly. She spoke through gritted teeth, "It's not us." As she spoke, she grabbed a rock from the ground. Lytis' anger flared as she held the stone in her hand, raising it as if to attack the soldiers. She shouted at them in fury, clearly, the number of beggars was already decided. "It's not us." But just then, a heavily armored foot quickly slammed into her chest, sending her flying backward in a spray of blood. The soldier swung his leg and watched her get knocked away, muttering angrily, "Shit, too noisy." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, grabbing his attention, "Hold on." Another man, also wearing armor, appeared. He flashed a curious smile and looked at Lytis. "So, you've gathered the others here? Interesting. Looks like you have some serious skills. You should follow me. Maybe one day in the future, we'll see what you're really capable of." As he spoke, a wicked, calculating smile spread across his face, and he placed a hand on Lytis' head. "You have a chance to join me on the battlefield." Finishing her own recollection, Lytis fell into deep thought. She lifted her gaze to the bright, golden light shining from behind. At that same moment, a large ship rocked in the harbor, bobbing with the waves. A man's voice, filled with surprise, rang out, "You want to get on my ship to join the Demon King's army?" The old captain, puffing on a cigar and letting out smoke, spoke to the group in front of him, "This is a cargo ship, it's packed with goods, no space for anything else."
And you all look so eager, are you fugitives or something? You young folks these days. I've seen plenty of storms on the sea.
Ramo's group stood quietly, eyes closed, listening passively to the old captain's rambling.
Really think I can't see through this?
But before the old man could say anything else, a cloth sack was tossed in front of him. He jumped in surprise and quickly reached out to grab it.
Sylvia frowned, cutting off the pointless words with a sharp reply, "Old man, are you taking the 400 gold coins or not?"
The old captain lowered his head, one hand holding the bag of money, the other holding a cigarette, looking serious. "See, that's what I'm talking about with young people today," he muttered as he raised his head, his tone suddenly upbeat and welcoming as he turned to the four people, Ramo's group. "You all look just right.
Please, come inside." He quickly tucked the bag of money into his jacket.
On the large ship, the captain's loud voice rang out, "Look here, this space is over 200 square feet, with a window that opens to a view of the vast sea. Plus, there's a private bathroom.
Can you handle that?" He gestured proudly toward the room. "This is the presidential suite we've prepared for you."
The four of them stood in silence at the door, staring into the room. The captain, still eager, kept pointing toward the room as he finished his exaggerated pitch.
"Watch your heads.
Dinner will be served soon, a lavish seafood feast.
Hope you enjoy your night on the open sea."
The three girls immediately walked in to assess the room. Sylvia stared at the decaying walls, repeating the captain's words in disbelief, "Comfortable room." Yvette's eyes landed on the small bucket with WC written on it beside the bed. She said, "Private bathroom." Meanwhile, Hervé, glancing at the bed in the middle of the room, raised an eyebrow, skeptical.
"There's only one bed?"
Ramo, still standing frozen in the doorway, muttered under his breath, "Holy shit." He was so startled that it felt like a lightning strike beside his ear.
"No, I need to talk to the captain. How could this place possibly accommodate 4 people?"
At that moment, the captain's voice echoed from outside, as the ship prepared to set sail. Ramo turned to see the captain signaling at the door, and in frustration, he shouted, "You're moving too fast." The captain turned around, gave a thumbs up, and smiled confidently.
"Oh, you're young but you've got a good eye.
This ship of mine is famous for its speed." Ramo, completely speechless, shouted back at the old man, "You can keep your sarcastic remarks to yourself.
And the fact that you're moving so fast. Clearly, you've got something else planned, right?" The captain, firmly holding the wheel, responded, "Isn't it because I'm afraid you'll regret it? I'm just worried you won't make it in time."
Ramo stood there, wide-eyed and confused, asking, "Was that last part the truth?" He rubbed his head, feeling a bit of a headache as he thought about the room they'd just seen. But there was only one bed in that room. How were the 4 of them supposed to sleep there? While he was still trying to make sense of it, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Ramo stopped and glanced at the hand. The captain, looking sly yet thoughtful, chuckled and said, "Haha, don't hold on to your worries like that. Young people should be gazing out at the vast ocean and thinking about the spirit of a young girl." To make matters worse, the old man reassured him with a smirk, "And tonight, I'll be very busy."
"I won't hear a thing. Don't worry."
The boat set sail with the sound of Ramo's shout, "Don't make such a big deal out of this."
He frowned, his expression tense, as he thought to himself, "Could they really want me?"
He imagined the bright, chaotic scene of being tangled up in bed with the other 3, and his heart skipped a beat.
Am I supposed to sleep with all of them?
The sun was setting, casting the last few rays of light into the boat's cabin.
That was the situation at hand. At this moment, Ramo was trying to explain to everyone, the boat has already left the port. There's no other boat we can choose now. We'll just have to make do.
Hervé smiled and replied, "It's really the only choice we have, but the bed is pretty spacious.
A little bit of crowding won't be a problem." Sylvia didn't seem convinced.
She made a confused face and said, "But, sis, how could you possibly share a bed with this disgusting man?"
Hearing this, Ramo scratched his head and said, "Well, then I'll just sleep on the floor. Honestly, I don't even need to sleep." Hervé glanced at Yvette, then suggested, "How about Ramo sleeps on the edge of the bed with Miss Yvette?
Sylvia quickly agreed, yeah, that works. Yvette raised an eyebrow, pointing at Remo in confusion. She didn't agree, asking, wait a second, why would you want me to sleep with him? Hervé and Sylvia giggled, exchanging a sly look before glancing at Yvette. Oh, well, back in the little forest, the two of you were already like that, so I thought. Yvette's face turned bright red. She stammered, trying to explain, no, there's a different reason. It's not like what you think. The next day, a thought suddenly crossed Yvette's mind, and she began to quietly consider her options. Plus, she hadn't achieved her goal yet. That's right, she only needed this person to stay close to her. Resting her chin on her hand, deep in thought, she cast a sharp glance at Remo. With the distance between them so small, wasn't this the perfect chance to turn the tables? Noticing the rapid change in Yvette's expression, Remo's face darkened with worry. When I set my mind on something, I follow through, Yvette declared confidently, sitting on the bed. Her voice was clear and unwavering as she announced, I take back what I said earlier. I've decided I agree now. She crossed her arms, a smug expression on her face as she looked at Remo. Let this guy stay here. I'm only allowing this because I feel generous. You should be grateful. Remo, however, didn't seem the least bit pleased. His expression twisted in frustration as he muttered to himself, grateful, huh? Your intentions are written all over your face. As night fell over the boat and everyone else was fast asleep, Remo lay stiffly at the edge of the bed. Behind him were Yvette and the other two. He shivered slightly, his mind repeating, if I don't sleep, it means I'm overthinking. I just need to sleep. Meanwhile, behind him, Yvette clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she glared at him. Remo cautiously glanced back, noticing the intense look in her eyes. In the stillness of the night, a sudden large wave slammed against the side of the boat, causing it to rock violently. Inside the cabin, Remo and the others were thrown off balance. In the commotion, Remo turned abruptly only to collide with Yvette. Caught off guard, Yvette's eyes widened, her face turning bright red. She immediately lifted her leg and kicked Remo, sending him flying straight to the floor, causing him to scream. Ah! Suddenly kicked, Remo rolled off the bed and lay flat on the ground, still not bothering to wipe the blood from his nose as he muttered resentfully. You're the one who told me to sleep, and now you're the one kicking me. Are you trying to pick a fight on purpose? Yvette quickly responded loudly, what? Is this not a normal reaction? This is the inevitable law of nature. Remo retorted sharply, first, show some respect for your ghost status, okay? With that, he stood up and turned to walk away. I think I should go up to the ship's deck and keep watch tonight instead. Yvette quickly grabbed the corner of his shirt and pulled him back, firmly saying, no, you absolutely have to sleep here tonight. Remo clicked his tongue and sighed, reluctantly returning to the edge of the bed. Everyone heard that, it was her request, he muttered before lying down with a sly grin. Tonight, I'm going to scare you out of your wits. Seeing that Remo had settled down, Yvette began to plan something. There's nothing to be afraid of. Nothing to be afraid of at all. The ghost sat still on the bed, closing her eyes to calm her mind. Great Lilith, at your service, she whispered, reaching out to grab Remo's shoulder. Noticing something was wrong, he looked at Yvette with confusion. What now? But his face quickly turned pale as Yvette flipped him over and sat on top of him. She looked down at him with a smile and said, what's wrong? Of course, I'm continuing what we started last time, the part we didn't finish. As she spoke, she reached for Remo's belt, causing him to panic. Didn't I already tell you? Just pee right here, and as long as I see it, we'll call it even. Remo, now completely terrified, his eyes wide, screamed out in shock. What? Are you crazy? Yvette then lowered her hand to Remo's waist, fumbling to undo it, while mumbling, I'm not crazy at all. In fact, I'm doing just fine. Let me see for myself. Remo quickly sat up, shouting to stop her, no, this really isn't okay. With that, he grabbed Ghost's wrist, flipped her over, and pinned her down. He held her arms firmly on either side, gritting his teeth, have you had enough chaos? At that moment, Hervé and Sylvia, lying nearby, were half-conscious and muttering in their sleep.
Sis, stop struggling, Demon King, no. Ramo's face darkened even more, his mind screaming in frustration, don't add more weird stuff into the mix now.
Meanwhile, Ebet was smiling slyly at Ramo, teasing him, resisting like this.
Does it mean I really have to help you? Do you think just because you're holding my hands, I'm completely helpless?
She raised her legs, brushing them against Ramo's body, then revealed her tail, flicking it playfully.
I've always kept it hidden for convenience. Have you forgotten about it?
Ramo turned his head to look behind him, stunned.
Ebet's voice continued to tempt him, doesn't my ghost clan have a tail?
Ramo stared, confused, and Ebet grinned smugly.
This is the tail my ghost clan is most proud of. Do you know why it's so famous, even across all the Gazma territories?
She glanced at Ramo and softly explained with a light chuckle, because it's where the enchanted essence of the ghost tribe gathers. Once we're pierced by it, we'll be completely overwhelmed, turning into slaves to pleasure.
Ramo held Ebet tightly, his face full of panic as he asked, pierced? Where can it pierce? Ebet gave him a quick look, clicking her tongue in disbelief.
You fool, of course. Just as she finished speaking, the ghost's tail lunged toward Ramo, aiming for his back.
It's the very last spot, she added. Before she even finished, Ramo's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the ghost's tail moving closer to him. What?
Suddenly, the ship jolted violently, causing Ramo to lose his grip and accidentally bury his face into Ebet's chest.
The loud noise woke Hervé and Sylvia from their sleep. Both of them rubbed their eyes sleepily, murmuring, "What's happening?"
They both yawned, and then Hervé sleepily covered his mouth and mumbled, "I was clearly just dreaming about the important part."
At that moment, both of them turned their heads to look at Ramo and Ebet, fully waking up.
Oh, Hervé said with an amused look on his face, clearly enjoying the scene.
This kind of thing really happened?
Sylvia quickly moved to cover Hervé's eyes, her face turning red in embarrassment and frustration as she scolded, so shameless.
Sister, don't look anymore.
Seeing Ramo lying across her chest, Ebet froze for a moment.
Oof.
Then, snapping out of it, she quickly tried to explain, No, it's not what you think. This was an accident, just an accident. Sylvia covered her mouth, giggling, and shot a knowing look at Ebet.
Accident, we get it.
Ebet was frustrated as she looked down at Ramo, who still refused to move away.
Feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, she snapped, "Why are you still lying there? Get up and move quickly." Ramo's expression turned serious.
His voice was firm as he said, "Wait a minute." He turned his head to glance behind him, then called out to the others, "Listen carefully to what's happening outside."
At that moment, dark clouds blanketed the sky.
The wind howled, thunder rumbled, and lightning streaked across the heavens, illuminating the massive waves crashing against the ship's hull.
Shouts from the crew echoed through the storm. "Captain, the storm is getting worse.
If this keeps up, the ship won't hold. Captain, the left side of the hull at the stern is damaged, water could start flooding in at any moment." Then another voice, filled with panic, rang out, "Captain, all crew members are on deck.
Something serious is happening." Hearing this, Ramo quickly jumped to his feet. "We need to help now."
Outside, the captain was shouting orders, his voice cutting through the chaos as he tried to steady the crew.
"Stay calm. Secure the hull, lower the sails, and hold your positions."
A crew member rushed over to report, "Captain, the hull has been reinforced." The group around Ramo stood still, watching as the captain moved swiftly from one end of the deck to the other, ensuring everything was under control. Moments later, another sailor called out, "Captain, most of the sails are down, only 2 are left for steering."
"We still have control of the ship." Ramo and the 3 others stood frozen, speechless. "Ha?"
The captain panted, continuing to speak loudly between breaths. "Very good, the open sea is the prey we need to conquer, not our grave.
Don't let it deceive us."
Ramo wasn't sure when, but he had somehow appeared behind the captain, puzzled.
"Captain, I know you're different, but are you the only one left on this ship?"
Hearing that, the captain laughed and replied, haha, at this point, no young person is heading toward the open sea anymore.
It's just left to an old man like me to handle multiple roles.
My apologies, dear guests, for making you all witness something like this. The captain then put on a serious expression and loudly reminded everyone, this storm came so suddenly, we couldn't react in time. Logically, there shouldn't have been such a situation.
Purveyor looked up at the sky and assessed, this rain really isn't normal.
It feels like a violent surge of magic is flowing through it.
Sylvia responded, sister, I can feel it too. At that moment, Ramo's thoughts echoed the same.
The violent magic in the air wasn't the issue, it was something beneath the water, something was approaching. Then, from the waves, a sea monster emerged. It moved closer, its gaze fixed on the ship where Ramo and the others stood.
The captain looked up in panic and exclaimed, could it be?
That's... Yvette quickly turned around, her expression filled with doubt.
The Kraken is the legendary sea monster from the northern sea that destroyed an entire ancient kingdom.
It's not just a golden-ranked creature, it might even be a god-level being. As the massive creature drew closer to Ramo, she bit her lip and furrowed her brow, watching it carefully. At that moment, the creature swung one of its tentacles toward Ramo. As the tentacle was about to strike him, everyone shouted in unison, Ramo, dodge!
Ramo's hand moved slightly as he summoned his sword.
He quickly grabbed it and swung, cutting through the tentacle with a single, clean strike. The captain's eyes widened in shock.
He cut it. He actually cut it.
The Kraken observed Ramo's emotionless face and silently reflected.
Was it instinct that made him act?
It was as though he no longer cared about hiding his true strength. The Kraken studied Ramo carefully, sensing an aura of danger around him. When it looked into Ramo's cold, murderous eyes, it couldn't help but feel a moment of surprise. Even a semi-god like me can feel the dangerous aura around him.
The massive ship was floating on the sea, surrounded by the Kraken's enormous tentacles.
On the ship's bow, several people were standing, discussing what to do next. The captain turned the wheel, trying his best to steer the ship out of the creature's attack range. It was Ramo who spoke up, carefully observing the situation. The captain, still anxious, stammered, But the Kraken controls the waves and the storms, and it will push the ship right into its grasp. The old man glared at Ramo's back with a look of annoyance and muttered, besides, it still has endless tentacles.
No one can escape when facing the Kraken at sea. Ramo paid no attention to the old man's objections and calmly replied, that's why I'm going to deal with it.
As soon as he spoke, he drew his sword and took a battle stance, preparing for the attack. His sharp eyes glowed with intensity, and a powerful aura radiated from him. Then, he soared into the stormy sky, leaving the people on the ship too stunned to react.
Yvette, a moment later, cursed loudly as he watched Ramo's figure, hey, we haven't even finished our business yet, and you're going off to seek death?
Standing beside him, someone silently watched with a firm expression, their hand pressed to their chest, secretly admiring him, brave and strong, always stepping up in dangerous moments. He truly is our savior. Surrounded by his powerful aura, Ramo fixed his gaze on the churning sea, where violent waves clashed under the storm. His eyes radiated a terrifying authority. He quickly charged toward the attacking tentacles, and with skillful sword strikes and overwhelming strength, he sliced the tentacles into pieces.
He glanced at the scene and silently assessed, too weak. This thing is actually at the Saint realm?
It seemed that the danger wasn't coming from it after all.
From above, Ramo looked down at the Kraken, writhing in pain in the sea, its tentacles severed and bleeding.
He thought to himself, there's something wrong with this sea. Without hesitation, he launched another attack, delivering 2 cross-shaped slashes to the Kraken's head. The cuts left a cross-shaped mark on its skull. He then landed directly on the point where the sword had struck. Ramo gripped the sword tightly and thrust it down, thinking to himself, just in case the death spirit has any issues, I should deal with it first. He then spoke coldly, looking at Kak, saying, go through. With his words, a blinding light shot down, carrying an immense surge of energy that struck the sword planted in Kraken's head. The wave of power quickly spread through Kraken's body, followed by a series of loud cracking sounds. This attack caused Kraken to sink deeper into the ocean, creating a whirlpool that pulled the ship closer. The waves slammed against the side of the ship, making it rock dangerously. On board, frantic screams filled the air. The captain was struggling to steady the ship, his hands gripping the wheel. He shouted, "Hold on tight." Meanwhile, Remo stood frozen, staring in shock as Kraken still crackled with electricity. Despite everything, it was still alive? Was his power too limited? He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Then I'll." Suddenly, a burst of light appeared behind him, making him turn around in alarm. Hervé, Sylvia, and Ibet on the ship were equally stunned by the light. All three were deeply worried as they watched the scene unfold. The source of the light appeared above Kraken, where magical circles suddenly appeared, crackling loudly with sharp sounds. The light was so intense that Hervé had to shield his eyes. Sylvia struggled but managed to squint, her voice full of concern as she called out, "Sister." She reached out desperately toward Hervé, her resolve hardening inside her, "I must protect my sister." The massive surge of energy quickly enveloped everything around them. The scene shifts to a forest bathed in sunlight. Young Sylvia is sitting under the massive trunk of an ancient tree, looking lost and confused. She notices some cloaked spirits nearby, their gaze toward her filled with malice. In front of her stands a fragile figure, arms outstretched, blocking her path. It's Hervé, standing strong, protecting her. In Sylvia's eyes, she sees Hervé's unwavering back, defending her with all his might. Back in the present, the scene is now a quiet beach, where gentle waves lap against the shore. Sylvia begins to wake, lying in Remo's arms, murmuring softly, "Sister." Suddenly, Remo's face, full of sharp features, appears in front of her, causing her to startle and let out a small gasp. At that moment, Remo is sitting on the beach, with three birds watching him. He thinks to himself, "Looks like something bad is going on." Remo glances at the three birds while reflecting on what just happened. Out at sea, they had encountered a violent storm, only to be faced with a kraken. He recalls the moment when he was standing on top of the kraken, ready to strike it down with his sword, but then it spat out black ink, as if it were fleeing. The kraken activated its teleportation spell. Remo turns his head to look behind him. In that instant, he feels the magic of a demon lord like himself. His power is sealed. A being at the saint level should never be able to completely erase his strength. It's possible that the true cause behind all of this is what made him feel such danger back then. At that moment, Remo was surrounded by a teleportation spell along with the kraken. He looked at himself underwater and sighed, "Good thing my demigod form isn't like ordinary illusions. Even after the magic fades, I still keep this appearance. If I were showing the face of the demon king here, it might cause chaos. But without any magic left, I'm just an ordinary person now, nothing special. To survive on this deserted island, maybe water and food are problems that can't be solved." Morla's eyes lit up as he looked at the three birds, and his smile was full of danger. He chased after them, saying, "Don't run. I just want to take you all to make some potatoes." Remo slowed down and suddenly saw someone lying on the ground. That's. The person lying unconscious was Sylvia. Remo approached her, gently touching her forehead. "Wake up, are you okay? Her body's freezing." He pressed his ear to her chest to listen for a heartbeat. Her heartbeat is so weak, and her breathing is shallow. Could it be from drowning? He looked at her with concern. "She can't die, I have to save her." Taking a deep breath, Remo bent down and performed CPR on Sylvia. Suddenly, Sylvia woke up, coughing violently. Sylvia opened her eyes and saw Remo's lips coming closer to hers. Panicked, she sat up and grabbed a bird from beside her. Sylvia threw the bird straight into Remo's mouth, yelling, You, how dare you do such a disgusting thing to me." The bird hit Remo in the face, knocking him backward. He took the bird out of his mouth, spit out its feathers, and explained, "I thought you were drowning, so I did that. It wasn't some low, despicable act like you think." Sylvia didn't believe him. She was furious and couldn't forgive him. She looked over at the sword lying nearby.
Remo tried to reason with her. Listen to me, Sylvia. Sylvia staggered to her feet, grabbing the sword. I have to kill you. Ah, die already, she shouted. Remo stepped closer, trying to explain. Looks like this time you might believe me. We were teleported to a deserted island by Kraken's magic. Right now, you and I are the same, we've both lost our powers. Sylvia felt a wave of sadness. How is that possible? Without powers, how am I supposed to protect anyone? Then, suddenly, something clicked in Sylvia's mind. She shouted, Sister. Without another word, she ran into the forest, searching for her sister. Remo chased after her, calling out, Hey! Where are you going? Neither of us has any powers right now. If you just charge into the forest like that, you'll end up getting yourself killed. Suddenly, Sylvia stopped. Remo, panting behind her, asked, Oh, what did you find? Sylvia pointed to a piece of fabric on the ground. This is my sister's clothing, she said. Remo asked curiously, But how did you spot that? How can you be sure it came from Lady Herveyor? Sylvia sat down, picking up the fabric. My sister and I are spiritually connected. Her scent, her clothes, I've had them imprinted in my soul for a long time. Of course I would recognize it. She closed her eyes and continued, Back in our hometown, I washed every one of her clothes. If she hadn't stopped me, I would have even washed her undergarments perfectly clean. With my mouth. Remo broke into a cold sweat at that. Alright, I'm definitely not interested in hearing all that. I shouldn't have asked. It's my fault. Sylvia smiled. That's great. They had discovered that they were in the forest, not on the sea. The Queen of the Fairies was a child of nature. Maybe when her sister was brought here, the forest welcomed her. Her safety was surely guaranteed. Remo rubbed his chin thoughtfully and sat down, looking at her. The forest welcomed her, but aren't you a fairy queen too? Then why? Why did you pass out by the seaside? Sylvia listened to Remo and fell into thought. Suddenly, she noticed something. She pointed at Remo and shouted, Wait, there's a sound. Something's coming closer. Remo disagreed, You're just trying to change the subject. Sylvia pointed toward the forest, No, I'm serious. Remo didn't believe her. He thought she was just avoiding the topic. But then, a head covered in seaweed appeared. The creature with the seaweed-covered head spoke. When Remo saw the creature, he broke out in a cold sweat. Sylvia screamed, A monster! Ah! And threw herself into Remo's chest. Now was not the time for swearing, it was time to run. Remo, suddenly knocked over by Sylvia, let out a grunt. They both fell into the muddy ground, completely drained. Frustrated, Remo yelled, You said we should run, so why are you grabbing onto me? My legs are numb. Remo took a closer look at the creature. It was wearing a skirt. He studied the face and said, Wait, it's not a monster. At that moment, the girl approached Remo, removed the seaweed from her head, and there was a soft plop sound. A bat pressed her chest against Remo's face. Remo couldn't breathe and let out a muffled sound. A bat pushed him down. Remo said, It's a bat. The sky was clear under the coconut tree. Sylvia looked at Remo angrily as he pressed his face against Ebette's chest to listen to her heartbeat. She's still alive, her heart is beating fast, and her breathing is steady. Sylvia gave Remo a look of disdain. Oh. Remo explained, What's with that expression? I'm saving her, you know. Ebette, lying on the ground, said a few words. Water, water. Remo helped Ebette sit up and touched her forehead. She was probably dehydrated. If they didn't get her some water quickly, it could get dangerous. Sylvia, confused, responded, Water? Isn't there water everywhere here? Remo explained. No. Seawater has too much salt, which can mess up the balance of water in your body and make dehydration worse. Sylvia frowned as she listened to Remo. She didn't understand a word of what he said. Blood concentration, osmotic pressure. Remo looked up at the coconuts on the tree. Actually, there's water here that we can use. Those round fruits up there, called coconuts, have sweet, cool water inside. Plus, you can even eat the coconut meat raw. Sylvia stood up, confused, and asked, "Our elf tribe has never had any contact with the sea, so we don't understand anything about it." "But you, how do you know there's a sea in hell?" Remo was speechless. "I've seen a lot in my life, okay?" Remo covered a bet with his own coat. A creator's understanding is limited by their own perspective, especially in places they find unappealing or don't care about. The wisdom from past lives is what really comes into play in situations like these. Remo noticed Sylvia taking off her shoes and walking over to a coconut tree. She was about to climb it to pick some coconuts, but Remo asked, "You don't have your powers right now. Do you think you can climb the tree without any trouble?" Sylvia scoffed, "Huh, are you underestimating my elf tribe? Climbing trees is one of the things I'm best at." Remo stood below, giving her instructions, emphasizing the importance of using her hips for strength. By now, Sylvia had reached the coconuts, but the part of the tree where the fruit connected was quite thick. Sylvia said, "I don't have a knife, how am I supposed to pick them?" Remo told her to try his method. "Just try twisting the coconut and see if you can break it off. Be careful though, don't." Before Remo could finish, the coconuts fell to the ground with a loud thud around him. Only then did Remo finish his sentence, "Smash us, why don't you?" Remo shouted angrily at Sylvia, "Didn't I tell you to be careful?" Sylvia looked down at Remo, still angry, and asked, "What are you talking about? I didn't even pick them yet." Up in the coconut tree, a crab claw was dropping coconuts. The coconut fell into Sylvia's hands. "Ah, I got it." Sylvia felt something odd. While she was speaking, she suddenly noticed a claw on the tree, but it felt like something had cut it off. A crab appeared, showing its excitement in front of Sylvia. It even made a heart shape with its claws. Sylvia was surprised to see the crab sending her a heart. Sylvia screamed, "Ugh, monster, monster, monster." She waved her hands in the air. Remo noticed her reaction from above. "Ha!" Since Sylvia had let go and wasn't holding onto the tree, she fell down to where Remo was. She landed with a loud thud and cried out, "Ah, ah." She had fallen to the ground. Sylvia felt confused. "Ah, my but oh, why doesn't it hurt?" Looking down, she realized she was sitting on Remo. Remo cried out, "Of course it doesn't hurt for you, I'm the one who's in pain." Sylvia was shocked to find herself sitting on Remo's face and screamed, "Ah!" She quickly closed her legs. Remo, still underneath, said, "Huh?" Sylvia blushed and awkwardly said, "Why you? Don't talk, don't breathe either." Remo, lying beneath her, whimpered, "Ugh, don't make it harder on me." Sylvia blushed and shyly said, "I told you already, I said not to talk." Suddenly, Sylvia covered her mouth. She pushed down on Remo's face, pressing her hand against his back. Remo's whole body started to shake, as if he was about to suffocate. Remo had passed out from the lack of air. He took a deep breath. "Ah!" Remo sighed in relief. "Ha, I'm alive again." Sylvia blushed again and stammered, "Why you, why you, why you?" Remo turned around and said, "What do you mean, you? I saved you, after all. You almost suffocated to death." Sylvia blushed even harder. Thinking back, the whole situation had been unexpected, but it still felt like one of those embarrassing moments. She couldn't really blame him, but thanking him didn't seem quite right either. Ibet cried out, "Water!" Both Remo and Sylvia panicked at the sound. "Oh, I almost forgot about her." Sylvia slapped her hand down on the fruit with a loud thud. When it didn't open, Sylvia asked Remo, "This fruit is so hard. How do we open it?" Remo rubbed his chin and said, "Find a stone to smash it, or you could use your big holy sword. But if you're not careful, you might waste the water inside."
Suddenly, the crab slammed the coconut with a loud crack. Remo turned around, his mouth hanging open in surprise as he saw the crab had cracked the coconut for them. Do the animals here really understand human intentions? Sylvia also turned to look. Remo split the coconut in half and brought it over to Abet. He helped Abet sit up so she could drink the coconut water. No matter how you look at it, at least they had water now. She was a spy sent by Lilith, and if she died, it could cause more trouble. Remo poured the coconut water toward Abet's mouth, but it didn't go in. Instead, it spilled out, dripping down her chest. Sylvia shouted, "Wait, the water's pouring out of her mouth. It's impossible to feed her this way." Remo sighed, realizing she was so out of it that she couldn't even open her mouth anymore. This is such a hassle. Sylvia calmly said, "It's not that big of a deal. If she can't drink it, why don't you just feed it to her mouth to mouth?" Remo exclaimed, "Do you want to hear the kind of things someone with a completely calm face says?" Sylvia quickly stepped back. "Well, do you have a better way to feed water to a ghost? Besides, I sent mouth to mouth exactly what you've been hoping for." Remo shouted, "I've said this a million times already, it's to save her." Sylvia turned her face away and waved her hand, saying, all right, fine. But right now, we're saving a life, so hurry up and do what you have to mouth to mouth." Remo spun around and said, "Hey, I." Remo bluntly added, "Forget everything else, but you and Abet are both women. Shouldn't it be more appropriate for you to do the mouth to mouth?" Sylvia replied just as bluntly, "Who said that just because you're the same gender, it's okay? If the person lying on the ground was a big, burly man, do you really think you'd feel comfortable doing mouth to mouth with him?" Sylvia made her point clear, "For me, unless it's my sister, I'm not doing it." Remo couldn't argue with that. Remo looked at Abet, asking, "So, do we really have to do mouth to mouth?" Remo stared at Abet's pink lips, then quickly stopped thinking about it. He took a sip of coconut water and said, "Forget it. Saving a life is more important. I'll just go for it." Remo began giving Abet the coconut water through mouth to mouth. Sylvia watched, impressed. "Oh wow." Remo blushed, embarrassed, and said, "Don't act like you're watching a show. I'm telling you, it's really smooth." Remo felt like he shouldn't be thinking that. Wait, that's not right. Finally, the water was successfully given to Abet. Suddenly, Abet sat up straight. Remo froze, surprised. "It's done." Remo wondered if it was just a natural reaction, her will to live kicking in? As time passed, Abet's kisses became more intense. Remo thought in his head, wait a second. He asked himself, what is she trying to do? Abet at this moment felt like a snake, while Remo was like a stag, both facing each other. The snake tightly coiled around the stag until it died. It was the same here. Abet was kissing Remo aggressively. Ugh, Sylvia, blushing from the side, gasped. Oh my. Finally, Abet seemed satisfied, and they both broke apart. Then Abet passed out again, but Remo caught her. He panted heavily, clearly uncomfortable. He jumped back, turned around, and thought to himself that they were terrifying. It felt like his soul almost got sucked out of his body. Sylvia leaned over towards Abet, turned to look at him, and covered her mouth with a small smile. Just like a true demon, even your kiss is so intense and indescribable. Remo helplessly shouted. Don't praise stuff like this. Abet rubbed her eyes and looked at the two of them, asking, Spirit and that damn guy, where are we? Sylvia answered. Ghost, you're finally awake. Remo added. We were teleported by the Kraken to a deserted island. You've been unconscious this whole time, so it's really good that you're awake now. Ha ha. He thought to himself, the things that happened in prison before must have driven her crazy. If she knew what just happened, she would definitely kill him. Abet licked her lips and said. Unconscious? I just remember being so thirsty, but why does my mouth taste sweet, like candy?
Sylvia glanced at Remo and said. Ah, for that, you should thank Remo properly. Ibet was surprised. Thank him? Remo jumped back, startled. Ah? He hurriedly grabbed Sylvia's mouth and ran away. Ah, it's fruit. You're dehydrated, so I'm just looking for some fruits that have a lot of water to help you rehydrate. Don't worry about it. Ibet looked to the side at a pile of coconut shells and suddenly realized, so I drank the water from this fruit? No wonder it tastes so sweet. Remo shouted, that's right, that's right. But you drank so little earlier. Drink a little more. Ibet picked up the water, feeling a bit uneasy. Why did it seem like there was something he wasn't saying? She looked at the two of them, wondering, did something important happen while I was unconscious? Unfortunately, she couldn't read the thoughts of that jerk. Ibet looked at Sylvia, arms crossed, her expression startled. Wait, what's going on? I can't even read her thoughts. She shouted, where's my magic? Hearing this, Sylvia crossed her arms, looking as if it was obvious, and said, looks like you've figured it out. We've lost our powers. We're just normal humans now. Ibet panicked, normal humans? What could possibly make someone's magic disappear without a trace? This doesn't make sense. She looked at both of them, continuing, could it be the place we're in is the problem? This definitely doesn't make sense. Even my semi-divine magic has vanished. I'm sure I've never seen this island map in the game before. Remo rubbed his chin thoughtfully, but why do I have this strange feeling that it's familiar? Ibet spoke with concern. I've read about places like this in books, places that cause people to disappear mysteriously. Some places, just looking at them during an elemental storm will tear you to pieces. And there's the Forbidden Magic Zone. Sylvia touched her chin and said, the Forbidden Magic Zone? I've heard of that in my clan. It's a true desert of magic, but it's almost only a legend. Are we really going to encounter it? Ibet looked at Remo and shouted, hey, thug, what do you think? She yelled loudly, you jerk. Remo stood there, stunned, mumbling, the forbidden island of demon magic. He suddenly remembered something. When you first see her, you'll feel a powerful aura around her. Only the wizards who travel with her know that her strength is tied to a past encounter. It's a place far beyond the seas, full of life, yet as desolate as a desert. It's the birthplace of the gods. Remo shuddered and thought to himself, is this the place where one can gain divine power? It's hard to believe. The existence of something so close to demigod status brings out the worst kind of malice. The image of Atres, looking down from above, reminded him of the final boss in a game. But this wasn't a game. This was real power. None of that was the main point, though. The real point was that, despite everything, this was still just a game. Of course, it wouldn't be complete without a few beautiful scenes. But she would go after the players, even those pretending to be the Demon King, people like him. She used some strange potion that no one knew where she found it. She turned the Demon King into a woman, then made the Demon King suffer all kinds of humiliation. Atres sat back lazily in her chair, proudly saying, the Demon King has been crushed by me. No matter how much you scream, it won't help. Ha ha ha. The Demon King, now a woman, lay beneath her feet, saying, just kill me already. Remo trembled and thought, this can't be happening. I don't want to suffer this kind of cruelty. Please, don't make me go through this. Sylvia looked at him, uneasy, and asked, it seems like he's really scared. Ibet, with her arms crossed, glanced at him and said, pathetic. Is it just the Forbidden Island that scares you this much? Really? She pointed towards the forest and said, if this island is already in trouble, then isn't leaving here the solution? With so many trees around, we should be able to build a raft without any problem. Sylvia grabbed her hand and said, no, we can't leave yet. We haven't found my sister. We won't go anywhere until we do. Ibet frowned. Now's the time to look for people. We've probably lost our strength, and we're not familiar with this island. Who knows, by the time we find someone, we might not even make it out alive. Sylvia turned to look at Remo. If you don't want to go, fine. But you'll help me find my sister, right?
Remo slapped his head, waking up to the situation.
Right, if something happens to Hervé, we won't get anywhere.
After thinking for a moment, and considering Papa's situation on the other side, it was possible they still couldn't reach this island. But maybe, if they could uncover the strange things happening on this island, they might find the source of the divine power. There could still be a chance to turn things around. He stood up with renewed energy.
I'll go with you.
Remo said seriously, we can't let Atris get hold of the divine power.
We can't let things get worse. He ran after Sylvia and told Ibet, we'll go ahead. Ghost, you handle making the raft yourself. Ibet was surprised. Ah, okay, I'll catch up. You guys go ahead.
Perfect. She said, picking some mushrooms. Hervé was happy she'd found some mushrooms they could eat.
She turned around and said, now we don't have to worry about food. The mage Stacy looked at Hervé and asked, Miss Elf, are you sure this can be eaten?
Hervé replied, of course.
Our elf people are very skilled at identifying plants.
This mushroom is not only safe, but it's also really delicious.
She tore the mushroom apart and said, see? A deadly scent filled the air, making Stacy shiver. Do we really have to eat it? If we die out here in this remote place, there won't even be a gravestone for us, will there? A voice echoed.
All right, Stacy, just trust Miss Hervé, said the voice. Stacy looked at the newcomer and called out, Atris.
Atris leaned on one arm and said, I found it. Not far now. We're almost at our destination. Stacy smiled and asked, Atris, you found the way?
Hervé held the mushroom and said, Miss Atris, I didn't expect the mushroom to be like this either. But don't worry, once it's cooked, the poison will be gone. Then, the tree behind Hervé shook, its leaves falling in a panic as the nearby trees looked on in alarm. Hervé continued, even if it's poisonous, it only causes a few hallucinations.
Atris stepped closer to Hervé and said gently, no need to explain.
I trust your judgment, Miss Hervé.
You're a true wilderness survival expert.
Hervé waved her hand and absent-mindedly played with her hair.
Oh, no, not at all. If I hadn't met you two, I'd probably be in danger by now, lost in the forest. I just wonder how Sylvia is doing now. If she's ended up here too. Atris grabbed Hervé's wrist and said, please don't say things like that, Miss Hervé.
She held Hervé's hand, the kind-hearted girl, and said, but you won't die here, the gods won't allow it.
That won't happen.
Once we uncover the secret of this island, we'll definitely find your sister too, Hervé replied, thanking Atris. Atris turned around, raising her hand as she began to leave.
Our goal isn't far now. No need for a break. Let's make the most of our time and head out.
Hervé watched her walk away and sighed with a smile. Miss Atris is truly a good person. She was both generous and warm, yet still maintained an air of nobility and elegance, the perfect image of a noble lady, though sadly, not exactly my type.
Meanwhile, Atris licked her fingers with excitement.
So smooth, so soft, so warm, the hands of a spirit truly are different.
And they're sisters. If the older one is this beautiful, the younger one must be just as stunning, right? I can't even wait to see her.
Her body heated up, her chest rising, and she exhaled a warm breath. But now's not the time to get excited. We have to wait until we gather the power to defeat the demon lord. She clapped her hands in satisfaction.
I just want to bring everyone in the world into my harem.
Atris crossed her arms, deep in thought. The ring on her finger glowed, and a figure appeared in the stone. Atris, don't forget the true purpose of this journey. Atris smirked confidently.
Of course I won't forget. Isn't it just the legacy left behind by the true God? That's already destined to be mine.
The woman spoke with concern. You're getting too arrogant.
This place is an ungoverned area hidden in the cracks of Gazma. They say it was accidentally transported here by the Kraken, but who knows?
There could be others with the same intentions as you.
Atries turned around, laughing. I know, old lady. The destination is just ahead. Let's handle it quickly, and it'll be fine.
The woman shouted angrily, don't call me old lady. The female poet behind watched Atries' departing figure and thought, how helpless I feel.
Was choosing Atries as the heir to the divine power really the right decision?
The three of them stood before a cave.
Atries spoke, we've arrived. The ancient treasure is right here.
They entered the cave.
Stacy said, this is a newly formed land, so it's inside a mountain? Even better.
The treasure map you got is definitely the real deal.
Purveyor, looking confused, asked, treasure map? Stacy replied, yeah.
Atries bought a treasure map from a street vendor.
We've been following it to get to this island.
It was a long journey, though. Luckily, after I slept for a day and a night on the sea, we finally made it to the island.
Purveyor hesitated, street vendor? Should I say they're lucky or just bold? Purveyor, walking behind, looked up and said, but it's a bit simple, right? I thought we'd find ruins of some grand palace or something.
The person walking ahead replied, yeah, I thought we'd see piles of gold coins stacked up into small mountains.
Atries, leading the group, said, no.
Even if there were 100,000 mountains of gold, they wouldn't be as valuable as the treasure ahead. The female poet appeared again from the ring, speaking to Atries, stop talking and get on with it.
The night is long and full of dreams.
Quickly cast the magic I gave you and summon the true god that was left behind.
Atries frowned.
So troublesome.
Fine, I'll do it.
What's there to be afraid of at this point? She took out a talisman and said to the other two, you two step back a bit.
I'm about to perform an ancient ritual.
O power that sleeps in this place, whisper, open your eyes, wake up. I will offer the name Atries, not asking for endless wealth, nor for a high status, but to bring you back to the present world in a supreme position, helping me bury all enemies in this trial. The talisman fell, with a rustling sound, but nothing happened. The woman was furious, I never said there was any kind of spell.
Atries replied, that's what makes it cool and makes sense.
The woman gritted her teeth, damn it. The talisman glowed, and with a flash, a strong beam of light shone up, causing everyone to shield their eyes.
Wow, that's impressive. Clearly, there's no magic, yet Atries has activated the formation.
Purveyor, standing nearby, thought differently. She believed it wasn't magic, but rather a force similar to the way the Queen of Elves is naturally protected when the forest greets her. It had nothing to do with magic, but was a principle of the world itself. That formation was the key to activating this place.
The power is enormous.
What is it that's here?
With a flash,
a huge hand radiating light reached down from above.
Atries was excited, it's appeared.
Looks like my soul has made a pact with the true God.
I am the chosen one.
The woman next to her reminded her, to be recognized by the true God's broken finger, there has to be something similar in your essence.
It hasn't moved at all, which means it's not even looking at you. Atries, surprised, what? She was eager to prove herself, rushing forward.
It was just a broken finger of the true God, how dare it look down on her? The woman immediately stopped Atries, panicked, and scolded, you fool. Before you choose your master, don't reach out for it.
Do you want to die? Atries, confused, huh?
What should I do then?
The woman continued to explain, there's another way. Your semi-divine power might attract the broken finger.
At that point, you forcefully bind it to yourself. If that happens, you'll have absorbed the true God's power.
Atries turned to look at the woman and asked, is this really going to work?
The woman replied, of course it will. There's no other way to attract it, except with the power of a demigod. She said seriously, wait until the broken finger gets close and chooses its master.
Then, take the chance to grab it and absorb it, got it? Atries responded, got it.
She reached out toward the broken finger, thinking, finally, the power that belongs to me is within reach.
Boom! A loud explosion interrupted everything. Atri shouted, "What? What's happening?" The woman, also surprised, frowned and said, "What is that?" Whoosh! A figure of a man appeared through the mist. "Looks like I'm just in time." Ramo bent down and stood up, saying, "I made it." As expected. His bare body showed off his muscular build, and his cold gaze made it clear that he was someone who would step into the spotlight only at the last moment. A moment earlier, on the island, Ramo was sweating heavily as he kept moving back and forth. "Just a little more. Hold on a bit longer." "We're almost done," he said. Ebet, lying underneath him, was moving just as much, saying, "It's going to fall off if we don't keep going. We need to push it in a bit more." Sylvia also struck a provocative pose and cried out, "It's so slippery, I can barely hold it." "Ah, finally got it in." The three of them were sweating like crazy, faces flushed as they kept at it. Ramo shouted, "Hold on. Push harder." Then fire suddenly flared up, revealing that they had been starting a fire. Ramo raised both hands in triumph. "The fire's going. I can't believe drilling into this log was so exhausting." Sylvia agreed, "Yeah, it really wore me out. I'm soaked in sweat." Ebet, standing next to them, also sighed, "The fish is finally skewered. And it's so slippery." Three people were grilling fish and chatting. Although if someone had seen the scene earlier, they definitely would have asked a lot of questions. "Ramo, you're actually pretty skilled." Sylvia looked at Ramo and said, "Not only can you catch fish, but you can also start a fire without magic just using 2 sticks. Ramo smiled slightly. "That's the power of knowledge. Right now, we don't have any magic, so we need to eat a lot to replenish our strength." Ebet added, "The most urgent task is to leave this island. But with such a vast forest, do you really have a way to find your sister?" Sylvia half knelt and stood up. "Don't underestimate the bond one share with my sister." She rubbed her hands together to warm them and proudly said, "As long as I can catch her scent in the forest, I'll be able to find her immediately." Ebet was doubtful. "Does what you're saying really have anything to do with that bond?" At this point, Ramo spoke up. "We're also lucky that there aren't any dangerous creatures in the forest. Otherwise, with our current strength, we wouldn't be able to handle it. It was a small stroke of luck in the middle of misfortune." Not having magic felt really unfamiliar. This small island seemed almost cut off from the outside world, so it was probably unlikely that there were any large wild creatures. "We should be fine." As soon as Ramo finished speaking, a huge brown bear suddenly leaped out of the bushes nearby, roaring loudly. The three of them froze, staring at the bear. "Just stand there? A bear?" The three of them scattered in panic. "Look out, it's a bear." The bear, just as surprised, also roared. Everyone yelled in confusion, "How is this happening so suddenly? Why couldn't it wait until we finished eating? Who thought it was a good idea to bring this up now? What's the point of all this? Who is supposed to understand? The urgent thing is to figure out how to drive it away," one of them shouted. "I can't die here. I have to find my sister. Even if I die, I have to see her first." The shouting kept echoing, and it was hard to tell who was saying what. The bear, just as startled, only knew how to open its mouth and roar. Sylvia held the fish spear and pointed it at the bear. "Don't come any closer. I'm holding the legendary demon sword. Many fierce beasts stronger than you have died at my hands. If you dare charge at me, I'll definitely cut you down." Ebet, standing beside her, also got ready to strike with her fists. "No, you're right. I'll make sure you feel it too, and you'll experience firsthand how fierce the flames of hell can be. You won't even have bones left." It was then that Ramo shouted, "Exactly. Both of them are crazy." He pointed at Ebet and yelled, "Especially this ghost over here." Ebet glared at him, confused. "What?" The brown bear's eyes turned red with anger, and it gritted its teeth.
It had lost all patience and let out a loud roar, "You've made me mad now." Suddenly, the bear sat down with a thud, and its expression softened. Remo stared, bewildered. "What the hell? What are you doing, Mr. Bear? This move of yours is completely confusing me." The bear sat on the ground, swaying back and forth, making a woof woof sound. The ferociousness it had shown earlier was completely gone. Now, it looked incredibly cute. Sylvia rolled her eyes in disbelief. "This bear is terrifying. After facing our terrifying threats, it doesn't even flinch." Yvette was just as shocked, but she seemed calm about it. "Could it be it just wants to play with us until we die? What should we do now?" Remo spoke up. "Calm down. When facing wild animals, turning your back on them is the most dangerous thing you can do. That'll make them attack without hesitation. So we can't run away. We're in this together, and we have the advantage of numbers and experience. If we charge at it together, maybe we can take it down." Yvette agreed. "Right. If we run, we die. If we fight, we die. So we might as well go all in." Sylvia nodded. "I agree. The scar on my back is the shame of a warrior." Remo anxiously waited as I counted down to 3, signaling us to charge ahead. 3, 2, 1. The three of us turned around and sprinted full speed ahead. The brown bear behind us, hurt and in tears, muttered, "I'm being abandoned." Remo turned his head and said, "Oh, our fellow traveler, you actually thought we'd run away together?" Yvette, running behind, replied, "Oomph, did you really think I was that stupid? Would I take the hit for you too? Our ghost tribe is the most cunning, unpredictable one around." She then turned to Sylvia and asked, "What about you? Didn't you say that elves value honor above all else and never lie?" Sylvia responded, I figured you two out, that's not exactly lying. But you know, when there are a lot of prey being hunted, the only way to stay safe is to run the fastest." Remo raised an eyebrow. "So?" Sylvia leaped into the air, her feet skilled in navigating forests, her body light and agile, moving effortlessly without obstruction, pushing herself to the limit. She spun mid-air and said, "The forest is the elf's home." Remo watched in confusion. Yvette, running beside him, called out, "Hey, you idiot, did you know that?" Remo's face changed as he heard this. "Wait, what are you planning?" "Don't say another word, I'm scared." Yvette, irritated, buttoned her jacket with a snap. "You should be scared." Her black tights were ripped by her strong legs. She tore off her jacket and took off running even faster. Yvette, the track and field champion of the Ghost Academy. Remo, who had been distracted by Yvette's jacket flying behind him, had it land on his face, yelled, "Do you two really have to risk your lives like this?" A minute later, Remo, breathing heavily and feeling his body growing weaker, muttered to himself, "Damn it, why is the stamina of those damn cats so short, yet they can still move?" As he was moving, a hand suddenly reached out from the bushes, grabbing his leg, startling him. Remo looked down in surprise. Before he could process what was happening, he was yanked forcefully into the bushes and fell straight onto the heaving chest of a girl. Remo, now resting against her chest, stared wide-eyed, still disoriented. After a moment, he pushed himself up, his eyes shifting to the girl beside him, and stammered, It's you guys." Remo felt a wave of emotion and tears welled up in his eyes. His face brightened with a puppy-like smile as he spoke with relief, "I knew it. You wouldn't abandon me. Don't worry." He was about to say more when Yvette interrupted him. She pushed him away with a hand, looking at him with a confused yet sincere expression as she said, "The road ahead is blocked. Keep your voice down." Hearing this, Remo felt a sense of disappointment. "I knew it," he muttered. Sylvia, who had been silent, stayed quiet for a while. Yvette then lay down on the ground, pondering, and asked, "Stop wasting words. This place isn't safe. What's our next move? Where do we run now?" Ibet, lying on the grass in torn, ragged clothes, half covered, seemed deep in thought.
Remo glanced at Sylvia, who was pressing her hand to her chest, and suggested, "How about we check if the bear is still chasing us?" Sylvia, speaking in a calm, knowledgeable tone, replied, "No need to check. It's definitely chasing us. A lone bear in the forest is usually the most ruthless predator. We've entered its territory. If it doesn't find us and eat us, it won't stop."
Sylvia shuddered, her pale face trembling as she remembered the fierce look in the bear's eyes. At night, someone had started a fire, and a giant paw had been keeping them warm. The bear sat by the fire, crying sorrowfully and moaning, hoo. Over by Ibet, she looked at Remo with an annoyed tone. "Come here, you bastard. Don't you know a lot about survival skills? Think of something fast." Remo frowned and replied honestly, "I only watch a few survival videos while I'm eating. I'm not an expert in survival. How would I know what to do?" She asked, "Then what were you talking about earlier?" Sylvia was silent for a moment before speaking firmly. "At this point, there's only one thing we can do." She began to undress, and both of the others turned around, embarrassed. Their faces turned pale as panic set in. "What?" they asked. Sylvia calmly responded, "What are you thinking? I'm not talking about that strange thing you're imagining." She quickly realized that in the forest, these animals relied on scent to track their prey. If we leave our clothes behind, it might stop the bear from following us. As she said this, she pulled off her small clothes. Sylvia closed her eyes, feeling embarrassed. "I don't want to do this either, but I have to move quickly to find my sister." "Do you think I want to do this?" Remo looked at her. "This is too fast." Ibet hesitated but then changed her mind. "Well, there's no other choice now. If we have to, we have to. I don't want to die here." Slowly, she reached behind to unhook her bra. Remo's face went as pale as a corpse. Remo opened his mouth in disbelief. "That's way too fast." The girl with the naked body slowly approached him. Remo raised his hand, his eyes wide, stammering, If you're all undressed, then I guess I don't need to anymore, right? I'll just go find a place to hide for a bit." Ibet seemed uninterested and reached for the cloth wrapped around his waist. She braced herself against him, using her other hand to pull down his pants. Remo's eyes went wide and his mouth dropped open, panicking, "No, don't." "Ah." Sylvia also helped Ibet, saying, "You have to take it off too." He still refused, desperately holding onto his pants. After a while, a large mountain range appeared in front of them. Ibet and Sylvia, dressed only in leaves, stood not far away, watching. Ibet spoke up, "This is the spot. We got blocked by this mountain." She rubbed her hand nervously, her face turning red. "Ugh, I'm so embarrassed. We got stopped, so why not just find a way around it? Why are we waiting here?" Remo, naked except for his underwear, stood behind them, hiding his private parts with a rock, feeling helpless. Ibet frowned, confused. "And why are you holding that rock? You look like a weirdo." He awkwardly chuckled and replied, just in case there are some unnecessary blurry effects." Sure, climbing up to get a better view of the surroundings would be the best choice, but none of us knows how to climb a mountain, right? And right now, we don't have any magic." Sylvia didn't pay attention to the two of them. She was on the ground, carefully examining the area. After a while, she seemed to have discovered something. Wait a minute, I recognize my sister's scent." Ibet looked confused. "Huh?" Sylvia turned around and responded, "No doubt about it, it's her scent, but there are also two other women with her. They came through here, around the mountain." At this point, Ibet just stared at her, impressed. He gave a sheepish smile and said, "What's the logic behind her tracking ability?" Remo, who was behind them, gave a suspicious glance and muttered, "It's quite the unique skill." Sylvia quickly pointed ahead and said, "Right now, they're in the mountain." The mountain blocked their path, and suddenly, a surge of energy shot up from the mouth of the mountain, heading straight into the sky. Ibet, feeling a bit alarmed at the sight, tapped Ramo on the shoulder and softly said, what's going on now? Ramo froze for a moment, deep in thought, then murmured, wait, Sylvia mentioned 2 other women. Could it be that Atris and the others are already on the island? Ramo looked towards the mountain and thought to himself, that light over there is part of the Brave Power ritual. Once the ritual is complete. Suddenly, his mind raced, and he imagined a scene of Atris with the girl, both of them completely naked. Ramo's panic grew even worse. As the ritual continued in his thoughts, his mind kept going back to the girl who was making noise. He got so distracted that the stone in his hand slipped and dropped to the ground with a thud. Ramo couldn't process it, he was so shocked that he froze in place. Ibet, seeing this, shook his arm and asked, wide-eyed and confused, Hey, why are you suddenly so stiff? Sylvia clenched her fists in anger and said, damn it. What exactly happened? My sister is still in there. We have to find a way in quickly. No, a familiar voice interrupted. It's too late to find a way now. Ramo's face darkened as he slowly began walking. Ibet, puzzled, asked, you jerk, didn't you say you didn't know how to climb mountains? Sylvia bit her lip and murmured, He didn't say anything else, heading straight for the mountain, leaving the other 2 behind. Ramo spoke seriously, it's true, I don't know how to climb a mountain. But I believe. His hand gripped the rocky surface tightly. Ramo shouted, I believe. Ramo used his strength and incredible speed to quickly climb to the top of the mountain. Ibet, curious, asked, didn't he have no magic? How is he doing this? Sylvia watched him, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. It seemed like she heard him say something just before the end. He said, I believe. Ramo gritted his teeth, clenched his buttocks, and angrily kept climbing, whispering, the willpower of belief. Stacy was a little shaky. Nervously, she asked, Hey, did something really terrible just fall down? Should we go help? But Herveyor said we can't get too close. What should we do? Herveyor stared in surprise. That's Ramo. He stood proudly at the peak of the mountain, and Herveyor asked, did Sylvia go with him? She pursed her lips, her cheeks flushed, and nervously placed her hand on her cheek, deep in thought, if she went with him, what happened? Why is he in that state, half undressed like that? Meanwhile, Ramo stood at the summit of the mountain. He grinned with satisfaction, thinking to himself, just as I thought, it's Atris. There's no way I'm letting her have things her way. In an instant, his expression turned serious. It was a finger no, the aura of a god. No wonder the warriors in the game had grown 100-fold in such a short time, it must be due to divine power. Atris faced a finger emerging from the light earlier, now pointing directly at her. For a moment, she felt a bit confused and stammered, a naked man with a divine figure. Is this also part of the inheritance? The old woman's soul, sharp-eyed, spoke up, part of you is clearly demonic. Damn it, why is there a demon here? Has the demon found this place? Did they send an army to steal the treasure? She turned to reassure her, don't hesitate. Only by claiming the divine inheritance can you gain the power to fight against the demon army. Atris firmly replied, it's useless to urge me, I obviously want to absorb it quickly. But the finger that was pointing at Atris suddenly stopped moving. She was a bit surprised, it's not moving anymore. What's going on? The finger then shifted toward Ramo, who was standing nearby. The old woman thought in disbelief, the broken finger of a god is more interested in the demon? The deity buried in Gazma's territory was a legitimate god. How could it have any connection to a demon? Or is the demon's origin similar to mine, a demigod? But among the demon king's army, only the demon king himself is a demigod. Can't figure it out, right? Can't guess what's going on, right? Ramo chuckled smugly. But for you, from the inside out, from top to bottom, I know everything like the back of my hand. You want to tap into the power of the gods using the lost origin of a demigod.
Meanwhile, there's a new demigod over here.
Ramo stepped out of the smoke, grinning with confidence.
Below, Stacy nervously asked again, I should go help Atries. But Atries won't let me, so what should I do?
Purveyor started to sense something was off and replied, maybe we should just observe for now.
I'm not sure what's really going on. From the cave, an unclear figure appeared, calling out, Sister, are you okay?
Purveyor heard the voice and turned to look, her eyes lighting up as she recognized the person in front of her, grinning widely.
Sylvia, you're here. After a moment, she noticed Sylvia's outfit and curiously asked, Oh, why are you dressed like that?
Sylvia blushed, answering honestly, Oh, well, it's a long story. The three of us ran into some situations where we just had to take off our clothes.
Purveyor thought for a moment and then said, Sounds like a long story, but the three of you couldn't help but undress?
She covered her mouth, laughing shyly.
Did you go ahead of your older sister, little one? Sylvia looked over at Ramo with a puzzled expression and asked, That's Ramo, right? What's he doing over there?
Purveyor cheerfully turned his gaze toward her and quietly replied, Not sure. After he fell from up there, he's been like that with Atries.
Is there something wrong? Stacy seemed to realize something and asked again, Wait, could it be that the guy with the cat head is with the young spirit lady?
Purveyor looked back at her with a firm gaze and said, That's right. We don't know exactly what happened, but he's not a bad guy.
We can vouch for that.
Atries shouted, Stop. She pulled a crossbow from somewhere and aimed it at him, her eyes threatening, If you take another step, I'll kill you. Ramo gritted his teeth and took a defensive stance, thinking to himself, This is bad, she still has that.
Stacy looked at both of them and quietly said, It's fine. This won't be a problem.
Purveyor put his hand to his mouth, awkwardly chuckled, and said, Yeah, I think so.
Sylvia raised an eyebrow, confused, Has the ghost still not shown up?
I told you, we should have just taken the detour. A hand grabbed the edge of the crater, and suddenly, Ebet's head popped up, scolding, You damn bastard, are you down there?
Ramo recognized the familiar voice and looked up, Huh?
She climbed up to the edge of the volcano but carelessly lost her footing and tumbled back down. Atries looked up and saw a huge shadow, her eyes widening in surprise.
What?
She gasped, watching Ebet charge toward her, her chest heaving with each breath. There was a loud crash as the two collided, and they both hit the ground hard. Ebet landed on top of Atries, and unfortunately, her chest ended up pressed against Atries' face.
Atries, furious, yelled out.
Shit, what the hell are you doing? She struggled, crying out in pain. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Ebet slowly sat up, her hand gently touching the crossbow. She seemed to have noticed something. Picking it up, she curiously inspected the weapon.
What is this?
Ramo rushed over, shouting.
Wait, Ebet, put that down.
Ebet ignored him, squeezing the trigger. The arrow shot out, speeding straight into a large stone on the ceiling.
Ramo groaned in frustration. Great, it's ruined.
The arrow embedded itself into the rock, and the impact caused the stone to crack. The crack spread quickly, and soon the stone shattered, raining down like a shower. The sky darkened, and a loud rumbling shook the mountain as rocks and debris fell from above.
Sylvia rushed over in a panic, trying to catch the rock that was about to fall on her bear.
Be careful, sister. Stacy, standing a little farther away, was terrified.
The mountain's collapsing.
Meanwhile, Ramo was touching his finger to a golden finger that was floating in midair, making it glow brightly. The golden finger was hovering right in front of him. He excitedly shouted.
I got it.
Suddenly, he heard a loud rumbling sound behind him. A huge rock fell in his direction, kicking up a cloud of dust.
Amidst the dust, Ramo's figure appeared, with a faint glow coming from something he was holding.
He raised the golden finger, making it shine brighter, then covered his nose with his hand, glancing at it and thinking to himself.
So, the landslide covered everything up, huh? Lucky I wasn't crushed right here. Even better, I got the finger. Finally, I can relax. As he quietly celebrated, Atries appeared out of nowhere. She shouted, "Give me the god's finger." Without hesitation, she lunged at Remo. He panicked and yelled, "Why are you here too? Calm down, maybe we can talk this out." Atries clung tightly to him, determined. "There's nothing to discuss with a demon like you." Atries's chest pressed against his face as she tried to wrestle the god's finger away from him. "Ugh, stop touching me." Eh. A faint, powerless voice echoed in Atries's ear. "The finger has already chosen its master. Trying to take it from him is useless. You can only kill him to get it. Otherwise, go find your weapon." On the other side, Ibet groggily got up, grumbling, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, what in the world just happened?" Atries's seductive chest was still pressed against his face. He was surprised, thinking, "Ibet is here too." He yelled out, "Ah. Ibet, where's the weapon you just picked up?" Ibet turned around in shock and looked at him. "Weapon?" A crossbow was lying in the corner. Both Ibet and Atries turned their eyes toward the gun in the corner of the cave. They rushed toward it, but it seemed Ibet was faster. Remo, with his fingers raised in a confident gesture, chuckled smugly, Looks like you've forgotten what's most important right now." He tightened his grip on his finger, and suddenly there were loud, surprised voices, "Who's grabbing my butt?" "You've got the wrong one." "Don't pull my pants." "Yeah, stop pulling my pants." A chaotic brawl broke out between the three of them, and it looked ridiculously funny. Atries screamed, "Stop pulling on the clothes, they're about to rip." In the middle, Remo panicked, holding his pants with one hand and shouting loudly toward Ibet, "What time is it? Why are you still focusing on me?" Ibet fought back, pulling and protesting, "Don't tell me what to do. Whose hand is in my mouth? I told you not to pull the clothes." "Wait, where are you touching?" "Ugh, disgusting." Atries, her clothes all over the place, gritted her teeth, flew up, and kicked Remo in the head, causing him to crash into Ibet's chest. She pulled out her golden finger and commanded, "Turn off the lights." "Ha. You're so annoying, I'll risk it with you, don't stop, it's about to break." "Let me go, it's about to break, it's about to break." Where's the other person?" While the two of them were fighting each other, when did Ibet step out? She ordered, "Don't move." Hearing the voice, both of them jumped in surprise. Remo, stunned, screamed out loud, Yes sir." "Oh yeah, good job, Since when did Ibet point a gun at them?" She thought to herself, "They're so dumb." Atries spoke up. It's my weapon, and I don't even know about it?" "You already fired it once. Even if you get it, it's useless." Ibet then decided to test. "Let's see first." Atries quickly got up, raised both hands, leaving Remo still lying flat. No, I'm sorry, don't try it. I know how incredible that thing is." In the game, Atries relied on her unbelievable combat power and that weapon. She made a straight path of kills from outside the city to right in front of the Demon King. As long as there wasn't a cooldown period, it looked ordinary, but it could break through the Demon King's defenses. Its level of power was so unbelievable that even the scriptwriters didn't know how to explain it, so they just used those three magical words: genuine ancient artifact, the one that was conveniently bought from a street vendor. Remo silently thought to himself, now that the god's finger was in his hand, her weapon had been taken away. His expression changed as he said, "Looks like this time." Before he could finish thinking, Ibet raised her gun at him, smiling smugly. "I've won." She pointed her finger and ordered, "Take off your uniform and stand up." Her command shocked both Remo and Atries. Your obsession?" His face twisted into a menacing expression, looking both eerie and doubtful. "Why is it so deep? If you keep going like this, the censors won't just sit back and ignore it." Cough, cough, cough. Sylvia hugged her, then asked her older sister with concern, "Are you okay?" Hervé replied, "I'm fine." It seemed like the broken stones had formed a barrier, so in a way, it was lucky. Meanwhile, Stacy was kneeling and crying. "Ah, I'm crushed. Hobo, I'll take all the clothes you ever wore and make a grave to bury them." The two sisters stared at her, pretending to think. "I already found a beautiful spot for you, right next to the tavern of the other race." Hervé reluctantly interrupted, "I just heard something. It seems like they've set up another space over there. Their situation might be just like ours." "It's fine." Stacy's eyes welled up, "Really?" Sylvia pointed ahead, "Maybe it's blocked by these stones. If we still have enough power, we can break through it. Tear it down." An idea suddenly flashed in Stacy's mind. She shouted, "I've got it!" Sylvia and Hervé looked at her, puzzled as she rummaged through something. She raised a bag and exclaimed, "A big bomb!" Hervé looked doubtful. "So, how exactly can we store that thing down there?" Stacy winked and held up a bag, saying, "It's a magic bag Atreus made for me. It doesn't use any mana, and you can store things in it. The weight stays on you, but it's really convenient. All of Atreus' luggage is in here. She trusts me the most." Sylvia raised an eyebrow. "Wait, didn't she just treat you like a walking backpack?" Sylvia turned to Hervé and asked, "Sister, are you sure it's safe to let her set that off here?" Hervé wasn't entirely sure but answered, "It should be fine. We'll just need to run far enough when it goes off. As long as Ramo and the others aren't right on the other side of the wall, we'll be okay." The two fell silent, deep in thought. Stacy remained sitting in front of the bomb. She pointed at it and cast a small fire spell. The sisters rushed over, alarmed. "Wait!" Meanwhile, on the other side, Ibet ordered, "Take your pants off and stand up." Atreus, panicked, thought, She's a ghost, right? And yet, she's acting like this in front of others, still hungry and grabbing everything she can." The old aunt agreed too. "I had never seen a ghost so hungry before, but clearly, the two of them were at odds. They were taking full advantage of this conflict to buy more time. I could feel my strength coming back." The old aunt reminded Atreus, and hearing that, Atreus quietly laughed to herself, "Perfect." She quickly glanced at Ramo and said, "How dare he steal from me? I want him dead." The old aunt advised, "Don't rush. My strength isn't fully restored yet. That ghost doesn't seem too smart. You could try to get her on your side first." Atreus quickly agreed, saying, "Got it, got it." She stepped forward and provoked, "Come on, shoot me already. We're on the same team, Ghost Lady." Ramo and the old aunt both jumped in surprise, "Huh?" Atreus confidently continued, "Once I get my finger, I'll officially allow you to join my team. Together, we'll save the world." The sound of a gun cocking echoed toward Atreus, "Oh." The ghost laughed, "Ha ha. What does saving the world have to do with me? And you think I need your special approval? You're really brave." Atreus quickly spun around and backed away, shouting, "Ah ah ah. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I was wrong, I was wrong." Ramo shouted loudly at Ibet, "All you want is for me to take off my pants, right? Fine." His face darkened as he firmly said, "I'll do it." Sweat dripped from Ramo's forehead as he thought to himself and sneered, "I can feel my magic recovering, which means Ibet's must be doing the same." But ghosts have a special ability, they can observe the flow of magic in private areas and use it to figure out a person's true identity. So, that means. He grabbed the waistband of his pants, telling himself that once he took them off, he wouldn't be able to hide his identity anymore. He gulped hard. What should he do? Was his only option to ask Atreus for help? He looked at Atreus, causing her to call out in confusion, "Huh?" He stared at her, silently planning his next move. "I'll distract Ibet, and she'll grab the weapon from Ibet's hands. As long as we break the situation, there'll be a chance to wait for my magic to recover and then escape."
Atrice suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I get it now." Remo felt a rush of relief and raised his hand to acknowledge her.
She gets it. But a moment later, he furrowed his brow, thinking, wait a second. Why did she say that out loud?
No wonder she's from the demon race, such shamelessness.
I get it now, she's suggesting we join forces, right?
As she spoke, Atrice started unzipping her pants.
Remo, sitting on the ground, was left stunned. Huh?
Atrice kept unbuttoning her shirt. But Remo thought to himself, I've only had experience with same-sex situations, and this current scenario is just a last resort.
Remo screamed in shock, who asked you?
It was clear that they couldn't rely on this crazy, unpredictable explorer. Atrice crawled over to Remo, panic rising in him. He didn't care what happened, just anyone, stop this.
Boom!
A loud explosion rang out, sending both Remo and Atrice flying through the air. Suddenly, a much bigger explosion followed, with its shockwave lifting all three of them into the sky.
Remo's face slammed into Abet's chest. A hole had been blasted open.
From the other side, a voice called out, Atrice.
Stacy emerged from the dust, I'm here to save you.
In front of Stacy, Atrice was sprawled out, bruised and bleeding, her face pressed against the rubble.
Stacy gasped, ah.
In a panic, Stacy rushed over to help Atrice, who was unconscious and covered in injuries.
Ah, how did this happen? Am I too late? Stacy cried, hugging her and sobbing.
Abet groggily picked himself up, holding his head in confusion.
What's going on?
Why is there so much blasting? What the heck?
At this moment, Remo was still face first in Abet's chest.
Abet, furious, slapped Remo hard, sending him flying.
And you freak. Why do you always do this?
Remo was knocked sideways, a tear falling down his face, unable to say anything but, it was an accident. He slowly crawled to his feet and asked Abet, wait, where's your weapon?
Abet suddenly remembered, weapon. Meanwhile, Atrice let out a wicked laugh. Ha ha, looks like this time.
She pulled the trigger, causing rocks and dirt to scatter around them. Stacy flinched, her eyes wide in shock, as both of them stared at her.
Atrice sat up, her voice booming, I've won. Abet panicked, grabbing Remo, it's over.
Clack, 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 the sound echoed. Atrice stared at them.
Remo's face turned pale as he stared back.
Atrice made a sound of annoyance.
Both Abet and Remo looked terrified, but Abet spoke up, confused, oh? Atrice huffed angrily.
The two of them suddenly sighed in relief.
Oh.
Embarrassed, Atrice tapped her head.
I forgot. Without magic, this weapon doesn't work. Had ha.
Stacy, however, didn't seem concerned with what was happening. She was thrilled.
Atrice, you're still alive. That's great. Remo panicked. Don't start remembering important things like this. Wait, a voice called out. Lady Atrice. It was Herveyor.
She raised both hands and said, this is all just a misunderstanding.
Atrice looked at her, suspicious. A misunderstanding, Miss Herveyor? Why did you help that demon?
Herveyor explained, even though Mr. Remo appears to be a demon on the outside, he's actually on our side, with Gazma. There's no point in hiding the truth anymore.
The truth is, Mr. Remo.
As she spoke, she subtly signaled to Sylvia, then turned her gaze back to Abet and Remo.
He's the savior mentioned in our elves' prophecy and also the adventurer talked about in human lore.
Abet, confused, pointed at Remo.
An adventurer? Remo, equally puzzled, pointed at himself. Me?
Stacy replied, that cat-eared guy is the adventurer, but Atrice has always said she's the real adventurer. She likes it when I call her the adventurer the most.
Atrice shouted, they're lying. Sylvia questioned, clearly skeptical. It's obvious, isn't it? If she keeps calling herself an explorer, has she ever caused any harm to the Demon Lord's army? Stacy wasn't convinced. Atries isn't lying. How could a demon be an explorer? Do you have any proof? Sylvia responded confidently, Of course I do. Have you ever heard of the Black Knight? The Black Knight had once saved a convicted criminal, rescuing the nun Polly from the demon lord's army. Why ask about this? The image of the Black Knight carrying Polly as he walked out of the prisoner's holding area came to mind. Purveyor pointed at Ramo, because Ramo was the Black Knight. Ramo, taken by surprise, said, Huh? He had no idea what was going on, but being called an explorer didn't seem like a bad thing. He happily agreed, Oh, right. Everything they're saying is true. Stacy gripped her magic staff tightly and shouted, What are you all talking about? Demons are the best liars. The Black Knight could easily be a scheme set up by Lucifer himself. But Hervé and Sylvia remained confident, insisting, No, Ramo isn't a demon, or at least not just a demon. That's right, it's a long story. A terrifying scene appeared, with a demonic creature with a long tongue bullying a girl. Then, an image of someone holding a syringe in front of the demon appeared. Stacy, after hearing this, sighed, I can't believe it's such a twisted story. Atri screamed, I knew it was fake the moment I heard it. Why do you believe everything they say? She wasn't convinced and pointed at them, raising her voice, even if all of that is true, it wouldn't be enough to make him hate the demon army, right? Besides, how could an ambush in the Demon King's castle not be detected by him? Could it be that he has some sort of deal with the Demon King? Sylvia rested her chin on her hand, thinking. A deal? Of course, there's a deal. You saw it too, right? Ramo, he's not bad looking, is he? Then, she ordered Ramo to stand still like a model. He was startled. Ha! The ruler of the demon army, Demon King Lucifer, has lost all interest in the opposite sex, probably because of his supreme intellect and power. To him, other males are no different from females, Sylvia continued, as an image of Lucifer sitting on his throne, his gaze intense, appeared. It was a morning, a strange encounter. A chance meeting, almost like fate, when Ramo and Lucifer accidentally brushed past each other. Lucifer looked at Ramo with a sharp gaze and a twisted smile on his lips, making Ramo feel like he was facing a disaster, just like how humans' mothers would react. Sylvia's story shocked everyone. Hervé and Stacy blinked, eyes wide, oh. Ramo was furious and speechless. Hervé whispered. Mr. Ramo is still here. Is it really necessary to make it sound so exaggerated? Sylvia insisted. I'm not exaggerating. These are all reasonable details. Ramo stood frozen, his face blank. Tears quietly streamed down his face as he thought. If you keep speculating like this comic will have to move to the next area. But if it can help me stay firmly in my role as an explorer. He cleared his throat, gritted his teeth, and put on a reluctant expression. Everything they said was true. Hervé pretended to be surprised. True? No wonder, when I was in the Demon King's army, the Demon King never wavered. I lost to a cat? She cried silently, and Atries asked. What is going on here? Didn't you always say I was the only explorer? The old woman spoke up, It can't be. They must have been charmed. The aura around you can't be faked. That guy is a threat, and he must be eliminated. Hearing that, Ramo's expression turned cold, his face dark with tension as he looked at them. The old aunt continued, This person is a threat. We must eliminate him before he causes any more harm. Atries thought to herself, Don't just talk about it, go ahead and take action. The old aunt replied, Wait a little longer. I'm not sure I can directly kill those two demons yet, but I won't wait much longer. Ugh, so annoying. Atries angrily said. Then she turned to Sylvia and said, Your Highnesses, the demon race is the best at deception. Don't let that evil demon fool you. Sylvia responded, Mr. Ramo's character has already been tested by our sacred relic. If you don't believe it, we can test it again. Sister, activate the truth stone. Hervé nodded and then asked, Remo, what is your greatest wish? Remo placed his hand over his left chest and said, my unwavering belief in this life is to drive the demon king Lucifer Morla and his army out of Gazma's territory.
Hervé observed the sacred relic on his chest for a moment, but there was no reaction.
Sylvia said, there's no issue.
Ibet thought to herself, a Dark Knight spy in the demon army, a half-blood, and now another explorer.
Doesn't this person have too many identities? Sylvia pointed at the stone on Hervé's chest and said, see? Now it's your turn. Atris stood stunned and said, I. Sylvia asked seriously, what's wrong? Are you scared? Afraid I'll expose your true face? Stacy nervously said, isn't this just a test? How could we possibly be crushed by a demon? My biggest dream is to drive the demon army out of Gazma's territory. The stone on Hervé's chest lit up and beeped. Following the sound of the sacred artifact, Hervé said, does this mean you're lying? Atris angrily glared at the stone on Hervé's chest and said, my dream is to destroy the demon king.
The stone beeped again.
Atris, frustrated, then said, my dream is to become the strongest person in the world.
She screamed at the top of her lungs, a peaceful world. But in response to her screams, all she heard was the endless beeping.
She helplessly knelt down.
A dream is a dream, after all. Remo, seeing Atris's situation, thought to himself, that twisted woman could even be called the ultimate form of perversion.
Of course, I can't say that out loud.
After all, her goal is to turn the entire world into her harem. But this was just a symbol. While the world after the Demon King's death was left unknown in the game's ending, based on her behavior, some users on the forums had speculated that only someone with extensive experience in dealing with women's transformation potions could have searched for the recipe to turn a person into a woman, or even change the Demon King into a woman. Her true goal was to feminize the entire world and then gather it all into her harem.
Wasn't that more like the Demon King than herself? The more Remo thought about it, the angrier he became.
At this moment, Atris, feeling helpless, collapsed to her knees in front of the group of elves.
Sylvia pointed at her and said, I knew it. You've been exposed. I knew from the start you were a fake adventurer. Atris felt completely insane.
She grabbed a handful of her hair and said, this little demon didn't just steal my sacred artifact, but now she's daring to impersonate me.
Auntie, kill these two demons.
Her eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Her old aunt appeared and said, don't call me auntie. Then, a massive surge of power suddenly erupted, accompanied by loud, thunderous sounds that shook the air.
Stacy suddenly realized something and said, ah. Is Atris about to explode? Hervé, confused, asked, what do you mean by explode?
Stacy explained, every time Atris is pushed to her limits, an overwhelming force bursts out of her. Last time, when Atris was at the silver level, after exploding, she directly killed a giant dragon. The three elves listening to this immediately said, it's clear there's something seriously wrong with a silver level adventurer killing a giant dragon.
Moreover, that pressure. It's no longer in the realm of the sacred realm.
That's the pressure of a demigod. Right now, Atris and her old aunt have truly become one in unstoppable, immense power.
The two smaller elves, now terrified, said, what is that behind her? Stacy looked at the old aunt and said, ah. It's a death spirit. So Atris is a necromancer.
That looks like a powerful being that's disappeared, but I've never seen this face in any ancient texts. Either it's someone who vanished long ago, before history was even recorded, or it's a demigod from another realm.
Stacy saw this enormous power and, for a moment, couldn't understand, saying, what does this mean? Has Atris stopped being Atris?
Ibet looked at Remo and said, hey, you idiot, why can she still use that power?
Don't just stand there, figure something out. At that moment, Atris looked at the two of them and said, Miss Hervé, don't worry. My only targets are those two evil demons.
Then, Atris stepped closer to the four of them, holding a deadly blade in her hand. She said, death is the best way out for you. With that, she launched the sharp sword in her hand, moving at the speed of light.
Die, demons.
Remo reached out and caught the flying sword heading toward him, saying, "So, you finally show yourself. I've been waiting for you for a long time, old lady."
Atris turned her head and asked the old woman, "What's going on? Does that demon recognize you?"
The old woman behind her replied, "Yes, a simple probing move like that scared him.
He's clearly trying to trap you. No one can know about my existence in this domain. I'm an ancient demigod, older than time itself. Even a demon king would have never heard my name." Remo looked at the old woman and asked again, "Don't believe it? It's just a shame that you're even more special than you imagined.
I not only know your ancient origins, so ancient that even the oldest books have no record of them, but I also know your name."
"Poet, am I right?"
The old woman gasped in disbelief and said, "No way, there's no way anyone could know I exist."
Atris, who had been listening but still didn't understand what was going on, asked, "What did he just say? What's going on here?"
Remo raised his hand to cover his face and smiled in a chilling, terrifying way.
He thought to himself, "You can't figure it out, can you? You can't understand, right?
If I had the chance to stand in front of you like this sooner, I wouldn't have waited for you to come around later, calling out some strange kind of alliance to find me. Two demigods fighting each other wouldn't just expose our true identities, it would also drag the twin spirits into it.
Though I can't strike directly, suspicion is like a seed, it only needs to be planted, and soon enough, it'll grow."
He spoke up again, "Atris, you never once thought about what would happen if you kept working with her, did you?"
Atris immediately responded, "What are you trying to say?" Remo, gesturing wildly, replied, "Of course, I'm trying to tell you. For a demigod who's been dead for so many years, what's the most tempting thing?
Revenge against an old enemy, the ability to touch everything in the world with your own hands, to once again possess a real body, to be reborn. Taking control is the simplest and most effective way. That's why your body is like a piece of meat in the eyes of a hungry wolf to her." Remo had just described the entire process and the reason why the old woman had approached Atris but couldn't say a word, so she angrily snapped, "Please, can you make your own judgments? Don't just listen to him talk nonsense." Atris stood there, caught in an unclear situation, hearing the old woman's words. She could only stare blankly, unable to speak, only managing to make a soft sound.
Seeing this, Remo continued to push forward, saying, "So, you're not speaking because you don't believe me? Or are you wondering whether what I'm saying is true or false? Let me tell you what that woman did when she was alive. Let me tell you the real truth."
The old woman, furious, cursed and raised her hand to cast a magic circle, saying, "Be silent." With a loud pop, Remo thought to himself, "I've fallen into the trap." A crackling sound followed, and the old woman spoke again, "My power is enough to open a rift and teleport us.
Let's leave here." Atris asked, "Ah, just like that?"
But the god's finger was still in their hands, and the truth he was about to reveal was left hanging.
At that moment, the old woman angrily shouted, "Do you want to listen to the words of a demon? His identity is not simple. Right now, I'm not sure I can completely control him. It's just a fingertip, but there are other ways."
Hearing this, Atris asked, but then she turned to look at Remo. Clenching her fist, she muttered, "Damn it, just wait." Then, without another word, she stepped into the crack. The old woman didn't forget to call out, "Stacy, come along."
Stacy, still unaware of what was happening, looked confused and asked, "Ah, so they're leaving now? What about the young lady and Mr. Remo?"
At that moment, Atris had already stepped into the circle and disappeared.
Stacy finally realized what was going on and called out, "Ah, wait for me." Now, only the old woman remained. Remo, noticing this, asked, "What's wrong? You can't bring yourself to leave?"
The old woman looked at Remo and replied, "No, I just suddenly realized something. You're not from this world." With that, the old woman turned and stepped into the circle, vanishing in an instant. Remo stood there, stunned for a moment. The two elves, who were hugging each other, saw this and commented, "She's gone, disappeared." Purveyor spoke up first, "Well, Remo is a demon, of course, he's not from this world."
"What's so strange about that?" Sylvia added, "Who knows what they're really thinking? Anyway, the troublemaker's finally gone.
Remo was still thinking about what his old aunt had said earlier.
He quietly thought to himself, that's not right.
There are so many territories here, and very few people use the term this world.
What exactly did she figure out?
The two spirits looked at Remo and spoke up. It's not safe to stay here for long.
We should figure out a way to leave.
Where's Abet?
Purveyor asked. Huh? Isn't she always behind you? Remo turned around at that moment. Huh? Behind me?
He saw Abet, completely naked, and she blushed, muttering, "Ugh, you. You bastard." Remo stared at her, and at that moment, she was both angry and embarrassed, shouting, "Stop looking." Abet, seeing Remo staring at her, yelled, "This is so annoying.
Why is it only this jerk who can restore his magic powers?" Remo looked at Abet and said, "Why is it always you selling out the benefits?" She heard him and slapped out a powerful strike, saying, "You think I want this? Look for yourself."
With a soft thud, Remo shut his eyes.
Sylvia saw this and said, "The cave exploded. I'll go outside and see if I can recover any of the items. Maybe the bear has moved away by now."
At this moment, Remo was holding his face and sobbing, saying, "Hey, you've ruined my champion."
Purveyor sadly remarked, "I thought I could become their ally, but this is what happens. Is it really possible for another soul to take over a body like that?" Hearing this, Remo lifted his hand to support his face and replied, "Who knows?" Purveyor asked, confused, "Huh? So you were just lying to them?" Remo responded, "Hey, how could it be lying? I was just sharing a reasonable guess. In the end, aren't they just feeling guilty themselves?"
He thought that if she only wanted to cause trouble for the Demon King's army, she might actually be a very reliable teammate. But sadly, her goal still included him. While Sylvia was acting, she found the lost items, a set of clothes and a large sword.
By this time, everyone was properly dressed.
Remo raised his hand and pushed upwards, causing a clinking sound.
A time rift appeared. Abet saw this and said, "You can open a teleportation gate? Then why did we have to take a boat earlier?"
Remo replied, "Opening this kind of gate comes at a great cost.
I won't use it unless absolutely necessary. I can open a teleportation gate, what's so surprising about that?"
Abet leaned in close to Remo and said, "No, while your strength hasn't fully recovered, you've still taken a hit from a demigod. Given that, it's not that surprising that someone with your strength can open a teleportation gate, I suppose." Abet walked toward the gate and added, "I just wonder if you're starting to seem all-powerful."
Sylvia cut in, "All right, enough talking. I don't want my sister waiting too long on the other side. Let's hurry."
In Sylvia's heart, she quietly thought to herself that she felt like she had forgotten something. Meanwhile, the captain's boat was still floating on the sea. He and the brown bear behind him raised their hands to signal a greeting. He didn't turn around, keeping his focus on the steering wheel in front of him as he said, "Ha, nothing can defeat a seasoned man of the sea.
Not even the Kraken. Ha ha ha."
A man and a bear on a ship, setting sail with the sails full, yelled out. At that moment, Atreus and Stacy stepped out from the teleportation portal. Atreus punched the ground in anger and muttered,
Damn it, damn it."
Stacy, worried, called out to Atreus. The old woman's figure appeared, saying,
"Are you done with your anger? Once you're finished, put away that temper of yours. We have something more important to do." Atreus stood up and asked the old woman, "Was everything that demon said true?"
The old woman replied, "He was just babbling nonsense, but there's one thing he wasn't wrong about. I do long to have a body again, to be silent for 1,000 years in the darkness. You can't possibly understand how desperately I crave a real, flesh and bone body."
"But can a hawk really enter the body of a sparrow? If you want me to descend, your body is far from being worthy." Atreus felt furious after hearing this but couldn't say anything in response.
The old woman continued, So now you understand why I've been gathering the lost remains of the gods, right?
Atreus calmed down and asked, "What do you want?"
The old woman went on, "As for that demon, I have some theories. Maybe he comes from another world, not from our domain, but from a higher plane where someone like us exists.
Some call them the reincarnated species."
I used to laugh at those who suggested this idea, saying they were just drunk and babbling nonsense.
I never expected this theory to turn out to be true.
It was in my mind first, but there's no proof, and you don't need to know what it is.
For you, this is not important right now.
Next, we need to head to the center of the Demon King's army.
Atreus asked again, "What's the point of going to the center of the Demon King's army?" The old woman replied, "Don't you understand?
Your status as an explorer has been challenged. Now you have no choice but to create trouble for the Demon King's army to boost your fame and credibility.
What's even more important is that another divine relic is hidden there."
At the Holy Cathedral, the bells rang with a clear chime, kang kang kang, as a disciple knelt before the Holy Master.
Meanwhile, the bells at Bradley's side rang as well, one after another.
He was absorbed in gazing at the Heartstone's model in front of him. At this moment, a small bell rang at the place where the Saintess was. She looked out the window, gazing at the sky.
Papa approached from behind and asked, "Saintess, is something wrong?" Without looking back, the Saintess replied, "Papa, do you see it?" Papa, confused, asked again, See what?" "There's nothing there."
The Saintess calmly said, "On the day of the execution, I heard that noble person whisper to me. And now, the sound is the same, the divine aura is the same.
I won't be mistaken, I won't missee it."
As she spoke, she reached out toward the feathers gently falling by the window, whispering to herself, "A god is waiting for me." After stepping through the portal, Hervé stretched, feeling refreshed and sighed, "Ah."
Sylvia, excited, cheered, "You're finally back." The atmosphere on the continent still felt more relaxed, sister. "So, where are we heading next?" Hervé cheerfully replied, "Of course, we're heading back to the Demon King's castle to continue lying low." Remo, a bit confused, asked, "Huh? Didn't you already send out the intel? With such a good opportunity, aren't you going back home first or something?" Hervé pointed at Remo and said, "Of course we're not going back. I've told you before, we can't let Mr. Remo take risks alone."
Sylvia rushed over and hugged Hervé, adding, "That's right, I'm her sister, so wherever we go together."
Remo couldn't help but think, you don't have to be so eager to help. It wasn't easy getting those two to leave, and now more people are coming? Honestly, I don't even feel like going back anymore. Well, guess that makes sense. Ebet, standing by, asked, "What about you?" Remo hesitated and answered, I need to go see the Saintess.
There's some intel I need to exchange with her."
He thought to himself, you're asking where I'm going? Obviously, I'm heading as far away from you guys as possible for now.
Ebet quickly replied, "I'll come with you."
Remo stammered, You're coming with me? Why? Ebet responded, "It's a secret from our ghost group." What, are you too scared to let me come along? At this moment, the two spirits spoke up, "Well, then, we'll say goodbye here. We'll meet again at the Demon King's castle." Remo smiled and said, "Goodbye."
In his heart, he thought, I can't just leave without saying goodbye.
At the Demon King's army territory west of the city, boss.
Remo's voice called out, and the hotel owner greeted him happily, "All right, come with me."
"But I'm sorry, we only have one room left for two people." Remo thought to himself, this always happens when we stay somewhere, doesn't it?
The hotel owner continued, "If you want to rent it, you two will have to make do for now.
There really have been so many merchants passing through lately.
We've expanded a lot, but it's still not enough."
Remo asked, "Why has trade suddenly picked up so much?" The owner replied, Don't you two know? It's all thanks to Lord Bradley.
Since Lord Bradley took charge, Marian's territory has exempted all trade taxes. Because of that, merchants pass through here constantly or come to settle. She pointed to a picture of Bradley hanging on the wall and smiled. This place has become a mandatory stop.
At first, everyone looked down on it. I never imagined I'd one day be struggling with so many guests.
But Lord Bradley has one very strange request. He demands that merchants pay their taxes with waste and garbage.
I really don't understand what he plans to do with all that.
Ramo thought to himself, anyway, the living conditions of the fly demons are a bit too hard to describe. You'd be surprised if you understood them.
But from what she said, the Demon King's army has already cleared a path for trade. If things keep going like this, I'm worried. He imagined the scene of the townspeople cheering, yeah. Wow. Whoa, the great Demon King is so honest.
He thought to himself, this is getting terrifying. Violence was driving the Allied forces to be unable to resist the Demon King's army's attacks. While the food policies might slow down the Demon King's army's supply stockpiling, in the end, they would still bow to them.
They were being completely cornered. Ebet stepped forward and scolded, why are you standing there dawdling? After everything that's happened, are you really still worried about this stuff?
She walked over to the fruit table and said, even though we share a room, if you try anything funny, I'll make you regret it. As she said that, she grabbed a cucumber from the table and took a big bite, crunching loudly. Ramo quickly covered himself when he saw the situation. The hostess whispered to Ramo, hey, bro, it doesn't look like this lady is your girlfriend, right?
Ramo replied, of course not.
So, if there's another room, it would really help a lot.
The landlady responded, there aren't any rooms left, but it's rare to meet such a beautiful demon like you. How about you stay in my room? I could even give you a half-price discount on the room. Ramo quickly shoved the landlady out of the room and said, the inspection team won't allow it. Goodbye. He slammed the door shut. Inside the room, Ghost lay down on the comfortable bed and said, this is so nice. The trip was exhausting.
Ramo ran into the bathroom, but not before calling out, I'm using the bathroom for a bit, so don't do anything weird.
Ebet responded from inside, I'm too busy to pay attention to you. Ramo went into the bathroom and locked the door.
There was a click as he sealed it, then cast a silence spell. He pointed his finger upward and said, Flem, display the video screen.
The person in the video is Flem. He asked, you've contacted me before, right? Is something urgent going on?
Flem replied, well, it's not really anything major, but the commander of the Bradley army reported that they found something suspicious in Marion's territory, possibly an ancient relic.
He specifically asked me to report it to you, Your Majesty. Ramo asked again, suspecting it was an ancient ruin.
The sound of paper rustling echoed as Flem replied, I deeply apologize for disturbing His Majesty in seclusion with this uncertain intelligence.
It's my fault.
Ramo's fingers, tracing the inheritance marks on his body, moved all over, causing him to groan, ha.
He kept digging through his clothes, unable to stop.
Meanwhile, Flem was still reporting, Your Majesty.
Ramo interrupted, it's fine. I've reached a critical moment. Keep monitoring the ancient ruin. I'm quite interested in it. Disconnect now. Flem quickly responded, understood, and the sound of teleportation faded.
Ramo kept searching through his clothes and muttered, this isn't a place for you to be.
Get out.
Outside, Ebet noticed Ramo had been inside for a long time with no sound coming from the room.
She muttered to herself, what's he doing in there? He's been in there for half a day without a peep. She thought, he didn't sneak off by himself, did he?
Then she rushed toward the bathroom door and banged on it hard.
Ramo jumped up in shock, and only then did he say, it's ruined. I can't get out.
Outside, Ebet heard him and said, no, I can't get out.
She immediately fainted and fell backward.
At this moment, Ramo had managed to open the door and step outside.
Seeing the situation, he couldn't help but exclaim. Ha! Meanwhile, at Marion's domain, a demon knelt and reported, there has been a report from the Demon King's city.
They said they will report the situation here to him. If things go smoothly, it won't be long before everything aligns with your wishes.
The true master, Lord Barabop, holding a glass of wine, laughed loudly, ha ha ha, good. Once the task is complete, of course, you will be generously rewarded. Bradley knelt down and replied, thank you, my lord. But I cannot be certain if he will come here to investigate. I've heard that Lucifer Morla has been absent from the Demon King's army for many days. Barabop responded, he will come. This is the place where the ancient gods vanished. Even the smallest disturbance here will be irresistible. The gods' bodies were cut into pieces, and before they died, they laid down many forbidden traps. Such a forbidden place, even at my level as a demon god, I wouldn't dare step foot in recklessly. Bradley, stunned, asked, laid down forbidden traps before dying? Barabop brought the glass of wine to his lips and said, she still hopes that her broken, decaying body can somehow come back together after death, and that from there, she will be reborn. The power of the gods is not something you can predict. I'll help you set up a fake scene to lure Lucifer Morla here. You go ahead and prepare for the welcome. Bradley responded clearly and firmly. Barabop raised his hand and lifted the magical orb, which immediately cracked wide open. At the same time, he said, by then, a new generation of stars from hell will disappear right here. The sound of breaking glass echoed as shards fell to the floor. Barabop's hand dropped, and a piece of glass reflected Bradley's face. He thought to himself, after visiting the invincible fortress, it seems like Lucifer Morla has an unexpected long-term vision. He's managed to make both me and the Demon King his opponents. He really knows how to make things difficult. But it looks like all the intelligence we've gathered wasn't by chance. Bradley stood up and left. As he walked, he thought about how he had sent the prisoners as ambassadors while suddenly retreating into seclusion, as if vanishing from the Demon King's city. Now that the divine ruins had appeared, Lucifer Morla had probably already been preparing for this. There's always darkness beneath the light. While everyone was still wondering why the prisoners were sent as ambassadors, all eyes turned to the elf. Lucifer Morla had disguised himself and infiltrated the delegation. He's already left the Demon Lord's castle, right? We need to prepare to welcome the great Demon Lord properly. Meanwhile, Abed is lying in bed, sound asleep. Too big, it's too big, the mushroom's too big. She suddenly bolts upright and exclaims loudly, I won't eat the mushroom. Then, she starts panting heavily. Ramo, standing by the door, sees this and says, Mushroom, you're finally awake. Are you okay? Ibet, still a bit confused, asks, did you carry me to bed? Ramo responds, of course it was me. Who else could it have been? Immediately, a pillow flies straight into his face. Then, Ibet rushes at him, hitting him repeatedly with the pillow, shouting, I'm going to drag you down with me. Ramo raises his arms to shield his head with the pillow, explaining, Hey, what's going on with you? I saw you suddenly faint, and out of kindness, I just carried you to bed. Ibet yells back, You definitely did something unspeakable while I was unconscious, didn't you? Just like you were trembling in the bathroom. Shameless, shameless. Ramo stared at the person, then asked again, the bathroom? I understand now, that was a misunderstanding. It's the broken finger I got from the island earlier. Just now, the finger ran into my pants. I only wanted to grab it. Who knew you'd suddenly burst in like that? Ibet turned around and saw the finger boldly holding a cup, standing there as if it was about to drink, with water flowing out of the cup as it stayed in that position. Ramo shouted, Hey, we're already like this, stop drinking. Ibet immediately caught on and said, Oh, so you put that thing in your pants? How messed up can you be? Ramo explained, I told you, it ran in on its own. Can you stop already? He was thinking to himself that in the game, Atreus had absorbed it to gain the power of an explorer. If he absorbed it too, maybe he could level up even more. But just thinking about the fact that it still had some kind of consciousness made him uneasy. What if it really did take over his body? He figured he'd just leave it for now. Then, the sound of the cup breaking suddenly snapped Ramo out of his thoughts. Both of them turned toward the finger. It was about to fly out the window. Seeing this, Ramo quickly grabbed it and asked, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" "Ha, you little thing, you want to run?" Ramo glanced at the small finger pointing and asked, "What's that?" Outside, a patch of blue light appeared in the sky. Both Ramo and Abet were staring at it intently. At that moment, Ramo looked at the finger and thought to himself, "That's divine power. That direction leads to the Marian territory." It was true that a physical body had disappeared from that place, and surprisingly, this finger was connected to that body. Originally, I had planned to have that divine being kill that idiot Bradley, but now this has appeared for me to see. There's definitely some kind of plot, but I can't back out now. Ramo spoke up, "We're changing our destination." Ibet turned around and asked, "To Marian's territory?" Ramo replied, "That's the place we need to watch over this time. It's also the oldest and most important sacred relic of our faith." The divine staff of Occam, was it really this simple and humble? One person asked, "Is this thing really a holy staff?" The other person replied, "How disrespectful. This thing, it's an ancient artifact that carries countless secrets of our faith. It's just that it has been corrupted by evil forces, which is why it looks like this now. This time, we must guard it carefully. We cannot afford any mistakes." Suddenly, there was a loud explosion from the roof. The two people who were talking about the staff now shouted, "Oh my God." A large hole appeared, and a six-winged figure descended. "I didn't mean to damage the temple," the figure said. "I just landed in the wrong place." The holy maiden laughed awkwardly and said, "I'm terribly sorry." The two people who had been in shock now panicked, shouting, "We're doomed. An angel's fallen and destroyed the temple." Before the holy maiden could say anything further, she quickly added, "Sorry. I wanted to speak properly, but it's been so long since we've met. Holy staff, I'm so sorry it's taken me this long to come to your aid. So much has happened, and I don't know where to start. But the situation is urgent. I can hear the call of the divine. It's something related to the gods. To be safe, I hope you can lend me a hand. Please, awaken." The holy maiden picked up the staff, which had returned to its original form, and said, "Come with me to Marian's domain." Early the next morning, at the Marian territory, a massive volcanic crater stood tall between the mountains. Atres and Stacy stood inside the crater, looking up at the large opening above them. With her hands on her hips, Atres sighed and said, "The demons actually want to hollow out this entire mountain and turn it into a resting place? That's taking things a bit far." She crossed her arms and smirked. "But it's still in line with my plan. We snuck into the Marian territory without breaking a sweat and even infiltrated the demons' headquarters." Stacy pulled her hood down slightly to take a look around and asked, "But Atres, is the current situation really part of your plan?" Atres grinned proudly. "Of course." She placed a hand on her chest and continued, "I can feel the remains are really close, so close." As she was getting carried away in her excitement, a loud knock echoed against the stone wall, snapping both of them out of their conversation. "Hey! Hey! Hey!" A man's voice shouted from in front of them. A man stood there, glaring at the two of them. "What are you doing? Hurry up and dig." Atres and Stacy quickly bent down and obediently replied, "Yes, sir." The man turned to leave but stopped, glancing back at them as they dug and adding, "You two are damaging shared property. You should be punished and made to work for free for 3 months. But since it's your first offense, I'll let you off with just a few days of punishment. Don't push your luck." Atres quickly nodded and flattered him while continuing to dig. "Oh yes, of course." She sighed inwardly, thinking to herself, who would have guessed that thing was considered shared property? Thinking back to a little while ago, a group of merchants stopped on the road, discussing, "Oh, you're bringing so many good goods? They're fresh, right? All top quality, fresh stock, guaranteed to please the Lord. But be careful, don't let the smell escape." Not far away, hidden in some bushes, Atres and Stacy were watching. Stacy, curious, asked, "Atres, what are they talking about?" Atres stood up,
her face serious as she replied, "It's definitely bodies. Those merchants are trying to secretly deliver them to the demons." She pointed ahead and said, determined, "We have to stop them from getting what they want." As soon as the merchants saw them step forward, they recoiled in fear, backing up toward their wagon. "Ah, who are you? What do you want?" Stacy quickly used her magic to control the wind. "Wind, hear my plea." The merchants screamed in panic, "Ah, ah, ah." She summoned the wind, blowing away the large tarp covering the wagon. "Gale spell." The tarp flew off. What was inside the wagon left both Atres and Stacy speechless. Atres covered her mouth, nearly vomiting, her face pale as she thought, who would have thought the demon's tribute would be manure? At that moment, a man's voice came from behind, asking, "You two aren't from Marion, are you?" He stared at Atres and Stacy for a moment, then spoke quietly, "Right now, there are some things we can't understand just with the eyes of humans. Lord Bradley is a fly demon, and those things were used as building materials for him and his army." Stacy was stunned. "What? Used as building materials?" She then turned to Atres, her face filled with doubt. "Earlier, you said those lights eventually fell to the place where the demons gathered. Does that mean we have to?" Before Stacy could finish, Atres raised a finger to her lips, signaling her to be quiet. Then she leaned close to Stacy's ear and whispered, "It seems like, for now, this is actually a good thing. With such a large-scale situation, if it's here, there won't be too many people competing for it." After that, they continued walking forward. Atres glanced at Stacy and added, "Anyway, no matter what, I have to get my hands on the divine relic this time." The man, noticing that the two of them were still talking and not working, shouted angrily, "Are you done yet? What are you still talking about? Get digging, now." Startled by his loud voice, Atres quickly turned around and responded, Yes, right at the divine ruins, there's a long line of people, all waiting in line." Ramo grumbled, "Even this many people is too much already." Ramo and Ghost watched the long line of people that seemed to stretch on endlessly, and Ramo couldn't help but complain, "Isn't this supposed to be a sacred site? Why does it feel like a big clearance sale at a supermarket right now?" Feeling irritated and confused, he thought to himself, "Why are there so many people here? What exactly is Bradley trying to pull?" At that moment, on the high city wall, Bradley stood, his voice booming as he addressed the crowd below. "Everyone gathered here, please be quiet for a moment." When the crowd finally quieted down, Bradley continued, "I know why you're all here in Marion. I'm not going to stop you from searching for treasure." He looked down, his gaze sharp, and spoke with authority, "But I won't allow any of you to act recklessly on my land." The crowd of people, standing in line, listened intently as the voice of the fly demon echoed from the city wall. "So, I will gather you all here, and only those who pass my test will have the right to enter the real competition." One man, clearly unhappy, shouted out in protest, "Why should we share the treasure just because we found it? Who are you to test us?" Others around him agreed, voicing their approval. "Exactly." Before anyone could say more, Bradley raised the green orb in his hand, and with a calm yet serious tone, added, "Oh, right, I forgot to mention something." He smiled slightly, then threw a fireball at the man who had spoken out. "I will not tolerate any opposition." The man froze, panic written all over his face. Moments later, a thick cloud of smoke erupted from where he stood, followed by a loud explosion and a piercing scream. "Ugh!" The people around him were blown back, staring at the man who was foaming at the mouth, dead before he even had a chance to gasp. Immediately, Bradley sent countless identical green orbs floating above their heads. "The first round is a test of your observation and judgment skills." He spread his arms, looking down at them with a mocking grin. "If you want to get your hands on the treasure, you can't afford to lack these two abilities." Hundreds of green orbs hovered in the air, causing the group to panic. Bradley raised his voice to remind them. "I've prepared 300 of these orbs for you. They will keep passing through your midst. Your job is simple, catch them as they get close. These 300 orbs represent 300 chances to level up." They looked up at the sky. Only 300 chances. The demon soldiers standing nearby quickly reminded them.
That's not the main issue. How exactly are we supposed to catch those orbs? As the group began charging toward the floating orbs, Bradley whispered, "Good luck, everyone." The loud explosions below were like fireworks, making him even more pleased as he laughed, watching the crowd scream and shout, hey, that's mine." Bradley, observing from above, focused intently and said, "Then, my dear demon lord, where are you hiding now?" Hearing the loud noise coming from the other side of the wall, Ramo curiously asked, "What's that sound?" He was about to move forward when a large wolf holding a sign and resting stepped in his way. "Registration is over. Please head back," it said. Ramo blinked in surprise. "Huh?" As soon as the wolf finished speaking, the people behind Ramo clicked their tongues and sighed, "Ha, what a waste of time waiting so long. Forget it, let's go." Ramo hesitated and tried to persuade them, "Hey, we're all demons here. Could you just give us a moment?" Unexpectedly, the large wolf ignored him and started packing up. "Opportunities are fleeting, kid. Time doesn't wait for anyone." Ramo paused for a moment, then slammed his fist on the table with a loud thud. He clenched his fist and threatened, "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" The large wolf remained calm, unfazed, and replied softly, "Threats won't work on me, kid." Ghost patted Ramo on the shoulder, laughing at him. "What era are we in, and you still want to threaten people with violence? Are you trying to lure the guards here?" She stepped forward, pulling down her collar with one hand, and said to Ramo, "Just let me handle this." Ramo stared at her, confused. "You?" Ghost slowly moved toward the big wolf, sweetly calling out, "Big brother." She leaned halfway over the table, revealing her seductive, fiery curves, then spoke in a teasing voice, "Please, light it up just a little. You're so handsome." The big wolf remained unmoved, indifferent. Without any change in expression, he casually lifted Ghost by the wrist and replied with disdain, "In our standards, ghosts like you are considered the worst of the worst. You don't even catch my eye." Ghost let out a soft "oh" before being struck by another ghost, crashing onto the ground. Holy shit. Ramo, walking behind, stared at her in confusion. "Aren't you supposed to avoid using violence?" Ghost dusted off her hands and defended herself, "It's not like that. If I didn't do that, wouldn't the guards be drawn here? Plus, I wasn't threatening anyone." Ramo looked around, scanning the area. After all these tricks, what exactly is Bradley doing here? Ghost walked ahead, stunned. "Oh, that's..." Ramo, following behind, noticed the person had stopped and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" In front of them, there was complete chaos. Among the smoke and debris from the exploding sphere, a voice screamed, "Mom, I want to go home." Ramo gasped. "What?" One person was lying on the ground, crying miserably. "This can't be happening. How could we catch a sphere like that?" Crying while holding the captain in his arms, he pleaded, "Captain, you can't fall. Captain." The captain, with a small scratch on his face, smiled and lay in his subordinate's arms. "What are you talking about?" Then, his eyes widened as he stared at him, almost as if in disbelief, and whispered, "In the end, I've let the whole village down. My path ends here. The rest. It's up to you now." Hearing this, the subordinate cried even harder, desperately trying to comfort the captain. "Captain, stay with us. You just got knocked over by the wind from the sphere as it passed by. You're fine. Captain." He pulled the leader into his arms and shouted, "As long as we don't stop, the village's path will keep stretching forward." "What are you doing, leader?" Ramo, watching this tragic scene, twitched his mouth and said helplessly, "What kind of mess is this?" A loud laugh from beside them caught Ghost's attention. A guy adjusted his glasses and, as if highly entertained, said, "You know? Everything in this world operates by certain rules, and math is the key to understanding those rules." Ramo glanced at the person who spoke, another expert. The man excitedly shouted, "Finally, I've waited for this chance. Now I can use all the math that makes no sense to them to prove myself." Ramo looked at the math formulas scribbled all over the ground. Ghost, puzzled, asked, "What is all this?" The guy, still crawling in writing, raised his voice and declared, "Knowledge is power." He drew another line on the ground. The man mumbled, "The point of impact for a ball." Then pointed ahead and shouted with excitement, "It's here." Suddenly, bang! There was an explosion where the man had been standing, causing Ghost and Remo to quickly jump back in surprise. A green ball, having struck the man with the glasses, flew out of the smoke and headed straight toward Ghost. A hand quickly reached out and grabbed it. Remo held Ghost with one arm, while with the other, he caught the flying orb, causing Ghost to widen his eyes. "Oh," he whispered, then asked the person in the smoke, "Do you still need this orb?" Remo glanced at the motionless bodies scattered on the ground, then muttered to himself, answering his own question. "Looks like you don't need it anymore." A moment later, countless green orbs flew toward Remo and Ghost. It seemed like this place was set up for some kind of trial. This orb must be the key to passing the test. "Do you need help catching one?" Ghost, still lying in his arms, looked confused. "Huh? I don't need it. What's the point of taking it?" She stood up and calmly explained, "If, like you said, this place hides the relics of gods, do you think Bradley would just let them be fought over so easily? Besides, anyone who can claim a divine relic must have extraordinary strength, at least at the saint level or higher." Ghost crossed his arms and glanced at Remo. "If someone is strong enough to compete with Bradley and brave enough to face the entire Demon King's army, then what's the point of this trial?" Remo stared in disbelief, pointing at Ghost, clearly shocked. "No way. You can still think about these things? I always thought you were an idiot, only good at taking off other people's pants." Ghost threatened, opening his mouth menacingly, "Want me to beat you up?" Remo, holding the orb in his hand, looked at Ghost, puzzled. "I thought you didn't really care much about divine relics. So why are you following me?" Ghost put his hands on his hips and answered with an indifferent look, "I told you, it's a secret." Then, without warning, he lunged at Remo, trying to pull down his pants, causing Remo to panic. "So, is this really all about that?" Ghost clicked his tongue when he saw Remo dodge just in time, letting out a smug ha. Bradley, standing by the city gate, observed everything within his line of sight. He watched Remo and Ghost, silently assessing them. "Someone who could easily catch my flying orb. Are they close to the Saint Realm, or even a powerful being who's already reached that level? How could there be someone else at the Saint Realm in the Demon King's army, besides the commander?" He turned to the maid beside him and asked, "What's the deal with those two new demons who just entered the arena? Whose subordinates are they?" The maid quickly responded, "They're not on the list. They might have entered without permission. Should we deal with them?" She was holding a piece of information about the demons below, which she shared with Bradley and then asked for his opinion. Bradley picked up his glass of wine, gave it a small swirl, and replied, "No need." Inside, he was silently guessing, that woman must be a ghost, right? I remember the intel mentioned that there was a ghost unexpectedly called from hell into the division. He looked at the red wine in his hand and smirked. So that's it. Observing the two people Remo and the ghost below given Lucifer Morla's background, it wouldn't be strange for a powerful figure of the Saint Realm to be secretly nearby. But who would have guessed that Bradley was staring directly at the ghost, arms crossed, evaluating her? Lucifer Morla, the noble one, had disguised herself as a female ghost. He raised his glass, took a sip, and scoffed. The disguise was truly intricate. Meanwhile, below, another figure appeared. As the smoke cleared, the person could be heard calling out, oh, eh. It was Polly, dressed in all black with her hood up. She walked in, looking around as she searched, then wondered aloud, "Isn't the Black Knight coming?" Polly glanced at the pile of green orbs in front of her and sighed in disappointment. Ha! She dropped all the green orbs onto the ground, thinking to herself, so the Black Knight isn't here after all. I thought I might run into him here. She thought about the great holy staff inside, feeling a bit frustrated. Even though I brought the great holy staff with me, I still can't wake him up. If only he were here. I still know so little about the divine ruins. If I knew more, I wouldn't have to be caught up in this mess. The guards behind her recognized Polly and shouted, "Is that the Saintess? Is it really the Saintess?" Polly stood there, watching them kneel and greet her. She asked, "Oh, who are you?" One of the guards quickly replied, "We're your fellow knights from the Holy Maiden's Order." He held up his Holy Knight's insignia to prove it. "Look." Polly furrowed her brows as she looked at it, then calmly said, "Holy Knights? I'm not one of your Holy Knights, and I won't be from now on either." The two guards, confused, tried to explain, "You must be upset about what happened, right? That terrible plot was all part of the Dorothy faction's secret plan. Even the Pope was deceived by them." The other guard added, "That's right. Everyone is hoping the Saintess will return." Polly turned and walked away, not giving any attention to their explanations. "If all you wanted to say was just these few words, then you can keep quiet now." A moment later, the spheres that had been lying still on the ground suddenly flew up, surprising her. A familiar aura surrounded them. This feeling was coming from above, where a figure with 3 pairs of glowing wings was flying. The guards were stunned as they looked up at the person flying in the sky. One of the guards spoke up, "The fallen angel has left. Should we follow?" The other guard looked up and replied, "Forget it. We just need to put on a show. This isn't something we can get involved in." He struck a dangerous pose, grinning with satisfaction. "With that powerful person around, they don't need us." A hand reached out and touched the brick. Ramo knelt on one knee, carefully examining the marks left on the brick. What was that shock just now? The inheritance finger inside his pocket popped out, drawing Ramo's attention. He caught it and reminded it, "Behave yourself." He felt a bit confused as he watched it move. It was another ripple of divine power. Even it was starting to lose patience. Could the divine ruins have appeared on their own? The inheritance finger pointed in a direction, getting Ramo's attention. He looked up and saw Polly flying above. That was the Saintess Polly. Bradley, over here, also felt the massive energy wave. The shock just now was a ripple of divine power. He turned quickly, clicking his tongue. Could there be a rat sneaking around? Meanwhile, in the desolate stone area, a shovel-like tree kept digging relentlessly. Atreus swung the stone shovel in his hand, focused as he said, "I can sense the divine relic is up ahead. Those fools can keep playing with their toys outside. The divine relic is as good as mine." Stacy, worried, asked the person in front of her who was still focused and muttering to herself, "Atreus, the place we're digging isn't on the main route, right? What should we do if we're discovered?" Atreus paused for a moment, then gave a dangerous look and replied, "If we're discovered, we'll just have to make sure they stay quiet. Not a word should slip out." Stacy, standing beside her, seemed a bit confused. "Ah, I see." Atreus threw her pickaxe to the ground, clicked her tongue, and muttered, "Ah, we're too slow, but it should be here soon." She lifted her wooden crossbow, aimed it ahead, and whispered to Stacy, "Stacy, get ready to deploy the shield." Stacy, still a little dazed, couldn't quite understand, hey. As soon as the shield activated, a huge explosion echoed through the mountain. Rocks and smoke scattered everywhere. The two of them stood in the thick smoke. Stacy covered her mouth and coughed, then said, "Atreus, can we not take such risks every time?" She gasped and called out, "Atreus, that's..." Her eyes widened as she stared ahead, her pupils reflecting a bright pinkish glow. Both of them looked toward the source of the light, where countless sparkling pinkish-purple crystals glittered. Stacy sighed in awe, "It's so beautiful. I never imagined there was something like this beneath Marion." She stared in amazement at several pink crystals that were constantly sparkling, too many firestones. Then, she looked up and said with emotion, "To think that such a huge piece could be used to create a magic weapon this big." After observing for a moment, Atreus finally spoke up. "No, these aren't firestones." Inside her eyes, the images of the crystals reflected, and she slightly parted her lips, saying, "This is..." A large crystal sat in the center of the stone cavern.
Atres explained, the heart of a god. At that moment, a woman appeared and interrupted, adding, that's right, it's the heart of a god. The power in this heart far exceeds the power in a god's finger. Atres shot her an annoyed glance. Oh, so you finally decided to show up. The woman crossed her arms and floated in the air, teasing, ha, you were the one who said you wanted to handle it yourself, so I didn't bother showing up. Though the process was pretty stupid, the result's not too bad. She opened her eyes wide, focusing on something, then quickly flew over to the heart of the god. Oh, there's definitely a mark left by the ancient god on this heart. If someone tries to absorb it recklessly, the sealing curse will activate, and they'll turn to dust in an instant. As she spoke, she gathered her power and shot toward the heart. Now, I'll start breaking the seal. You need to absorb the power from the heart of the god immediately. Understand? Atres excitedly clenched her fists and shouted, do I really need you to say anything? She gradually moved toward the heart of the divine being and challenged, let me see just how powerful this so-called divine force really is. Stacy, worried, called out from behind, Atres, do you still trust that soul? Didn't Mr. Ramos say? Before Stacy could finish, Atres interrupted with a sharp shout, shut up. Don't bring him up with me. With an air of arrogance, she gritted her teeth and added, that's just a demon. I'm the explorer, the chosen one. How dare it compete with me? Atres quickly followed the lady's advice, absorbing the divine power, and then boldly declared, the first person I'll kill once I get divine strength is him. Stacy looked on in confusion, seeing Atres's determination to absorb all the divine power. Why has she become like this? Atres flew through the air, trying to focus on absorbing the power, but when she reached out to touch it, the power recoiled from her hand. What's going on? She angrily watched as the power continuously avoided her. Why is it avoiding me? Why won't it become a part of me? The lady, equally puzzled, watched the scene and thought to herself, it's waiting. It's looking for a better option. But clearly, Atres is the best vessel. Why? The heart of the deity, powered by an overwhelming force, slowly pulled away, then slammed against the rock wall. The surroundings began to shake violently. Furious, Atres chased after it, shouting, wait! Where are you going? A burst of powerful energy erupted, sending smoke swirling up and obscuring the area. Atres covered her face and quickly moved aside. Moments later, the heart of the deity flew toward the mouth of the mountain, soaring directly into the sky in front of Atres, Stacy, and the woman knight, leaving all three of them stunned. The woman knight watched as the heart of the deity flew away, then suddenly understood. So that's it. The demon who took the god's finger is nearby. She began explaining the situation, realizing the heart of the deity was now searching for other parts. Fuming with anger, Atres clenched her fist and shouted, damn it, that damned demon again. At that moment, a crystal, dislodged by the intense tremors, fell right where Atres was standing. Stacy quickly noticed it and rushed over, shouting, Atres, be careful. She shoved Atres aside to protect her from the falling crystal, but ended up getting hit instead. Ah! Ah! She cried, crashing to the ground. Looking at her bleeding ankle, she groaned in pain. But when she looked up to check on Atres, she saw her running off without a second glance, leaving Stacy in shock. Tears welled up in Stacy's eyes, and with a look of frustration, she turned toward the direction Atres had gone, murmuring softly, Atres. Right now, outside the mountain, the heart of the deity flew far away, quickly searching for the other part of itself. It dropped with a thud in a place not far from where the group of people and the woman were. As the heart of the deity stopped, it spoke loudly. Stop. Could it be that the vile, mixed-blood demon has fallen and died along the way? Looks like the heavens are helping us. The two of them ran quickly toward it. The woman, running alongside, reminded him, not happy. Stop thinking about things that don't matter. It's possible he's getting closer. The heart of the deity fell here to give him time to catch up. Atres, determined and unwilling to back down, pushed herself to run faster. Oh, this time, no one can take it from me. Just then, a flash of light appeared in the sky, making her pause. She watched the light like a bolt of lightning, with divine radiance, crash down right where the heart of the deity was, forcing her to step back. The smoke slowly began to disperse. Atris coughed lightly and looked at the figure that had just appeared. Ahem, what is that? The high priest of the holy knights knelt on both knees in front of the heart of the deity and said, "Under the heavens, everything that exists in this world was created by the Almighty." He turned and shot a cold look at Atris, still standing confused in the back, and warned, "You pitiful thief, the church's belongings are not something you should be touching." She raised the crossbow, holding it steady, and watched the figure in front of her stand up and say, "What's all this rambling nonsense?" A bolt from the crossbow flew quickly toward the priest, accompanied by a sharp command, "Get lost." He simply caught the arrow and snapped it in half, then stood in front of Atris, trying to stop her. "Ordinary things have no effect on me. To keep your body healthy, please leave." Before he could finish his sentence, he exploded. Atris shielded herself from the smoke, then sneered. "No effect? Ridiculous." The priest vanished, leaving only a large black mark on the ground. Atris slowly moved closer, speaking as she walked. "Even though I'm your savior, that doesn't mean I have to wipe the asses of every single fool." She stood before the divine heart, gazing at her reflection in the crystal. "And you, too." Atris lifted the crossbow again, aimed straight at the divine heart, and darkly said, "If you're so foolish and reckless to shoot straight into the heart of the divine like this, then I'll just have to forcibly absorb you." The divine heart cracked and slowly began to shatter. The woman behind her gasped in surprise. "Oh, so you finally made up your mind. I should remind you, the process of forced absorption is very painful." Atris held the crossbow with one hand, while the other began to gather power to control the divine heart. Her face was twisted with malice and cunning. To her, the pain she was experiencing meant nothing if it led to the power of the gods. At that moment, Atris noticed some feathers falling. The fallen angel Polly descended, surprising her. With 6 black wings, Polly fluttered down and fixed her gaze on Atris below. Atris smiled in delight and called out loudly, "This is perfect. Polly, the angel, is an explorer who will save this world. Right now, I need to absorb this power. Please, watch over the area for me, especially make sure no demons get close." Polly, frowning from above, began chanting a spell. While Atris was still speaking, Polly immediately summoned a divine staff and pointed it directly at her, warning, "Stay away from the divine relic. You are still trying to consume the heart of the god." Stunned, Atris shouted, "Hey, Polly, we're not enemies. We both want to drive the Demon King's army away, don't we? Also, I heard you want to create a world free from oppression and injustice, which is something I've always believed in too. I'm an explorer working to save the world." Polly ignored her words, glaring and warning coldly, "I don't know who you are, but you're not worthy of the divine relic." She sternly shouted, "Your soul is not pure. Let go of the divine relic." Atris froze, astonished. "My soul?" Polly used her staff to stop any further movement. At that moment, from a distance, Ramo and Ghost quickly approached. Ramo was running frantically. When Atris saw them, she fell silent and muttered, "So, you're really with the Black Knight?" Hearing his name, Polly happily looked over. "The Black Knight, where is he?" Ramo and Ghost, arriving from behind, saw Polly floating in the sky. Ghost, surprised and slightly puzzled, asked, "Black wings? Could it be the fallen angel?" Ramo, equally shocked, whispered, "It really is the Saintess. She probably doesn't recognize who she is now, does she?" Bradley, hiding in a nearby bush, observed everything. It turned out the divine heart had moved here. Not only had Lucifer Morla arrived, but the fallen angel had come too. He watched the conflict unfolding before him and then looked over at Atris, who was still trying to absorb the divine heart. The final act of the drama was about to begin. Polly stared at Atris, confused, and asked, "You turned against the Black Knight, what do you mean to him?" Atres shouted, her voice full of anger, stop pretending. I already know everything. Furious, she clenched her fists and yelled, so you two have been in cahoots for a long time. Two adulterers working together to stop my plans. Polly, embarrassed and blushing, waved her hand in denial. What are you talking about? Husband and wife? We haven't even gotten to that point yet. The woman looked at her in disdain. This person really was a false angel. Atres, ignoring anything else, quickly pushed forward, trying to absorb the power into herself. Whether it was real or fake didn't matter anymore. She clenched her fist and said sternly, you're about to face the wrath of the gods. Suddenly, her arm twisted, snapping with a loud crack. What? Immediately, Atres screamed in pain. She realized she was being hit back. Ah, Polly recognized the divine power. The others, including Remo, stared in shock at the force moving toward them. Oh no, Ghost muttered, closing his eyes and hiding behind Remo. Why is it coming for us? Morla, however, seemed strangely amused. What's there to be afraid of? The next day, he simply used one finger to support the divine power that had just descended. Remo, holding the finger of inheritance, smiled smugly and said, I'm glad I could use it to absorb that divine power. Polly, not recognizing who he was, saw Remo about to steal the divine power and quickly flew over, shouting, give the divine power back. Ghost and Remo were both shocked as they stared at the divine scepter aimed directly at them. Remo summoned his sword and used it to block the power from Polly's scepter. The two powerful forces collided in mid-air. Ghost, standing behind, spoke up in confusion, wait, why are you two fighting? Polly, not happy, answered while still battling with Remo, do you really think there's anything to talk about between me and you demons? A moment later, she got closer to Remo and sniffed. Ha! Remo, nervous, sighed in relief. Ah, thankfully she didn't recognize me. If she had, I wouldn't be able to explain that the Black Knight is a demon. For now, I just need to signal a bet to keep quiet and quietly slip away. That would be the best outcome. While he was still calculating his next move, Remo's eyes widened when he heard the Saintess call out to him, Sir Black Knight. She looked so happy her face turned bright red as she stretched out her arms toward Remo and then tightly hugged his neck, pulling him close to her chest. Remo froze in shock, unable to move. Ha! Was his face really buried in the Saintess's full chest? Bradley, still hidden in the bushes, didn't expect this. Why is that demon absorbing divine power? Did I guess wrong? Lucifer Morla must have disguised himself as a male demon, but if that's the case... He watched Polly cling to Remo, not letting go, his eyes wide with shock. What kind of relationship do Lucifer Morla and the fallen angel have? At the same time, Stacy struggled with her cane to leave the mountain and search for Atres. It was clear that Atres wasn't someone like this. She was panting heavily, clutching the cane and muttering to herself. It's not like this. Just then, she looked up and froze in horror. In front of her, Atres was kneeling in pain, clutching her shattered arm. Stacy called out. Atres. Atres collapsed onto the ground, trembling, and weakly begged. I can't hold on much longer. Please, save me. Her face was pale, and in intense pain, she shouted. Didn't you say before that you were a powerful demigod? Use your true abilities now. The woman, hovering nearby, spoke reluctantly, as though it pained her. I told you, the process I described to you, the one to stabilize the flow of your thoughts, would make the divine power settle into order. Hearing this, Atres tried to follow her instructions. She focused, closed her eyes, and gathered her strength to try and tame the power. She struggled, moving through the motions gathering, circulating, but after a moment, she cried out in agony, clutching her arm. I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't want your power anymore. The woman lowered her gaze, glancing at the screaming Atres, and scolded her with a frown. Useless. Stacy appeared from behind, her voice sharp as she confronted the woman.
Even though I can't see you or hear you, you've always been the one guiding Atries, haven't you? Is this what you've done to her? She raised her magic staff toward the woman and angrily shouted. Give me back the Atries she used to be. The woman turned, surprised, to look at her. Humph. As soon as the words left Stacy's lips, she raised her staff high, summoning the power of her magic, offering a tribute to the abyss, and praying to the god of shadows to take the one in need away. The poet couldn't help but stare at Stacy in surprise. That's it. She was horrified as she realized the power Stacy had just summoned could be harmful to her soul extraction spell. How do you know about this curse? Wait, stop, if you continue with this, you'll die too. Stacy paid no attention and continued to focus, silently channeling her energy. She didn't leave behind any visible trace and, as she drew on her power, memories flashed in her mind of the time she had been unconscious and injured. At that moment, she was surrounded by sparks and flames. As Stacy lay motionless on the ground, a pair of legs appeared in her line of sight. Atries stepped forward, reaching down to pull her out of the fiery circle, saving her life. Stacy never forgot that act of kindness, nor would she accept being brainwashed into something unrecognizable. She gritted her teeth, holding back tears, and continued chanting the spell. No sound escaped her lips, no words, and no stray thoughts. She focused entirely on leading the spell to its final and true purpose, death. The old woman pointed ahead, her voice exasperated. This is troublesome. The poet touched the girl's forehead and said, even if you erase my existence, it won't change her condition. She added, she can still be saved. If you don't want all of us to die here, you'd better stop now. A burst of pink light surrounded them, and Atries cried out, help me. The old woman warned, stop shouting. Calm yourself first. Don't let it consume you completely. A loud scream echoed, ah, ah. A voice shouted Atries' name. The woman glanced at something briefly. She spoke again, you've ruined everything for me. No matter who you are, no matter what your intentions are, I can't let you continue. A pink heart-shaped image appeared. The old woman used her dark purple energy to speak, release it, let me see what kind of power the remaining divine energy can unleash. There was a crackling sound from the pink heart, and the other two looked in the same direction, then both of them turned to look as well. Suddenly, someone grabbed the wrist of the possessed person and urgently shouted, hurry! The Saintess unexpectedly looked down, and with a loud scream, she teleported. A huge explosion echoed through the forest. In the garden, sunlight poured in, and Remo jumped down, swish. He thought to himself, that old woman really is insane, creating something so dangerous. Polly tightly hugged Remo from behind and said, Black Knight, you've saved me again. He was startled and exclaimed, ah. The fallen angel happily embraced him, pressing his head into her full chest, so this is your true form? I've finally seen it. It's been so long since we last met, and you never came to find me. She asked, can I touch your ears? Remo strongly objected, of course not. Ibet watched the two of them and thought to herself, so this is the Saintess from before, now a fallen angel, one of the two demigods of this land. Look at what it's come to. Remo shouted loudly, is there some misunderstanding about this holy lady? I'm Remo, an evil demon, he replied. Polly smiled, not really concerned. So, the Black Knight's name is Remo? The demon is just a disguise for the Black Knight, right? The way he looked embarrassed but didn't want to admit it was actually kind of cute. He frowned and thought, what's cute about it? No, I need to figure out how she saw through me. If she finds out my Demon King identity one day, that could be a real problem. Remo tried to convince her, look closely. My whole body is full of demonic energy. How could I possibly be a Black Knight? The fallen angel looked at him, then muttered, oh. She added quietly, when you look closely, it really is. She smiled sweetly. I understand now. You, Black Knight, are actually a demon. No wonder you tried to hide your true appearance before you were afraid you might scare me, right? Remo was surprised. Even though I'm a demon, you still believe I'm the Black Knight? You still trust me? Why? Polly answered, You, Black Knight, I understand your concerns. But I know that you and I are on the same side. The fallen angel's eyes sparkled as she continued, Moreover, since I became a demigod, I've seen things I couldn't see before. Since that day, I've seen everything clearly, and it's been etched deep in my heart. The Dark Knight speaks, you have a soul unlike any other. The Saintess remembered the moment she faced off against the Dark Knight, still constantly praising Ramo. Ramo quietly thought about the image of a man, someone who could peer directly into his soul. Polly didn't stop, she kept praising him, lifting him up to the skies. If the Dark Knight has absorbed the power of the gods, then I can rest easy. You must have earned the recognition of divine will. Truly worthy of being the Dark Knight. She smiled brightly. She reached out, as if to calm him, but even so, it was truly miraculous. Saintess, in the eyes of the world, I betrayed the church, betrayed Ramo, betrayed humanity. I'm seen as a great traitor. And as a demon, the Dark Knight has also betrayed the Demon Lord's army, betrayed the demon race. I am seen as a great traitor among my people. She gently caressed his cheek, her heart laid bare. We've met, isn't that fate? Ghost, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but think, has the fallen angel already fallen in love with him? Ebet gently broke into a cold sweat. Does she not realize what she's saying? She thought. Polly pointed at the ghost, puzzled. Right, Mr. Dark Knight, who's the demon following you? Ebet gasped as a soft whoosh echoed, and streams of golden light surrounded her hands. The fallen angel's face darkened as she smiled in a menacing way, making Ramo, who was standing beside her, wary. If this was just a passing demon, she'd heard plenty of those before. Maybe it was time to step in? Ebet quickly raised her voice to intervene before she became the next victim. Wait, I'm his companion. I already knew about all this. The ghost cursed at Ramo when she saw him just standing there, doing nothing as the girl was about to make a meal out of her. Say something. Ramo sighed and held his head in frustration, reluctantly stepping in as her companion. Hearing this, Ebet was too angry to even cry. Enough with the forced support, she thought bitterly. All this nonsense is just making me paranoid. The blonde girl began to picture wild, ridiculous scenarios in her mind. Wait, does she mean? A companion of the Dark Knight is some sort of demon. Constantly, day and night? Was she implying? Feeling misunderstood, the two enemies immediately defended themselves. There was no chance to speak further when a deep, powerful voice interrupted and grew closer. The Grand Master Knights approached, extended a hand in a formal gesture, and apologized for my rudeness. But I cannot remain silent. Without warning, that person drew strength from the staff, and countless clouds of smoke filled the air. The fallen angel frowned. I've already said, I will not listen to anything the church has to say, and I won't repeat myself. He growled, like an animal driven mad, threatening, then the Grand Master Knight will be enraged, and the explosive force, what a pity.